What's up, everyone? How are we going? We're getting going already. We're 3 minutes early. We got the first car on the track here. We got Joe Gauci coming out. This Mustang, the Profab Mustang's on a mission this weekend to get going. G'day, Charles Royer. Feel like I'm travelling, watching Saturday racing at 5 p.m. on a Friday. Just turn this down. Someone's calling on the walkie-talkie. I wish we could, Robbie. Wish we could. Robbie's through 3 coffees. There you go. You're good to go. G'day, Marv. How you going? No worries, John. Here we go. Joe Gauci staged up. Second bulb coming on in a second. Here we go. First pass of the day. 102.9 in the 60.
Together, pass number 1 of the day. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, that's Kenda for you.
I said it was good, mate. Look at those conditions. This is killer.
That's Kenda for you right there. Like how many times have
102.
Oh, here we are. We've had another Kenda. Let's see what the first qualifying run looks like. Boom! Happens all the time. That is a great run for the guys. 102 in the 60. Have we still got that up? 262. So 262 to 330. So 102 and then 262, and then you can hear it lock up. 385 at 201 mile an hour. And if that can hold.
There we go, mate. That was impressive. Pass number 1.
Oh crap! Are you watching this on Overtaking, mate? You better be.
And just more action coming forward. Wagstaff and Terry Saint now on track. The track is there, the weather conditions are there. I think we can see history.
Oh, it's just about could be. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got the Overtaking lane live stream there. I'll tell you what, all those people tell us where you are from right around the world. Tell us where you are right around the world. 35 at the moment on live chat, thanks to Overtaking lane. Quickest, I think it's our quickest turbo car in the country, 385 Joe Gauci. But have a look at this, Black Belt versus Turbocharger, Noon and Hennies both sides of the racetrack. Wade Wagstaff, the PSI blower and the 5-speed. Terry Sent driving the 6-boost Kryptonite Camaro, twin turbo, Noon and Henny.
Well, look at that. That was some amazing stuff. John Lee says, are they sharing a Portaloo? No, we've got them over the speaker here, guys. So, yeah, amazing stuff. So, amazing stuff. We'll blow that audio down a little bit. Was it just the announcers coming through a bit loud there?
It may have been.
We did have it cranked up pretty loud in the room here, so great to see, guys. Great to see some amazing passes straight up.
Some of the fastest passes in Australia.
Just straight up. That's how you start a race day. 10 a.m. over here, and we've just had coffee and a bacon and egg roll, mate, and we are underway. And amazing stuff. So.
a few people on the overtaking lanes scream saying, oh no, the PA's too big. I'm sorry, when the biggest numbers in Australia racing history pop up, it does get big. It does get big in here. It does get big, and it will get big. That's not the end of it. Get used to a whole day of us losing our crap up here because the performances already are showing us. And you know what, two of Sydney's best right now. So we've seen, of course, the New South Wales contingent, Joe Gauchi. There was all the two Queenslanders. Now here's two New South Welshmen. Both out of Castle Hill. LS against Billet Big Block.
And he's getting the stage. Reactivates. He's in.
Oh, just came out. Goes for the pedal. It still goes 434. 107 for Stewie Bennett and 118. I think Nathan Ferrucci is driving Dale Elliott's car. The larger engine car that we saw on the previous run there of course Terry. Then you see the right. Ultimately, he's doing it as one of the wisest level right.
Try and get these levels running right, guys, so we can pick up the commentators.
I think it's a hell of a car to be rating. And when that's on the song, there'll be a 3 out of that. I think we're going to see a 3 out of Stewie today. And I think the combine we've got on this goes pretty as well. Again, just piecing that Billet Big Block together with the car. Oh yes, and we ain't done yet because we've got some new folks to tell you about. And in this particular case, we've got entrant 7310 being Clint Hepburn. So, of course, Nicky Hepburn used to drive this car, so Clint Hepburn is driving it now. Twin turbo big block. And entrant 1421 being Steve Taylor. Wow, coming in outlaw rating with the Dodge Avenger.
Yeah, I haven't seen actually take a run before, so this will be good. First time out.
Well, they've both into the big fours because I think the Gemini went 460s last night. And I do think that the Avenger went into the 480s. So these are the cars that, as much as we've just seen some 380s run, we know that with the same form of outlaw rating, these cars can still run that number beside them in case they slip up and sink it like we can see. But how do you go twin turbo big block Chevy the Gemini, Marco?
I don't know if it's in there.
Battle of the wheelbases here in Outlaw Radial. Over 1,000 cubic inches on the line. Tatum, 438 for the Gem. We're all looking at the Avenger there, big time.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, keep your eye out here on the live stream here from Overtaking Lane. It's just a little bit of a delay in it here. And I'm sorry, we're just watching the replay on the screen. There it goes. Oh well, there's the cameraman got it as well. Beautiful. Not beautiful for Steve Tatum right now. He's bumped that thing down big time. I think the track's got plenty of bite, wouldn't you say? Unbelievable. And remember,
That was vertical.
I do remark a lot about when I've seen that car run before. It's got such a long wheelbase. Like it's got the longest wheelbase out here, and to put all of that wheelbase up like that, like just flat up there, that was a hell of a launch there from Steve. And just going down to make sure nothing sort of dropped out of the car or the oil or whatever. It did come down.
And hard.
It did come down relatively hard. And of course, if this happened at night, we would normally know with tons of sparks and stuff. I'm sure that is probably the case there. You can't go. He did have a pedal on it. There was a little pedal on it, and sometimes if you had enough experience doing it, you will come down. I know Steve's only had a bunch of passes in this car, and that would have caught us all by surprise. Well,
Is there an award for best wheel stand?
no, there isn't. But we've got announcer's choice there. We've got to look at as well. So look, they're pushing him off, getting him out to the side so they can bring the car. They're probably convinced by the look of that we've got no oil on the track.
Well, that's usually the thing you've got to worry about. It comes back down, hits a sump or something like that. But that's a good sign. So they'll go back, check everything over, chassis wires.
That's what happened last night here at about 8:30. We had one of our interstate guys in the
Mucking around with the levels here, and hopefully we can get this audio coming through a bit crystal clearer. So we'll see how we go.
It must be a Sydney thing because he gave it another hit and the thing's gone towards the wall. And he gave it one more hit, I think, just to try and settle it down. and I think he almost gave it a graze, but what he also did too is like rip all the sump off it. So literally, we had oil from the 660 to the bottom loop, and that was game over for us last night at about 8:30 when that happened. So we had a little word at the driver's briefing this morning about if you're going to pull massive, wicked, hectic wheel stands and it comes down really hard, just try and pull it up and don't go any further, because we might be able to avoid what sort of stopped the fun last night. And we would have had them all loaded for bear. I almost feel that what we just saw out of Joe Gauci, Wade Wagstaff and Terry Seng were what would have happened last night, because they were pretty much all loaded to have one more run last night, and I don't know why they would think they would change it from last night to today, see if it worked, and didn't it work? Well, how's that? Just looking at our little list here, I know we've changed categories shortly, but how's that? You know, first 3 cars down the track and it's 370, 385, 379, 383. And even that zing in the pedal there from Stuart Bennett was pretty good. And then Clint with the 438 from the Gemini.
That's a good pass for the team. I'm not sure if that's close to their PB or not, but
well, it hasn't. Remember, that car was an Outlaw 10.5 in its previous guys when Nicky was driving it. It was the still the same deal, 540 odd cubes, a big block Chev, twin turbo, all under a Gemini bonnet on a 10.5, and that was a 6-second car back there. Used to give the blower the V8 guys fits that thing. I remember one run there in Benarabi in a 10.5 race between Sam Fennick in the Bingo Grand Am on a 10.5 and Nikki in the little white Gemini up there. She whole shots Sam something good, and all you see is this little white Gemini. Just you look up and the left wheel hasn't hit the ground yet, and she's gone. And then here comes Sammy right back around her right at the end. I think got her in the last foot. I remember that run like it was yesterday. I just remember the gate job that she pulled on Sammy in that run, because Sam, there was a pedal clutch in the thing, so he's trying to bring that thing in on the pedal clutch. Nikki's just bump, 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 and then he goes in, and then she's gone, and Sammy had to drive the thing to get her. But it's runs like that where you just go, wow, it sticks in your mind. And boy, that stuck in my mind. That all I'm seeing is this Avenger now, like vertical.
I'm hoping it's okay.
Yeah, hopefully
really
it's okay. Hopefully it's okay. Of course, we've got Outlaw Radials, Outlaw 275s, Outlaw 235s, OG 275 today, Radial Renegades, Rumble and Outlaw Radial bikes. And of course, we run the three rounds. So we're 3 rounds, 3 rounds of racing. So 3 rounds where we actually seed everyone and race, you know, the closest guys in each group. But of course, this is open qualifying this morning or today, which means that we'll see guys roll out of various lanes, and they might come back. They might do 4 runs. If they're really good, they might get 4 or 5 runs if they keep hot lapping it around. So that's the benefits of open qualifying, is that we should always have cars going down the track. That's, I think, what we're trying to aim at. You know what? Sometimes when we herd the cattle, sometimes some of the cattle a bit late for the feed. So and then they qualified out of session, so we had to deal with that then. So this sort of means that we just deal all with one big problem at the end of qualifying and to sort everyone out. But everyone's got a bunch of time slips anyway, and we can work it out.
At least we don't have to worry about it.
Well, that's it. Well, thank goodness. You don't have a curfew tonight, eh?
No, I'm all good, mate.
Free. It's in the dark tonight.
It is. All right, what we got here now?
Sleeping in the ute, are you? All right, so that was that last pairing. Now it's Harley Hamilton. I know that's Harley here in the Mustang, and that's entrant. It says 1941. Yeah, there we go. So Glenn Finnegan, a newbie to Outlaw Radial, and you know that even Harley Hamilton only had the Kenda debut a couple of months ago, ran his first ever 3. So Harley's already a 3-second runner in nearly 0 runs since entering Outlaw Radial. So. It's these up-and-coming guys, and even Finnegan, for heaven's sake, never saw this thing. Never saw this thing until last night. And go, man, that's another tough radial car that's ready to go. Just that at that moment, it's got some leakage, which ain't good.
Yeah, he's getting pushed off. So Harley Hamilton run. It's the first time I've seen this car in the flesh for Harley.
Sean Hale's blue car.
Ah, that's where. Yep, okay.
Yeah, so
Hale's car.
Yeah, so Sean Hale's the ex-Bruder Brothers car. Let's see what Harley does first hit. Super soft just to get it down, pops the wheel, nice run, 412, 195, as soft as you want, 114 to just go the percentage, 114 in the 60, 284, and you know what? Sometimes I think a fistful of slightly slower times looks better than a few aborted passes, and that was one to banked it really well, and I think they'll work on that. We all know where the next 10th comes from, and that's basically instead of the 1-1 or 1-0 something. But yeah, how about last night? Symbolics 1 flat to the 60.
Have we seen a sub 1 second 60 foot?
I think Wade's gone.
Has Wade
so,
gone?
yeah, I think Benny went. I think even Benny went close. Benny even, or Hammy might have.
Hammy might have,
yeah. All those guys with all the bells and whistles and all the tricks in the suspension. But last night, so Symbolics went 1 flat to the 60, 260 flat. 260 flat to the 330. So the ETs we just saw come up between Wade Wagstaff, Terry Singh and Joe Gauchi, no one had 260 flat to the 330. Symbolics had that last night with an early click. So he went, I just remember it like, you know, when I saw it 1 flat, geez, that's a nice round number, and then 260 flat. So that, and then it was a click too. It was an early click too. So they're just, you know, they've got a game plan as well, and I think we're going to know a little bit more about that when we throw a few more guys down the track at the right time. Well, guess what? This will be Johnny Haley. Love. What is there not to love?
Well, we know Haley likes to hang the wheels up as well.
Yeah, this is just another wheel stand move. Get your Kodak brownies ready, folks.
So he's running in Outlaw 275 this weekend, I think, Hale.
Yes,
Haley,
he's got the 275 tyre on it. Now that's a pretty tough class.
It's really stepped up the last 12 months, the 275 class.
It certainly has. All right, we've got 132 having a watch on the old. Then we had guys from Poland last night watching. So there's a few people having a crack at the Aussie Radial Series. Let's see what Johnny Haley does. Black belt. Oh, that was soft.
Yeah, very conservative.
A lot of grit out of that. So that running with a full amount. Okay, full retard. 559 at 122 mile an hour, but safe. Didn't zing him. It did do a nice little wheelie there, but had no power really behind it.
No, it was very, very conservative.
And not a bad run to get one down. And as we said, open qualifier, so it's not like, oh, geez, I've got 2 more to try and run a number. It's you could have 4 more if you really wanted to go and have another crack at something. But remember, we've got the congestion in the lanes for all the various guys. Some of the guys run a lot faster between runs than others, like the rough guys kind of stroll through. The renegade guys are pretty... Hidden benefit of 660-foot drag racing as well, Mark, is the, you know, per pairing. I mean, we can fit, you know, 2/3 more runs an hour than we can on a full quarter, purely because just this the amount of time under power, the amount of time slowing down, the next pairings. I do think that per hour we see more hits of the tree than we do over a quarter mile deal. If you add up, all those seconds add up at the end.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They
And
all...
usually, if there's anything touchwood damage happening, it's usually after half track.
Yeah,
when it comes to drag racing.
Yeah, so that's it. You always rate that last 600, I even just rate the last 330 foot as the point of no return, and that's where we've seen many epic things come apart, many epic dreams be shattered. I mean, don't talk to Phil Lamartina about that. You know, don't talk to any of our racers that have heard it. Like you think of the guys that have eaten this place pretty hard. John Zapier, you know, Debbie Reed's hit this place hard. There's been some big crashes. Steve Stanek, Judd. Grazzi several times. I mean, Grazzi had several baptisms of fire here. Like you think of some of our old, traditional drag racing heroes, they've fought this track and lost when things go off. And we're running over the full quarter, of course. The odds definitely, you know, aren't in our favour the faster we go. So if we just keep it to a leisurely 200 mile an hour at the 8th, we're okay. You know, and that's the scary thing about it, is that we are 200 at the 8th now.
And it gives them an extra couple hundred metres slowing down.
You've got
this
Matthew,
beautiful safety factor of that we do have enough runoff. As long as we're off the power at that 660, we've got plenty of time for things to settle down. But sometimes you're half in trouble, then you finish the run, and then you realise, well, geez, if it was the whole track, I'd be at it. I'd be in big trouble.
We've got the big Kenda flags there, just highlighting where the finish line is as well.
It's handy to have.
It is.
It's handy. That
Imagine something just going right over the track there, actually.
yeah, like an inflatable top, like the old
big
good
hit.
the Kenda
The Kenda
Bridge.
The Kenda
Hey Scotty,
Bridge.
can
There
we get
go.
a big inflatable Kenda Bridge?
Kenda Bridge.
The Kenda Bridge.
Look at that, we're onto something here, Diggs.
I reckon head office, if it's in Mumbai or whatever, head office should. Scott, Justin, send it. We're sending it over. We use it in the cricket. Yeah, bring it over. Yeah, we'd do the big. Mind you, if you get a bit of breeze up, you'd want that thing anchored down there, but it wouldn't it be great?
That would be awesome.
The trouble
Just
is, you
highlights
get
it there.
the trouble is you get yourself a
RTC,
a
good
Tim
to see you here,
Slavens
brother.
or a,
I hope you're
Stephen
looking for the
Fast
kangaroos.
moment.
And
You know
check,
what, I might
look
actually
in the
save
stand, see if you
car.
can
If it wasn't
find anyone
for
with the
Kenda
Fosters.
If it wasn't for the Kenda inflatable tyre bridge over the finish line, I would have gone off into the crowd. But this man, now he wants a piece of the action.
He would be licking his lips right now.
He wants a piece of the action. He's already seen the numbers pay off, the decisions pay off for Joe Gauchi, Wade Wagstaff, and Terry Seng. So at the watchful eye of Kyle Hoff, Luke Marsden, and I think Joe tunes his own car. I think so. I mean Frankie probably used to help. But between that, the Gauchi boys are, I think, all over the tune on that Mustang. Here, of course, it's Con Miklodakis from Wollongong Automotive Services there. We've got James Horan on the crew, of course, FKN Black Ute, that local radial enigma that still dazzled us with that, build out of
So
his
much
own shed and still
Yep.
a 420 car. And here he is on the line helping Perry Bullivant this
So
weekend.
Perry, he went mid 380s at 204.
He went 86. See, Kyle, I think the other night they went 389, and you reckon for about 2 minutes he was the quickest turbo car in the country, and then Perry went 86. So Perry's had it on a bit of a streak. He was going to turn the lock up on the converter on the last run last night. I did notice Joe, you could hear Joe's engine, he turned the lock up on that run. I wouldn't be surprised that if Perry's got this thing stuck at 330 foot, he will pull that lock up on the converter, and we might see another lowering of the turbo radial mark that's already been dropped in 2 runs already. The Candyman, what can he do for the first hit of the day? Oh yeah, 395, only 178, Marky.
He was off of it early, 267 to 330. He was conservative as well to the 60 foot, only 108. So there is a lot more there. Still goes 395.
Yeah, there we go.
395.
And you know what?
Streaked out early.
What was and the 60 was really slow
Yeah, 108,
too.
yeah,
Yeah,
conservative,
108.
very
yeah.
soft.
Yeah, 267. So you can see
It's
it
good
really.
baseline,
It
though.
does make a hell of a lot to be 267 there at the 330. And I did think we might have had a lock up there, but he changed some leads on it last night. There might have been a little miss or something. He reckoned that the run he did last night was on 6 cylinders. It went like a 80 something on 6 cylinders. He reckoned. So. It still might have a little ignition issue there, and maybe it was on 6 cylinders again.
He could have also just been taking it safe as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm only armed with the info that he tells me over about the 12 beard, so and that's what he'd said. He'd said that he made some leads up for it. It ran on 6.
4 cars in the 3 second zone as well. That's awesome.
Here we go. Look at this. Now, this is what it's all about. They talk about freedom, Stephen Smithy, he got the radial bug early. He had a 1-tonner with the LS in it, which he binned, I think, in Sydney. He wanted to go radial racing real quick. Got onto this one. This was the Gabbard Adams Mustang. And now, look at it now. And look at Ryan Holtz. Well, Captain Risky. He is an absolute, he's part of the 2J Brotherhood, me and Danny Lansdowne and Ryan. Like, Ryan's given me some parts that he owned to make my Ultra go with the 2J. And this is now our alloy rodded 3.2, little different, this 2J. It's a thing between Danny and Ryan that they've built, and it already ran 192 mile an hour the other night.
192 mile
192 mile an hour the other night, over the quarter.
Over the quarter.
Yeah, 192 over the
still
quarter.
Good.
No, 192.
Well, these guys run in the mid 4 second zone. Outlaw 275 past.
Smithy gets a good one, so does Ryan. 457, that's more like it. Off the throttle, Ryan, it goes 121 in the 60. Smithy went 120 and then went 310. Nice run from him, 457.
173.
He's going to be a bit of a player in the Outlaw 275 category. And Ryan, that thing just didn't want to play ball. I didn't get to hear through the run because we were seeing Smithy go down there, but he did get off the throttle early. But that 2J is just a different beast now that it's I don't know what it is. It's alloy rodded. It's that bigger capacity. It just sounds a little angry, but it also sounds internally. You can tell it's got the alloy rods in it. It's a weird. The engine sounds lighter. I don't know if you can describe it. You know, some engines you hear them. It's like you're just so at ease with itself. You know, at that stage before it gets 10,000 RPM and 100 pound of boost through it. But during that time, it's like it's confident, it's doing its sweet. All right, watch out. Hold on. In Sydney, Stu Henry had 4:17 as our quickest 2:75 run in Australia. He did it out here, a year ago or so. And then in Sydney, while we're doing test hits, because obviously we couldn't race, by the end of the night, the Enigma, that I call it, the Enigma, the RX3, the Castle Hill RX3, owned by Nathan Ferrugia, who's standing out there on the line. Terry Androutsos is one of his business partners. Terry steers the car now. And this thing is, I don't know whether we're 622 cubes anymore. I think we're about 580 cubes, twin 98s on it. It ran 415 at 189 mile an hour in Sydney on 3 wheels, with ladder bar rear end and 3 inches of suspension travel. So he's gone through Webby. No, we'll be right now. He's going to get it in anyway. There we go. Yes, both boys doing it. Webby recovered better. It goes 4:42. Terry goes 4:54. But yeah, nothing to write home about other than good percentage runs to start with. But yeah, sometimes that starting line procedure, like Webby did it as fast as he could, and he still cut a line. Yeah. He still cut a line. But yeah, 3 inches of suspension travel on that RX3. He keeps bragging about it. Like I had a few sherbets with the guys after that event down there in Sydney, and Nathan is so passionate about the 3 inches of suspension. He goes, there's no big dollar suspension in this thing. This has got 3 inches of suspension travel and a ladder bar, and it went 415. And the boys were ecstatic. But there's a certain Lexus around today that was showing us performance last night. I think the 15 could be in trouble later on in the day. I think we could see the marks. We've already seen marks drop, Mark, haven't we? Mark, we've seen many marks go. Not well, you went, you came back. This, yeah. And this mark's already come down a couple of times. The 275 mark might come down, Mark.
I think you're on the money, mate.
Yeah.
The track is there, as we've seen.
I think
the conditions
so.
there. Sean Muscat gets his chance right now.
Watch the rear end in this car. Like, he's got a little bit of extension happening here. Let's have a look. Let's see if he's got the shocks working. Oh, didn't get him up enough. Didn't get him up enough. But that thing's been in the 440s. And I've got a photo of that from, I think, Kenda last year, where it's on a run and it's got, like, it's almost like it's a stadium truck. It's got that much rear extension on the suspension. The whole tyre's out of the guard and the thing's just in full transformer mode, as they do. You know, when a good radial car has its shock program working, you get to see a lot of that tyre come out of the wheel arch as it's driving the suspension into the ground. The car's reacting and the back's pushing up. I'll tell you what, I was watching, of course, all the duck races, the lights out Sweet 16 deal, and I just love those cars. The radial versus the world cars. They leach out. They're all got their suspension at full extension. As soon as they go to the traps, the cars just sort of sit back down. They literally drop about 6-8 inches from where they are. All right, here we go. The bike boys. Well, obviously we rolled one or two up here in the lanes. Oh, okay, only one. All right, well there we go. That's Stephen Day from Virginia, Wrench Devil Cycles, waving the radial flag for the Harleys. Yeah, Harley radials. A little bit of extra badass there. He's going to take on those Jap bikes heads up today, but he's going to get a crack at it right now. No bar bike. Yeah, he's got the good sprockets in it for 660 racing. There it is, 628.
107 mile an hour for Stephen Day on the Harley.
Yeah, now
try and get those Jap bikes on us.
Yeah, well, they all slip up and try and flip themselves over like we know they can do.
Tell me, the radial cars, can they control the suspension to lower the car back down?
I think
down track to.
I
know the Pro Stock
I think
guys
they probably
do,
can.
Yeah.
I think they probably can. But I think because it's such a power, what they're doing is such an applied amount of power that they probably maybe have it at 4 seconds. You know what I mean? They might have it just drop back to normal or bleed. I don't know how they do it. Some big shout outs here on the overtaking lane here. I love Aussie drag racing. You guys take 3/4 scale cars and put 1.5 size engines in them. Fair dinkum. That's from Six Pack.
I like that.
But
That's
Mafia Boys World. Diggles is perfect. Oh, now you speak, Tyler. There's a lot of Yanks here. Please help us by stating car, make and model. Okay, not needed for USA hardware. Yeah, okay, we better get on to Australia firing it right now. Jan Kudnik in the HT Premier, the four-door. We have the LC Tirana here of Jess Beckham, a bit of Outlaw 235 action. Of course, Outlaw 235 heads up Pro Tree. Oh, nice run both sides. Now look, at definitely got the fumage happening. 5:28. Yeah, good one for Jess Beckham. 5:28. 5:51 for Jan Kudnik.
Yeah, Haltech bringing us
Yes,
Outlaw
that's right.
235 this weekend. So big thanks, big props to those guys at Haltech.
And yeah, for all those people watching the United States of America, yes, 2 Holden or GM products you just saw run down the track. HT four-door, check that out. And they're real street cars too, folks. They're on a 235 radial, thanks to Haltech. So yes, we'll definitely try and do a little bit more of that this weekend. All right, there's another Outlaw radial car coming up now. Big shout out to people from Estonia. Wow. Do they have Estonian drag radial racing over in Estonia? It'd be good if they did. I'm sure we could start something over there. Kendas are sold worldwide. They're a world tire. Oh yeah. Oh.
Pro Charger time in front of us.
All right. For those people that may or may not know, this is a Pontiac Firebird. It's got the latest Pro Line raised cam Hemi in it. It's got the latest Pro Charger and Fuel Tech engine management and ignition system. This essentially is what we would rate as a cutting-edge, state-of-the-art RVW car. Dan Symbolics from Wodonga, and with his dad.
What'd you say you went last night?
It went an early click. It went like a 90 something. Went 2.6 flat, 2.60 to 330, 1 second flat to the 60. Block your ears if you're not ready for it. It's quite a cranky car. Last night you couldn't help but put your fingers over your ears. First hit for Symbolics. What does it take? Locks it up. 391. Early click again. It went 1 second flat and then 259. That 259 at 390 and then a 391. That's a 259. We've got to write that down. So what was that?
259.8.
That was a 100 and then a 2598. That's Symbolics. Wow, and an early shut-off. Lock that. You could hear him lock up the converter there too. Did you hear that engine pull right down?
Yeah.
He went through the gears and locked that thing up early, and then he's clicked the thing early. So 1 flat to the 60. That's what the track's taking right now. We've seen that already. 102s, 1 flat. It's a crazy scenario we have right now with Outlaw Radial all over the joint. 79, 83, 85, 91, 95. That's right. Here's a bit more Outlaw 235. Well, check this out. It's a battle of the Holdens. It's Paul Merry and Mick Arnold. So look, Mick on the, well, okay, we've got it mixed up. Mick Arnold in the Ute is on a 235. Paul Merry with the Premier. This is the Holden Premier, so HG. So what are we? Late 60s. Late 60s 4-door Holdens, of course,
How tidy is that?
The HT Ute, of course, very similar ilk. We had that HKTG. Oh, Paul Merry's gone right in. Mick Arnold, both twin turbo small blocks. Oh, zings it twice, gets it out. Oh, didn't make the 235 stick, both guys that time. Didn't quite just favour it. Look, it's been favouring the big power cars, but these guys with a little bit more standard style suspension, there are obviously limitations with how much travel you'll see out of these cars. Mind you, Paul Merry, he put that thing on the bumper last night, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Smashed one of the turbos on it. So there's been a lot of, there's just as many repairs to the sump as there is to the engines in radial racing. In fact, you're normally fixing your sump a little bit more. You want to talk about fixing stuff. Brett Benz last night, the beautiful VL, almost did a Peter Gratz, almost blew the diff out of the car. It ripped all the mounts off the housing. It literally tried to unroll the diff out from underneath. It's ripped all the brackets off and completely destroyed the tail shaft. So it's disemboweled the underneath of that car.
That's
so Brett Benz, he was on the Bundy. He only thought he needed a half a bottle this weekend because he was only racing, but now he realised he's a bottle short. So anyway, here we go. A little bit more. Outlaw 235. Doug Day. Now, look, this VK Commodore, so we're talking 1985 Holden Commodore here. Again, an evolution of the GM four-doors into the Commodores, initially based on the Opel Senators in Europe, brought to Australia and developed for Australian conditions and sized up. Rowan Brown beside it from Marmore, the 2JZ LJ. So it's the 2J LJ. Both on 235s. Tell you what, it's going to be a tight field of these guys bumping in on the 5-second zone. Ducky trying to get the thing in early. There we go. He's just got to get the tree. Oh, Rowie Brown too. Oh, Rowie Brown. Rowie Brown hits the wall. Hits the wall on the 2JLJ. Dougie Day gets a 5:06 on the 235. Doug Day,
hey,
5:06.
Nice. Yeah.
Dougie, I'm looking at Rowan Brown twice sending it up there. Big pedal into the wall. Big pedal, Ducky Day. This is Aussie Drag Radial Racing, folks, wherever you're watching right around the world. It's ramping up, 215 people coming in on it. So right around the world, these people are seeing this crazy group of guys called the Kenda 660 mob. And wherever we go, we tend to bring attention with us. That's a hell of a drive from Rowan, and he kept going.
He did. I'm just wondering if he actually has touched it or it's just blown.
Well, where were the sparks from?
There were sparks.
Was there? I want to see that Tirana bumper bar. I want to see the corner of that Tirana bumper bar. I think there's got to be a little bit of.
Well, usually you want to buy someone dinner.
There's
if you
a
want
few.
to get that close.
It could have also been a mark from the Capri last night because he was down there doing the same thing last night. I think he did it 3 times though. That was Rowan doing it twice and nearly pulling it off. Pulling it off. You know, it's and you know what? Of course, the other 2J being Ryan Holtz is, of course, very similar in the deal. It can come out and just want to go. And the guys are pretty good at peddling those things to settle it down that little bit and still getting a good run in. To me, they're the ultimate wheel stand. So again, I mean, I'm going for announcer's choice, of course, thanks for $500, thanks to Mood Motorsports. So remember, we have got $17,000 worth of prizes to give away today, and we've got a huge one, not only for all of our different categories, but the most outstanding cars in each class. So just in racing, Mark, we've got $6.5 grand in racing payouts. In other words, winner and runner up. So for Outlaw Radial, you'll win 1,000. Your runner up 500. The same for Outlaw 275. The same for Outlaw 235. The same for OG 275. But you know what? Renegade and Rumble and the bikes, they all win a K. So it's not like in the 550 or 640 class you're only racing for 500. All these sponsors are putting in a K. So,
big thanks to those guys. Race Parts Melbourne, Speedy Diffs, Haltech, Outlaw Mufflers, SO Pools, All Over Group, and STS Speed Shop for sponsoring those brackets here this weekend. $1,000 for the win, $500 for the runner-up.
Now,
thanks for coming.
And then you wonder why when you see that you go, well, okay, Buggerlugs just said 17 grand. He only just said 6.5 then, but it's these other ones that we love, Marky. A whole bunch of $500. I'll start it off. You go after me. Outstanding Outlaw Radial, thanks to Coastline Building Co. 500 cash.
Yeah, outstanding Outlaw 275, tuned by Dale. Castle Hill Performance there.
Empire Performance, outstanding Outlaw 235, 500 cash.
6 Boost, as always, presenting the Hard Luck Award.
Warwick Paint and Panel, best appearing, 500 cash.
Mood Motorsports for the announcer's choice.
We'll go halves and then we'll split that one up. Finance Next, outstanding Radial Renegade, 500 cash.
Well, this is one that we've got to keep an eye on as well. Best reaction time from Profab Motorsport.
Well, we always go during racing,
racing.
And we'll always do that. And a lot of these awards sort of come out during racing anyway. Bolt King, outstanding Radial Rumble Car, 500 cash.
And Race Bolts for the Best Engineered Award.
Geez, I tell you what, Bolt King Race Bolts put it in, the nuts and bolts guys. You can't make these things go without nuts and bolts. Trim Southeast Queensland is giving 500 cash for the most outstanding OG 275.
Performance Wholesale for the most consistent, another one we've got to keep an eye on for the most consistent race car over the course of racing.
Yep, 500 store. Geez, what can you do with 500 inside Performance Wholesale? And of course, STS Speed Shop, they give us the most outstanding boosted outlaw bike for $250. And then, of course, the outstanding Aspo Outlaw Radial bike for $250. That's how we get to $17,000 in total. All of these most outstandings and best appearings and the hard luck and the announcer's choice. Sometimes we even dish out more than that. But we thought we'd save a little bit for Riot because we didn't have to spend a lot of that giving out these prizes in Sydney because we just never got around to racing. But, boy, weren't we ready for here. There's not too many other race days around this country that can pop out 17 grand on a Saturday. And you know that sometimes, when, a bit later on in the year, Kenda feel a little bit generous, especially when we get to ride as we get back to those 5 grand nights on the Friday night. Remember, that's some of the best nights of racing we've seen.
The Friday night.
The Friday night for the big money. Yeah. Remember we had the big money? I think we had a big money one here and we had a big money one in Sydney. And up here, of course, Michael Della. Was it Sydney up here? No, here. He said he Bradbury. He was the slowest guy in 235.
I was about to say it was one of the slowest cars that actually won the cash. But you know what? It's about getting from the start line to the finish line.
It's exactly that. It is. It's almost like you called it the Radial Olympics. I mean, you can just come in off success at the Worlds. You could come in as the ranked number 1 or 2 in your class. But until you come out here and try and make the whole day work and get it perfect, we still get nearly in every category at least 2 or 3 guys that could have been in the final if they were just 200ths quicker in the last round, because a lot of them finish on the same amount of wins after 3 rounds. It's just how fast those last 2 are. So you've got to really put everything in on every run. There's no, I'll take it easy here. You don't take it easy at all. It's pretty much foot to the floor every run. And then when you go 3 rounds, you've got to make sure that you stage and cut a light on the guy.
Exactly. It's really about being consistent and fast at the same time. Don't overpower the racetrack, which is easier said than done with these guys. With the stupid horsepower. You're talking thousands upon thousands of horsepower here, then trying to apply it to the racetrack.
I was particularly intrigued last night with the Motec cars. I could be wrong here, but I am still assuming that we're seeing, the Lexus and Kyle's cars are, I think, under that ECU control, and just seeing the way that those cars were getting down the track last night, wastegates don't lie. If you can see wastegates and you can see that, you know that's some form of power management, boost management, where you're seeing flameage out of that. You see, obviously, normally when you get that, there's a little richening there as well. So you see the engine change a little bit. That's the only clue you've got other than your ears. But tell you what, I don't know how much horsepower those cars are shedding, but what you still hear as they're going down the track is all the other horsepower going down the track. Just these little blips we were seeing in those cars last night, and they were still going fast. And that's just one of the freaky things, is to see things, just go down there, and it's like, and I still don't believe that autopilot. These things are on autopilot. You talk to Terry saying, "Oh yeah, Terry, this thing just drives itself, right?" He'll tell you, this is no set and forget. These things are living, active, breathing vehicles, and the driver is the bloody most important part of that whole thing. Like you talk to Fletcher Cox, who's now got the quickest 275 car in the world, but he hasn't got the best driver in that car at the moment for that deal. Is Sean Ayres. The driver's very important. You can go a fair amount of way to engineer a car to be able to deliver what you think it needs on the track. That still takes human input right there.
It does.
But then you've got to put the guy in it and make it all happen, because sometimes you're glad you've got him to make that happen. And here we go, a little bit more 275. What, are we OG? No, it's Outlaw 2, because we've got an OG class 2, and I thought Colesy would be right in there, because one of the questions in OG, could it be registered? Can it be driven? Blah, blah, blah. Has it got a full interior? Colesy's is all of that. I thought he would be an Outlaw 275, but he's got that here as Outlaw instead of OG. Yeah, that's what it needed. He put new tyres on it last night, and that's a brand new set of tyres, 468 for the VL Commodore. So that's about a 1987 Holden Commodore with the Turbo LS, and beside him, entrant 9211, which we've got here.
Luke Cullen.
Luke Cullen. So he is on the Outlaw Yeah, well, what? Hang on. Yeah. So Colsey was in OG. So I knew Colsey. If there was a class called OG, Colsey would be in there. All right. So we're going to get looks like we've got a few OG 275s coming out. Now, for people that don't know, that's a new Kenda class. It's been a while since we've had a new class, but we figured that we've got a few 275 cars there that are, still beyond the realms, still of the realms of street registration and street driving. And in fact, these two cars out here right now, Ben Verlecken with the VH Commodore, so that's like a 1984 Holden Commodore station wagon. The Cortina of course, Goran beside him there, I think. Is that Goran Ivanovic?
You are correct, mate. So I think if they run quicker than 460, they actually get put up into the Outlaw 275 class as well.
There you go. Goran's got the barrel on board that thing. Oh, Benny Flecken. So, 554, 496. See, Goran would be right into that Renegade if he wanted to, but he is it is a car that can go straight into OG. It's a 275. It's a street-based car. He drives it. He drove it here last night.
That's impressive.
But he drives
that's one
everywhere.
of the rules. It says, can you drive at 50k?
And you know what? Ben Verlecken drove that thing for Drag Challenge. Colsey drives it up the sunny coast some Friday nights. Goran drives it everywhere. Goran's down here chopping him at roll racing. You know what I mean? Goran goes to Lakeside, chopped him at Lakeside, runner-up in the final at Lakeside on Sunday out there. Did he runner-up? No, I think he won. Goran actually beat this wild turbo LS Nissan Patrol.
Listen, I did not expect you to say Patrol.
No, dude. Hey, Lakeside 8th Mile is got its own monsters, and that is one of them. I saw it driving out, and it's this Nissan Patrol. Looks like it should be on the hills of Saudi Arabia, but it's got a wild engine combo in it. I think it might be an LSA actually. Look at this. This is OG 275. Johnny Elfs. Check out the VT Commodore. Well, that must be Russell Tonkin beside him there, is it? 100. I think it might be just from memory.
Yep.
Whoa! Just
late.
broke him loose. Just broke him loose. But that was going to be on a mission there too. I do think it is Russell. 653 to 106 mile an hour, and breaking it loose, Johnny Elfs. 864 at 67.
They were planted, so it was probably about 40, 50 feet, just unloaded.
Yeah, that's the Commodore, of course, the VT. So what would that be in the 90s, wasn't it? That's the evolution of the Commodore. I think it is the first Commodore that went IRS. I'm pretty sure it was. Because I don't think the VN was. The VN wasn't. The VP wasn't. I think the VS, the VR. They might have been IRS in the VS and V. The Holden guys will know. I'm pretty sure the VT was the first IRS. Someone will tell me. Someone will tell me. I can't keep up with all the Commodores. I remember when I was 15, saw a brand new VK in the car park of the Park Royal in Brisbane. Like, VKs were literally days old. And he was a VK like Berliner, with the square dials, the square gauges and the sixth window. Chris Carsberg, definitely street registrable. OG 275, entrant 5247. They're all doing it. Oh, he's broken something in the front end, you'd say. He might have popped the ball joint out. 52, looking for the name of the guy, 5247.
Not on here.
5247. We'll have to get the name for you, but sir, welcome to Kenda, and yes, you found the traction, I see. I hope you found the traction to your liking. 5247.
Yeah, not on our list.
Wow, I think he might have. I think Zarin Titmarsh was crewing for that car. Was that right? I'm with the boys, but how's the traction? Looks like he's going to be A-OK. We're obviously going to make sure he hasn't holed the sump. I don't even know what engine's in that car, but that was on a mission. You can't say we haven't given you enough entertainment. And when I mean we've done nothing. We've just sat here and watched. It's what's happening out there, Mark, on the other side of the glass.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the track walkers down there. It's looking all A-OK at the moment.
Got Earl McCallum sending me a message. Yeah. Can you turn up the mic? Can we? You've had a few messages saying turn up the mic. Headset 1, headset 2. That's pretty much it.
No, I think that's the master point.
You want the master up? All right.
That's possibly.
We're going to.
Yeah, that.
Geez, we're going to put that up to nearly 9. Geez, right. we haven't got much left on the dial other than over 9. Like, it's only 10 after that.
There used to be a mark on there, so.
I don't. Yeah, little red line there. Yeah.
Anyways,
looks like we're all A-OK. Yeah, there we go. Twins LS digs. Yeah, there we go. So thanks for that one, Zaron. So that it is twin turbo LS in the Cordy. Oh, that explains a lot, Zaron. That explains a lot. Geez, did he find the traction to his liking? Yes, I'd say he did. And that's a crazy setup there. And we had Rowan Brown in that lane and had a cracker. And oh, is this the Hunter boys here? Hello, was that right? The Hunter boys. Just thought you'd pop up for a look. Bit of Kenda. They've come a long way to be here, boy. Good to see ya. Victorian boys. In the gem, got the little Geminis, the little coupe.
I had no idea what was happening there, mate.
No, well,
I thought you saw Dave on the track.
I've just seen the father and son there, of course.
Yep.
The Hunter lads that they run, of course. They've been at Heathcote there. They've run the Gem there, and he's got a Liberty in the Gemini now. So he'll be looking to go to Jamboree, I would say, in Sydney to give that a crack. He's come up to Jamboree last year, the boys from Victoria. So Darren Hunter and Jesse Hunter. So Darren, the dad, Jesse the son. And I just saw him pop up and I go, hang on, I'm sure I saw you guys at Heathcote about 4 weeks ago, and sure enough, here we go. You want OG 275? What more OG is this? 2 VH Commodores, so about 1984 vintage, and that's Shane Baker, so still Holden-based engine. So he's still running the Holden-based deal. Beside him, Tanya Thompson, of course, the lady with the LS on board. Great combo as well. Tanya put it in the low 5s yesterday. Bakes knows that he can get it in the low 5s as well, maybe even a 4 out of this thing. But these are full-weight cars, Mark. Full-weight, regularly driven street cars on a 275. This is what OG 275's all about.
Yeah, they run into that low 5-second zone. Tanya Thompson, very, very consistent over there at the VH Commodore. Both cars have bumped in. Both have got green lights.
Oh, Baker! Ray keeps driving it too. They both keep driving it. Bates goes 544, 510 for Tanya. Turned into Tanya. Tanya. 510 for Tanya, not 5 ton for Tanya. 544, and didn't he have to drive it off the line, Bates?
Good drive job. Just hung the wheel out there for, what, about 60, 80 feet there.
Yeah, they're
Great run, great.
That's lovely. That is lovely to see. I love it when it all comes up to nearly 250 people. Don't forget, if you're hearing us on the live stream at Overtaking Lane, just put in a message there where you're from, what part of the world, and we'll say g'day to you here from Brisbane, Queensland, the Radial State, Willowbank Raceway, Drag Radial's finest. We ain't finished yet. We just got started. And here's a bit of a mixture of Radial Renegade cars. Steve Carkeet, the big block Chev with a bit of spray on board the HQ, but beside him it's Disco Dean Ferris, pristine tiling. It's I think it's still a 235. It's a Ford Escort panel van, and it's got a Barra turbo 6-cylinder on board. This is a fun car. This is a way fun car. And if you don't think Disco Dean can mix it with the wheel stand, boys, well, you better not take your finger off the Polaroid Instamatic. Let me tell you. California, Virginia, Gladstone, Gladdy, how's Glenda? Brisbane Bayside. Well, mate, if you're at Brisbane Bayside, you can come to Willowbank. Come on up.
So we've got qualifying going from 10 a.m. to about 4 p.m. today here at the Kenda Tyres.
Darren and Corey, there we go. Darren and Corey Hunter. All right, watch out for Disco. I don't know where to look. It's wheel stands both sides. He blew him off. He tried to stay in it, did Disco. He tried to stay in it. It blew them off straight away. And Carkeet, he goes 552, nice. Right on that 550. Yeah. And an 886 there for Dean with a lot of wheel spin.
Yeah, so when we talk about that Radial Renegade class, it is a heads-up class, 550 heads-up. Basically, it's first to the finish line. Don't go quicker than 550 and you will get the win. It's as easy as that, Chris.
It's going to be tight. I can't wait to see the qualifying by the end of all that. Big shout out to Glennie Forster from Melbourne there. Yeah, Rockingham, Bogan Central in Perth. Yeah, Rockingham's got a nice... Rockingham's the right area for it there too, you know, with the drag strip and not bad roads in WA. Do like getting over there when I can. Big shout there from Redbank Plains at the switch. Yeah, so all the people letting us know where you're from. A few people from overseas, we'll yell out when we see them come through. But we are definitely massaging this track to make it as smick as we can. And already some shout outs there for the guys at Kenda for the track. Heard you on the big screen, Medicine Hat, Alberta, Canada. There we go, Alberta, Canada. Someone's saying I can hear Willowbank through my window, getting stereo. There we go. Tampa, Florida. Oh, yeah, there we go. Tampa, Florida, right from Big Daddy Don Garlett's territory over there. Tampa Dan, they used to call him back in the day. Vinton, Virginia, g'day. Fort Wayne in, is that Indiana? Charles Roy from California, so they're all checking in. How about you do a bit of a ring around all you American and everyone that's overseas? Just get your mates on there and we'll shout out to all of you mates. We're in the most beautiful part of the world here in Brisbane, Queensland, in Australia, and we've got 130 Aussie drag radial cars to come to you in various shapes and sizes, and it don't get any better than what we're seeing out there. New names coming in. We've got Phil Edwards and Grant Collins. Now, they both say they're in the Renegade class, so they're aiming for that 550 mark, Alan.
That they are, and you want to be in that, pretty much in that 550 zone. Half the cars will be around 550s by the end of the night. They are some serious performers in this class. They know how to knock down that 550.
What about that 640 index? How about David Morris last night? Just hitting 40s everywhere. Never quite hit the 4.0. But he said to Hot Rod Williams, he said, I'm coming after you. Hot Rod Williams goes, yeah, whatever. They all say that. Grant Collins, Phil Edwards. Here we go. Cracking the pro tree. Bit of Radial Renegade 550. Let's see where they both stand. The big El Camel.
Spin.
Yeah, spins the tyres big time. It's 540 cubes. It recovers well. In fact, the Tirana of Grant Collins did its own thing. 668 to a 698. Geez, they're in that rumble area. They might end up in rumble yet.
Well, that's it. We can shift them around. They're really flexible on that side of things here with Scotty.
The 640 class and the 550 class, we have got room to put you in somewhere.
Of course, thanks to SO Pools for the Radial Renegade support here this weekend, and all over group for the Radial Rumble.
Yeah, okay. Simon O'Carroll Pools and the All Over Group. Yep. So Mitchell Bean and Joseph Predel. Tell you what, since this HD has debuted, I've been very impressed with it. That's a HD Holden, so early 1960s Holden. Of course, against the 68 Camaro, Mitch Bean, twin turbo LS on E85. Took a very lucky passenger last night, David Johnson, for a couple of runs. Poor Dave's having some health issues. Mitch was nice enough to give the guy a bit of seat time as a passenger. 560.
Nice. Very nice.
He went 60 last night. How good's that HD? Took a bit of time to get going, but there is a 588 at 123 mile an hour. So yeah, both good times for Renegade. But yeah, Mitch took David two runs last night down the track, 574 and 573 with the passenger. And Dave, as he said, he doesn't have too many months left on this earth, and he said that everyone's just filling my life full of experiences. Because he was drag racing back here in the 90s. He actually met Mitchell in the final at the Sun State Nationals, and Mitchell red lit against him. So last night, Mel Black at the end handed Mitchell a drawing of the Camaro that Mel did this week, and then David Johnson gave Mitchell his trophy from the 92 Sun States win. So Mitchell's now to be the guardian of that trophy when David goes. So there wasn't a dry eye in the house when all that went down last night, and we were so glad to be a part of it. It's a big shout out to Mitchell and Kim Bean, Mel Black, and of course Willowbank for letting us do it. Mick Malloy for all the Dash 20. He had $5 grand worth of fires, had $5 grand worth of safety on a 20 layer seat. I say, you're hot under there. He goes, what's it going to do? Kill me. And so, well, that's the attitude. All right, Brett Coles, one of 3 turbo auto rotaries out here today. I saw Archie, I saw Dwayne. Brodie Olsen, one of the nicest Tirana hatchbacks. So 1970s Holden hatchback, Series 1 RX-7. Now, Brodie zinged him a bit. What's Brett Coles got?
He's that strong, 136 to the 60 foot.
Yeah, runs that through there. Brodie 708. Oh, 599.
Very tidy, 116 mile an hour from Brent Coles there in the RX-7. Spot on performance.
He might be the top of Renegade B.
It's a real driver's class when we talk about the Rumble and the Renegade. Because it's such close racing, the drivers have to be on their game when it comes to reaction times and that, so it really brings it back into the fold. Any sort of advantage you can get in this class is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. Big shout out for people here from what says Holden Beach, North Carolina, Melbourne, Florida. Chinchilla, g'day from Chinchilla. Holden Beach, North Carolina. Wow, how about that? Yes, there was a rotary herd there, John Lee. Henley Beach, South Australia. Here's another one here. Hilly from Daybra. Well, Hilly's normally running his Datsun here, so Hilly's out at Daybra. Where the bloody hell are you? Why aren't you here? Get on out here, boys. Get all your friends up and come and check out the day. Now, look, Sean Richardson with the Mustang, it has a Holden engine in it. Now, that's, of course, a Big Claw, which is a cast aluminium replica of the Holden block. He's a Holden nut. He's got it in a Mustang. Go figure it. Brett Armstrong, 598 cubes of the nicest Nova you've ever seen. Just sings the tyres, Shawnee. You can't get it to hook up. Freddie Armstrong, his first run in a while. 5:49 with an 8. 5:49 with an 8. I mean, if he was in Renegade, he was just too fast.
We're into
Outlaw
275 now.
He is in Outlaw 275 today, and that car, Leaf Springs on board that Nova, 598 cubes, and Brenty Armstrong is back. That paint, that's the quickest that paint's ever been.
It's got nitrous as well on it.
It's got nitrous on it. Remember, that was the red Nova that's in all the Kenda videos. That's it with the new paint job on it. Just immaculate car, isn't it?
Like, red or something.
You honestly, if you had to pick 10 of your favourite cars here today, you'd have 13 lists. You know what I mean?
Was there a best appearing award as well?
Yes, that's Warwick Panel and Paint. Now we normally let Benzie do that, so we've got to let Rachel and Brett decide. Honestly, we normally let them have a crack. That's a nice car. Should take it. It's ironic that one panel shop should award another panel shop, but you know, there's a lot of respect. There's a lot of respect in the industry. Oh, hold the phone.
Here we go. Here we go. Stewie Bennett back out already.
Jono McDade. That Nova is sick. Well, Jono knows a lot about that Nova. Kempsey, New South Wales. G'day, Adrian Jeffrey.
Andrew Milford on track beside Stewie Bennett. Bennett was out earlier, had to pedal from memory. Only went through for a 434 at 158 mile an hour, running in the Outlaw 275 class. Is he in the 275 class?
Yes, I think he is. Milford is there. How about this one? Someone's saying,
Outlaw Radio for Bennett.
Do they sell Vegemite sandwiches at the canteen? You can get it from the tower, $10 each. Stewie Bennett and Andrew Milford. I almost said Anthony Milford, and I thought, well, he's got to be able to do something right, so maybe he can drive a radial car. All right, Stewie Bennett, they just missed the mark on the last turn, so maybe Dale from Castle Hill has just decided, let's just put a softie in and see what it does. Heads up, Outlaw radial time. No, he sings him immediately that time. Milford's got some spray on that. You can see the Tirana starting to fume down. 5:57 at 1:31, but Stewie just sat there and blew the tyres off it again. Straight there, straight off the hit. So they'll be back for another tweak and a tune. That's the joys of open qualifying, is that if you're missing it like that, you're back in the lanes trying to hit it again, and especially when it's just if it's an aborted pass to a zing, there shouldn't be as much service on the car unless you're taking it back out the back door.
It's probably more the heat. They want to get out of the car before they get back around for that next pass.
This guy's spot on. He's going barbecue roux tails on a stick, shark fin soup, 8-inch spider salad, poison snake with noodles. I love the sense of
That sounds
humour.
like a normal breakfast for us, isn't it?
I love that. That's funny.
Cheers, mate.
Bacon. Here we go. York Peninsula, South Australia. David Fraser. No, there's no KFC. RTCTT FMF, who's the one that's come up with all the amazing food, says doing a spot-on job, very proper. Yeah, there we go. We call it chook. Yeah, we're eating chook. So keep the shout-outs coming in. Get onto your mates overseas and get them to get on the overtaking lane. Check this out. Simon Graham. Used to be green, now it's not. It's this red colour, of course, the Twitch Customs Tirana. I can't keep up with Simon Graham. Stewie Henry, the Vortec Supercharged Big Block Chev, formerly the fastest 275 car in the country at a 4:17. Would love to get on the mark. Twin Turbo LS for the Tirana. Geez, they're coming out thick and fast. Says here Simon Graham on a 235. Wow.
Oh, Henry kept it. He's kept it in.
Oh, Stewie, that's a good run. 21.
Oh,
4:21. Simon Graham's going to get a run, but he's backed it off. I think he zinged him straight off the hit. 114 in the 60 for Stewie. 286. 4:21, 180 mile an hour, and that would put him up at the top of Outlaw at Outlaw 275. So Stu Henry at a 21. So that's a cracker of a run, and you could just see it pick the wheel up there. It wasn't aggressive with anything. It just, I think that car's very linear. Any car with a centrifugal supercharger, the power delivery, they say with those, are quite a linear delivery of power. So you've kind of got to get on the big arc and make sure everything's happening on the same arc. Because with turbo cars, there's also a peak. There's a power band there. These will have it in relation to direct RPM. So everything else has got to be planned around the air delivery of those blowers. I remember having that explained to me. It was like the square root of the RPM. It's like, well, thanks, Uncle, you've confused me. But okay, here we go. Stephen Day and Craig Edwards. That's right. We run the bikes out here now. Craig Edwards is turbocharged. Saw this thing last night. We've got Blaze Hanson out there helping, and when Blaze Hanson's helping you know that you're getting the hell. I can't wait for Blaze to get back in the saddle though, honestly. Once he finishes having kids, he should get out racing again. Oh, I'll tell you what, the Harley got out there on the whole shot, but there's issues there for Craig Edwards as well. A very beleaguered 529 at 129, did not look happy at all.
I'm not too sure what's going on there with Craig.
He
got off the line well.
Yeah,
and it was like, you could see the back end just sort of bouncing down. I'm not sure if that's just the body work or not there for Craig Edwards, but he ran into the 4-second zone last night in testing, Edwards.
Yeah, no, it's the bike to watch, and I know if we ever got them all together, sometimes the bike guys, you've just got to get them all together, and they would have one of the best days of their lives going on the Pro Tree. And when we do get them at Kenda's, they're more than welcome. And STS, of course, helps us. I was about to say, STS Speed Shop there, supporting the bike guys this weekend. STS really do help us make sure the bikes come with a few numbers. Jack Robertson, Shane Naylor now. Shane Naylor, look at this, 998cc, so it's a Gixxer 1000. Does that thing look light or what? How light does that 1000cc look? That's going to have 15,000 RPM on it. This might have 5 speeds at 15,000 RPM yet. Jack Roberts is probably going to race away on the boozer, but you've got to root for the little Gixxer over there. He might go for quickest Aspo bike today. You never know. These 1000 horsepower, 1000cc bikes though, they're making killer horsepower.
Well, it's all Jack Roberts here in the Hayabusa. He goes through, runs a 5:54, 125 mile an hour. Shane Naylor goes 6:42 at 123 mile an hour. It wasn't really smooth off the start line for Naylor.
I think it's like, I remember watching Peter Everett running comp bike, you know, and what you have to do to murder the clutch to get things to work.
It's an art.
It is an absolute art to get bikes off the line. A big shout out to everyone online there. Someone saying how good, he goes, everyone getting down the track without prep, every pass. Duck needs to call whoever prepped this track. Let me tell you, it's the Kenda 660 team, of course, with we've Kurt Johnson over here, Tyler Crosno. They've helped us prep tracks, and we've learnt from both those guys. And you know what? As soon as we can get Kurt or Tyler back, we'll have them back. Kurt loves it here. Absolutely loves the Aussie racing. Total Venue Concepts, of course, all type engineers, all helped. High-Tech was all helped with the track prep equipment. We've got spray rigs, we've got rotators. Here's Graham McKinnon, the little Tirana, 1968, 1969 kind of HB, 400 cube small block Chev, and beside him, here's this Nova again. Oh, zing, 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 both guys. That's quite unusual for Grumsy on his first hit.
Pretty consistent.
Yeah.
Getting it down. 8-second pass there. Lane beside Graham McKinnon. That's who was it? 1941. Glenn Finnegan.
Yeah, Finnegan back in that big Nova just blew the tyres off it on the hit. So did Grumsy, and it's not often. I mean, that car is always pretty much on the fine edge with the 235 on it, but he buzzes that thing to 10,000 RPM, hits that converter hard, and that little car normally is a pain in the side of any 235 car that thinks they're going to be better than him. Grumsy's proven time and time again that you don't need to have the quickest car in the class. You've just got to be a gun on the lights, and you can catch a few guys out. Caught himself out then, unfortunately, with the zing of the 235s. But that's just the way things happen sometimes. The joys of open qualifying and radial racing, it's not as an important wasted pass as it would have been.
You learn from every pass.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I know administrative-wise, we've got to pull all these cars apart from each other at the end to put them into their categories. But this is certainly freeing up the amount of times you've got to have a hit at the track, and basically regulating you to just get some done, and then when you're done, you'll stop, and then you'll find we'll probably run out of cars by 3:30, be ready to race after that. Because our schedule does say that we want to be on track for round number 1 at about 4:30, so prep from 4 o'clock to 4:30. There's Brandon Goswell. He's the birthday boy the same week as me.
I haven't seen Brandon race for a while on the bike, and now this is a bike with some serious horsepower.
We were talking about Brandon's backside in Sydney. Like, I literally saw his whole backside out of the... And you know where you watch in Sydney? Saw his arse. I saw a gap between his crutch and the bike. That's how far out of the seat he got.
What about Gospel? He goes from racing an outlaw nitro funny car one weekend onto an outlaw radial bike.
We should make more fuss about these guys because they're oh, Brandon Goswell, nice launch, 4 seconds. Here we go.
Wow.
465, 162 mile an hour. Yeah, I'd love to see some. It's a shame we've kind of lost the habits of the Drag Racing magazine. Of course, we've still got publications coming out all over the world as well as here in Australia. But you know, there's got to be something on Brandon about that, because it's what a job.
You don't see it.
There's not many guys that are in the industry actually doing it as a job, and he's doing it. Of course, if it's not driving a nitro funny car, it's working on them, or it's working on his own bike. He's still a bike guy, obviously, through and through, but some guys are still living the dream, and they're not having to go anywhere overseas to do it.
No, that's right. Brandon has raced overseas, though, on the bikes. But it is an impressive thing, because he raced in junior drags, has raced, he's got the bikes now as well, and the nitro funny car. And it's a good skill set to have that not many people have in the world.
No, well, that's it. And you know what? They become our modern day heroes. It's like, you got some full respect, man. You've done your apprenticeship. It's like you ask Shane Tecklenburg or Lee Beard or anyone that have done their time, they'll end up somewhere as a legend if they're around. Yeah.
You could talk about Antron Brown being one of those guys.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, Antron was the drag bike rider. Before Antron Brown ever went into Fueler, him and Ricky Gadsden, they were the two baddest guys on motorcycles in drag racing. They were. And they still probably keep their hand in. I'd love to see days where you'd mix all the elite motorsports together, and you would come and ask Valentino Rossi to ride a pro bike, you know.
How good would that be? We had a NASCAR guy racing pro stock in their track a while back.
And we need more of that.
Yeah,
You'd love to see Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart's always likes drag racing, you know, so you never know.
Licensed in
yeah, well, there we go. All right, so here we go. So we have got...
Hepburn and Sean Muscat.
Yes, this is going to be a great one here. Yeah, so Clint Hepburn, Sean Muscat, so an outlaw radial car, the Holden Gemini.
Hepburn went a 4:38 earlier today. Muscat didn't get down the track in the Cortina.
Just sing the tyres again, the Cortina, but yeah, another nice run for Clint. 4:31 at 172. Getting quicker and quicker and quicker, that little Gemini. Casper's back. And Shawnee, the Cortina did not want to bite the tyre on the line. Again, open qualifying means that thing's a slight cool down, a bit of fuel in it, a little tweak in the power management, and then we'll be having another crack at it. So it's action aplenty no matter where you are. Here's a guy. Big shout out to Charles Royer here in Northern California, aka if you don't like the weather, drive 20 miles. Another guy gets on going, Australia has 5 seasons depending on where you live: summer, autumn, winter, spring, and lockdown.
I like that one.
Yeah, no, that's true. But
that's
you know
good.
what? Thank God we live on this big island, because it's saving our asses at the moment. It really is. There we go. Some guys talking about, well, geez, they're all into it here. Need an appointment to get mugged. What's that? Yeah, that's why I carry a 9mm and a 380. Budgie smugglers. Oh, they're all into it all here.
Every cliche.
Yeah,
for an
Antron Brown.
Australian.
So there's a comment. Antron Brown was a sick rider. Would love to see him back in pro stock motorcycle.
There we go. Yep.
John Lee says, last time I was in Australia, Brisbane was underwater. Okay, 2011. Yeah, Banaraby is good view too. Yeah, nah, so's Palmyra. That's right. Is there any big city in centre of Oz? Not in the centre. I mean, we got Alice Springs. That's nice town. Not a city.
Now, I'm a big fan of this Camaro on the side line. Aris Catoli from Bridgman Downs.
Get your cameras out both sides.
Yep. And Jason sang in the LJ Toronto for KPM Performance, one of our heavy hitters in the Radial Renegade class. Always runs the 550s. Pass after pass after pass. They've got that
LJ Tirana. Oh, geez, Sengi, I didn't recognise him along the ground. But check this out, 59 and a 54. That's where Renegade's going to be, 54, 59. You pick a combo. You pick 10 combos, you give them 550, and that's where they'll be.
That's it, yeah, that's all you need to worry about. Do whatever you want. Bring the car down, do what combo you want, any car. Just got to hit that 550. And here's one of your favourite races on track, Chris. Hot Rod Williams.
This sport allows people to be heroes in their own right, and you know, he's such a humble bloke, but he comes out every time. He loves the Ford 6-cylinder. So for all you people watching across the world, this is Hot Rod Williams from Dalby. It's a regional town 3 hours odd out of Brisbane. He's got a blown and injected Ford Crossflow. So based on the 250 Ford iron block, it's a alloy headed blown and injected Crossflow, run smack on 640. So watch out, Reese Carkeet. You might get a bit of Hot Rod Williams here in Radial Rumble. Spins the tyres a bit, doesn't seem to worry Hot Rod Williams too much at all. And that's all over Group Radial Rumble, 669. Oh, a bit of a settler for Hot Rod because of the wheel spin.
Yeah, it's a nice first pass, mate.
Yeah, Reese.
Just have a look at the track, see what it's doing, come back, have a bit of fun, do a couple little tweaks, and he'll be in that 640 zone as we normally see him. Next up, we have got on track Derek Logan in the WBU, take on Greg Trapnell in the 62 Chevy for TR engines. 581 cubes on board for Greg Trapnell, running in the Radial Renegade class. Derek Logan, 509 cubes on board in this ute.
Yes, it's a donk. I got a donk, it says. It is a big solid donk. Someone said it's the great grandfather of the Barra. In fact, if you want to know a fun fact, the very first Falcon 6-cylinder and the latest Barra, what do they share in common? The same connecting rod bearing. They still use a 6B 2150 in there.
There you go. I didn't know that.
There's DNA. There is
Yep.
DNA in the first 188 Falcon 6-cylinders to the Barra. There is still some.
I thought you were going to say the Z9 oil filter.
Well, the Z9 I think probably still bolts the Z9 filter on it as well. The Z9. So yeah,
Trapnell's got a bit of leak.
Trappy's got a leak. It might be a fuel leak though. They're only lightly mopping it, so it might be. I mean, we are mechanical injection on that, so there's a few fittings on that deal, so it might be a bit of a leak. Derek Logan gets to run by himself. This is the WB Ute, so what, like a 1985 GM Holden Ute, 509 cubes. Yep, I think we can legally register him with a big block. I always knew it was line ball registering with a big block, but Derek, I think's had that registered with a big block or a small block. Sometimes you just don't know the engine capacity. What's in it? Oh yeah, 350. You know, 509 cubes.
Yeah, he spun the tyres off the hit there for Derek Logan. That was his first pass of the weekend. But he can get a few runs here in the open qualifying session we've got here for the Kenda 660 Series. Rolls through there for an 11-second pass.
A bit of lost property, a little bit of lost property. Someone's handed in a credit card. Now, all you've got to do is give me permission and I'll make sure I look after this credit card for you, okay? I need some parts. You probably need parts too. So if you're the owner of this credit card, can you please come up to the tower and we'll give it back to you. But you'll have to tell us your name and at least 16 of the digits of the credit card. If you can get the first 16 digits of your credit card correct, we'll give it back to you. If you do not know your credit card number off by heart, we'll scold you. All right, Chris Carlsberg is back. Troy Hutton is out for his first run, the HK Ute. So what's that Tirana? 1976, the 1968 utility beside him, all GM products. Oh, Carlsberg can't get the thing to hook up yet either. That is one weapon of a car. I think over the quarter can go pretty well 7 seconds. But no luck this time for Carlsberg. He was actually in the Renegade class, so he wasn't aiming for any OG or anything, which I thought he would have. He may be deciding to soften that up a little bit. That leak can't be too bad for traffic. Yeah, he is. Okay.
During they've got the radio.
Gotcha. All right. So yeah, Carlsberg, you won't want that time slip anyway. The good time slip will be the one that he gets. That's right in that sweet spot. And I can't wait to see what that looks like. That sweet spot. So we've got, I can see Joe Gauci rolling around for another hit shortly. I saw Wade Wagstaff about 5 minutes ago. Mick Arnold's coming for a run in the utility now, I can see.
It'll be interesting to see how they go now that the sun's been out for a little while on the track.
Yep.
Actually, one of my favourite cars here now on the start line, Dale Duffy in the Tirana, backing up against Damien Morris. He's gone really well since he's debuted this Tirana, Duffy.
It was right off the bat, just right on point. And of course, he did his time with Justin at Horsepower Solutions and learnt a lot of tricks of the trade. Of course, Justin still helps him to a fair extent on the car. When they started winding the power into it, it used to run smack on 550. It was unstoppable. It's where the extra performance is now in the car. They know it's got a 4 in it, but every time it tries to run it, it does a massive wheel stand. So hold on to your hats. We might see Damien Morris go number 1 here in All Over Group Radial Rumble at 6:40. We might see Duffy go for the sky. No, right on the ground. There's a little bit of bottle in it. Not a lot. It still goes 5:44.
A little bit too quick.
Yeah, he's in Renegade. He's in Renegade mode. 6:47. Hey, that's pretty good for Morris. That might be
sharp light as well.
That might be number one for Morris. Let's have a look at that. Pretty well could be. 47. No one else that I can see there except Hot Rod Williams at 6:69. So well, there we go, Damien Morris. He did that many passes last night to try and get that 40. Oh, this guy, this is a Renegade car through and through. Absolutely love this.
I mean, Gary Hunt.
I'm allowed to have 130 favourite cars today, and Gary Hunt is. This is a very angry, stout, aspirated LS in the Commodore, and it is a 550 machine. Brad Lynch beside him from Greenbank. Very wild, 415 cubic inch HQ, running in the Renegade category. 9252, and ready to go. Yeah, so Gary Hunt got KPM performance there, 440 cubic inches of very, very stuff Aspo LS. And I'm sure you'll remember when VC Commodores were new on the street. There we go, Mark Allen had a fire suit just laying around ready to go. Heads up, Pro Tree. Oh, Gary Hunt, listen to that thing. Makes that LS sing. Oh, 48. 48 on a 50. You can't tell me these guys aren't trying. 48 on a 57 flat for Brad Lynch. I'm sure you'll find him in a pretty sweet area in Rumble, if that's where he's intended to be. But great runs both sides of the racetrack. So they're all sharpening up a little bit too much for the 550, and that just goes to prove how good the track conditions are already, that these guys are hitting their marks. Oh, quality, quality, quality. Nathan Peters and Mark, well, it says there Mark Lindner, but I think it's Mark Linniston. How's the big Chevelle? How's the Barra-powered VC Valiant? So, hang on, we're just alerting. Shoot pin, thank you. That's mandatory for the shoot pin to be out. It's a Willowbank rule. Shoot pin out before the burnout, because in case you're on the way down after the burnout, something happens, you've got the ability to pop the chute. That's a rule that a lot of people have. Barra-powered VC Valiant bumps it in. Oh, sits there and blows the tyres off it a little bit. Gets back on it. Linniston, it might have had the same issue there. They both sort of hung around a little bit on the start line. 7:43 for Mark and Nathan a 7:70. Geez, they must have wound the wick up in the old Val. The old Val looks like it's got plenty of mumbo on board. So the VC Valiant, a Chrysler product for those people watching overseas. 273 on Overtaking lane, watching from right around the world. And as we said, we had guys from Estonia and Poland last night picked us up. So this is just what tell you what, it was great to show them, proudly show them. Once you know you've got people from overseas watching on a stream, you're just a little bit more proud of your home track and the cars that we've got here. And life is pretty good in the Sunshine State. Kenda, the radial state. Queensland. Willowbank Raceway, Drag Radial's finest. This track's got a little bit of sun on it now, and I can't help but think that we will, because of just the nature. I know it was supposed to be in the high 20s today, is that sun still doesn't discriminate. Once you've got bare sunlight like this, you know this track's going to get hot to a stage that it might become a little uncomfortable at times, and that's only because of the the track temp. So it'll be interesting to see what track temp we get to today. That, as we said, Mark, the weather keeps us in the high 20s, but that track's still going to probably see 50 odd. I'd say so. Getting the breath back.
Just getting the breath back, mate, running up the stairs.
Those stairs don't get any easier, do they?
No, it's well, that pays off, mate, being lazy. I left all my race gear in the car from last
and
weekend.
who needed that?
Someone in the KPM Performance
Oh,
field
right.
there.
Yeah, well, there we go. Needed an upgrade in the safety gear.
It was cold last night. He wore his fly suit home to Warwick.
And then he didn't bring
Left
it
it there.
back. Oh, right. There we go. Yeah, no, you'd be lost without that stuff. Now, here's Brent Dreyer from Burpengary. Now, Brent, I followed, Benny Dreyer. I followed Benny in yesterday, 6:55. Not a bad run for him in Rumble. I followed him in yesterday afternoon. They had a camper vehicle towing the trailer of the Camaro. The trailer had 3 pop tires.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was limping in. That thing was limping in on the trailer last night, Benny. But they got here.
You got to. That's all that matters, and worry about that stuff after
I
racing.
saw 2 popped on one side. I thought, oh God, they've had a double blowout. Then you saw 1 missing on the other side. It's like, wow, they've had a hell of a trek to get up here. But they are here now, and right now we're going for a little bit of a rub with the tyre sled. Not much, nothing major here other than a quick tweak and a.
Yeah, guys, we might just throw up a quick ad break from the sponsors of the stream.
Weather again. I'll have
While
a
we
quick
do a little
squeeze
bit of
the
prep here.
Drag racing weather app for us.
Yeah,
See
sure.
what the temps and everything are.
There we go. Someone says, going to need sunscreen if you come out today. An hour in and I'm already burnt. Well, you know, that just goes without saying. In Australia, we've pretty well got it drummed into us, don't I? If you're going outside, put on your sunscreen and put on your hat because the sun just gets you. And as they say in the Northern Territory, 11 to 3 under a tree. And if you can't be under a tree between 11 and...
Their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tyres is there for you. Kenda Tyres, designed for your journey.
Australian made and owned, Hi-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose Hi-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
What it's done to him, you know, he's getting bits... Every time you see him, he's got another bit cut out of him, and it's like, mate, how do I avoid doing that? And the one thing is I always wear long sleeves out. I'm always a long sleeve shirt, long pant wearer, so I mainly do that so I keep a lot of me clean and get the clothes dirty. But there's a second thing there. That's the reason why I've grown the mullet, because with the mullet, of course, there's no sun on your neck, is there? You see, that's
why.
That's why I've grown the mullet, to keep the sun off the neck, and then all I need is the hat.
Party at the back.
And I always wear the hat. I mean, my wife, when I go to mow the lawn, I get fully decked out in full length denim gear. I go out there and she goes, aren't you going to be hot? I said, yeah, but I'm not going to be burnt. I'll be hot, I won't be burnt, and I'll be in for a beer in 20 minutes anyway.
You don't have the beer with you as you mow it?
No, it makes it flat. The vibration makes it run flat, so you've got to drink it fast, and there's no point sitting on one.
I've got a little stubby holder on my rider mower, so...
Well, I think about those cool shirts and everything like that, you know, where you wear them, you could just sort of fill them with, you know, a frozen drink.
It's getting a bit serious, isn't it, when you're doing that, mowing?
Yeah,
cool shirts.
And you know what?
How did we get to this point?
Mowing, going outside, going in the sun.
Outside.
People in the grandstands with no sun protection. How few guys got their big straw hats on there? The boys have got the Reese hats on, or the Bunnings hats on, or whatever like that. We've still got a poor couple of blokes there with no hats on. There's poor gentleman here in the grey shirt here. Poor bloke here, he's got no hat on. Like, you know, and this bloke here's got no hat on. So is that bloke. So is that person. So is that lady.
the Kenda guys have got you covered. We do have hats over at the merchandise tent, as well as all the new shirts
And not for free.
hoodies
And not for free.
They're not for free.
We might just be.
Exchange them for a little bit of cash, not much. But
Well, we're just trying to shame you into a purchase, really. We're just trying to guilt you. It works in various other ways. We're just trying to use the old guilt you deal into getting one.
we give you
it's
good
mainly
racing.
out of a duty of care. It's mainly out of, we got to whack something on. You know what I think used to work, and we used to have them as giveaways at Kenda? I think there were Kenda golf caps. And I don't know whether we've got any more of that. No, I remember there might have been golf. There might have even been hats, like the proper straw hat deal. I remember there was some of that merchandise laying around. I don't know whether we've got any of that here now, but there's Kenda golf shirts, all sorts of stuff.
See, I'm not an OG Kenda guy. I sort of came into it late.
Yeah, well, I'm still wearing the same shirt you're wearing, mate. I don't know about merch. I mean, I scrounge a cat once in a while there, and you know what?
I still got my first ride hat here.
You know what? And my ride hat's worn out because I'd wear it to work. But now this hat only comes out every Kenda, so I don't want to wear this any other time because you don't want to mess it up.
Would you believe last weekend? So I've got a bit of a dodgy knee at the moment from playing footy. I can't mow. I can't push the mower. I walk out. My missus is doing the mowing with my Kenda hat on.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
like, what are you doing? Like, no.
Did you tell her to put some clothes on? Did you tell her to put some clothes on and let you take over? Well, it's just, here's the missus mowing the lawn in a Kenda hat. I mean, that's all you told me.
You've got me there.
Put some clothes on. Put some clothes on, love.
Don't be wearing this.
The neighbours the neighbours would be complaining. If my next door neighbour mowed the lawn naked, I wouldn't be complaining.
Oh, okay.
And he's a good-looking bloke. No. No, she's a lady next door. She's a rally car driver.
Rally car driver.
She's a rally car driver. How would you feel living in suburban Brisbane? You're already self-conscious that you've got the loudest car in the suburb, and that any time I fire my thing up, lucky enough I can open the whole back of my workshop up to the backyard and can not hide it under the house. I share it in the valley, right? And then the next door neighbour, she moved in, and I'm up there one day and I said, oh, look, I'm just letting you know. She goes, oh, what's your trailer for? And I said, oh, it's for my race car. She goes, you got a race car? I said, yeah, I've got a drag car. She goes, well, mine arrived next week, and she's got 2 WRX rally cars, and she's a full state rally championship competitor. So she'll run every round of the state championship.
You've got to be happy when you got someone like that moving in next
100%.
door.
She bought the house solely because it had the garage space. Next door's a unique house. It's got a garage on each side of the house. You know, sometimes you'll just see the two together. Well, this has got one on one side, one on the other, and she's decked out under that house. And you'd kill to have that house next door because it's got 2 separate workshop areas, as well as an area that folds. And she's just dropped a huge amount underneath the house, and it's like a hotel under the house. And you slide back these doors, and there's the WRX, and here's the workshop, and you go, baby, that's a hell of a neighbour setup right there. So we're in a happy place in good old suburban land.
That's good.
We've got 2 guys in the street. They've got their own mechanical workshops in the street as well. So we get Repco and Burson deliveries on the hour. So if you want spare parts delivered to your house, well, your neighbours have got you covered. And we're only in just little suburban Everton Hills, mate. I'm 10k from the bloody city. Well, I'm sure people in other major capital cities would only dream of having, 10k's from a CBD, and yet I've got, I can put 6 cars on the drive. I can't have a shed in the backyard, but I can have 6 cars on the driveway, 1 in the garage, and
the race cars.
And then I've got 3 on the street. So you should see me on Friday night as the little valet boy. When I finish with a set of keys, I put them in the letterbox, and then the next thing you know, at the end of the night, when I'm finishing Sunday Arvo, I'll take 6 keys.
Thanks for the dono, Ray. You're a legend.
Now, well, these cars all right for now? What do we need moved, I'll never go for acreage. I'll never be able to probably afford it. So I think block it, nice little house, 10k from the CBD. I'll be happy for now. 56 minutes to here. So that's all right, isn't it? How many minutes is it for you to get here?
About 10.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
So 10 minutes and you're here.
Yeah, I'm just at Yamanto, so that works out well.
Put it in neutral and you roll all the way to the... Yeah, no, well, that's... anywhere I've travelled around Australia with Drag Challenge, and you go into these towns where these racetracks are. I could live in Portland. You could live in Portland. The track's 5 minutes from town. You could live in Roma. The track's 5 minutes from town. Like Gladstone, you are a little bit out, but I mean, you're still not far from Tannum Sands there and everything. So you imagine if you have had a nice house there near the beach, and you can be at the drag strip in 10 minutes. Like, there's some dream places to live, and you've probably got a chance to make. You can probably get some 8. Yeah, spring mount, the same deal. You could go get yourself a beautiful block of dirt. Even Bundy up to Benarabi, you know, there's many wide open spaces in this country where you can be close to a drag strip.
Okay.
Portland's great because you're near the country, you're near the ocean, and there's a drag strip. All right, so Harley Hamilton, did he have this issue last night? Was he had trouble maybe selecting gears last night? I can't remember.
Well, everyone's there ready to push him back. It doesn't sound like he's killed the engine yet, so he might not have reverse. Obviously, he doesn't have reverse, but he might be able to still complete this pass. Perry Boulevard, though, on that first run went 395 at 178 miles an hour. The shoots were out early. It was impressive early in the increments for the car. Perry Boulevard, what's he got here on pass number 2? What did they learn from that first run? It looks like Hamilton will be doing this pass, so they are ready to rock and roll moving forwards. Obviously just hasn't got reverse at the moment. Perry Boulevard moving forward now, just being guided in. A lot of these guys, you notice that they sort of stage to the either left or the right-hand side of the tracks, trying to get that fresh glue.
This is going to be interesting because, as I said, we've got that little bit of heat.
The 95 puts him number 5 at the moment for Perry Boulevard. He went 380s in testing, almost 205 mile an hour. Only 178 on that first pass. Hamilton's got the shut-off signal by his crew guy, so he's getting pushed back now. Boulevard will be on a solo pass, and the Maltesers. Beast the Candyman, bumping it in. Oh, too much power this time around. He was a bit soft in the first round. It was like a 108 60 foot from memory. He was very conservative.
Yeah, so again, whether or not it just had an issue, because, you know, as he said before, it was on 6 cylinders last night, and on that first run maybe it was something similar, but it definitely seemed to have all its power then. But I do think we're in this little area now where we'll get that heat on it. I mean, we're 11:30 here, and you know, near the middle of the day here, you get that real drenching of sunlight that really makes all of what we've got out here just that little bit uneasy. And everyone can admit, as much as you try and keep that track consistent all day, that heat just becomes something hard to work with. But you know what, the boys are still on it as much as they can, and they're doing the very best that they can with it. And that just means that the Candyman's going to have to try and do something in the next 4 hours, because as we said, to about 3:30 is when we close the lanes off. So he's got 4 hours to try and get a couple of runs down before we go 3 rounds of racing after that. So it's good that he banked that 395. But then when we finish seeding everything in those categories, it'll be interesting to see how it all ends up. Now, we've got a whole bunch of Rumblers ready to go and a whole bunch of Renegades, and I think we're going to be letting those guys loose very, very soon. So we've got them all lined up. I've had a couple of our guys message me to say, I'm in the lanes, I'm ready to rumble, and it's like, well, we'll get you out when we can. So I've still got a few guys lined up. We've got Wade there, we've got Webby there. In fact, it's time. It's time to put another notch in that black belt. So Mr. Wade Wagstaff, number 1 qualifier.
Current temperature is 22 degrees or 72 Fahrenheit for our overseas listeners. So that's still nice and cool. Even with the sun glaring down on the racetrack, it will definitely warm up. Yeah, later on today. But here we go. Wade Wagstaff, our number 1 qualifier, taking on the car of Tony Webb, the Tirana from Holbrook Racing. Wagstaff, 379, only 190 mile an hour.
Yes, this will be a great run between the two. Webby already with a 442, so you can take that and bank it. But I think he wants to get himself back into the 30 zone. We are at this little, we're at a little bit of a precipice in track performance, I think, in the next hour or so. I really do think that we've got a track out there with enough temperature already.
Yep.
And let's just see how the tuners do. Of course, Luke Marston out the front there, guiding Wade Wagstaff in. That thing's only going to get quicker with that 5-speed in it. And Webby, 565 cubes, twin-turbo big block Chev on a 275. So an Outlaw Radial against an Outlaw 275. Yeah, Webby's goes for a nice walk, 117 to the 60 at 453, 164 mile an hour. And Wade, just sat there and blew the tyre off it.
It was pretty much instant there for Wade Wagstaff.
That was a nice percentage run there for Webby, a 453 in the heat. a 4:42 on the previous run for him. And Wade, didn't he hit the mark first up on the track with 3:79? So you can say he's banked that. But these boys don't like getting to this stage where they can do a 79 and then zing it for 3 runs after that. They'll be harder than ever working to get a combination that's going to work in between all of that. And we may not see the magic numbers again until we get to dusk. Those last 2 rounds, I think. Even the last round of qualifying might surprise us.
Especially once the track gets a bit of heating and then the sun starts going down, where it keeps that core temperature with the cooling conditions. That's always when it's optimal for these guys. And now we've got Joe Gauchi back on the start line. Ran a 3:85. First pass up this morning on track, 3:85. Was number 1 for about a minute.
Yeah, that was crazy, wasn't it?
It was nuts. First up this morning. That's why you need to be here from the start of qualifying, taking on the team of Marcus Page here in the hot rod. He's been running 480s in testing as well. They're picking up performance. Yeah, and he's always there. He's always there at the end of the night as well, Marcus.
Yeah, this thing's wild. Like this is almost like a radial fuel altered. You know, it's a nitrous. It is a nitrous big block. It's a big block Chrysler. It's still legally registered in New Zealand. So
that's crazy.
That's Marcus for you. And geez, we were talking about last night. Seat of the pants drive. This is a seat of the pants drive if I've ever seen one. You see where he's got the bandit shifter there on the side. So you get to see a lot of Marcus Page on the way down. Of course, Joe Gauchi, him and his son built this at Wollongong. The Profab Mustang, of course, sponsors Carl Cox DJ on the rear quarter as well. Looks after all of Carl Cox's equipment when there's engineering to be done. Yeah, so Joe, just 2 shots at it. Marcus, no issues. A 5:02 gets him on the board. 145 mile an hour. Not as much hassle on the way down as we saw from Joe. Joe just was not happy in that lane. Zing, zing, and had a few troubles.
So do you think these guys have gotten a little bit more aggressive now after their first passes, learning to see what the track can take?
Yeah, I think they may have tried to keep it the same as the last run and see if it would stick. I don't think they you know, I suppose if that did what it did, you just go, well, let's not touch anything, let's go again.
See what happens, yeah.
And in that case, he didn't like it. But that can be just the window of 45 minutes to an hour from where you caught it as it was heating up to when it's maybe at a temp that's not happy for a little while. But, you know, the more laps you put on these cars, the more you know. But I just know from memory that when we get to this time of the day, we do get some guys hit and some guys miss. We see some guys just go run, 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 and they've got a combo that just seems to be, completely perfect in any condition. We've got guys where it just goes over the mark a little bit when it's a little bit long.
Mark Ashworth now on the radial bike. The Suzuki gets out the 167.60 foot. He will take this thing, goes 6.25 at 120 miles an hour. Mark Ashworth, that puts him into about 4th or 5th spot for the bike guys so far. Of course, the Outlaw Radial bike being brought to us by STS Speed Shop. They've got a few awards there in that class today as well for the Outstanding Boosted Outlaw Radial bike and the Outstanding Aspirated Outlaw Radial bike. Of course, the guys at STS Speed Shop supporting the Kenda series here today. Check them out on Facebook as well.
Here we go. So the temp has risen a bit.
It has.
Yeah, air temp 40, but track temp about 40 plus track temp.
Yep, that's not too bad. That's all right still.
Yeah, someone said here, Carl Cox needs to spin a DJ set at Willowbank and turn into a rave. Now, I got told what's happening in Sydney. Did you hear what's happening in Sydney?
He's doing a Friday night session.
Of course, he's running his pro mod down there, Carl Cox, in Sydney. But Friday night, he is going to put on a set. For the first time ever, Carl Cox, who's a drag racing tragic, is going to actually be a DJ at the drag strip.
So I'm not a DJ guy, so this is going to be my first experience. I'll be down there in Sydney for Kenda series, but my first experience for something like that, because I'm a bit of a rock sort of guy. I don't follow that sort of music, so I'm interested to see how it all plays out with that sort of.
If you want to catch up with something, he's done it every week since lockdown, called Carl Cox Cabin Fever. Go to YouTube. Yep. Go to Cabin Fever, and I started at 52 and worked my way back to 1. And it's a 1 hour set where he'll just grab vinyl from his own collection. He's got 28,000 records in a warehouse in his garage in Victoria, and he'll just randomly, he's got them all by year. So he just grabs some from different years, and then he'll mix them up, and he'll do an hour with them, and then come in and out with commentary and everything. Johnny Haley, that's a little bit better. From the blown big block, small block rather, 566. There we
Yeah,
go. So
very
I mean,
consistent.
he can work with that. He can definitely work with that. 566 and 559. But yeah, no, Carl will give you an hour of whatever, and he'll theme it too. So and you can see why the guy's got millions of followers. Like he is an enigma. He's very big. There's a Netflix series called What We Started, and you've got to watch that. It's surreal because I'd met Carl a couple of years ago and seen him a couple of times at the track, and we would just sit in his trailer and talk drag racing, all about drag racing, and he's mad about it. But then you spend a bit of time with him. He's such a gentleman. He's so articulate, and that he's just had this streak. He'd race at Santa Pod when he was 17 in a GT Capri, and he'd tell you about he'd go out to Santa Pod and race. So he was trying to build a career at 17. His dad didn't believe that was a real job, that you could get paid doing this. And if you now go and watch the Netflix doco called What We Started, Carl was right at the beginning when you would ring a 1300 number on a pole. They'd give you a pre-recorded message of the address out in the country, and they'd start at 3 a.m. in the morning. That's how underground it was, and they would do, and that's it there. Check this out, Trent Bianco, Russell Eckert, Trent Bianco, the Tyre City Lancer. I think that's Turbo 4G63 front-wheel drive. $6.99 for Trent, $5.54 for Russell Eckert. That's got to be close to the pointy end of Renegade.
Yeah, that's a good.
Oh,
pass,
hang
I
on,
reckon.
Car Keith, 52.
Yeah, 52.
Gary Hunt, Dale Duffy just miss out, 44 and 48. That's it, look at that. 54, 59, 60, 88, 99.
And that's why I said this is a real driver's class, this bracket for the Rumble and the Renegade guys.
I think we're going to see a whole bunch of them right now. 556 40 cars.
Dave Hutchison in the XT Falcon. Wagon gets out there, very sharp 4-on-5 reaction time. Takes us through, runs a 7.12, 96 mile an hour. Troy Stokes with some issues there on the start line, takes through with a 7.06, 128 miles an hour. So he's got a bit more left in that beast for Stokes. He did spin straight off the hit there in that Commodore. Rolls through 7.06. Next up, we have got Sean Helson and Ian Dusher there in the Ute.
These are fantastic. All the Ford lovers out there, this has got to be one of your favourite Fords. Sean Helson, full weight XA Falcon. So what's that like?
How heavy do you think it is?
It'll be 3,600 pound. I think it's a nice big heavy 451 cubes of small block Ford. And these were the the evolution of the Falcon.
Oh, look at him pick the wheels up, just hangs it there for Helson. It's his first pass of the morning, goes through for a 583, 116 miles an hour, and Ian goes through with a 734 at 93 miles per hour.
It says there the announcers are getting lazy on the car model. No, well, there we go. XA air mod. We'll keep up. Sorry,
mate.
there.
Sorry.
That's the same guy that was talking about the Vegemite sandwiches at the track.
You love our Vegemite sandwiches.
Yeah, Craig Williams and Jeff Rice. So Jeff Rice in the tough-looking Capri. It's got Renegade on it. Rumbler beside him is the Mustang of Craig Williams, 66 Mustang. Whoa, nice wheelie too. Did you get a wheelie and a 550? Let's have a look. Oh, 577, great running Renegade. And a 21 will see Craig Williams into the Radial Rumble category. Of course, Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, the sponsor of Renegade, and All Over Group, sponsor of Rumble.
I think we had about 130 entries today for the entire day here at the Kenda Series. Our biggest classes, of course, are the Rumble and the Renegade. Daniel Ward now with the Valiant on the start line, taking on Shane Locke in the Chevy Ute down there from Cedar Grove. Throwing 83 cubes on board for Locke. Ward 5.3 litre. Bumping it in. Oh, look at the wheels up there for Ward.
He did a huge wheelie in Sydney. Can't hear you at half track. Okay, so someone's saying can't hear you at half track.
I've had a few of those, but I'm not sure if it's us or if it's actually the speakers down there. But
I think it might be.
574 for Ward, and Locke goes a 652 at 105.
We've got everything on up here, so maybe it's a couple of speakers out there, Jesse.
Yeah.
So if anyone can put a shout out for an Oxy or a Map Gas, please. Brap. An Oxy or a Map Gas to Stu Henry's pit, please. There looks like there's a photo of a header there that's not in the right place. So if anyone can help with an Oxy or a Map Gas, they need to be able to bend something back there. So if anyone can help out Stu Henry with an Oxy or a Map Gas, I think they need to apply a bit of heat, do a bit of bending. Here's Archie Kieski in the little Mazfix 13B Turbo Jatco 3-speed Mazda 1000 Ute, and Ian Primble, the XD Ute with the Fairmont front, or the LTD front rather. Oh, Oh, Archie punches second, first and second.
He's having a bit of fun, old Archie.
He said this thing's gone 580s. He reckons.
580s,
So
really?
it's just boiled the tyres there on the first hit. 682 there for Ian Primble in the utility, firmly in the Rumble class. All right, so we've seen Brett Coles with his 13B. We've seen Archie with his 13B. I know we've got Dwayne out there somewhere in the RX rotary-powered Mazda 626. So that'll be the 3 rotors today. Yeah, how's that? Good runs. We've got the Bricky out there now. We've got Tony Inglis and Matt Britnell. Beautiful paint on the board. The boys are all having a little trouble their first hit on the track.
Yeah, Britnell there spun as well. Inglis a little bit as well. He rolls through for a 647, 112 mile an hour for the HG Ute. And Britnell goes to 795 at only 95 miles an hour. So there are a few cars now struggling on the hit.
And then there's some ones that just sound dead set serious, and this is one of them. This is one of these tough Aspo Renegade cars as well, and that's Gary Milgate. Now, of course, we raved on about Gary Hunt's very stout Commodore. Gary Milgate, one tough XB Ford. Tocker power on board. Bit of Tony O'Connor small block. Oh, Gary didn't get the trans brake on. They're going to have to throw the red on him, I think. Of course, Luke Hauser, the little KE70 Corolla with the turbo EcoTech V6. Of course, the guys in the United States.
649, 103 mile an hour for Hauser in the Corolla coaster.
Yeah, that's right. 649. That's of course the V6 Buick powered Corolla. And Gary Milgate just didn't grab that trans brake button in time. I think as he went to roll, he hit it. The thing caught him.
Just kept moving. So maybe a loose wire or something there for the car there. Oh, Milgate next pairing up. First time I've seen this Ute today, 7313, the Holden Ute. I haven't got a name on screen at the moment, but it looks tidy from up here, very tidy. And Barney Lindner in the 1968 Camaro backing up.
Yeah, Barney loves his radial rumble class. This car can go right on the 640, blown small block street Camaro. And beside him, I think this is out of the Castle Hill Studios in Sydney, the very tough looking VZ utility. Barney's got a bit of heads up action as well. He's got the imaginary amber. It's all happening.
It is all happening, yeah.
It's all happening. Barney was loaded for that first pro tree and just maybe didn't grab the button as well. There we go.
Not sure, but spin from our driver in the Holden Ute there goes through for a 988.
There'll be some hot laps there. I'd say they'll be putting those cars straight back in the lanes. But how's that that's the first imaginary amber of the day. We normally see that little mystery amber pop up where they think they saw it and they leave, but he didn't have it in there long enough.
So what can the guys do, like in say the Rumble or Renegade class? Say they're getting a bit of spin on the start line. What can they do to try and negate that spin?
I think it's got to be launch RPM, whether or not you can change chips. Like if you've got a two-step, if you've got an RPM there that you can lower, you might have to try a little bit of I'm going to squeeze it off the line here now. Some guys probably can't throw it. It's like your deal with it. You've got a big block, big tyre dragster. You know that when you pull the button, you're throwing everything that's got at that tyre. In these cases, if they aren't zinging them, they might just have to just do the squeeze. You probably never had to squeeze your car off the line.
No, I haven't. Just interesting to see what these guys can do.
I think that's about the only thing they can do.
Yeah.
Justin Squires and Daniel Late. Check out the newbies. Check out the Patina HZ Kingswood with the LS in it. Whoa, a big pop out of Daniel Late's Calais. Now, I don't know what engine's on board, but he's trying to find gears. I hope he's not stricken, but it was a hell of a pop on the leave.
Yeah, 822 for Squires, 84 mile an hour. Not really representative passes either side of the track. They just spin. That seems to be the name of the game at the moment as we're getting the sun directly hitting the racing surface here at Willowbank Raceway for the Kenda 660 series. So as the next time out, we've got today, is the Radio Right the next Kenda event, or have we got another one in between?
We've got another one in Sydney, which I think we might be calling that. We might be calling that right yet. We might yet be doing that. So that's the next one. I think that's coming up in July down there in Sydney. And look, it was just that sprinkly rain in the morning of Saturday that really threw out any chances of getting it dry to run the day. So we ended up testing for about 5-6 hours, and everyone in attendance that stayed absolutely loved what they saw. Check this out, Craig Scotty. Now I know the name. Craig Scotney from Pyalba, but he's got the Mitzi, calls it the Mitzi. It's the Mitsubishi Scorpion with the 393 Clevo on board. He's got the radial bug. Paul Kelsall, of course, he's got the clone. It says here clone. It's the Dodge Daytona clone.
So the old Roadrunner?
Yeah, check it out. The Daytona running in Rumble. So one Renegade car being the Mitsubishi Scorpion. And you know what, we see more Scorpions on drag strips than on the streets these days.
Scotney out there goes 140 to the 60 for running the Renegade class. Goes at 579, 122 mile an hour. And Kelso goes an 824 at 82 miles an hour. Now, did they run those Roadrunners in like NASCAR in like 60s?
They were. I think they only had a short run of
Yep.
about a year or two. They had the Hemi in them and everything, and they were just.
I just love them, man. I love that body style.
I just love that time of. I love that time of life in the States is when US car manufacturers were throwing anything they could at the racetracks.
Yep.
Like, you know, we had that factory experimental situation, you know, where you'd have the lightweight drag specials brought straight off the showroom floor. They still kind of do it now with the Copo cars, but you know, even what they were doing at NASCAR, they were doing it on every level, the manufacturers back then, because they realised race on Sunday, sell on Monday does still work.
Yeah, Lucas Jackson this time goes through the stage before the tree is activated. Nicholas Smith, though, no issues in that Holden Ute. Runs through for a 703, 99 mile an hour. Lucas Jackson won't get a time because he left before the tree was activated. And we got a lot of viewers still on the overtaking lane. How many we got there?
290.
290.
Yeah.
Thank you to all you guys.
And you know what? Here we are thinking, oh yeah, you know, you see the odd Chevy Love, but we've got a couple of Chevy Loves today. I think that's three.
Yeah.
I think we might have Eddie and Dusha. We've got Ben Ramsey, got James Costello here with the utility. 5. So this is an EH Holden utility. So we are 1964-ish.
Yeah, I'm not good with the years.
1964-ish big block Chev, 555 cubes, and he's in Radial Renegade. And check that little Chevy Love out, 376 cubes. What a great little Love. Short wheelbase, sheet metal tray on the back. Utilities, plenty of them here in Australia.
Oh, good light from Costello there in the Holden Ute. 082, he will get to the finish line first, goes 584, 118 miles an hour. Ben Ramsey, 693 at 102 miles an hour in that Chevy Love.
Oh yeah, they're all finding their marks, the Renegades and the Rumbles, and they're all rolling around for more runs. We've got plenty of cars in all the categories still rolling through. Steve Carkeet coming for another run. I'm looking for my mate Dwayne with his little Mazda 626. He's buzzing me before saying, you know, when can we run? I want to run. It's like, well, are you in the lanes? That'll help if you're there. Beth Mansfield French, here we are. She's in the Capri. She'll be in Rumble. And Joseph Predel, this HD, don't know where it's going to be. It's pretty stout.
Yeah, he actually rolled through the beams before he took off there, Predel, in that HD. An 803 for Beth. And an 880 for Joseph Predel. They're about 4.5 seconds, 64, because he had actually started the time as well before he left. That's a 6 second car.
I think they're about 66, 67, the HRs, HDs, yeah. So they came in after the EHEJ.
Have a look at the wagon over here for Terry Mansfield French there, the Falcon wagon. It's nice.
It does say here. Now, if the bug has bitten the Mansfield French as well, if that's 557 cubic inches in the wagon. Now that's got the Fairlane guards on it. So that's a Fairlane wagon, if you could call it that. You know, everything from sort of XT shape onwards. And beside him, Steve Carkeet, well, you can't mistake the HQ, the only model with the taillights in the bumper bar.
Yeah, I think Carkeet's the quickest car in Renegade so far today with that 552. He won't improve this time around because he spun on the hit there. Terry Mansfield French, though, will take the Falcon 3, goes 740 at a 93 mile an hour. And Carkeet is an 837 and only 61 mile an hour.
Yeah, just didn't want to get all the power down this time. And as we say, some guys just hit it every pass and it's not an issue. And then some are just marginal when we get that extra bit of heat into it. The boys rolling through. Plenty in the lanes. Brent Cole's back for another run. The Series 1 RX-7, 13B Turbo, C4 automatic. Beside him, here's the spray coming up.
I was about to say, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get some track prep soon.
Yeah, I would say. You kind of wish you could put the covers on it for an hour and just take the sting off the track. I almost wish you could put a sunscreen on it. If there was something you could mix in the spray that made it a that made it a reflective material. Imagine if it was white. Imagine if you could spray something that was white on the track. That'd reflect the heat.
You might be onto something there.
Well,
Thanks.
it's the only time they're ever going to get racing back in South Africa anyway. So it'd be one way, because the tyres are black, you see, that's the problem. Grant Collins and Brent Coles.
Brent Coles in the RX-7, Collins in the Tirana on the grandstand side here at Willowbank Raceway. Both cars are in full stage. Collins gets out first at Tirana, 355. Coombs on board this Tirana, ran a 668. Earlier goes 619 this time around. He improves by half a second. Coles takes his RX-7 through for a 656, 110 mile an hour. So not as quick as his earlier 599.
He's definitely got some slippage going on in that converter. It definitely sounded slippy. That was on the converter for a fair amount of time there. And yeah, just off that happy 599 that it ran before. They keep on rolling, let me tell you. He'll be hitting the aircon, Marky, eh? Yeah, why not? I turn it down. Turn it. Yeah, let's kill it right down. Let's crank that down to 21. Daryl Beavis and Michael Grillis. So Marco Grillis, of course, he's got the plumbing business in Sydney. He's good mates of mine. We're fellow plumber brothers. We're the plumber brothers from other mothers. And he is loving getting into rumble into that 640 zone. He went a little bit too quick last night. What's he got this time? 44. Hey, keep an eye out on Mick Grillis at a 644 mark. That might very well be
That's
the
nice
closest number to our 640 that we've seen.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, mate. Just having a look, there's a bunch of cars in that 640 zone for the Radial Rumble bracket. So we do have a couple of those heads-up index ET base brackets. We've got the Radial Renegade, which is 550 heads up, and the Radial Rumble, which is 6.40 seconds heads up. The basic rules: get to the finish line first, don't go quicker than those ETs, and you get the win. That's how easy it is. Michael Paternotis in the the Holden Montana taking on Colin Beavis in the HK Ute. Paternotis the closest to the grandstand side of the racetrack here at Willowbank Raceway. Beavis gets out first in his HK, but it's more Paternotis here in the Montana. He goes through for a 642. Oh, that's tight. 106 miles an hour, and Beavis goes 741. That's a good pass from Paternotis.
Yeah, scroll that back up there and have a look at the 40s there. So what do we got? Yeah, Paternotis 642 with a 4, and if we scroll through there, we had, Paternotis 642 with a 4, Grillis 644 with a 5, Tony Inglis 647, Damien Morris 647, Luke Hauser 649. So they're sharpening up in Rumble. All right, here's the little Dado 1200. And that's Jason Gerstgrasser, 2-litre Nissan, Paul Allen beside him, 632 cubes in the Camaro.
How about these two cars on the track? That's a great shot from up here in the commentary box looking down. Paul Allen goes to 756. He was off of it way early, and Jason goes through with a 665 in that little Nissan, the 2-litre, at 101 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't know what's on board that. It could be an SR20, but how's that? 665, lifted the wheels and everything.
First time we've seen Daryl Freeman today in the Centura to take on Darren Lowe in the Falcon, the old Ford.
He's normally pretty stout, Daryl Freeman. This is a nitrous-assisted 265 Chrysler Hemi 6 in that Centura. Of course, the French Chrysler they all talked about that they did. Darren Lowe, the Falcon, 351 cubes of GT. Breathing a little heavy there through the 660 is the Falcon. Freeman all the way through too, 690 and a 784. So yeah, still plenty of smoke coming out of Darren Lowe's Falcon there. But yeah, getting those runs down.
Mate. Just blowing the cobwebs out.
Sometimes that's all it needs is the cobwebs blowing out of it. We're going for a quick wander there to make sure that that's all A-okay.
Yeah.
So we're getting plenty of good runs in here, and the variety is just incredible, isn't it? We've got a 2-litre Dado that looks like a sleeper goes in there, goes hard. We've got that VL with the small block in there hard. We've got the shoebox Chevys coming up here in a sec. We've got tons of utilities. Throw in a panel van or two. A couple of station wagons, long roofs. We've got every combo in those two classes. Renegade and Rumble give us nearly every body shape.
Big thank you to Simon and Carol Swimming Pools for supporting the Radial Renegade class this weekend, and all over group for the Radial Rumble guys. They're getting...
Yes,
supporting these classes.
Yes, now Simon's not racing this
I was about to
weekend.
ask about Simon, haven't seen him.
He tested, I think, last Monday, and he just lost a little bit of compression in one cylinder, and he thinks it might have been hurt previously, but they hadn't picked it up. But they did pick it up, and they decided, look, I'm not going to thrash on it. We're not going to rush anything. He's a guy that certainly doesn't rush. And he's just decided to be a professional spectator, and he certainly get caught up on the drinking last night at Simon.
Michael Harper now in the Chevy Coupe gets out of the 290 reaction time against Trevor Owen, the Tirana. Harper goes through for a 6:47. He joins those 6:40 guys, 107 mile an hour, and Owen goes a 6:90 at 99 miles an hour in that LC Tirana.
Wow, that's a six-banger Tirana there too.
Is
so
it really?
yeah,
That's good.
So
That's
him and Ian Webber both sort of in that 70 690 thing. So a couple of gunslingers. Here he is. Here's the bloke that was so hot in his fire suit that he was whinging to me about it. Dwayne Wisby. He's got the 13B turbo with the Jatco on board, and beside him Brian Zell. Hang on, parachute pin.
The parachute pin.
Parachute pin. Come on back, Dwayne. Parachute pin. If you've got to shoot, you need the pin out. That's Willowbank rule, isn't it? It's the pin out before you even go out.
I think everywhere.
Pin out before you roll out.
Yep.
And Dwayne's got plenty on this car. Like, he'll take it over 500 with the tyres. This time goes through, like, even with a soft launch of 690. He didn't know whether to go Rumble or Renegade, and said, well, start where you were, and then if you go too fast, we can get you into Renegade later. So even with no boost, that's a pretty good run to start.
That is a good pass. You know what I'm a big fan of? It's just not even having a pin in the parachute, because if you want it to fall out, you want it to do it when you're towing around to the pits. Towing around, like, to the staging lanes, you know. If it falls out there, it's like, well, it would have come out in the past, so...
Yeah.
Well,
that's it.
Put it back in.
But you know what? You still see on so many occasions, you know, if you haven't got that chute pin, the actual business pin that pulls everything apart, if you just don't have it in hard enough, you know, you've seen them shake loose in a burnout, and then they back over it because no one tells them, and you can't get the name to them. Check this out. Aussie legend John Payne. With a replica of his old HQ ute from Surface Paradise, except Payne's done a 640 cubic inch big block to run in Kenda.
In the Rumble class as well, 640 cubes.
And Nick Sartakoglu beside him, of course. He's had the VK for ages, Nico.
I'm glad you said that name for me, because I was not going to attempt that in that VK.
Yeah, Paney just blew I didn't know what he was expecting there, Paney, but he just blew the tyres off because he's got so many cubes, it's not funny.
I'm not sure if something came off Payne's car there, just across the finish line.
They're on to it, having a check.
I could be seeing things.
You got to hand it to John Payne. In the history of Australian drag racing, the first the race to be the first 200 mile an hour door slammer in Australia. Payne was right in there with the blowing big block Corvette and 6 second. And remember, just when cars were starting to come out with, you know, the Lenco gearboxes and the Hemi engines, Payne did it with a big block Chev and a Power Glide, and he was, I think, at one stage the quickest automatic door slammer in the world. I think back in the day was John Payne's car. And of course, remember, after the Corvette, he built the split window Corvette and had the Sainty engine in it and his own gearbox, a mixture of Power Glide and Lenco, I think it was. So Johnny Payne hasn't mucked around in his lifetime, let me tell you. He's one of these, and you know what, he's like Georgie Wegner in a way. He's one of these living legends that continues to want to do it, continues to see a new way of going racing and then jumping in with both feet. And I know when we've made it here at Kenda, when we get Georgie Wegner into Rumble, I just reckon we could get get Georgie Wegner in the Sprinter on a radial into Rumble.
I think I grew up obviously out here as a kid, and in the 90s you were either a Victor Bray fan, a Johnny Payne fan, or like a Les Winter fan. I was a John Payne guy. Yeah. I never missed any of his runs out here. I loved that Corvette.
No, Payne's car was incredible. Now entrant 9211 is Luke Cullen. So that's Luke Cullen and Goran Ivanovic.
They're running in that OG 275 class.
Barra Power Cortina, obviously a pretty decent V8 on board for Luke. But hey, how's this one for Zoran?
Nice.
547, 647 there for Cullen beside. But great run there, great run indeed. That's a car that's hit the mark twice, and both at different times of the day. So that's one. Now this is a guy no offence to Mick Arnold and his skills, but this is the sort of time when you think you've got Buckley's are getting all that turbo small block power down on the 235.
Throw some weight in the back of the ute, just over the back wheels.
Well, I had a bag and a half of rapid set left in the van yesterday. I did offer that to him as a bit of ballast.
Throw a toolbox or something in there, that might help.
Well, you know, if you put my plumbing van over the scales at 6,200 pounds,
serious?
It's the heaviest high ace in Australia. I challenge anyone else in Australia to have a heavier high ace than mine. More copper and brass in that thing than Rio Tinto, mate. All right, Michael Arnold and John Elfs, so of course the Sydney team, C&B Performance out the front there. Vic Elfs helping, of course, brother Con behind. Legends in Australian tuning and high performance drag racing. Bump City, baby. Oh, Johnny, it just, wheels just comes out and wheel stands. How good is that? The VT goes for a zing, decides to get back on it, yanks the wheels and carries them a fair amount of the way of the 660, 574 at 149.
That is tough.
Yeah, it's got
absolutely tough. 574, 150 mile an hour, you might as well say for him. That was pedal, hang the wheels down track and still goes 5 second pass there at 150 mile an hour. Very impressive performance from the guys.
And they just want that to hook, and I know that probably maybe an hour, 90 minutes from now, that sun goes down a little bit further and we just lose all that intensity of heat on the track, that it'll hit its straps. We'll see some crazy stuff out of these cars. It's so interesting to watch them come through at this time of the day. They know they can't waste any opportunity on track, so they're coming to the line to do it. And some combos just hit it run after run. Some guys hit and miss, but you know what? At the end of the day, when the track comes good, then the sparks fly. We can't write a script. This is what I love about this movie. We can't write the script. You know we can't. Jamie Swift, this amazing VH Commodore, an entrant 8072.
Daniel Moit.
Daniel Moit. That's why Mauler and all the boys are here.
That's
the Moit's
name I haven't seen in the Kenda series yet.
And I one thing about this car, mate, is this the one that did the huge wheelie last night? It might have been. It might have been.
Jamie Swift now edging forward in the Commodore 6-litre power board. Boyd gets out strong, 127 to the 60 foot. He goes through, runs a 545, 128 mile an hour. Jamie Swift now in the Commodore. Gets it up boost, gets it through, runs a 609, 116 miles per hour there for Jamie Swift.
Yeah, how good's that there for Daniel Moit?
Daniel Moit, that's nice,
545, it really liked it.
Very tidy.
And you can see how high that parachute mount was on that thing there. Like, I think that's the one that did the big wheelies last night. I thought it would have been game over, but if that's the one that broke some stuff off and put the oil down, well, it looks like they must have been able to fix it. But that was, it was pretty tame.
They've got a nice
that
workshop, the Moits boys, as well now.
Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, it's the way that Sydney Dragway's been redeveloped, the way that the Victorian tracks like Heathcote are coming back around, the popularity of events like Drag Challenge, Kenda Radial, Jamborees. There is a real groundswell of interest in those forms of the sport.
Yep.
And what you're finding is guys are now looking back going, well, I've got 5 to 10 years to look forward to doing this. I've chosen what I want, and as long as they still keep coming and doing these events, I'll try and get a car ready to come to them. And what we keep seeing is this continual progression where cars have been finished and they're coming. And this is what we're seeing. Like, here we go.
Jess Beckham.
Yeah, well, and Jess Beckham and entrant 5247, which I think we already had Zarin Titmarsh tell me is twin turbo LS from up north. Give us his name, Zarin, if you're going to film it. Now, he did the big wheelie before.
He did, yeah. Big wheel stand. Jess Beckham in the LC Toronto in a 528 at 133 miles an hour in the first run. The nitrous purge there for the team.
The Cortina has OG 275 on the door, so on the window, so he'll be running in that category. Great category, and OG 275 brought us by Outlaw Mufflers. And Jess Beckham, yes, he's on the 235. Gas small block, gas LS. Oh, great run between the two LS cars. Check out this, side by side, 32 to a 41. Great pairing, 32 to a 541. Right across the ground, both cars. So good to see.
Yeah, that was a good race here in qualifying for Jess Beckham. A little bit slow, a couple hundred slow. I probably expect that for a lot of these cars with the weather conditions. Heating up, they'll naturally lose a couple hundreds performance-wise.
But that's a great run from him. And of course,
Yeah,
going to nitrous, you've got to choose. There's not a lot of nitrous methanol combos, but there's nitrous gasoline, and it's the new unleaded gasolines that everyone's got to get their heads around as far as tuning is concerned. And a few guys have been a little, not so slow on the transition, but really creeping up on it, especially if you're using the spray. Anyone that's a nitrous addict knows that. That's a fine line, that magic juice. All right, here we go. Juan Kudnik, the only tri-charged radial car in the world. Ben Vlacken beside him, the big single-turbo LS-powered VH Holden Commodore.
Now, when you say tri-charge for Juan Kudnik, what does that exactly entail?
A Vortec blower on the front, and the exhaust goes to the back. Turbocharger in the back, blows the boost back through to the plenum. They join together, a bit of nitrous in the middle to light it all up. On pump gas. 3,600-pound leaf spring car. Wow, both cars going pretty well. Juan Kudnik, Ben Vlacken, 499, 534 for one. He's really stepped it up. 499 for Ben Vlacken. That's going to be tough in OG 275. And what about that Juan Kudnik, 534 street car? As we said, 3,600 pounds, leaf spring, pump gas, blower on the front, turbo in the boot, nitrous in the middle on the way back. And if you don't believe me, go and have a look. You can't make this stuff up, Mark. We don't have the bullshit. There's no bullshit here, mate. I had to say that. I'm not going to say BS for all those people watching in America. We say it here once in a while. We can't make this crap up, mate. These guys build these things. Juan Kudnik literally was a passerby at one of our first Kendas and said, Juan, what did you run? I just ran 880 in top sports. And it's like, well, come and run Kenda. Do you run a radial? Yeah, I run a 275. So come and run 275. Then he came and he rang Justin and Scott up and said, oh, there's no rules about power adders in 235. He goes, how many power adders can you have? He goes, well, there's no rule. So he went and got 3. He went and got blower, turbo and nitrous to see if he can do it. And you know what? It's all working. You don't say no to blokes like that. You got to just say, no, do what you want. Let's see what you can do.
He's a little bit of drag racing royalty in Australia as well.
He's won the Australian Super Street champion that many times. He actually brought Super Street into the serious realms of bracket racing to show you that even the most entry-level class can have the right attitude to dominate, and he did. All right, here he is. Dan Symbolics out there, foxing us with times like 2:59 to the 3:30 and 1 second flat in the 60 foot. That's the Hemi Pro Charge Fuel Tech Firebird. It's got all the gear on it. Dandy Engines, Frank Marchese bringing him into beams. Beside him, Sean Richardson, the baddest aluminium Holden V8 in the world. That's right, it's got an all aluminium Holden V8 powered Mustang.
Power management is critical right now at this stage of the day.
Oh, Richo, it almost stuck. Oh, then it's blowing out the breather again.
Yep.
Blowing out the breather again. Now, we better get on that because I think yesterday he had an issue where some of that got onto the track. Well, let's just see what happened on that run. Boy, I thought, Dan, it might have stuck there. Thought it might have stuck.
You just heard the pedal probably about 100 feet out for Richardson.
Yeah, you saw the suspension go into full trouble there, but by then Dan had zinged the tyres quite early. Got off it. Tell you what, he's getting some good laps in that car where he's getting the feel for the foot. And yes, we will stand here in wonderment of that earlier 1 second flat 60 foot and the 2:59 3:30 from that Firebird. I wish I could pull up Wade's time slip and Terry's time slip to see their 3:30s because I can't remember them. But
I think we had a 62.
Yeah, if you're in that mid to low 60 area in the 3:30, that is that 380 odd. That's a 59.8 with an early click to 660.
Yeah, Wade's stuff would probably get to 3:30 fairly quick because he hasn't got that top end charge like the turbo cars.
I might have seen a 58 there. I might have seen a 58 there or a 53 maybe for Wade with that car. I'd actually be interested to know the weights, and I know it'll be hard in the scheme of things right now, and that maybe one could have done some research in the past. Not me, not you, someone. I'd like to know what that Firebird weighs, and I want to know what the turbo car weight. I'd like to actually. I know that I can just about guess right now out of all of those, Wagstaff, Seng, Gauchi, and Bullivant. Look, Bennett. Let's just say the lightest outlaw radial car we got, Stu Bennett. I'm pretty sure that's got to be the lightest car. Wade's will still be at that 2,700 odd poundish.
I would agree with
I
that.
think
yeah.
Joe's is 3,000. I think
Ooh, that's
I
good
think
weight.
Perry's is 3,000.
I know
I
Dale's
think
car was
Kyle's
pretty
is.
heavy.
I think Kyle's is at least 3,000. So yeah, Wade's would be a couple of 100 pounds oddish. It is that 2,800 odd. But I think Stewie's is the lightest. But yeah, Perry's is at 3,000 odd. So we're still pushing 3,000 pound cars, and I don't think Dan's thing. You can't make that thing with the Pro Charger like that. You can't make that a really light car. You wouldn't think. So I'd actually like to know what weight that is, and if Frankie has the time to send me a Facebook Messenger, any of those teams out there that we just mentioned, anyone, actually any Kenda entrant, just Facebook message me and tell me the weight of your car. I'd love to ride it on the side of every car. Wouldn't you love to go, look at this guy, 3,212 pounds against 2,800 pounds?
There's no minimum weight limit here in the outlaw.
We haven't had to pull out a rule book yet. We've just got some guidelines for the classes.
Well, the tyre sort of brings it all back.
It certainly does. And, I know when you talk about the duck races in the States there are rules for, small block, big block, Hemi, C-rotor, nitrous. But basically not the most lax rules in Radial versus the World are the nitrous car rules. Literally there's no minimum weight, no cubic inch restriction. You literally can do what you want with a nitrous car. That's pretty much like Pro Mod anyway. They literally, the nitrous guys do anything. Turbo cars have been getting lead trophies for the last couple of years in duck races.
I think the Pro Charger might get that soon.
Well, to the point that turbo cars really haven't featured too much in the pointy end of the Radial versus the World field. But you look at the other things like the 275 classes, every power add is still right there with each other. There's no advantage over anyone in all those classes. You can even have a gas small block on leaf springs and be quick in X275, You can be like Titan was with a 2J and a 5-speed and a clutch and win X275 running 4.1s like everyone else in the States. But yeah, I'd love to know all of our weights there. I do have a funny feeling that that Pro Charge car can't be too light because it's a lot of engine and the last time I looked at the Pro Charger in that thing, that ain't a light thing at all. That ain't like 2 pounds worth of supercharger. That's a hell of a lot of equipment on board. So I'd be interested to know what the weights are in those cars. But it's good to see that on track the numbers are all very close to each other, like we've seen. Like Wade Wagstaff, screw blowing Noonan Hemi 57, 379. Terry Seng, twin turbo Noonan Hemi 383. Joe Gauchi, Proline 481X, Mustang 385. The 91, who was the 91 just then? So that might be...
That was
Daniel Sabolics.
Yeah,
so Sabolics 391 Pro Charged Hemi, and again, as we said, a 260 flat to the 330. Oh no, that's no worries. All right, so yeah, we have a sitcho with Richo, and that he's put a little bit of the old golden blend down there. That's about a 10-minute cleanup right down there now. So slight delay. That's going to sort of help us with a little bit of our prep. And just seeing walk back to the start line here at the 60 foot. A big welcome to Perry Bullivant back to the start line. Now Mr. Perry, Mr. Snickers, and of course there's Mr. James Horan, Mr. Black Ute. Those two boys have had plenty of little radial battles over the years. And back in the good old days, they're good mates. There he is. Yeah, good old boys. Hey, yeah, and you know what was it, 10 years ago, we would have known, no one would have known each other 10 years ago. Look at what happens in the last 10 years. We've found this great community of racers that sort of, we were born out of the Pro Street era, the radial era caught on, and now, here we are with Kenda and everything that has. So, Perry Bullivant has no doubt got one of the best radial teams going around in this country, has got plenty of trophies in the cabinet. And looks like it's been in a pretty good paddock too there, Perry Boulevard. Definitely packing on the pounds a little bit there. That's just from side on. It's the red shirt, I think. Dashing through the snow and all that. Oh, it's all right. We'll have a beer tonight, Pez. We'll have a beer. No, he's a good mate. He's a good pal. He rings me for a chat on the way up. He's in the truck, driving the truck up. So he drove the truck up himself. So that's the B double. So he's got the sleeper cab and the car cab on it. So that's all set up down in the Group 1 pits. And geez, when you choose to go racing, that guy could have raced in any formula pretty much he wanted to, but saw the drag radial scene where it was going, and you thought this is a cool group of cats. And look who you rub shoulders with when you're dealing in that category. We're seeing him out there now. You know, Sang, Gauchi, Wagstaff, Sybolic's in there as well. Harley Hamilton. They're all there. Hellier, Stewie Bennett.
And you know what I like?
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tyres is there for you. Kenda Tyres, designed for your journey.
With more than 200 years of total workforce experience in lubricants, Hi-Tech Oils is Australia's largest independent oil manufacturer, developing and producing oils, lubricants and additives. Hi-Tech engines need Hi-Tech Oils.
That C7 Corvette where it's narrow. Have you seen those narrowed long Corvettes?
I probably have, yeah.
Not a big fan of that body. I hear a whisper Benny Bray's got something in between that with his latest Corvette vehicle that he's getting together, and I do believe that's and I don't know whether this is year-old news, and you know things take a while, you know, when you're hatching bigger plans. And remember, Benny sold the Solara up during that time, so he was cashed up to make sure that the next project was going to be something unique. And from what I believe, it was going to be like that latest Corvette shape, and it's going to turn up as a screw-blowing Hemi Corvette for door slammer, but change the nose to turn it into like a Toyota car with the billet 6-cylinder in it. So he's looking to take the one car, put up to three different engine combos in it, and two different front noses on it that would make the car appear different. Like if he wants to run Factory Extreme, he puts the Toyota nose on it. I think it was the latest Supra. He was working on a Supra front clip, so it's a Supra with the billet Toyota 6-cylinder in it, the one FZ that he's absolutely addicted to, and he's building the billet.
It's
billet
impressive.
block
It's
for
run
that.
equipment.
So he's looking to build that as a full-on door slammer that can do everything. Can be a radial car, can be a Factory Extreme car, can be a door slammer. And you know what? It's builds like that it sort of sets things apart a little bit for, you know, you want to just be something a little bit different than what everyone sees. Now, we could see 16 cookie cutters all the same, but when you go out of your way to try and build something that you can utilise, in other words, the very best of everything chassis-wise, shock-wise, but then engine combo central. Let's set it up for radial mode, import radial mode. You could do it. You go Factory Extreme mode. You go full import deal with the Supra nose on it. You put the Corvette nose onto it. The thing is, I think, we didn't really bring up in discussions, is that there's still this antiquated body rule for door slammer, where you couldn't run a late model American body, which I think is pretty silly. Yeah. Because, you know, you have a look at the car that in WA Wayne Keys, you know, raced, the late model Camaro, and it's like, well,
the Camaro just got,
you know, that for some, just by a mere glitch in the rule book would prevent that car ever running in door slammer because of this crap rule. That stops a bit of freedom there, and really at the end of the day, if you want my attitude to body rules in door slammer, I'll park Benny Bray's Corvette beside John Zappia's HQ and go, right, are we all over with the discussion over the body rule? Here's a HQ, here's a Corvette. One's really slippery, one's not. The HQ's quicker than the Corvette. Body rule discussion over. You know what I mean?
I think that it was originally brought in because they wanted to encourage the Australian drivers to go with the Australian body cars, to get those newer Australian bodies, the Holdens, the Fords, trying to get them into the sport to create that Aussie rivalry between the makes and models. But now, just the cars that are available, and they're always that newer American-style body.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. And in RVW, we're seeing a few guys come out with that narrowed sectioned Corvette, and it looks so much longer. Once you section them down and don't make them as wide, they look extra long because you can't fake the wheelbase with cars like that. I mean, but you can section bodies, but wheelbase is wheelbase. The thing just looks like a pencil. You look at Perry's with the original Corvette body on it, it's the widest car you'll ever stand in front of. Like, you go down and have a look at that Malteser's Corvette in the flesh, and that's a wide car. And if that's what the vets are in real life, it's awesome to see a car in its full body size instead of cut and shut and sectioned and stuff.
Well,
like
I wonder
that.
how much of the aerodynamics actually come into play on a short race track, like the 8 mile.
I don't think as much.
The 660 series. It's not like
Well, we argued. We talk about US Pro Mod and you look at them. They were more inclined to put a tiny little Pro Stock wing on the back
There's
of
no
all the
downforce
Pro
on
Mods.
it at all.
You look at John Zappia. He's got a block of flats on the back of the HQ because that thing's probably giving you downforce at 300 feet.
Yep.
No American Pro Mod with that Pro Stock. That little Pro Stock wing on the back's giving you no downforce at 330 foot. Zap's got probably 800,000 pounds of downforce.
Does Zap actually have does his wing go just straight?
It's any downforce whatsoever. And you think with RVW cars, aero's got to be something you want to wonder by when you've got the rear end 6 feet in the air, you know what I mean? When you've got these cars at full suspension travel running through the 660 at 210 mile an hour, the sheer wedge of the car's kind of the aero, I guess, anyway. It's because it's a bigger wedge. Remember, you've got all the back tyre out of the guard. Normally to be aero, you want to be down low and slicing through it. But when you've got this huge void of air because you've got the car higher than it was when it left the start line, just like the old fuelers with the tyre growth, I guess, except here there's no tyre growth on a radial tyre. It's essentially all your extension of your suspension. So aero, I don't think makes too much difference. Not when you're up at 3,000
what sort of
horsepower.
temps the tyres are getting in the radial cars going down track with all that force on them? Because I know, like, you think about how sticky the track is.
Yeah.
The way that they are getting pushed into the track. There must be a bit of temp being built up, generated.
There would be an interesting thing to see, and whether or not, and I suppose all you could do is surface measure it, mount something on
Just
your vehicle.
thinking out loud anyway.
That surface measures it
Yeah.
on the run, so you would know. I don't think any of our racers could probably tell us that right up, but it's funny. From our Kenda in Sydney, I wanted a set of 315s because I said, how tall are they? And he said, oh, they're like a 30 and a half. And I said, that's interesting because I had a 30, 10 and a half on my Altered. And I said, well, maybe I'll try a set of radials on the Altered if they're a similar height to that shorter tyre. So Perry gave me a set in Sydney that will pass what he could use them for.
Yep.
And I brought them back to Brisbane. Now, the front of my house, I've still got my old 30, 10 and a halves out the front, right? Set of Mickey Thompson slicks I ran on my race car. So I put these radials beside it. And as I'm lifting both tyres up, so I'm lifting up the slick and I'm lifting up the radial, that radial's 3 times heavier than the slick. It is that much heavier. When you pick that tyre up, it is a very heavy tyre. And I'm actually questioning, I don't make enough power to make a difference here between the slick and the radial. But just because you then appreciate how much more construction is in the radial tyre. You can see the layer upon layer upon layer of the reinforcing, that stiff sidewall that they've got to have. No crinkle there. It's literally got to lay, they're forcing this patch to the ground. And really, at the end of the day, no matter what compound tyre it is, whether it's a slick or a radial, those little grooves don't really matter too much in the scheme of things. But when you pick when you pick up a 315 and you pick up a 10.5 30, I can tell you that they're over twice as heavy as the slick.
That's interesting.
Just to pick up, they are a heavy tyre.
Yeah.
So I'd say that I'd definitely be throwing some weight into that car just by putting the tyre on it.
It's rotating mass.
Yeah,
as well.
and whether it'll work, I don't know, but we're going to give it a crack. We'll give it a crack. I mean, it's going to actually have the short tyre with the short gear in it. So it's going to have the 30-inch tyre with a 488 gear in it. So she'll be pretty zesty for the 2J anyway.
That's what I say. Have you always run the 2J? It's not been a...
No, well, I've never run it. We've only run the 4-cylinder in it.
Yeah.
But I had a 30 tyre on it with 455s, and the thing was very short in the gears with the 30-inch tyre. And then we went to a 33-inch tyre, and then the thing, like, my 3-speed felt like a power glide. Then I'm running over a 33-inch tyre, so we put 488s in it, and that made everything just perfect. But now I've gone to the 3-inch shorter tyre and still keeping the short gear. So I expect we're ready to be hitting that.
G'day, guys.
Hi, here we are up in the HQ, OTL HQ.
Well, no, the OTL HQ's at home. We're in the tower here. We're hanging out in the tower.
This is the temporary headquarters.
Yep.
Just thought we'd come on, just say good day. Thank you for everyone that's here in the chat.
Yep.
And here watching. It's great. We've got
Mars, John Lee, Texas Automotive, RTC.
we guys.
Says thank you, Overtaking Lane, for awesome live free broadcast, and thank you, sponsors. Definitely. G'day, Mars. How you going?
Good to see you all here. And look, let's share it out. Let's see how many people we can get onto this live stream today. We've got 250 here. I think we were up at about 290 there at one stage.
We were.
We were so close to cracking the 300, and we'd really love to see, this Australian radial racing out there to the world. So we want to get it out there to everyone. So share it out there on any pages, groups, or anything that you're in, Facebook or wherever you can share it. Text it to a mate, whatever. Copy that link on YouTube and send it out, and get someone on there for us. And don't forget to subscribe. We've got John Burr. G'day, mate.
Thank you.
Good to see you. $2. Just donate. Thanks for the donations and stuff as well, guys. All those donations, they go into all this equipment. So we have upgraded greatly recently, and we hope you're enjoying having a different few angles. And this is our first time using this system with all the different angles.
Yep.
And we hope
G'day,
it's all
Belvedere.
working.
G'day from Las Vegas.
Excellent. Been watching some of the racing over in Vegas as well. That 4-lane drag strip over there. It's pretty amazing. So, but we've got Diggles and Mark on the mic for you as well. So hopefully that's coming through okay. We've got a bit of a jerry rig set up to get that audio coming through.
Yep.
Out of a speaker in
do.
the background in here, and a
Seems
microphone.
to be working all right at the moment.
Yeah. So, but by all means, please, if anyone wants to donate to the stream, then you can do that through a few different ways. There's a $sign there in the chat. You can do that. You can join, become a member.
Yep.
You could go to our website and donate through there, or I think there's a link in the description somewhere for Streamlabs as well to donate through there. So
There is.
So if you want to, do that. Otherwise, it is a free broadcast, so it is free for everyone. So you don't feel obliged, but we would love if you could hit
John
the thumbs
Lee.
up.
Let's drop us $50.
Beers
Thanks,
on him.
John.
Beers on him.
You're a legend.
Thank you. We'll put that into more gear and more cameras. So we, as we do more of these, we've got some other events hopefully coming up throughout the year, but there'll be another big Kenda in September, and we'll try and have more camera angles on the track and stuff down in the middle on the start line for you. We added that third one just before by...
John's become a member. John Beard, thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Legend.
Overtaker, welcome, Overtaker. So this camera here that we got here, I just shoved that out the window before, and that got an extra angle there. But things we're learning, and we'll just keep adding to the stream for you guys. But we've got a bit of a break.
G'day, Dodgy Brothers. How you going?
Bit of a break in the racing while they do the track prep.
Yep.
But it hopefully won't be too long before they're back out on track. So, other than that, there's always merch and stuff on our website as well. So another way to support us is check out our website. But one thing anyone can do at no cost is share it out there, hit that like button, and hit subscribe. So that costs nothing, So you'll know then whenever we go live.
Yep.
How's that work? You've got to hit the bell.
Hit the bell. That's where you get the notifications. Once you hit that bell, it'll ding up a little notification on your phone.
There you go.
Everyone should do a big shout out and a big thanks to Trackside Trev. He's down there. He's doing the
and Brad as well.
Yep, Brad's shooting footage for our weekly video.
And Sally's got a stall out the back with some merch and stuff as well, trying to
so if you're here,
rustle up some funds for us.
If you're here, feel free to go and grab a shirt.
Yeah, definitely.
Or a jumper. It's getting cooler weather now.
Ben Taylor, mate, g'day. Is it hot out there? It's not too bad outside. 23, 24 degrees. And in here we got the aircon. We got the good seats.
Yeah.
Today.
I'll have to send you out soon though.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and do some interviews
for
our weekly video. not just the live feeds that are on this channel. There is also weekly videos every Tuesday. At the moment, there's a bit of stuff from the Rocky Nats. So our recent trip, we took the HJ up to Rocky Nats. So we've got a few cars ourselves.
Yep, the accommodation we had doing caravan park burnouts.
Yeah, that was the last bit. And then day one of Rocky Nats will come out on Tuesday night.
Yep.
So
street cruise.
Yeah, so there's
like 300-400 cars in that, so it's massive.
We've got a video lined up, I think it's Fridays. An event we went to just the other weekend, and then we'll have the Kenda.
The camera died.
Oh, there you go. We'll flick back to the track picture. Change the battery in that one. We didn't come prepared. We didn't actually plan to use that camera.
No.
But no, we do hope that you're enjoying this footage, and I think I can hear some cars starting back up. So let's get you back out to the track, back to the action. We'll throw Diggles and Mark back on the mic, tune them back in, and but we're here. So please enjoy the day.
All right. Well, have fun, enjoy it. Feel free to donate if you want to. Otherwise, just keep watching, share it out with your friends, hit the subscribe. So get back to some racing.
We're just putting in the final bits of entry. So what minimum weight are those things? So Dick gave him like 1,366 kilos, which was the XD Taxi Pack, 6-cylinder, 3 on the tree with vinyl floors, not the 351 with the 4-speed minimum weight. That car was about 200 kilos lighter than it should have legally been, because Cam's just took Dick's word for it, 1,366 kilos. So Dick was running on 6-cylinder weights for a while. No wonder why that blue thing was diabolically quick. Dick had more power than anyone back then, and the Ford fans just rejoiced during that time. And it's hard to explain, isn't it, to guys from overseas what we saw growing up in Australian motorsport, what was dished out to us on mainstream TV every Sunday afternoon. We saw these heroes come, and it's so hard to explain just how iconic all that trips to the mountain every year really had an effect on us all, more than ever than what they did on the drag strip. And now it's Commodores the rest of the time. They'll be doing all of their racing on the drag strips because they won't be racing. Here we go, Sean Muscat, Terry Androutsos, Outlaw 275! Oh, that RX-3, he's got it up there, Muscat. This will be a good run, but the RX-3 not happy to leave again. It's 492 for Muscat, 492. Terry can't seem to get that thing lit up. It's not a happy time for the RX-3.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on there for the boys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gary. Thanks very much for that.
It's nice, mate. They're coming up here to say happy birthday.
Yeah, well, that's it, mate. All the good blokes do that, mate. Normally there's a bit of a coincidence.
I might do
mate.
that.
A lot of them are Queenslanders.
Thanks for the $5, Lynn.
Do the same thing, but it's the Queenslanders that you got to love. So he's going to go and say, I reckon, 200 off the chip, Gary. 200 early shift, mate. Reckon right on the button. See how you go. Run it past Kev, but yeah. Run it past Kev. Don't stop revving it, though. We love that thing.
He's doing it right as well. He's doing a bit of bracket race in the QDRCs and doing well in the points.
Oh, it's a great car, and
runs high eights.
I love that we went through a period where it was everyone had turbo mania, like turbo everything, and that's what we've seen. But it's still good to see guys that have a little bit of NA pride, like, you know what I mean? They still want to push hard, aspirated, and there's still power to be made. All right, a big shout out to everyone watching online. You guys are doing awesome, great coverage. Hey guys, footage has been great. There we go. Thank you very much. These guys are putting some bids on here. So we just had John Lee put US $50, beers on me. I don't know how all that works, but it's great that they're doing it. Some pledges.
What are they doing?
Some pledges. There's pledges coming on
pledges.
here.
Very nice. So what have these guys learned from their earlier runs today?
They're close.
They are close. It's obviously
Muscat was close.
It's getting warmer.
Yep. So one out of the 4 so far this session, the Castle Hill guys have got it down the track. Let's see what the next 2 do. That's Nathan Ferrugia, I think, driving Dale's car. Where's Dale? No, Nathan's on the line. Is that Dale actually in the car? That could be Dale in the car. I know Nathan's driven it before. It could be Dale steering.
I'll tell you, it's Dale on the entry list with his race number.
No, both boys not liking it. I can hear Dale swearing from here. So Dale won't be...
He was close. He had the tyre squatted, and it obviously as the power came into the Commodore there, it blew the tyres off about, 50, 60 feet there.
In Sydney, it did get into the bottom fours. I don't think Dale was in it then. I think it was Nathan driving it. But that's been a labour of love for that team. Dale loves the Commodore, the four-door. He loves the big blocks. He went to the billet block. He got it all together and then had some slight component fitting issues. I think in the Valley there was a little issue there where nothing quite all fitted and needed a lot of sealant, and it'd blow a bit of smoke and do all sorts of stuff. So he's had all that rectified. He continues to work on fine finishing everything that's on it, as far as manifold and plumbing and everything like that. And it's just a case of trying to get a few good runs together and make it stick. The joys of the open qualifying session is that they can probably get back and hot lap those things around. It looks like Muscat got one out of there anyway, but there's trouble with Terry Light and the wick, or that thing going from 0 to angry in the RX3. So there's just a little thing that's still giving him a bit of grief. Last night it kind of just lost all spark, and everyone on the line has their idea of what it is, especially if it's got no spark. It's something like crank trigger or something like that. Because there's a whole variety of sensors of what these ECUs need to keep absorbing, to keep dishing out all the management, all the engine management, whether it's your injector firing if you're on a sequential deal, which a lot of these guys are, of course. Make sure that those injectors fire when they're supposed to. Make sure it gets the spark at the right time as well. And remember, that engine's also starting to ingest a copious amount of boost as well. So Dale, I think he's already proven with that car before. He went to build a big block, over 3,000 at the hubs done at Summernats there. So they know how to get the power down. Righto, here he is. I call him Jorge Josefsky from Yarrambat in Victoria, JW Automotive. This is the Lexus.
Have we seen George today?
No, last night.
I saw him last night,
Yeah.
so I hadn't seen him today. So it's his first run.
Yeah, 4:23 last night.
Oh, it's a 2:35 as well.
No,
I'm just looking at actually, it's just saying that.
He previously entered his VL. In fact, he's still got the quickest 2:35 pass at 4:70 in the VL. But on that run in Sydney, he did bin it into the wall. And then, of course, he'd already had this car. And this is, of course, the ex-Daniel Farris / ex-E Canoe car. This is run in the United States. It's run in Bahrain. It's run, of course, in the United Arab Emirates.
Bit of pedigree.
It's been all over the world. This has got more stamps in the passport than I have, and I haven't been anywhere. So let's see what he can do. And they chewed little bits of power out of it on the way down last night. Let's see what the first run takes. Oh, nearly caught it. It was in a place where I think they knew it was going to need it, and it just almost all lined up there.
Yeah, they were very soft on the hip, but still, as the power came in about 20-30 feet, it blew the tyres off there for George. So that's their first hit for the day. They'll learn from it. Everyone will learn every pass.
Yeah, well, they've still got roughly...
We've got another 3 hours left of qualifying here.
Yeah,
before we get into racing.
Couple of hours left to everyone to hit their straps. A few guys have done that already.
Yeah, big thank you to Race Parts Melbourne there. George racing in the Outlaw Radial class. Next up, we've got some more bikes in the Outlaw Radial bikes, brought to us by STS Speed Shop. Up first, we have Mark Ashworth on the Suzuki, taking on Shane Naylor, also on a Suzuki for Elite Motorcycles Toowoomba. The big swing arm there on Shane Naylor as he moves forward.
Yeah, both these things GSX R1000s. Just amazing. Every year, these motorcycles just continue to evolve through, World Superbike and MotoGP, and then in the showroom about a year later you get the latest evolution. It's really amazing. These Gixxers though...
Well, Ashworth has got out on Naylor. And he'll go across the finish line first. 6:11, 120 mile an hour, and a 6:48 for Naylor, 119 miles per hour.
Yeah, so that's not a bad run for Mark Ashworth. All he's got to do is be good on the lights, and you can just about win 90% of your runs here. Just got to look out for the quick guys like Brandon and Craig to get all their stuff together, and they'll come right past you. And that used to be the thing about quarter mile racing with these vehicles, all sorts of vehicles, that the slow guys really didn't have a chance, because if the quick guys stuffed up, they had plenty of room to haul them in. But in the 660, there's not as much of a chance to
No,
get
well,
back.
that's the thing with these outlaw bikes.
Check
On the
this
quarter
out.
mile, they're doing over 210 mile an hour. It's all in the back half of the racetrack.
Check this out. Brandon Gosbell and Craig Edwards together, number 1 and number 2 qualifier, having a crack together. I tell you what, Blaze has got to be getting itchy trigger palm here. He'd want to have a crack at one of these.
He actually had to have a knee operation, so he
Oh.
could have been racing if he wanted to for the last 3 or 4 months.
Oh, atta boys! Oh yes, Brandon Gosbell, 466 to a 483. God, wouldn't you love to watch a whole field of those run down together?
That's a
Pop,
good
pop,
run.
pop, 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 pop. Love it.
Yeah, 466 there for Brandon Gosbell. That consolidates there. 1 and 2 in the qualifying ladder at the moment for STS Speed Shop. Outlaw Radial Bike. Jack Roberts is number 3 with a 554. Ashworth with that 611. Stephen Day 625. And Naylor rounding out the 6 with that 642. On track is Jack Roberts, our number 3 qualifier here in Outlaw Radial Bike. On the Hayabusa, just edging forward now into the pre-stage beams. He's in full stage. Gets out strong 130 to the 64. Went at 554 earlier. This time he goes 544, improves by a 1/10 of a second. 127 miles an hour there for Jack Roberts on that Hayabusa. He will stay number 3 qualifier for the time being.
Yeah, not a bad run there, and he took his time to do it, and he got that a pretty good run to keep. Practice makes perfect. Here he is, Mitchell Bean, 560, his first hit down the track. He went a 60 last night, 6-0. Reese Carkeet. So I wonder if that's the boy. I wonder if it's Steve's boy.
I think it is. I think they've only they've done maybe 1 or 2 tests and tunes in this Gemini.
It's a great little 275 car. It looks like he might be in Rumble. Mitch Bean, of course, in Renegade, trying to get into the 550s. Yeah, that's nice. 134 in the 64. Great run here for Mitchell. 556. Great run.
Good pass.
Jeez, that's going to be tight.
746 for Carkeet in the lane beside him, 93 mile an hour. Have a look at the qualifying ladder, Chris. What do we got?
Yeah, there we go. Well, Aris at 554, Russell at 554, Steve Carkeet at 552. Yeah, so Mitchell 4th in qualifying on paper. And we had Gary go too fast and Dale go too fast. But Gary's going to try the old Dix tune up and see how he goes. 200 less there. Try that, mate. You'll be right on it. Phil Edwards and Benny Dreyer. So the Camaro back. Plenty of meat onto the back. Oh, blowing the old El Camino tyres off it. 540 cubes. Particularly harsh on the radial. 646. Hey, bit of rumble there. We're starting to point that end up there too. Benny Dreyer, 646 to a 925 pedal job there from Phil Edwards. So here we go. Paninotis 42. Grillis 44, Benny Dreyer 46, Tony Inglis 47, Michael Harper 47, Damien Morris 47, Luke Howard 49. God, I love Rumble.
I can't wait to racing later on.
Yeah, and here's Hot Rod Williams in no man's land. Come on, Hot Rod, we need a 640 from you here somewhere.
And you know what, the other good thing about the Kenda 660 series that Scotty and Justin have implemented is it's not your traditional seeding. They keep the racing close, so it's like 1 versus 3 in racing, 2 versus 4. It's not like 1 versus 16 where there might be a bit of a spread between the number 1 qualifier and the bottom qualifier. They keep it close
They keep
to
it
give
within a
everyone an
couple of tenths.
opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's deliberately set up to make sure that everyone is going to experience tight racing, and yeah, it's not a walkover. It's never very rarely a walkover. Brady Olsen and Hot Rod Williams, Pro Tree time, Kenda 660. That's better for Hot Rod Williams. It might be a bit better on the light, but this Hot Rod's going to be right there now. 645. 645 for Hot Rod Williams.
He's in there now.
Yeah, he's right at the pointy end of all over group radial rumble.
Brody Olsen goes 815 at 85 mile an hour in the lane beside him, so a little bit slower than his earlier pass today. Next up, Derek Logan in the WB Ute from Regents Park in the Speedflow lane, taking on Justin Squires in the Kingswood.
Yeah.
The old Kingswood, not the Kingswood.
The Patina HZ, HX, so yeah, 76, nearly the last of that shape before the Commodore. And beside him, Derek Logan, yes, WB Utility, 509 cubes, just blew the tyres off it on the first run. Big shout out to everyone in Overtaking Lane, 284 people. G'day from Texas, Argentina, there we go. Julian Sanchez from Argentina. Big shout out to Lynn Hamilton.
What about Justin Squires actually over there in that Kingswood? It looks like a bit of a barn find, a bit of a sleeper.
Yeah, I love Patina. I've got a two-door Volvo I'm doing as a drag challenge car. It's already got that sort of, mine's bare metal, so it's not like it's just got some paint off it here. Looks the goods, really does look the goods, the patina stuff. It'll never go out of fashion. They're just as cool with good paint or no paint. Geez, Derek Logan got the start line advantage he was looking for.
Yeah, he went 11-second past the first run. This is quicker, 594,
Yeah.
118 miles an hour, big jump for him. Justice Squires goes, he improves as well, an 809 at 85 miles per hour in the old Kingswood. He goes through, he'll move a couple spots up. Next up, Dale Duffy in the Tirana. He went a little bit too quick earlier, 544, so he needs to slow it down. Terry Mansfield French in the Falcon beside him. I love the wagon over there for Terry, that Falcon. 557 cubes on board. He went a 740 on his earlier pass today.
Yeah, Dale Duffy just shy of the 550. Once he locks in, he's like a pit bull. Once he locks into the 550, you won't be able to rip the 550.
Well, the thing he'll have to worry about is that as the air and the track comes around, he's going to naturally pick up performance as well. So
it might be a degree per 100 foot of sea level.
He needs to probably look at like a 53 or 54 now just to keep it in that 50 zone as the track and the conditions get better later on in racing. For the guys in Simon O'Carroll, Swimming Pool, Radial Renegade, Duffy out, 091 reaction time. Let's see what he goes. 548. So he did slow it down. Just needs another few hundreds there.
Pete's blowing up.
And Terry Mansell French goes 738, 92 miles an hour. So he improves by a couple hundreds as well from his earlier pass. Next up, Matt Britnell in the 4 to take on Ben Ramsey. One of those Chevy Loves that we've been talking about today. So Ramsey has run a best of a 693 in that little Chevy Love, and Britnell in the Ford has run a best of a 795 today so far.
It's like the XW with XW Fairmont with just beautiful paint. It's been got the colour coded bumper bars. It just really makes a difference, doesn't it?
It looks like Ben Ramsey bumped out of stage before the lights were activated, so he won't get a time here. Matt Britnell, though, he is fine, runs through for an 860 at 93 miles per hour.
Yeah, well, just got to roll back around and try and grab another one. We hope that everyone gets a fistful of time slips by the end of qualifying.
It looked like it was rocking a fair bit as he bumped into stage, so I think he might have just rocked out.
It's interesting you say that, because there was a run there last night where Jezewski was trying to bring in the Lexus, and you know, any guys that are bumping you with big horsepower cars, you want to grab a little bit of front brake first, so you want to really pump the brakes up a bit. And I think sometimes some guys come in and use the trans brake as the way to stop the car, and that's when you see the rocking. That's when you see a lot of the rocking happen. They haven't quite grabbed some brake at the same time, and it's hard to heel and tow. You're almost having to bit of foot brake, then grab the trans brake.
And being a pro tree, it does get activated quickly, so you've got to be on your game as a driver as you get into full stage. Is there an advantage staging first or second? I don't know. I probably want to stage first just to get myself all set and ready to go.
Trappy's aiming for the 550, big pedal, 611, 684 there for Michael Paninotis in that one-tonner. That's right, here in Australia, we call utilities like that, the Holden utilities with the tray back, a one-tonner. It was a one-ton ute. In other words, you could carry a ton in it. Now, the style side utes weren't really called one-tonners. It was more the tray backs with the one-tonner. Yeah. And you know, we call that affectionately the one-tonner. All right, Beth Mansfield French back with that immaculate little Capri, and Paul Allen, 632 cubes. You'd assume a big old crate motor on pump gas, 677. Great run there for him.
Yeah, both drivers improving there. Beth goes a 794 at 89 miles an hour. So jump up about a tenth of a second for Beth. Next up, who we got here? The Tirana of Grant Collins to take on Jason Gertzkrasser in the Nissan, the little Nissan. Love the little Nissan over there for Gertzkrasser. He went 665 earlier today at 101 miles an hour from that little Nissan. And Collins has run a best of a 619. This is already his third pass of the day, getting laps in on the Tirana. Both these guys racing in Radial Renegade and Rumble. So all over group bringing us Radial Rumble this weekend, the 640 heads up class.
This little Dado, we can't go too far in Australia drag strips without seeing a Datsun 1200 turn up and surprise us. And today Jason Gerstgrasser has that role. And it does say 2 litres. It's got a tow bar. Maybe it'll end up in a drag challenge. Let me tell you, I bet you this will be in a drag challenge. You've got a tow bar. That's a little bit... Oh, no, Dado. You've got time to get back.
Get back, mate.
You've got enough
Reverse
time.
it
There we
back.
go. There we go. Have another crack. Geez, that was lucky. Grant Collins just taking his time. If it wasn't for Grant Collins just taking his time, Jason Gerstgrasser could have been standing there looking at a red light.
Just one of those things we were talking about, that staging routine earlier. You just watch it, you got to bump it in, just slowly. There we go.
Oh, Dado.
Wheels up this time for the Dado.
Yes, great lead. He got it all together, Jason Gerstgrasser, and he runs it on through 672. Great run, 665 before. So, and what about the 659? Now, Grant Collins is in Renegade, so yeah, we're a little bit, he's a little bit too, well, on the previous pass, very, very close to Rumble, but he is in the 550 Renegade. Here's a pair right now. Love this is another sleeper, the VH Commodore, Troy Stokes. It's a 363 Cube LS VH Commodore. Michael Harper, no sleeper here. One tough 56 Chevy, 427 Cube. I think he cleaned up the Kenda Championship, I think, the year before in the 55 in Rumble. 647 there. 647 with a 6, 647 with a 9. So there's a car that can do it any time.
I'm a back racer heart. That's nice and consistent right there. I'm impressed by that.
Yeah,
Stokes, he ran through with the time's already gone now. Oops. Okay, next up we've got Ian Dusher in the Chevy Love U to take on the Calais of Daniel Lake.
Yeah, I don't know what's on board Lake's car. It could be
performance.
Well, it could be Barra. Yep. It could be a Barra in here. There's been a few Barra-powered Commodores of late.
Yeah.
Hang on, we've got a bit of a text coming in here.
We see Lake moving forward there in the Calais, the Holden. He hasn't actually got down, so he ran an 11-second pass. Obviously, that's not representative earlier today. And I know Ian ran, he went a 7:34 at 93 mile an hour in the Chevy Love. Both cars in full stage. Whole shot goes to Ian. Local lad from Ripley. Daniel Lake has got issues again on the hit. Looks like he spun the tyres. Ian goes through, runs a 7:22 at 94 miles an hour, so he improves. And Daniel Lake goes through with an 8:29 at 104 miles an hour. Radial, Rumble, and Renegade. We've got a lot of cars in these brackets. Sometimes we split them in racing as well. We have like an A and a B bracket.
We'll be having that in Renegade and Rumble due to the numbers in there. We'll be looking to try and split them down the middle, or where the group is the happiest split. Here's the other Chevy Love, as we said. There's a few out today, and this will be none other than Shane Locke, is it? I think from memory.
Yeah, well, let's have a look, mate. We've got Troy Hutton and Shane Locke. So I think the Chevy Loves this. The three of them have just been down the last 15 minutes. Troy Hutton, the HK Ute, running in Radial Rumble, ran a 6.90, 99 miles per hour earlier. Has done one pass. Locke the same, ran a 6.52 at 105 miles an hour in that Chevy Love. Both cars moving forward. Hutton straight into full stage. Green light there for Shane Locke, goes 2.35 on the tree. He is the quicker of the two so far in qualifying. This time he goes 6.52 again and a 6.84 for Hutton. Hutton improves by a tenth of a second. But Shane Locke, 6.52.1, 6.52.3 so far in qualifying. Very, very consistent for Locke there. Very impressive from the team. They'll be happy with that. Next up, we've got Ian Primble in the Ford for the perfect cover-up car, taking on Trevor Owen in the LC Tirana. Both these guys running in the high 6-second zone. Oh, spin there for Primble in the Ford. And spin for Owen as well in the LC Tirana.
That's screaming, that hole.
It was screaming,
It's a screamer.
57 there, 7.57 for Ian Primble, and Owen goes in 8.47, 95 mile an hour, but she was screaming.
I'm busting to go to the loo, and I'm going to go for it.
Go for it, mate.
Quick run under. But I want to see Nathan Peters run in the... I want to see if he can get this... Well, first of all, I'm going to see how both of these guys go. Have a look at this in Renegade. Have a look at this. Michael Todd, the Blowen Tirana. And again, it's another, HBTA Tirana, so that late 60s Tirana. Nathan Peters, the VC Valiant, so again, we are talking late 60s, right on the cusp of the 70s. The Turbo Barra 6-cylinder on board. He had that cranked up pretty beastly on the... that you can bet your bottom dollar it's set there to go hard. Let's have a look. Oh, it spun him again, but he's got back on it. But how good's the Tirana legs its way down to a 69 to a 659.
659 there for Peters, 109 miles an hour.
Watch out, Wardy's going to do a wheelie too in the Valiant, by the way.
Is he? All right, Chris, you run down, mate. Let's go. We are here in qualifying for the Kenda 660 series. We're about the halfway point now. We've got about 3 hours left before we get into racing. Up here, we've got Daniel Ward in the Valiant to take on the Commodore of Alison Farah. Ali Farah there for Farah Race and Performer supporting the team. First pass for Ali today in the Commodore. Daniel has gone a 574 earlier in the Valiant. He gets out pretty strong. 112 reaction time. Daniel Ward takes it through. The Valiant goes 601, 114 miles an hour. Ali Farah goes 687 at 100 miles per hour there in her first pass of the day. Quick runs here. Thank you to All Over Group supporting the Radial Rumble class and Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools for the Radial Renegade class. Next up, we've got Craig Scotney, the KV Springworks in the Mitsubishi down there, taking on Aris Katolian in the Camaro. Love this Camaro. Wheels up always from Aris Katolian. He ran a 554 this morning in this Camaro, right on that 550 index for the Radial Renegade guys. Craig Scotney went a 579 earlier in the Mitsubishi. Heads Up Racing, 550 index for the Radial Renegade class. Both these guys knocking on that door of the 550. We haven't seen a 550 yet today. Aris Katolian wheel up in that Camaro. 122 reaction time. He goes 547, a little bit too quick at 126 miles an hour. Craig Scotney goes 576 at 121 miles per hour. He improves by a few hundreds. Katolian goes just that tiny smidgen too quick. So far, at the moment, Stephen Carkeet is the quickest of our Radial Renegades, closest to that 550. He ran a 552, but we have got probably 8-9 cars there, all within a tenth of a second of that 550 index. It is tight, close racing in Radial Renegade. We have got Harold Joss now for Marks Customizing down there to take on Colin Beavis in the HKU. Both cars in full stage. Beavis gets out the 537 reaction time, a 614 for Harold Joss. Joss goes through, runs a 680, 103 miles an hour, and a 748 and 98 miles an hour for Colin Beavis. They are getting him through these Radial Rumble cars and Renegade cars quickly through here in qualifying. So most of these guys probably get 4 or 5 qualifiers here today, which is pretty handy. So when it comes to racing, you know, you get your reaction time start getting a little bit sharper. Because that is one of the toughest things, cutting a lot on a pro tree, off the foot brake, and some of these guys are off the button as well. It's tough. Next up, here we go. Darrell Beavis in the Tirana gets out the 348 race. Craig Williams in the Mustang gets out the 410. Both these guys go through 686 at 102 miles an hour for Beavis and a 762 at 93 miles an hour for Craig Williams. And neither guy improving on their earlier passes today. Mark Linnetson in the 1971 Chevelle. This is tidy. Have a look at this Chevelle of Mark Linnetson. Very nice. Paul Kelsall over there in the old Dodge Daytona. I love that Daytona. Love it. You just don't see cars designed like that anymore. Reminds me of that episode of The Simpsons where Homer designed the car. Loved it. Kelsall out goes 347. Ran an 824 early today in that Dodge, and Linnetson went a 743 earlier. This time he goes 743 again, nice and consistent. And Kelsall improves by about 0.08 of a second, goes 816 at 82 miles an hour. Those guys will be racing in the Radial Rumble class later on. Qualifying is just open, you know. We're just sending them. The cars are lined up. We just send them out. Conditions are absolutely perfect here at Willowbank Raceway. I'm sure the Outlaw Radio guys would have liked maybe some cooler conditions. I think it's probably only about 23, 24 degrees. What's that, about 74, 75 Fahrenheit for the our overseas listeners. Damien Morris now, he's one of the quicker guys in the Radial Rumbles. He went a 647. Looks like he's going to be on a solo pass. One of our regulars here at Willowbank Raceway. He loves to races all the events here in the old HQ Monaro. Morris Painting Solutions, supporting Damien Morris. See how close he gets to that 640 index here in Rumble. Goes 645, knocking on the door. He's going to be tough to beat. Good reaction time, close to the index. Good pass from Damien Morris. I think we've had about 40 or 50 cars down so far in the Rumble and Renegades class. We're just sort of racing them combined at the moment. We'll split them up later on in racing. Trying to keep an eye on what the cars are doing on the ETs and how close they are to the indexes for you guys. And it looks like we might be going back into a bit of the outlaw racing. Up we've got now Paul Mary in the HG. Holden doing the big burnout here, backing up. We're in a 614 earlier. He's racing in the OG 275 class. And Tanya Thompson is there in the VH Commodore. She is running in the OG 275 class too. It's sort of the newer class we've got here this weekend at the Kenda 660 series. OG. I like it.
Oh gee, I'm 9% battery on the stream. I better get the stream back up. All right. Yeah, Tanya gave it some in the burnout here. The OG 275 class. Just a bit of qualifying. Oh, that's nice. Oh, just blew the tyres off it. No such luck for Tanya. 508. Boy, she's on a streak at the moment. 510, 508. Paul Mary, we know that thing's got definite 4-second potential, but it just can't get all that massive horsepower down on the start line.
Question for you: has Tanya run into the fours? I've never seen her run into the fours myself personally.
She should have been very, very close to it. I think she might have just hit the 490s. I'll have to check with
anyway.
Tomo.
Yeah.
Here we go. Steve Slow now.
I haven't seen Steve run today.
Oh yes. Well, this is
the Gemini.
This is the 1800cc single overhead cam Gemini, the Isuzu-based GM car that is still. They refuse to die, and especially those single overhead cam 1800cc. You just don't seem to kill them. The villain, VL beside it, Turbo LS. Well, Steve's looking for a gear in there. I saw him on the ratchet shifter. Might have stalled the car, and he's zinged the tyres, and he's out and gone. The VL. That's Trent Bimble.
Yeah, 1072 at 60 mile an hour for Brimble, but Steve's slow, and he's still on stage, so he can if he can get a gear.
He's not happy. The car's not happy. I wouldn't say he's happy either, but he's just trying to see if the thing can run and get the thing down the track. Let's try it out. No, it's a pushback for the Gem. It's a shame.
That's unfortunate for the team. He's been pretty reliable.
That's one of Australia's quickest street Geminis. You'd have to say there's a little bunch of them. But as far as still street registered, still using an OEM style engine, so it's not like it's swapped anything out. It's still pretty much that same sort of 4-cylinder that they came out with, of course. Those G180s, I just don't. We got the quickest G180s in the world, no doubt about it. And some of still the quickest street Geminis. If you were to see the internals of a G180 Isuzu engine, they're massively wide journals in on the crank and the connecting rods. They're a very, very strong engine, and it's so good to see that we've still got die-hard Gemini nuts. Have a look at this. These Australian street cars, folks. Jamie Swift, Doug Day. Doug's still using the Holden 308 platform in the VK, the 1984. Of course, Jamie Swift, like the 1983 VH Turbo LS. Gorgeous cars. It says Dougie is on a 235, so's Jamie, so they're both trying the 235 tyre out. A little bit of qualifying here, of course open qualifying, not in a session, just run what you can.
They both got green lights, okay. I wasn't sure if the tree had been activated or not there. They both sat there.
No, they both sat there to make sure they had the boost up ready to go, and the result was not favourable for either. That is a little bit of heat in that track, so that's just. I know we're going to have a nice little rush into the staging lanes as the afternoon progresses, because we are looking to shut the lanes off at 3:30, run them all out till 4, prep from 4 to 4:30, and then round number 1. If you've just joined us here at the Kenda 660 at Willowbank Raceway, Drag Radial's finest in Queensland, the Radial State, How did we start off this morning? You wouldn't believe it. The first run of the day was Joe Gauchi, and he reset the turbo Australian turbo radial record at 385. The next pairing was Terry Seng and Wade Wagstaff. Terry Seng drove the 6-boost Camaro to an all-new turbo mark at 383, and Wade's Wagstaff 379 beside him. So that was the way we cranked things off. Daniel Sobolex went out and clicked it off early, went a 391 after running 1 second flat to the 60 foot and 2598 to the 330. We saw Harley Hamilton there, Perry Boulevard. They all made some hits, and they're going to hit again a little bit later. I can tell they're already in the lanes. All right, Mick Arnold trying to make the 235 stick on the ute. Johnny Elfs, he's got to be OG 275, you'd have to say. Oh, they both made it stick. They're both making it stick. A good run here. Oh, Johnny 500. Mick Arnold 494. 494 on the 235. 500. I think Johnny Elfs. I don't know who's on the 235 or whether he's in OG. Wow.
Arnold, that front left was just hanging about an inch off the ground the whole way down that track there. Good pass from Mick Arnold.
And you know the best thing about Mick Arnold's deal is that he's normally on the laptop himself tweaking all that. You know, Matt McCarthy helps a little bit, but it's more Mick. And of course, Johnny Elfs, you've got Con and Vic Elfs. You know, the whole family connection there, the very best in tuning, trying to get that combo down the track. I love it when it all works for them. Here's Daniel Moyt. He's going to try it again with the spray. Chris Carlsberg, he's just hoping he can get that Turbo LS powered Tirana down. 388 cubes. It's only out of 627. We know that car's stout low fives, easy, but he's just trying to keep it under control. He's got so much power, it's not funny. He ran Drag Challenge 2 years ago through the pipes the whole week. It's working for Moy. Oh, the fan belt comes off Carlsberg's car on the line. The fan belt comes off, it's not going to hurt him. 550 with a 0. 550 with a 0. If Daniel Moyt is, what's Moyt? He's in OG 275. I got excited there because if he was in Renegade, no one could qualify higher than a 550
Well, I was
with a
saying
0.
that before Renegade. We haven't actually seen a 5.0, but he's in OG 275.
I just think putting the letters OG in a class just makes you want to be in there because you go, yep, well, guess what? I'm an OG and that's me. And I love it because it's a Queensland versus New South Wales versus Victorian sort of class. We are looking for those cars that are still registered, registrable, have been registered, maybe still registered, can drive them on the street. That's what they're doing. And they come out here and run heads up. That's a great category, and it's so good that they're part of it. OG 275 brought to us by Outlaw Mufflers. Another great pairing. Oh, the Cortina, he got the light. Did he get a light? He got a light. I thought he left before the air. It was 5:39. He's quicker again. 5:39. He'd be an OG 275. 7:45.
Yeah.
For Shane Baker. Shane's earlier 5:44 gets him in there, but that's a great run for the Cortina to get him in there too.
Yeah, Baker had a bit of a drive job there actually. He was right over on the centre line there and did a little bit of drift action, trying to get it back into the middle of the groove. It rolled through for a 7-second pass. Next pairing up, we've got Ryan Holtz for spot-on performance in the Tirana, taking on Goran Ivanovic. Sorry, I was just having a
No, it's
little
hard
chewy
to do.
lolly.
Yeah. Well, you certainly can't pronounce multi-syllable surnames with a chocolate baby in your mouth, mate. There's no way in the world you can get that out. If you could do that, eating that at the same time, you should get an award. Ryan Holtz there and Goran Ivanovic. 2JZ powered LC Tirana. Just an amazing combination. It's a piece of jewellery. Another beautiful piece of jewellery. All Ryan Holtz and spot on. And beside him, Goran. Well, the Barra powered Cortina sees more street miles than anyone.
Oh, Holtz out there, hanging the wheel at 5:38 for George and Ryan Holtz.
Yes.
494, 149 mile an hour.
Great run from Ryan Holtz, 494, 149 mile an hour. I don't know which class we've got him in. Have we got him in 275 there, have we? Great run both sides.
Goran, good run as well.
Yeah, and you know, hats off. That's true OG. Thank goodness we're not getting them to have to back it up by a drive down to the shops and back. But basically, it's pretty, again, another loose arrangement where it's like, well, is it got an interior? Can it be registered? Is it registered? You know, there's 5 points we try and get you to adhere to, and you can adhere to 3 of them. So and that's why a lot of these cars just go straight in there with no arguments. So no one's pointing fingers and blaming anyone and waving a rule book. So that's what I love about it, is that we all accept the categories and we just see how we all fare at the end of the day. Tony Webb is back, Culprit Racing, 4:53 to start with, then a 4:42. Beside him, entrant 1941, which has already got the name there of Glenn Finnegan.
Yep.
So Finnegan, welcome addition to Outlaw Radial Racing. I can see Dave Hillman standing on the start line there, part of the team. Of course, Dave's got a pretty stout, blowing Hemi-powered Valiant radial car. But helping anyone else out that wants the radial bug. Any other day, that's a double SAA, nitrous big block Nova, but here it is. Smack bang in the middle of some heads-up Kenda qualifying. Webby's pretty sharp on the tree too. When he puts this thing in, it's time to go. Yeah, that's the percentage gain there for Webby right across the ground. 4:42, 120 in the 60, 299 to 330. 4:42, that's 2 4:42s there for Webby. That's the percentage. I think you'd think, well, you know what, if we could do 4:42 all day, we might have half a chance snatching them. But remember, you've got to watch out for things like the Cortina from Castle Hill and the Enigma RX3, plus Stewie Henry in there as well with the earlier 421. 421.
He's our quickest car so far in the class. All the 275 guys, of course, brought to us by Speedy Diffs, supporting the Outlaw 275 bracket this weekend.
Yeah, this is it.
Stephen Smith in the Mustang, taking on Andrew Milford.
Very stout small block on nitrous oxide is Milford's car. He's another one of these guys that chose a power adder, and sometimes I think guys just make the valve for light. Then again, you use examples like Stu Henry. Stu started sort of, you know, down the turbo route and all the in modified street blowing, and everyone hated him for doing that. So then he went the nitrous route and had success with nitrous, and now he's out with another completely different deal altogether with the Vortex. So some guys can swing to different power adders. Perry did that for a bit. He went to a nitrous deal before going back to turbos. I'd say it might be a Pro Charger out of the Malteser next year, you never know. Smithy Turbo LS beside him, the War Speed Mustang. Oh, zing, 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 both sides, no one's happy. If this was a real race, you'd be trying to get it to the 660 for the win, because that's what it's going to take. Once we go racing, you've got to try and get win lights. That's the only way you get to a final. But it's only qualifying, so they're only just going to give it a light go. Here comes the Candyman now. I'll be back in a sec. I need me charger to keep the live stream.
Do you be a bit safe, or do you go for it here in qualifying at the moment?
Oh, I think you've still got enough time to do it, just to be aggro one more time. But I do think there's a percentage run coming up for the Malteser, because at the moment all the malts, all the chocolate's melting off the malt.
Okay, let's see. Here we go. We got the Malteser, as Chris just said, coming forward for Perry Bullivant. He ran earlier on today. Let's have a look. Perry went 395 at only 178 miles an hour, taking on Marcus Page in the little hot rod beside him. Chris mentioned it's still registered in New Zealand, this little hot rod of Marcus Page, and it is consistent. It runs 490s, 480s every single pass. These guys are just sneaking up on it ever so slightly. Looks like either they're going to tell these crew guys, looks like telling him to do another burnout. There we go, he's going to have another little skid, Perry Bullivant. There's still time. Perry did a bit of a long skid, so he's down there backing up. Keep it nice, short and sharp. There we go, Marcus Page there. He'll back up now in the little hot rod. Perry Bullivant, currently our number 5 qualifier in Outlaw Radial, brought to us by Race Parts Melbourne. Check those guys out. Thank you for supporting the Outlaw Radial class this weekend. Number 5 with the shoots out early, only 170 odd mile an hour for Perry Bullivant in the Maltesers. Marcus Page has run a best of a 5:02 today. We've seen him run 480s in testing last night. Bullivant just getting guided into stage by his crew. They pick out a spot on the track where they want the car to stage. hopefully maximising the Willowbank surface here, trying to get 3,000 or 4,000 horsepower down on the track. It's all about power management right here under the daylight sun. Perry Boulevard, 395 earlier, gets out and spins the tyre just before the 60 foot. Marcus Page with no issues. He goes through with a 537, 123 mile an hour. They were probably looking for something a little bit quicker than that. Perry Boulevard almost stuck. Still went 116 spinning to the 60 foot.
Yeah, they're on it right now, having a bit of a look there. But yeah, I think that was just another attempt at trying the other lane and seeing what it could do, and it didn't quite take it at this stage. We are, of course, as you said, that daylight sun. It's still pretty strong, and it just, I shouldn't say it makes the track go off. It just makes that marginal for a small period of time, and you find that even with this heat a bit later on, we'll be thankful we had the heat in it.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to make the track.
It's because it's going to be cold again tonight. Like, it was cold out here last night, mate, and you know, us Queenslanders don't like to whinge about the cold, but it might have been 7 degrees last night. I mean, it was freezing.
It was a bit chilly. Yeah.
I'm talking all the people from Toowoomba, they don't even flinch. You know, 7's nothing to them. You know, anything below 14 degrees, and you know, my nipples could cut your face off if I accidentally sort of turned around. They're that sharp. Last night they were deadly weapons.
Just watch out, mate. Just
I nearly froze to death at about 6 degrees last night here. So
yeah, actually, you weren't wearing a jumper or anything last night.
No, I didn't have anything. Yeah. I didn't have anything. I brought plenty of blankets and plenty of protection tonight, because I ain't going anywhere for a while until I fall over and collapse. This is the birthday bash that I've always wanted, a radial birthday bash.
You're missing your boys' formal though, aren't you, as well?
Yeah, but you know, formals come, formals go, but it's only Kenda, you gotta prioritise. My son's more than cool with that, he knows. He gets it.
Okay.
He gets it. He'll be happy going in the Volvo. He'll have a good old night.
Well, we got here, Simon Graham in the Tirana.
Bretty Armstrong, Bretty.
Nice one, Brett Armstrong. Got out strong.
No good for Simon there. No good for Simon. Didn't want to light the wick up or anything. 5.40. So that's a bit better for Brett Armstrong.
131 mile an hour. He improves by a tenth.
It's got a little bit more out of the hole, no doubt about it. They normally drive that bad boy out of the hole pretty hard, but he's back in the seat. He's had plenty of seat time over the few years, but it's been a little gap since he's put it out there, and since then it's been painted and it looks immaculate. So he'll be back for another crack, as we said. T minus a few hours yet, a couple of hours in. Yeah, so that's it. Todd Marshall. So Goran's caught his our old car. So there you go, Aaron Tidmarsh telling me that. That's it. Going Mark Allen off for a bit of a Bruce Leak, and he'll be back after these messages. So I've got to thank all of our great sponsors through all of our categories. Our Outlaw Radial Bikes, STS Speed Shop, Radial Rumble, the All Over Group, Salmon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, Radial Renegade. The new OG 275 class, thanks to Outlaw Mufflers. Haltech bringing us Outlaw 235. Speedy Diffs bringing us Outlaw 275. Race Parts Melbourne bringing us Outlaw Radial. And Kenda Tyres, the series sponsor, as part of the whole shebang. Of course, all of our great minor awards. So look, we're giving away, with 1,000 to win per category and 500 runner-up, we're giving away a fair whack there, and that's $6,500 of cash and stool credit. Combined total 17 grand by the time you throw in all of our outstandings in there as well, our most outstanding awards. We've got a performance wholesale most consistent, and we always try and make sure that these guys understand what we're looking for with most consistent. But essentially, when we get to the trophy presentations tonight, most of the guys that are going for most consistent, they need to show us these time cards from racing. You can't just grab, you know, you might have had 3 goes or 4 goes in qualifying and you go, look how close I was there. We like to take them out of racing, and we will occasionally use one from qualifying if it means putting one racer against the other. But normally what it means is that the most consistent award will have to have a series of runs spread over sometimes half a thousandth of a second. Sometimes it's that tight. Sometimes we're going to the 3rd decimal point when guys are showing us runs where it's, you know, a couple of decimal points between each other, you know, 003 between 3 runs or 001 between 3 runs. They're the sort of things that we're looking for, and that most races that are going for the most consistent awards can pick up that $500 store credit from Performance Wholesale. Trim Southeast Queensland, the most outstanding OG275 car will get $500 cash, and that is still remains to be seen which one's the most outstanding car. Once we start seeing them in the categories after 4:30 this afternoon, I think that's when a lot of our focus comes to this. Especially in racing 2, the best reaction, thanks to Profab Motorsport, will get 500 cash. So we'll get to see who the best reaction time is on the Pro Tree. And you guys can keep your eyes out for that. I mean, these races happen so fast in front of you, it's very hard for you guys to probably pick the reaction times like we see it on the screen. And, you know, sometimes we've got to grab it real quick too off the timing system, because run after run we put these guys down. And that's going to be someone earning $500 for best reaction thanks to Profab. The most outstanding radial rumble car will get $500 thanks to Bolt King. The best engineered will get $500 from Race Bolts. Now, again, we've got to work out the best engineered. I've already got one in mind for that in case the boys need a bit of help. You could just about give it to 100 odd cars best engineered. They're just amazing what we're seeing out there. Outstanding Radial Renegade thanks to Finance Next. Mood Motorsports thanks for $500 for Announcer's Choice. So we'll take that very, very seriously and give someone $500 for that. Warwick Panel and Paint, Paint and Panel rather, best appearing, $500. Six Boost Hard Luck, $500. Now, again, we've got to find someone that's had some hard luck so far. Everyone seems to be doing all right. And of course, Empire Performance, outstanding 235. Tuned by Dale Castle Hill, outstanding 275. And Coastline Building Company, outstanding Outlaw Radial, 500 cash. G'day, guys. How's it going? That's good. You've come just at the right time. A little bit of track prep just coming up there. So we're just having a little bit of a clean there on the start line. Not by much, just a little pick up there. The rest of the track's looking all A-OK. So we're racking them through. As we said, we're running to about 3:30, running them all out. And then, yeah, 4 o'clock to 4:30 is designated track prep, where we will give it perhaps a rotate and a little bit of spray. And then, yeah, 4:30 onwards, we'll be getting the rounds around. But, of course, we've got a lot to do from the end of qualifying to the start of racing. And one of those things is that we have to seed the categories. And that means literally take the qualified fields, work out who's in and who's out, because some guys might be out. We need to know that when we're seeding. And then we've got to come up with that seeding and get it to you guys. And one thing about the seeding is you'll be able to know exactly who you're racing over 3 rounds. You won't have to come back each round and work it out. Well, I think we have it seeded, so you'll be able to know from round 1 who you're racing in round 2 and round 3. All right, here we go. This thing's got some lungs on it. Let's see if he can hold it on the line. Gary Milgate hasn't had a run today yet because he's done it again, Gaz. He's done it again, Gaz. He just hasn't, it sounds amazing, that car, but he just hasn't been able to hold it on the trans brake and get himself a representative time at all yet. He got an 8:36 then. I don't know how he did it, but he got one down. Tony Inglis, the brickie, 5:89. For him, so he gets himself into the field. All right. All you need is that run down there. You'll be in the field anyway. Obviously, just how you're seated will depend on your qualifying performances. So he'll want a representative time there, Gary Milgate. So we'll just be keeping an eye on whether he can get another run or two and just make sure he's going to be able to make that thing stay in the beams. That's the thing about our Heads Up Pro Tree category. All of them, you really need to be concentrating, getting into stage and taking that Pro Tree. So that's the thing that you will see probably from this afternoon into this evening. You will see the occasional slip up. It's that one basic thing that we wish we can all do, and that's stage the cars and leave the line on time. But we've got a few races that just might get that muddled up a little bit. Some guys get the old nerves up and they go off the phantom amber. They'll leave when there's no amber there, and they've just got to keep their cool. And we will be rewarding good racing this afternoon and this evening once we get underway. But there's been plenty of practice from the guys facing the Pro Tree. Even the guys that have done several Kendas can sometimes just get that little bit wrong sometimes, which can be an issue. So this is what it's all about, the Heads Up Pro Tree. People can live and die by the Christmas tree. We saw poor old Gary Milgate, that's twice now, where he may not have grabbed the trans brake or something and the thing's rolled through at the wrong time, and still managed, I think, the car. By the time the tree was thrown, he rolled through on the back tyres, I think that's what it was. All right, this is the big and the short of it when it comes to utilities running in Renegade. Archie Kieski, 13B turbo, using the Jatco auto, and beside him Phil Edwards, 540 cubes in the ute. Been blowing the tyres off this thing every run. There we go, Archie gets the little Mazda going, goes through the gears, good run for him, 590. Great run for Archie Kieski. That's going to put him well qualified in the Renegade field, the 550 field. Phil Edwards, a 928, still not able to hook the big utility up. I don't think we can legally put bags of concrete in the back, but we can certainly try. So good run from Archie. That's what he said. He said he'd run a 580 with that car, so he's definitely found the mark. Justin Squires now and Terry Mansfield French. Check out the patina on the old HZ. And we're running in Rumble here, so these guys are on a 640 index. It's just how well they qualify. Terry's been in the low 7s there, 740, so he'll probably be in Rumble B. So will Justin Squires. He'll be at the bottom of Rumble B, you would think, with 809, 813, 822. Yeah, but running a few more of the Renegade and Rumble cars through. Dave Hutchinson in Rumble, the XT Falcon, 408 cubes in the wagon. Ben Ramsey, 376 cubes in the little Chevy Love. And they're just one of those cars that just lend themselves to a good little drag racing package. Plenty of room to go the small block. It's got the tray on the back of it, very minimal. That's a relatively light car when you have a look at it. Power to weight's pretty good. He's run 693, so he'll be in Rumble. 712 the best for Dave Hutchinson. That might just change right now. He goes 770. No, it's pretty consistent. 690 again. So Ben Ramsey went 693 and a 690. So no doubt he'll be in that Radial Rumble 640 class. Just exactly where he'll be seated remains to be seen. But plenty of cars in that class, and we normally split them down. So we'll take a quick, we might take a quick 10, a quick 12 if they're all close together, and then we'll take the rest. Oh, well, it's Trent Bianco. The earlier call I made, it was a turbo 4G63, but by the sound of that, it's got the Mitsubishi 3.8 in it. That's right, 3.8 Mitsi on board. Beth Mansfield French in the Capri. What a great combo, Trent Bianco. Went 699 with a 9 on the previous run. 717 for him with the auto. But I think that's there, the Mitsubishi 380 motor on board. 797 there for Beth. All right, here they go. The street boys, the streetcar boys running in Rumble. We've got Nick Sartoglu. Of course, Nick's been running for ages, this VK, 355. Darren Lowe, the Falcon, 351 cubes. Beautiful looking GT. Heads up. Screaming that Falcon. Goes through the 660 with a 755. A little bit of smoke like it did on the last run. Nick, no problem, 684. So he went 681 and 684. So he can just about bank on that car being pretty consistent when we go into the 640 Rumble class a bit later. All right, stout burnout from the pair of them. Luke Hauser, the Turbo Buick V6 Corolla. Up against him, Rod Archer, Mr. Archer's Smash Repair. He's got the Radial Bug, got the Camaro out there. Going to run a little bit of Radial Rumble as well. Heads up, Pro Tree. And what do you go? 649, Lukey Hauser. There. There we go, legs it through, 6.65 for the KE70 and 7.48 the first run there for Rod Archer. So Rod Archer's got the bug, going out for a little bit of rumble. So yeah, the Camaro will get into probably rumble B, no probs. We're squirting quite a few Renegade and Rumbles out. I think we love to bank them up a little bit. We sort of have an open lane policy there for everyone, but you know, if we see a few of the big cars starting to roll together, we'll put them out there, and then we'll go the Renegade and Rumble boys. Hello, we've got something out of the Ute. IHRA's just found something, and yeah,
you see something on the track there.
That's not pretty. Michael Patino, he went 6.42 with a 4. He was pretty much the quickest Rumble car.
Oh yeah, there's something definitely there on the front of the car.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
No.
He's got to send him out. We'll be mopping that lane for a little while. And we might have to be just shooting the solos out while we get the Ute back. Yeah, it's had a nice trip on it. And that's just one of the fears you have when you go racing, isn't it, Mark? That you check everything to make sure you've got no leaks. But the biggest fear is getting shut down. You know, you fired the thing up. All you want to do is do your burnout, come back and go into stage, and you just hope no one finds anything under your car, because that means your fun's over for about an hour until they clean it all up. So, and of course he won't be allowed to come back until, you know, he's obviously cleaned up underneath the car. But that was a beauty, and I don't know what do they got there? They had a little bit of rice hull ash or a rag on it. I don't know whether we're fuel or whether we're oil. Normally we give it a squirt with the vodka. I shouldn't say vodka. It's the squirt with the thinners. Here's a bit of spray on it here, bit of spray on stick maybe. That's all we need.
Tell you what, mate, we've got the cars on track, but there are some nice cars just behind the tower in front of the Kenda merchandise tent, all set up in like a little mini car show. There's some nice cars down there.
It's accidental, isn't it?
Is it accidental?
Well, it's purely accidental. Like, it's just what everyone's got in the sheds,
yeah.
You know, and you're either coming.
I had those in my shed.
Yeah, you're either coming out, you're either coming out in your daily driver, or you've got something that's beautiful day. Of course, you want to take it out and show it off. And there wouldn't be a weekend where you wouldn't drive around this town and not see all those cars out enjoying their freedoms on the roads. And that's just to be, you know, responsible car ownership and pride in your ride. And you know, we're getting a lot of dickheads on social media and the news at the moment that are meeting up in the normal Bunnings meet up, and they end up carrying on. That sort of gives everyone a bad name. And then you've got guys that all want to turn up here and race and do it properly, and, you know, no one bats an eyelid. Certainly we don't have the press hovering all over us here today. Look, a bunch of car enthusiasts doing the right thing. No one wants to see that. No one wants to see that on the news. Here's a bunch of people actually doing it properly. No one wants to see that. They'd rather post up all this stuff they get off Insta and TikTok, you know, of all these clowns and the single peggers, you know. Having a crack.
Get into them, Diggles.
Trying to be Insta famous, you know. Oh my God, that's a thing apparently. They like that. They get off on that stuff. I don't get off on it. It's just antisocial. It catches up with you every single time. You know what I mean? You can be Insta famous, but you can also be Insta dobbed in as well. Here he is, Colsey.
Yeah, Lucas Jackson and Holden to take on Brent Coles in the RX-7 for spot-on performance. The RX-7 ran a 5.99 earlier today and a 6.56, so those guys are marching. And Lucas Jackson, no time here, so I'm not too sure. I thought I'd seen Lucas run.
He might have had the old Phantom Amber syndrome.
That might have been it, yeah.
Yep.
So Lucas Jackson looking to put a number on the board in qualifying. He will this time around. The Holden gets our small block share power on board. He goes through, runs 5.68, 121 miles an hour. Brent Coles wheels up for the RX-7. Got up on boost, 135 to the 60 foot. He goes through 5.96, 116 miles an hour for Brent Coles. He improves by a few hundredths of a second as well. Here in the middle of the day, in the heat.
Yes, yeah, it's a great run by him. He really gave it hell off the line there too, Colesy. But Lucas Jackson, he made that pass stick. 5.68. Yeah, well, let's put him right in the pointy end of Renegade. What have we got? 5.52, 5.54, 5.56, 5.59. There's Lucas Jackson, 5.68. Michael Todd, 5.69. Daniel Ward, 5.74. Craig Scotney, 5.76. Jeff Rice, 5.77. That's a nice tight bunch. Tight bunch.
Tough field in Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pool's Radial Renegade.
Here's Dwayne.
Yes.
Dwayne back in the Mazda 626. Just took a bit of time to get in. He's got more boost in it. He reckons he's got to make this one stick as well.
Wheel up for Brent Dreyer. Currently running a best of a 6:46. Let's see what he goes. 6:46 again, 106 miles an hour. And Dwayne.
Dwayne legs it out, goes 38.9 on the 40. 38.9 on the 40. I don't think it needed 9 grand in second, but 6:38.9.
You're right.
6:38.9. Oh, Dwayne. He's
shifted at 8,000, mate. She'll be right in the 40s.
Under that 640 index by just a smidgen, but he's just about got it nailed there. He's just got to get himself back. Now, here we go. Gary Hunt. Isn't it nice? Gary's come up to say g'day.
He did. He's a nice guy, Gary.
He's a nice guy. He's, of course, the Commodore. 440 cubes of aspirated LS. I think this thing went 1,000 on the dyno. I think this thing went 1,000 horsepower aspirated on the dyno, this thing. This is a stout 440 cube LS. Yeah. And what did he go? 548. He needs to go 550. He needs to slow that Commodore down by 0.02 of a second to be right on the 550 Renegade.
Yeah, KPM Performance Power on board for Gary Hunt. And Ian over in the Chevy Love. Oh, wheels up for Gary Hunt in the Commodore.
That's all he needed.
And he
70. Gary, no early click, mate.
No,
the wheel stand would have slowed him down enough. The wheel stand would have slowed him down enough.
It gets him in the field. Anyway, 7:32 from Ian Deutscher there. Just missed the speed there.
Wow, so three Chevy Loves,
yep.
3 turbo rotary autos, some tough LS out there. Look at the mixture here, Troy Hutton and Reese Carkeet. 684 for Hutton, Carkeet 743. Both guys been consistent run after run. Heads up Pro Tree, so they'll be on that 640 index. They could be split in the same field later on. Look at the reaction times, 2.5, 2.4, so we'll be watching them during racing to see who gets the 500 for best reaction.
Yeah.
687, now that's 3 good runs within a couple of hundreds of each other, and a 746 there, very close as well for Carkeet. All right, here we go. He's back. Our New South Welshman, Michael Grillis, he went 644 with a 5, very close to the 640 index. Beside him, Nicholas Smith went 703. We know there's a little bit more for Nick Smith. He's been in the pointy end of a few rumble fields.
I'll tell you what, just back on that reaction time thing from ProFab Motorsports Reaction Time Award tonight, I'd be having a shot, man. That's $500 cash for the winner, and then if you can cut a 30 or a better light, man, you're going to be in with a shot for best reaction time.
All right, here we go. Clean greens. Not much to write home about reaction time wise just yet, but keep an eye out, Mike. 43, yeah, 43 nice. On the 40. That's really tightened it up. 643 on the 640 index.
Nicholas Smith goes 713, 102 miles an hour.
He'll be killer in B. Yeah. I think he'll be killer in Rumble B.
Just having a look at the 640 cars now. Yeah, 42 Paternotis is the quickest. Grillis there goes 643. He goes to number 2 at the moment in qualifying for the Radial Rumble class, brought to us by All Over Group. We've got more of them on track now. It looks like Greg Trapnell in that 1962 Chevy taking on Brody Olsen.
Yeah, now Trappy just had that little fuel leak on the previous run. Looks like they've got that all solved. Brody Olsen, just one of the most immaculately presented hatchbacks that you'll ever see. Again, another piece of jewellery. Trappy's thing, that's a hell of a lot of jewellery to put in the jewellery box. You'd hate to see the size of the ballerina on the top of that jewellery box. All right, like Rebel Wilson. Brody Olsen. Oh, Trappy, what's happened there? It's had a big sneeze. Brody Olsen screams down the track there. 5.99, his best so far.
Yeah, good run.
Yeah, and old Trappy's had a big cough there. I know maybe he's got some nitrous on it, so whether or not it's just had a big cough on the hit. Don't see anything sort of running on the ground. Good luck pushing that thing back, boy. Oh, no, pushing all right.
Yeah, they're going all right.
Geez, you'd expect that to be a hell of a thing to push. Jeffrey's doing it with one hand. Oh, he's pointing. He's telling Greg to get out of there. So nothing on the track. So it was just that big sneeze, big cough, lost power.
He spun as well on the hit.
So that's not all over for Trappy. Remember, with this free range, call it free range qualifying. Free range qualifying means you can come up any time you want. There's Frankie walking down the back here in his own world. Mr. Frankie Marquez getting ready to see what's going to happen out of all of these cars that are getting towed around. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got plenty of action to see, including, well, that Pro-Charge Firebird not too far away in the staging lanes. I can see Dan Symbolics there with that Firebird. I can see John Haley wanting to come back and have a run. There's a few guys wanting to come back and have a run a little bit early, because we do know that this time of the day, I mean, we're going to get sweeter from here on, no doubt about it. This afternoon sun, we're losing the sting on the track, and that means that track temp will come back down to where we know it all works. Ask Daniel Ward about traction. Ask Dale W. Get your Polaroids out just in case here, because we might have double wheel stand action here. 2 pointy-end Renegade cars right here. Keep your eyes out on Wardy, Turbo LS on board the Valiant.
Duffy's right over to the right of the group as well in the stage, you knows that. Now Duffy hasn't gone into the 550 zone yet. This time he goes 577, 123. He rolled off the throttle there.
Yeah.
It's 5 mile an hour down.
Dan Ward
put,
in Sydney, Dan Ward put that Valiant on the bumper. Put it on the back bumper. Like literally, I think it even put it on the tow bar, which meant it had all 4 wheels off the ground. He did a bit of damage. He got it fixed, and here he is. And good to see Wardy back. Alison Farah, Ali Farah and Justin Squire. So Ali and Tanya, our 2 ladies today. I still think we need, to raise the glass ceiling on radial racing. 686.
Nice and consistent.
Yeah, and an 823 there. Yeah, so Ali Farah's going to have a cracking good time with a consistent car in Rumble. Going to really represent herself well.
Yeah, most consistent award, of course, brought to us by Performance Wholesale. And the rule for that is you bring up your time cards to us at the conclusion of racing, your 3 rounds of racing. If you think you're the most consistent, so when we talk about consistent, it's your 3 passes spread as well when we talk about that. All
right, Daryl Beavis, the 434 cubic inch UC, left on the Pro Tree. Rod Archer's getting the hang of it in the Archer's Camaro. 748 before, there's a 56, there's an 89. So Daryl Beavis keeping it in the 680s for 3 runs in a row.
So you would have got back around quickly, Archer.
It's going to be a really sweet...
I think from now, probably most guys are probably only going to look at like maybe 1. The Renegade Rumble guys might go for 2 passes, but I think of the Outlaw classes, they're probably going to do 1 more pass at most before racing, just to give themselves that turnaround time. Go over the data.
Look, it wasn't. It was Phil Andronicus. That's the guy I was trying to remember. Phil Andronicus and Harold Joss. Mark's customising. 680 he ran in the Tirana before. Here he goes, 677, a 654. So Andronicus gets a good run down. That's a nice run. 654 for him on that 640 all-over group radial rumble class. Yeah, the fixed index racing's really given everyone that clear scope for competition. Here's the guy. Here he is. He had that little leak in the other lane. He's hopefully fixed it up, and here he is sneaking down the other one. That's Michael Patnotis. He's got to be nearly number 1 qualifier, 642 with a 4. That's close to our 640 index for Rumble.
Quickest in the Rumble class.
So 42 with a 4 is the 1-tonner. Oh, Brad Lynch gets that boosted 415 HQ down. That's a bit better. 579. So, geez, they both leapt up there. That one, not a real good one. I'd say Michael didn't have the bottle on there.
No, he was well down on his previous passes. Only a 718 there, but it looked clean, just slow.
All right. Well, I can't believe this. Like our open qualifying rules meant that anyone could come to the lanes at any time and have a run. And when you have a look in the staging lanes now, we've all caught up. We don't have the traffic jams in the lanes because everyone's had a few runs. They're settling themselves down and realising that, yes, we've basically got, 2 hours and 40 minutes left. 2 hours, 40 minutes? 1 hour 40. 1 hour 40. I'll do the sums right. 1 hour 40. All right, here's Juan Kudnik. So Juan with, so there's 4 power adders out there, Mark. There's
4 power adders. Go through it.
There's 3 turbos, 1 blower, and 1 kit of nitrous. One car's got 3 of that. The street car. All right, Sean Muscat, can he make it stick again? Pump City! Well, trying to get it to stick. Oh, Juan Kudnik trying to make the street car stick. Juan goes 533. 3,600 pound street car, 533 on a 235 radial and a 518 pedal there for Muscat. But hey, Juan just making the thing go. 3,600 pound leaf sprung pump gas blower at the front, turbo in the boot, nitrous in the middle.
How much horsepower he's got in that?
Oh,
car?
that's making a stout amount.
What do you think? About 1,500?
Oh, easy, I'd say.
Yeah.
Easy, yeah. It's got plenty to
It's
move
such an
that car
impressive
that
car,
heavy,
man.
to
Yeah.
make a car go that fast heavy. But so here we go, Johnny Haley. Oh yes, baby. You want some supercharged action? We're just about to get you a little bit more in a sec. Dan Sybolic's coming up after Johnny Haley. This, yeah. You wait for the next car. You wait for the next car. This is loud. You wait for the next car.
Another one of these guys going to the right of the group.
Yeah,
I wonder if they're looking for the glue on the outside there.
They could be. They could be. All right, Johnny Haley might have a bit more timing in it this time. It's been getting down the track lazily. Just does its thing, doesn't it? 565.
Very tidy, 121 mile an hour. So he ran a best of a 5:59 early, so he's just on the money, just nice and consistent. And is he racing in?
He'll be an Outlaw Radial, I think. I think he was an Outlaw Radial. So he'll be in the numbers there.
Yeah, he's in the F9072, so he's in Outlaw Radial, yeah.
And let me tell you, we're dragging this little tyre sled for a reason. We've got our the most outstanding Outlaw Radial car to debut this year coming up. It's in the staging lanes right now. Dan Sybolic's from Wodonga, the Pro-Charged Firebird. And as we said, Sybolic's has run, it's not so much the 391 that he ran before, it was the fact that that 391 was a 1 second flat 60 foot and a 259 to 330, then an early click when the car had run into the 80 zone at 200 or mile an hour. This beast is on the cusp of making some great numbers happen. I'd say from this run onwards, I think we might see more of the cards that they're hiding, because the early clicks are one indicator to tell you that yes, they're just creeping up on different parts of the racetrack with the combination. And of course, down in Sydney, if Frankie took it over the quarter, it ran a 5 second quarter mile time. But when you have a look at the footage from the top end, it was off it early. Like it was an 800 or 900 foot click, and it still ran a 5. Like it was charging. Yeah. I mean, there might be a couple of 100-foot difference in that statement, but it was an early click, and it still went a 5 with the car.
You know what? In reality, right now, this pass for the guys in the Outlaw Radial classes that are coming out, this is probably close to what they have first round racing, because at first round the sun is still going to be out. It might be a slightly bit cooler, but it's going to be close to these conditions that they're facing right now. So you probably want to get a good pass here to give you a bit of confidence going into that first round of racing.
I'd like to know, I mean, we're doing the sled at the moment. We're just getting that nice sort of smooth out. I don't think we apply the rotator until we get to that track prep break, where we will probably give it a rotate. But we're just giving it a drag with the sled. It seems to get things back linear again, and the boys are going for the twist. Now, Victor, can you give us a little clue there, Victor? Can you do the numbers? 300 something. 300 something there on the twist. 300. All right, let's have Vic's going to twist in that lane and have a look. See, this is the stuff I reckon that, tracks could invest in. You got one guy that does that every hour for you and tells the racers what you got. But, I mean, it's a specialist bit of equipment that some guys have, it's important to have. Vic's going to do it. Here we go. He's got a bit of twist on it.
It'd be interesting to know which lane he thinks is better, just from this lot of numbers he's about to get from the traction meter. Which lane? Is
that 300 as well? Yeah, so 300 neat. So 300 odd on both sides there on our
so they're equal. That's
on
good.
Our traction meter. So
yeah, I like to see what the guys, because obviously there's lane choice issues in racing, and the quicker car gets that lane choice. And it's always interesting to see where they're going, if there's like a 50-50 split, or they all choosing the one lane.
Yeah, no, it's just that sort of decision that needs to be made, and then you try and put it exactly in the right bit of the racetrack. And one thing that we've always tried to do with Kenda 660 is provide both lanes to be super consistent. We're doing some dragging in this lane to make sure that we can just get you through until we go a bit more loco on the prep around 4 o'clock, where I think the rotator might still come out. I don't know whether it needs to come out anymore. We might have enough rubber there that's doing the job. Yes, oh sorry folks, just get out of the way there if you can, thank you. There's a bloody big tractor coming through there, and he's going to do both, drag both. Now whether or not we give that a light spray over the top, I don't know. Whether we just need to rub it or give it a spray. Sometimes the spray will just be what we need. All right, down there on the start line is the man that has stood on many a start line millions and dozens of times, and he still keeps coming back for more. Frankie from Dandy. And Frankie's, I don't know whether they've made their mind up that that's the lane that they might want to put the Firebird in. Pretty much, you can nearly just toss a coin and decide which lane you can try, and whatever you've put in it could nearly work.
I wonder if they're just looking at where they want to stage the car, because they obviously don't do a burnout across the start-finish line. They, I reckon they're probably looking at where they want to put the car on track now.
Just having a look at a couple of little bits and pieces there. I mean,
be interesting to know what they're thinking right now. What are they thinking? What are they looking for before the pass on track?
It's interesting, isn't it? Because you just don't know. You just don't know what part of from the start line onwards. Obviously, there's a fair amount of trust placed as we go out 330 to 660.
Yeah.
Like no one's out walking the 660 to see how it is. It's very important how this start line looks and where they might want to put it. So look at this. Tell you what, you wouldn't want to do that too many times, mate. You'll pull the old hammy out. Be careful. You almost got to double knot your shoes too. Mind you, folks, don't try this at home. But all these people that are standing out on the start line are professionals. In other words, they know that they've got to go double knot and triple knot on their shoes, or else they lose them.
You can spend a little bit of time on YouTube watching people fall over on sticky drag tracks.
Well, Frankie's got really strong legs, because you see that he's not sticking his feet to the ground there. He's pretty strong in the legs, Frank. He's pretty strong legs there. He's not getting stuck. He's not getting stuck like it's twice the amount of gravity there.
Just stand still for 30 seconds.
Yeah, there we go. Yes.
Oh, the calves.
And
the calves out.
And I'm sure the skin gets whiter from there, Frankie. I'm sure it does. The Victorian tan going on well. But it is so good that we have our interstate guys coming up. And as I said to Frankie yesterday, welcome to South Georgia Willowbank again. This is South Georgia Willowbank, pretty much our South Georgia. It's Queensland, the radial state. Willowbank Raceway, drag radial's finest. You can say all those things. And when you're with the Kenda boys, well, what do we bring? We bring the latest from Kurt Johnson, the total venue concepts, track rotator, the spray rig. Kurt said it was the best spray rig he's ever used in his career, and that guy is just an absolute legend, and that's a master stroke by Justin and Scott to be bringing that level of commitment as far as track prep is to this country, and that cost them a pretty penny to learn this knowledge that they have to be able to deliver a killer track surface for these cars to see the very best. And what we saw this morning, straight off the bat, the very first run in qualifying today was Joe Gauchi's 3:85.9 to be the quickest turbo Australian radial pass. And then the very next pairing was Wade Wagstaff and Terry Sang side by side, 3:79 to a 3:83. So that was the quickest side by side Noonan radial pass in Australia. Two Noonans, twin turbo Noonan Camaro, and the screw blowing Noonan Hemi side by side. It was a great race as well, and they were both on it. Both cars were just, we lost our lunch at about 10:03 a.m. pretty much. We hadn't even eaten lunch and we lost it already. It was a hell of a thing. Hello. Yeah, we've got Ryan Holt's going to have a crack there first. Or no, Symbolics is ready.
Symbolics there, yeah.
We can see the Enigma, the RX3 is back. We can see Casper's back. So the twin-turbo big block Gemini is back, getting quicker and quicker and quicker. I'd love to see him and I'd love to see Casper and the RX3 go against each other. Two short wheelbase cars with big blocks on board, trying to get it out on the radial. All right, the word on the street is, you better block your ears, folks. Frankie needs an eardrum transplant. Frankie's on his 6th set of eardrums. Thank goodness the hair product's been helping with the blockage of the ears. Frankie's got the lustrous grey mane going on, but this is a cranky raised cam pro-charged Hemi. Doesn't even sound like it's running until you give it some. Just sounds like a normal, doesn't it? Sounds like a normal car when it's idling. It's only when you get that boost up.
I'm a big fan of the Pro Chargers.
Where's this run going to be? Frank is deep in thought still there. And that's the thing the crew chiefs have got to come up with. It's like, is it going to still be as hot as it was before? If it's pulling 300 on the traction, it can't be that bad. But remember, the rubber on the tyre to the rubber on the track, they almost have just got to be completely at one with each other. And he can't let the thing spin even one revolution. So let's see how they go. Look for the suspension travel out of the rear wheel arch as well. Listen to that torque converter. And that's why I reckon the 6-boost cars really impressed me this weekend, is that attack on the converter right on the hit allows that to do everything it needs before starting to stop the slip in the converter. So let's see what this thing can do. Here we go. Oh, no. Didn't want it.
So close.
Didn't want to have it. Didn't want to have a bar of it. Didn't want to have a bar of it. It just was just too much for it.
I wonder if we'll see those guys again. There's still a couple hours.
No doubt. I think they will. Oh, there we go. So no more Marcus Page. There's a I'll give you the clue. It's a 15 lobe camshaft.
Oh.
It's a 15 lobe camshaft.
Okay.
So Marcus Page is out. That's the call. So no more hot rod from hell tonight. 15 lobe camshaft. They don't sell too well on Gumtree, those ones. All right. 2J versus Big Block. Oh yes indeed. Look at this, Terry Androutsos. The quickest 275 car we have in this country. In Sydney it went 415 at 189 mile an hour in the 8th. And that left-hand front wheel, I don't think went down the whole way.
No,
it just carried the left-hand front the whole way. Ryan Holtz, Captain Risky, he's the 2J LC driver, of course, owner of this car. And of course, this is the fruits of the Spot On Performance Workshop. Let me tell you, that's a dream factory. And you know what, I can walk into Spot On maybe 2 or 3 times a month. You know, we're all part of one family, and you just get to see the dream machines they're building in there. Like, and guys, and their waiting list is off the bottom of the whiteboard. They are literally, they are belting out people's automotive dreams car by car. All right, sounds like the RX3's a lot different. No, he spins them.
Oh, Holtz just hanging that wheel
yeah,
up
baby.
again. 496, 148 mile an hour for Holtz. He backs up that 494. Good runs there from Holtz.
That's it, yeah, that's it. Well, Terry, at least he lit the wick that time, which means they're close. They're very close. Obviously, it was really reluctant to even leave under any anger, but that was the first time it has done since last night. So that means that keep an eye out for that RX3 in the next half an hour again, I would say. All right, a few more of our STS Outlaw Radial bikes. We've got a 6-bike field here today, and they'll be just round robbing each other. We'll be seeding them, of course, but they'll be coming up against each other in various performances. Jack Roberts and Mark Ashworth, 540s to 6.1s is what we've seen the difference between the Gixxer and the Hayabusa.
STS Speed Shop bringing us the Outlaw Radial bikes today. Well, Roberts has got all the power here. His run is 544. He goes 543, 126 miles an hour, and a 650 for Ashworth at 116 miles an hour on the Suzuki.
Yeah, with the smaller bikes, there's just that little bit of time to murder that clutch to get the thing to go, and with that larger capacity bike, you get through that pretty quickly and you're away using all that engine's power. You've got to get her up in the revs, those little thousands, and you're wasting time getting them up there unless you can do the old Rhett Lockheed and just give it, 10,000 on the line.
Taking me back, mate, to the
that. Yeah, well, I wish we had his B altered bike here. When Rhett Lockheed had that B altered bike, that would be a perfect Outlaw Radial.
It would be
Outlaw Radial bike. All right, Jamie Swift back with the VH Commodore, and entrant 9211 Luke Cullen. Bit of Outlaw 235 in the VH. What did he go? Jamie Swift went 609.
Yep, 116 miles and 647 for Luke Cullen so far.
He's got enough out the deep end, 575 for Jamie, but he was really soft on getting it out of the hole on the 235.
Yeah, 151 to 60 foot. Very, very soft, as you said, conservative, but he does improve by a little bit there.
Yeah, here we go.
575. Who we got up now, Chris?
Oh, it's just Turbo LS Commodore street cars. That's what we've got. Entrant 7122, Trent Bimble, and entrant number 3066, which I can't find 3066, but that's Troy Stakes from memory. Oh, both of the guys just throw. And you can just notice when you get back to the guys with the, the street-based suspensions, is that they can be that fickle to throw all that power at it. They'll come back and have another run, no doubt. That's the joys of it. And there's a few more lined up in the lanes here now. I can see Mitchell Bean coming for a crack.
Oh, Joe Gauci down there in
Joe
the back
Gauci.
as well. That's all right.
Aris Contolian in the water, trying to chase that elusive 550 in the Renegade field. All right, we're just rolling the boys down, so it just takes a bit to get that track clear. We like to have them around the corner by the time we get them into the skid. All right, making sure that the Scorpions got everyone's attention. Craig Scottney from Pyalba, KB Springworks, the Mitzi 393 cubes of small block Ford, Clevo based, I would say. 320 people watching on the Overtaking Lane stream from all over the world. We had them from Argentina, got them from Canada, got them from the United States.
Nice.
All right, Aris Contolian, 547 he ran. He's trying to run a 550. Ran a 550 something last night. That's the combo he needs. Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, Radial, Renegade, 550 class.
Too cool for school, Aris Contolian in that Camaro. Goes through, runs a 554.
Wow.
125 mile an hour and a 578.
Yeah, but that's a 554 with a what? Because there's already a 554 here, so that's behind the 554 with a 1.
Yep.
So 554 with a 1, 554 with, so again, we'll have to, Aris will have to pull his ET up to show us, because that won't show us on CompuLink, that one. But yeah, so Aris is qualified under Carkeet. All right, Mitchell Bean, Daniel Fisher. So now we know Daniel Fisher. It's the Holden from Sydney. Beautiful VZ Ute, Turbo LS on board. Mitch Bean, twin Turbo LS, of course, out of the spot-on workshops. Took a passenger last night, Dave Johnson, for a couple of runs. Oh, Mitch plays the zing on him. Mitch puts the zing on him that time. Yeah. And, you know, he recovers to a 634, but
24.
Probably wasn't supposed to do that. But that is that funny time of the afternoon where some will hit and some will miss. And we are just bashing these guys through. And tell you what, dragging that sled's really sort of helped in a way, but I suppose it's helped to get these guys to acclimatise. Oh, he's already in. Terry Mansfield French.
He moved in stage a little bit quick there and had to almost went through.
Look at these Aussie street cars. Just
that's what I was just thinking. The best appearing water, like you had to pick between these two cars.
Yeah. Barra powered Valiant. Yes.
Oh wow! Looks good and goes good as well.
Yeah, great run there from Nathan Peters. That's the best so far. 6:35. Oh, geez, he's in rumble. Needs to be a 40. 6:35. Nelly had it.
And a 7:42.
It's pretty close.
For Terry Mansfield French there. Next pairing up, we have got on the track Justin Squires in the Kingswood taking on Darryl Brevis in the Tirana. Beavis now just edging forward. Oh, I think he was having a shot, Squires. I think he was going for a shot.
He was going for a hit?
Yeah, I think so.
Trying to cut the big reaction time, trying this Pro Tree out. But look, he's going to be in that Rumble B category, I'd say.
And you know what? I think that's a smart move for these slower reacting cars over a deep stage.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think that's probably a really smart tactic for the guys in Rumble and Renegade.
I tell you what, Darryl Beavis will have to be holding, making sure that whatever he's got in his time cards during racing might be a contender.
I tell you what though, these guys that are running like the high 540s or the high 630s, deep stage automatically kills some of your ET. You haven't got that roll out.
Yeah.
And it helps with your reaction time.
Yeah.
And just mate, if they're
that's all we need. That's the advice from Mark Allen. You got to take it. This guy's got more Christmas trees than Santa. Rod Archer beside Ryan Zell. Ryan went 7:24, so he'll be in that Rumble class. Probably bottom Rumble A, maybe top of Rumble B. Depends on what they all settle. And Rod Archer, well, he will just about guarantee Rumble B, somewhere in there. Heads up, Pro Tree. No one's cutting any massive lights just yet. You wait till we go to racing. You're going to have to cut
Deep
some
stage.
lights.
I'm telling you, if you're listening,
Yep.
deep stage. Get the deep stage happening.
Tell you what, the Camaro's fairly consistent. 7:48, 7:49, 7:56.
That is nice. Very good.
Ah.
Are those Chevy Loves again? Yep.
Yeah, we're hot lapping these things through, and don't we get through a whole bunch of them in pretty quick succession? Ian Primble and Ben Ramsey. Ramsey 690, 693, Primble 682, 757. So he's had one run there where the Falcon didn't hook up. Let's see what the Love does. That's a great little combo, that. Drive that any day of the week. It looks so... just rolled out.
Rolled out.
Now, did he do that before? Had he done that before with the trans brake?
Possibly, yeah. Usually the trans brakes don't rock backwards like that.
Yeah, no. Well, he might have grabbed some brake as it went in, let go of the brake. It rocked on the trans brake and rolled itself back out there. That will cost you a round win at the wrong time of the day.
To compensate, to try and stop that, you probably want to try and get into stage on the brake first before you apply the trans brake, just to mitigate that rocking that he's getting, or if you've got a line lock, even better. But
the key to bumping those cars, any sort of car in, is just that you've got that little bit of brake control on it. Here he is, Hot Rod Williams. Hasn't added all his own way today, Hot Rod Williams. However, the run that he did, he did put in there, that even if he's in the 645 area, that thing could come down about a 40 with good air. But
it will drop later on.
He's the man to beat. He is the man to beat. Blown and injected crossflow.
And he's solid on the lights as well. He's usually in the low ones, high zeros. And how many trophies has he got from Kenda Series already?
He's got plenty of Kenda checks. And he wants to try and run smack on that 640. Here we go. 53, that's not bad. 53's not bad.
Ooh, a little bit slower.
669, 645, 653.
And Matt Britnell goes at 697 in the lane beside him at 99 miles an hour. Next up, Brett Coles. Again in the RX-7. That's a hot lap. And Beth Mansfield French in the Capri.
Yes, 13B. I think 13B Turbo C4. The other two cars, Archie and Dwayne, they're 13B Turbo and using the Jatco 3-speed, which is literally a Japanese copy of the C4, except better. It's got Torrington thrusts instead of soft metal thrusts. It's actually less horsepower to drive a Jatco than a C4.
Oh, there you go.
And they are. Neil Maxwell taught me that years ago. Oh, it spun him just a little bit then. And then that's the thing with cars like Coles's, is that you rely so much on the boost and the converter to make all the power that when you do come off that, you don't have that large engine to be able to pedal your way to a win. It's a hell of a rubber band. Oh, here's Cinny. Here we go, Cinny Spiga back. Those black belt brigade. If that's not Johnny Haley blowing hatchback enough for you, what about Cinny Spiga?
Have we seen Cinny today?
No, I don't think we have. Outlaw 275.
Just Coffee Machine supporting the Toronto hatchback of Cinny Spiga. Taking on 5027, Goran Ivanovic.
Yes, Goran Ivanovic in OG 275.
Yeah, Ivanovic has run a best of a 5:38, 132 miles an hour today. Cinny, as we said, it's the first time out for these guys, and it's why not wait to the Saturday afternoon here at Kenda 660. First time on track. These guys picked the wheels up as well.
Oh, Cinny, get a little bit of converter up here. Here we go. Oh, no power for Cinny at all. And Zoran must have...
he spun,
spun him hard, but look, Cindy's got one down, a 716.
Well, it's a number anyway.
It was fat as hell. That was a very, very rich run there from Cindy.
Well, the positive is they've got some data to go back and look at. clean it up for the next pass for that team. Now we have got competitor 1079, not on our list here at all.
1079, but we got a class on the side. Does it just say Outlaw Radial?
Oh, yeah. It's swarm's in this car today already.
Yeah, our entrant 1079.
Anyways, they're on the track in front of us, the old Holden.
Entrant 1079. Just putting that as a note. Also, too, if anyone out there has lost a credit card, can you? We've got one handed in here at the tower. So if you've lost a credit card, it's here in the tower. No scammers, please. No scammers need apply. We need to know your name, and that's the only way we can really match it up. So come on up. We've got a credit card handed in here. Oh, just blew them there too, eh? All the power. Going to take it easy. We've still got that little bit of time, and I know that once we lose this extreme sort of heat, that temp will come down. We'll be able to see the performances come up, but before then, I think he's ready to come and run. Now, I don't know, I think he's in that far lane. I can see Jonathan down there, Joe's son. I can see the crew all having a bit of a look, and I think they're saying, this is the lane, Dad. We're coming down here. Joe Gauci. Let's see what he can do from Wollongong. And hey, look, it's Junior in beside. When I mean Junior, I mean, of course, Junior Hepburn.
Yeah, Clint Hepburn.
Clint Hepburn in there. So here we go, a bit of Outlaw Radial racing here. Proline 481X for the Mustang. This car completely built in the workshops there at Wollongong. This isn't an American Mustang. This Mustang was built from a shell here in Australia. So this has been all built by Joe and Jonathan in the workshop, the Profab workshop there in Wollongong. And of course, well, what can you say about Casper? It's been around for 10 years as an Outlaw 10.5 car. Went into mothballs for a little while, and guess what? It's come back out. No more 10.5s on the back. It's got the radial on it. Of course, Justin from Horsepower Solutions standing there as well, and he's quietly confident this car could be a real thorn in the side of all the 3 second radial cars out there, because he'll keep wibbling this into the low fours.
He hit the ground running in this car. It was pretty much 4.0s from the day they debuted the car.
Yeah, 100%.
Very consistently.
All right, Outlaw Radial, Bump City, baby. Oh, they both just couldn't get it down, but hey, Clint does the pedal. Clint does the pedal 522 at 148 mile an hour, and sometimes you've got to go into simulated attack mode, and that might be, well, you know what?
That's good.
I zinged it, but I'm going to fight it. I'm going to fight and try and get to the end, and that we're going to see a lot more urgency once we go racing, that you're not going to give up so much on a run because you want that win light. You can only win 3 times in 3 rounds, so you want to make every win count, and if that was a simulation of a round 1 match up there, well, yeah, Clint would have had one on Joe, but obviously what they tried didn't quite work, and I think everyone's still admitting that we are just a little bit away from a sweet time of the day where I think they can make one more qualifier work, and then, you know, once we get into 3 rounds of racing, well, you know, we'll have everything on a platter performance-wise as far as the track's concerned. So those guys had a crack.
Yeah, now we're back into SDS Speed Shop, Outlaw Radial Bike. On track, we have got Shane Naylor and Mark Ashworth. Shane Naylor on the Suzuki for Elite Motorcycles Toowoomba. He is in the grandstand lane, and the Suzuki of Mark Ashworth over on the Mound side. If you're watching on our Overtaking Lane stream, you see a rider screen for Shane Naylor, left screen for Mark Ashworth.
Paulie's just shaking his head down there thinking, oh, give me a bike. He said, I'll ride it down. I'll ride the tits off it. That's the way I'll ride that thing. Bit of heads up, Pro Tree. These 2,000cc bikes. Oh, snooze. They've got it back a little bit. And that's it. You're out of track. Oh, 02 to a 35. 02, that's the best he's got that off the line, Shane Naylor. And yeah, 635, 625, 650, 611. They've had plenty of hits at the track. All right, the OGs are back on the line. A couple of OG 275s. And yeah, look, the boys from Warwick. That's right, built in the garages at Warwick, both of these vehicles, Chris Carsberg and Shane Baker.
Yeah, Carsberg has run a best of a 5:32, Baker a 5:44, so should be a nice close race here just in qualifying.
Let's hope these boys can get these street cars hooked up. This is what OG 275 is all about. Oh, zing, 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 zing. Shane, same as well.
Yeah.
Shame as well. So it's weird, isn't it, that we get some that just can attack at each lap.
And they were instant spin as well. It's not like
yeah.
they squatted and then went up in spin. They were just instant, both sides.
Well, it's no secret that we're packing 1,000+ horsepower in those cars. Like, I mean, they're 1,000+ horsepower. So how do you make 1,000+ horsepower hook up on standard base suspension? And the answer is it's pineapple. It's hard to say that there's a magic potion. Each car likes different things, and in this particular case, the mark hasn't been hit yet for our afternoon qualifying phase, which, as we said, is 1 hour and 19 minutes before we close the lane. So 1 hour 19 before we close the lanes, and we'll be running out till 4 o'clock. So once we get to 4 o'clock, we'll be obviously getting a few printouts from race control, and then trying to work out who's in each class.
I'm looking forward to seeing the matchups already.
Yeah. Well,
exciting.
Don't you go anywhere, Mark. We'll need your analytical mind, and I hope we get help from Justin and Scott to come up and crunch those numbers as well. Because what we normally do is we normally then take those seedings down to Kenda Central, and then all the competitors can come and have a look at Kenda Central. And it's good to bring your phone with you, because you take a photo of who you're racing each round, and hopefully you've got an opportunity to work out what the cars might be. Sometimes they're just their names on a sheet until you go, oh yeah, that's the orange Tirana. You know what I mean? You look and you know where he's pitted, because you've run around a few laps today and you might have seen where someone else has been pitted. So a lot of the times that just turns into needing to be in the lanes and the bracket marshal spotting who they are.
Jason staying on track now in the LJ Tirana, taking on Derek Logan over in the WB Ute. So Jason saying you'll definitely say one of the heavy hitters for the Radial Renegade class, brought to us by Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. They live in that 550 zone. This car, everything about this car is designed to run in that 550 bracket.
Absolutely. And you can see the purge of the nitrous there for Sengi. His first run was a 559, and it went across the ground. It didn't go up in the air. It was across the ground.
He's a really good driver as well. Very smooth in his staging. His reaction times are good as well.
Got some new front wheels after Warwick. Yeah. Got a whole new set of wheels, I think. All right, here we go. That heads up Renegade. Something about that 550 feel just makes you a little bit serious. Nice run off the line there for Jason. 61. So 59 and a 61.
122 mile an hour, and Logan goes through for an 1182 at 55 miles an hour. He had spin on the hit as well.
Justin just tiding him over, a little bit of spray there on both lanes. Just to give the boys a little bit.
They will prep it for about half an hour once qualifying finishes up at 4 o'clock.
Yep, so we're as we said at the driver's briefing, we'd love to close the lanes off around 3:30. We won't be running past 4, so again, it's all about up to you guys being organised to be there with enough time to get one in. And of course, that's important to do. If you haven't got one in already that you're happy with.
And obviously, if you've unfortunately hurt or broken during the day, make sure you come up and let the tower know, so we don't actually seed you in racing.
That's right. So all competitors, any competitor that's out needs to notify us that you're out, and then we can take you out of the seedings. Nothing worse than having a late minute scratching, and that throws all our seeding out.
It does, especially when we've got all the paperwork here in front of us trying to work out points and so forth.
All right, here's Duffy now. He's in no man's land at the moment. Like he really is. He's gone too fast. He needs to slow it down, and even then trying to slow it down, he slowed it down too much. So they need to try and get it back and run that, a nice... Well, I think in this sort of weather, something like a 60 might be good, and will become a 50 in that cooler weather. But remember, it's big cube, big block share, 565 with some spray. How do you take 200 horsepower out of it? You know, it'll make another 50 by accident. 027 for James Costello.
Best light we've seen today.
Yeah, 68 creeping up on it. 68, that's in. That's in the field and just a little bit away from the 550. 576 for James Costello. Great light for him. So yeah, the 52 from Carkeet is still there at the top. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen anyone go close to that.
No, that's I've been keeping an eye on it. We haven't seen any 550s other than the one that was in the little radial class, but it's all tight racing at the top of Radial Renegade. A lot of cars in between 550 and 570. Got about 16 of them. Next up, we've got Phil Edwards in the Chevy Ute. Looks like he's on a solo pass. Has run a best of a 698. He will be racing in the, I would assume the Rumble class, but later on. 698, which probably might be in the B split. 113 mile an hour speed wise. We're just making sure the track is A-OK before we send Edwards down. The Radial Rumble class brought to us by All Over Group here at the Kenda 660 Series. $1,000 for the winner, $500 for the runner-up.
All right, Phil Edwards just wants to make that thing hook up one time. Getting close. He's getting the close. He's factoring the pedal in a little bit, and factoring the pedal in can sometimes work a treat too. Yeah, 47.
Very nice, 114 mile an hour.
Yeah, well, he's in that Renegade class though, so
He'll be in the Renegade class,
he'll be looking to go the 50. If that's about all he can muster, he could probably downgrade that to Rumble if you wanted to, because he hasn't run anything quicker than a 40. So who knows? All right, now this is one of the consistent ones that we might have to keep an eye out. Again, it's up to all the competitors to bring their time slips if they think they've got a case to answer. So this is Daryl Beaver, 682, 686, 686. You can't use them in racing, but geez, they're handy to have as a backup. Damien Morris, 45, 647. He's got the bug. Normally he's a pretty decent super sedan racer. Heads up, 091 light. Hits the shift there. Let's have a look for the 640 something. 48. That'll be enough in that. You factor in the weather this afternoon, this evening.
That's perfect. He'd be happy with that, Morris. 091 reaction time as well. Tough to beat. One of the, if there was you could bet on racing here later on, he'd probably be one of the shortest odds to go through the rounds of racing here at the Kenda 660 Series. Next up, Luke Hauser in the Corolla for Gumdale Demolition, taking out Justin Squires in the Kingswood.
Bumps it in, baby, bumps it in. Yeah, he can play the Rumble game pretty hard tonight. I think Luke Hauser's bringing the A game. 658 at 103, 837 there for Justin Squires. So yeah, still a little bit all over the joint for the patinaed Kingswood. Not the Kingswood. You're not taking the Kingswood. You remember that though? You can't remember that?
No. I said it earlier today.
That's a generation thing, isn't it? The old Kingswood country that used to be on.
It wasn't on when I was a kid, but I'd seen reruns.
There's lots of kids out there that won't know what it is. YouTube's your friend when it comes to that stuff. And really, when you watch it these days, you kind of cringe and you go, "Oh, really?" And then you realise, yeah, well, that's just the evolution of the Australian vernacular. All right, Johnny Payne is back.
His second pass of the day, ran a 749 earlier, 101 mile an hour, 640 cubes on board for the HQ Ute, taking on Matt Britnell in the Ford. The Holden versus Ford battle here. Britnell has run a best of a 697.
Johnny Payne would feel like he's 21 all over again driving this thing.
And you only see him out here for the radial events as well. Don't seem to see him campaigning at anything else.
Yeah, no, he's dabbling when it's on. He's looking for the beams. Here they come. He's in. Johnny Payne heads up Pro Tree, gives it a crack, keeps it together. That's going to be a pretty quick Rumble car. Careful. 676. No, that's going to be enough.
Very nice. 104 mile an hour.
That's got Paney in the field. 676.
Yeah. Britnell goes 738, 98 miles an hour, a little bit slower than his earlier 697 pass. The action coming forward, thick and fast. Darryl Freeman, Santa Claus, in the Centura, taking on Beth Mansfield French in the Capri. Notches on board for Dale Freeman, has run 7.84 earlier today, and Beth Mansfield has run a 7.94. That's about her 5th or 6th pass today. They're getting the laps in. Freeman over the 199 reaction time. He goes through and runs a 770 at 89 miles an hour. A little bit of improvement there, and an 820 for Beth Mansfield French in the Capri at 85 miles an hour. A little bit slower for the Capri.
That's all right. These guys are just about hit their sweet spot, and when it's time for round one, they'll definitely be ready. It's just a case of trying to get some sort of baseline there, and whether it is just more practice at facing that pro tree, because there's not many times that you can come and hit the pro tree.
Yeah.
You can't do it at a street meet. They won't let you. You go, oh, can you give me a pro tree? They're going to say, don't worry about it, you know. Mark Livingston and Shane Block, clean greens. Both guys, 650s for Shane Block. Another one, 653. Look at that, 652, 652, 653, 743, 743, 756.
Well, we're talking about the most consistent race car. That was a 9,000 spreading qualifying for Lock. That's pretty impressive. And you know what? The most consistent award has usually come down to less than 100th of a second at the few events that I've called here at the Kenda Series.
Yeah, it's an amazing spread, isn't it?
It is.
Steve Carkeet now and Reese Carkeet, so the family that races together stays together. He is number one, from what we can see, number one qualifier in Renegade so far, with a 552 with an 8. There's 3 runs quicker than that, isn't there? Yeah, 44, 47, 48.
Yep.
All right, Steve Carkeet, Reese Carkeet. Oh, blows the tyres off the big Huey, and he's just going to dribble it down there. Watch Reese go through, 7:35, so that's the best for Reese so far.
Yeah, about a 1/10 of a second jump for him, 94 mile an hour, and Kaki just rolls through for a 13-second pass there at 40 miles an hour. But I guess now here towards the end of the day, with racing coming up, a lot of these guys probably wanting what I like to call the confidence pass, you know, where you cut a good light to finish the day, the car runs as expected. You don't want any sort of curveballs coming out on your last pass of the day before round one of racing. So if you can get a good solid pass in, it gives you a bit of confidence going into round one. That's what you want here. It's about consolidating and just taking what you can out of this last run.
Well, aren't I glad to see Scotty up here having a good look around?
Yeah.
So he can work it out.
Have fun with that.
Yes, all right.
Have fun with that.
Vic's going for the rotate. All right, there's a little magic mark right there. Righto. I think the boys like what they see there, and I think it's going to be the Lexus in that lane. All right, Shane Baker. Con's having a bit of a look there too.
Oh, just a quick look
well,
at the car and
point,
Baker. Yeah, the VH Commodore there for Shane's Bikes, Boats and Performance.
Dave from Drag Photos right on it.
He's been told to back up there by Brett Farnell, official starter today here at the Kenda Series.
What do we see? What do we see? No, it's got a little bit of something there. Bakes. Tiny little drop of something, was it? Tiny little drop of something, but it's a drop. When it's a drop, it's a drop. They don't normally stop.
No.
I don't think Bakes has got aircon on board. So it just might be a little bit of, you know, they get a bit hot, you hot lap them around, you get that little bit of bleed through the radiator cap or something like that. You know, maybe there's a puke there that you haven't drained. All right, Milford back for a crack. So is Simon Graham. Just amazing car, Simon. He goes through his cars like he goes through his, you know, his 20 kilos of whey. You know, when he's a very solid, muscle-bound man. Very angry Gold Coast glamour boy is Simon Graham. And yes, he can't help himself. He must. He'd be like a guy back in the old days. He'd have the trading post every week. He'd be that guy. He'd be the guy to buy the latest trading post because he's always buying cars. Buying cars, selling them off. Sometimes it's one coming in on a trailer, it's one leaving on a trailer. Here he is, twin turbo LS, Milford. Yeah, no, well, that car's got through on the nitrous, 562, 557. So that's the 2 runs there. Good luck with that. Good luck working that one out.
Yeah, Simon Graham.
What have we done?
Yeah, Simon Graham with some issues there, rolls through for a 14-second pass at 14 miles an hour. Doesn't improve on his earlier 6:26. So he really hasn't had a clean pass yet today, Graham.
No, he hasn't, but it's got the potential. I think he came out at a test and tune or a street beat here and got some good runs in the car. So we know that it's got the performance capabilities. It's just not all happening right now.
Don't be doing that for us, mate. Stephen
No.
Day on the Harley for Wrench Devils Cycles. He's been pretty consistent on this Harley as well today. 628, 625, 622 so far. Getting a lot of laps in an STS Speed Shop, Outlaw Radial bike, and a Harley. I like seeing the Harley here taking it to the Jack Bike boys, as we said earlier.
It's been one of the most consistent, 622, 625, 628. So he could definitely bash those little jixes up, those little thousands up.
Solid light. Gets through the gear changes nice and smooth there. Takes it through, goes to 646, 105 mile an hour. A little bit slower this time around.
He certainly loves the old 660. He's got that thing set up nicely. He's getting through plenty of gears, plenty of grunt there. And I'd say if he's up against any of those 1000ccers, he might just have it on him.
Well, the good thing is, as we spoke about earlier, they try and keep the seating within your performance area. So he will have a shot at getting some wins. All
right, the Lexus, I'd say, is next up. We can see Justin Wilkinson out there on the start line getting George Jozefsky lined up. George hasn't put a representative pass down yet, and it's about time to do it. Oh, just spun it a bit sideways in the water there. Wow.
All right, take it back. Have another go.
Right, just trying to get him to... All right. No, doesn't want to light him up. Just not getting it lit. So, right, we'll just get him back into gear and try one more time. We've got a big set of turbos on this thing. Through the water and back. All right, just getting him directed. You can see Justin's lining up. They've got a mark on the line that they like. They've got it there, and he's just trying to get George completely aligned. And then they're going to get him to try and light that thing up. That's the thing that's just having a bit of a problem at the moment. That's it.
There we go.
Yeah, still not as much as I thought it would be, but they're rolling that across the line. I think they nearly just about got it. So Justin now evaluates where he rolled across the line, and now he's going to try and line himself up a groove. He's got a little bit of chalk there, and he's just trying to get that lined up. He's trying to get that Lexus rear tyre into that area. I still don't think there was enough skid there myself. I know they don't need much burnout, but geez, you know, if it's the difference between 100 or 200 degrees of tyre temp in the burnout, you'd want that extra couple of hundred. Maybe they don't. Maybe they think the track's got enough. So yeah, he went 423 last night. He's only been 701 today. So as far as seating is concerned, he needs to try and get himself down a nice run here in Outlaw 2. It says 235. I'm sure it's 275.
No. Yeah, 686. He is in Outlaw Radial. He's in the big class.
Oh, is he? Okay, There we go.
Yeah, brought to us by Race Parts Melbourne, Outlaw Radial. That's where George Jozefsky will be racing later on. Probably wants to put on a representative number here.
Straight on it.
Yeah, instant spin this time again.
Straight on it.
Jozefsky.
Yeah, no, last night it was in a bit of a sweet spot last night. Yeah, 423. It went down. It went down without too much fuss today. It's just that little bit difference in the beast, but we've still got that amount of time. It's 2:40 now. We're going to try and close the lanes at 3:30. So we've got that little bit of time left to be able to get them back in the lanes, and let's just see. I mean, the track is winding some pretty good. Winding some pretty good traction on them though, so it is actually getting some good grip on the old traction meter. And if it's pulling 300, that's pretty good. That's enough. Let's see what Sean Muscat can do. He's already got, what did he get? He got a 92 down, but we know the thing's got 440 potential. every day of the week. He's just got to make the thing stick. Maybe not just quite there. Maybe just not quite there. The Queensland sun just gives us that period of time where it's a little indifferent.
And you know what the other interesting thing is, once they do prep the track in between qualifying races, it's going to be a new track again for them.
Yeah. Oh, I just wanted it there, 60 foot. It was coming
close.
up.
That was close. He almost had it.
It was coming up on the tyre there, and just needed that thing to stick, but the wheel speed went up from there, and he's had to roll that down. That 492 is going to stick for now, and he's still got that time to make a difference. And remember, we only saw the Grinch come out one more time and try something. We didn't. I don't think we saw the 6 boost car out.
We've only seen him the one time. Yeah, is that right? We've only seen one pass from him.
Yeah, that's right.
On track in front of us, Nicholas Smith in the Holden Ute taking on Ben Ramsey in the Chevy Love. Smith out with a 124, 123 reaction time for Ramsey. They're sharpening up their lights now, a 664, 103 for Nicholas Smith and a 703 at 101 miles an hour for Ben Ramsey in the Chevy Love. Nice and close racing. Of course, the Renegade Rubble Cast brought to us by Simon & Carroll Swing Pools and All Over Group supporting these two brackets here. We've got many cars here this weekend. We'll probably split them in A and B. The Mustang of Craig Williams just goes through the beams. He's going to have to back up to get into stage. So he's gone through, back up, taking on Terry Mansfield French in the Falcon. So French has run a best of a 7:38 today, 92 mile an hour on the wagon. The Mustang of Craig Williams has run a best of a 7:21. So he's about a tenth ahead at the moment of French on the wagon. Let's see what they do across the finish line here. 7:23 for Craig Williams. And Terry Mansfield French goes a 7:42 at 92 miles an hour there on this pass. Kenda, 660 tyres here. Dave Hutchison now in the XT Falcon taking on Trent Bianco in the Lancer for Tyre City. Just flickering those bulbs into stage. Out they go. Bianco gets out of the 220 reaction time. A 477 for Hutchinson for the trailing spares. XT Falcon, we see a 704, 103 mile an hour for Bianco, and a 721 at 97 miles an hour for Dave Hutchinson in the XT Falcon. We will see them later on in racing. The lanes, we've got a few cars in the lane still coming forward. Looks like another one of the Chevy Loves about to come out.
Yeah, look, don't forget to if you're watching on Overtaking Lane, a big shout out to everyone watching the stream. Hit like and subscribe to the channel, so make sure you're subscribing to Overtaking Lane. And a big shout out to all the boys watching and right around the world. Howdy folks from North Carolina. Here we go, North Carolina. Give us a few more shout outs while you're watching now on Overtaking Lane where you're from. South Australia, yeah, that's good. North Carolina. We had Argentina there before. We had Canada. We had some in Texas. Oh, the utilities, they're pumping it out. Like, share and subscribe on Overtaking Lane.
What we got here, 642 for Paternotis. That's
wow.
Consistent. 42-42 for him on his last two runs. And Dosha was just missed at the time. The cars are coming through too quick now. Troy Hutton in the HK Ute taking on Beth Mansfield French in the Capri.
She's hot lapping that thing around.
How many laps have some of these guys done? They're getting their money's worth today in qualifying.
This free qualifying has, well, I think it's pretty much a success. I know seating-wise we'll be picking it all out from each other, but it certainly makes it easier for you to just hit the lanes when you want to.
Yeah, 3:16 reaction time. Troy Hutton HK Ute has been running in that high 6-second zone today. Goes 689, 100 mile an hour, and an 819 for Beth Mansfield French at 85 miles per hour. Now we got, looks like Greg Trapnell. he's had some issues today.
Yes, hasn't been
The big
trapping
Chevy.
today. And, you know, we got to, I think it was one of our last Kendas here. Didn't we do the Kenda COVID? When did we race here last? Trappy kind of got to the final, you know, I'm sure he got to the final Renegade with this thing. Look at these two big Chevys going off against each other.
Yeah, Phil Edwards in the yellow Chevy Ute.
It'd be 1,000. Look, that's 1,000. That is 1,121 cubic inches out there. Lots of big, heavy, big block Chevy out there between the two of them. Both trying again on the Pro Tree to make a run stick here. That's better. Gave a little pedal there, I think, Trappy at the top of low gear. 555 with a 5. That's where we need to be. 618. Edwards has improved as well. Have we just turned the corner? Have we just, the things just clicked? Because that's a great run from Trappy right on the game. Phil Edwards improves out of sight. And more to come. Here he is. We'll find out. We'll see if Wardy hooks up here. You know, we could be on that turning point where the track turns for the better. We'll have to see. Daniel Ward.
And Jeff Rice in the Capri.
It's not Jeff Rice, is it?
No.
Oh, nice lead there for Jeff Rice. He's ready for Renegade tonight, but hey, good pedal for Wardy. 6 flat with the pedal and a 570-70. 577 with a 7.
119 mile an hour for Jeff Rice. Wardy doesn't go improve on his earlier 574, but it was a good run. He pedalled it, and he actually got to the finish line first just due to a hole shot as well, even though he's nearly half a second slower. That's the importance of your reaction times. Yeah, we got the 7122, which is Trent Brimble in the Holden down there, taking on Tanya Thompson, the VH Commodore. She racing in this weekend 4506 in OG 275. Both these cars in OG 275. The VL of Brimble.
Oh, Tanya, what's it? See, that just goes. What's happened there?
I think she rocked back and it's kept the car in stage.
That's it, Trent. Just go in, buddy. Just go in, Trent. Don't worry about it.
She's gone back.
What a gentleman. What a gentleman.
Very sportsman-like conduct right there. I thought she was out. Both beams had gone off.
Big shout out to Peter Papionu from Sydney. Wish I was there. Well, we wish you here were there as well.
There we go.
Tomo.
Yeah, Tanya's
Tanya. Great run so far, even though just on the pop it seemed to go. 520 to a 515. Great matchup.
Tanya's car was having issues just once she was in stage on the button by the looks. Just big movements, big rocking.
Shout out from Rick from Camira, Perth, WA, Townsville. G'day from Texas. Yeah, so all the way from Texas, like and share and subscribe for Overtaking Lane. Perfect. All right, Jamie Swift got some news to tell you from Race Control, which I think makes a hell of a lot of sense, and I think we've been all pretty good boys and girls today, and I think we can take that in. Nice one, 577. So there's a 75 and a 77. So yeah, word from Race Control, Marky.
Yeah, I was just talking to the guys at Race Control. It looks like obviously qualifying still going to go through till about 4 o'clock. And then we were scheduled to start racing at 4:30, but we're going to start it at 5 o'clock now and just do a bit more extra prep to the track before racing. And I can only see positives with that because that means it's going to cool down a little bit more as well.
100%. And I think, you know, the way that we get into the swing of things, we're able to still get our 3 rounds around.
Easy.
But, you know, touch wood, we'll be all good for all of that for the rest of the evening. And they'll also give us a bit of time to just pick through all the way we've done our free-range qualifying to make sure we get all that right as well.
That is true as well.
Well, you know, as
right classes, right competitors, seated correctly,
and it does make sense. chance. And you know what, mate, this is nothing against CompuLink. Like, I like what CompuLink can do, and, you know, as long as you adhere to the way CompuLink works, you can get all the info you want. But I tell you what, I see a lot of benefits when I go to tracks with the Porter Tree system, and the Porter Tree can give you other little knickknacks as well, which kind of,
like PBs.
You could kind of go, because I know every time we do Drag Challenge at Mildura, you say, can you just print me that out? And Porter Tree will give you every single run. And in free range qualifying, that we kind of wish we had every single run. And sometimes you'll see it. The CompuLink kind of gives you the guy's best run, but Porter Tree gave you just every run ET-wise. So there might have been a 575 with a 1 by this guy, a 576 by this guy, and then a 578 with a 1 from the first guy. And you get to see run after run just how close they were. And that's easy to draw lines through that.
Yeah.
I've seen that come out, but I know with this stuff, you know, ideally it works perfectly when we come out in categories, because then you do get your wrap up per session. But not this time. No, free range qualifying lanes. I'd still tick it as a yes. Look, for the racer, they've had an opportunity to do heaps of runs. Delays in trying to pull people around each round always is a pain in the backside. Did you have to make those 3 runs count? Yes, you did. Here it hasn't been so important to make 3 count, because you had the opportunity to just go and have another go and not be told no. So there's some good benefits that way. The downside is, yes, we have a lot of numbers to pull out of all of that to go, right, well, this is our Renegade field, this is our Rumble field, this is our B field, this is our B field, as well as our OGs, our Outlaw 235, 275 and 315s. But hey, an hour to... I'm sure we can sort that out in an hour with a biro and some spare bits of A4. I think we can work that one out. The Overtaking lane stream, it is going well. And people talking about no, I haven't seen Harley Hamilton back out. There's a question there. Has Johnny from CV come out yet? No, Peter Paps, he had a nice run there before, but he hasn't come out again. And I do think they're all intending to come out to have another crack. So there you go, up at the recent Rocky Nats, they were throwing some Porter Tree on up at the Rocky Nats. I didn't know they actually had the full-on timers up there, but they did, eh?
Yeah.
Through the streets of, well, not through the streets of Rocky, you're not drag racing through the streets of Rocky. It's not like there's a chicane at an intersection. Mind you, yeah, that sounds good. You ever seen that figure eight demolition derby? You ever seen that stuff where they're riding on the figure eight in buses?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's the stuff. That's the Coliseum stuff where you just want to see something go wrong. But radial racing, all you see something. When you see something go wrong, it's over quite quickly. When you see something go right, it can still go wrong for a couple of seconds there of it going right, if you know what I mean. So right now, like we've got a pretty decent track out there. We're not really waiting for anything more than a little bit of a mop and just a time to catch our breath. Our staging lanes are light on. Actually, news from a question on the Overtaking lane stream, when's Harley Hamilton coming out? Well, the answer is shortly, because there's the Mustang in the staging lanes right now. So, as we said, heard from Dale at Race Control that we are, hopefully about 3:30, 3:40. That's about when we will be capping what's in the lanes. So by then, we should hopefully get everyone out by 4, and then we will be kicking back off at 5. And that's it. That's when all of a sudden, slightly racing for sheep stations. Then not really. It's just that we're going for wins. Everyone's going to try and get 3 from 3, and of course we can't guarantee that. We don't know how it's all going to end. If you were to tell me right now who's going to win Outlaw Radial, the only thing that I think of when I've seen those guys go down the track today is that there's I don't want to tip any particular one, because then you put the commentator's curse on them. But I'm telling you, the ones that make the next hour, if they make a statement in the next hour, they've got away with some sort of favouritism towards 3 rounds of racing tonight. And they've all come and had a look. We saw Con and Perry out there before. We've seen Frank come out and have a bit of a look, and they tried the Pro Charge Beast down there. Castle Hill boys might be chasing some stuff with the whole fleet, and be rolling those cars around, pending any issues that we're not aware about. And I'm sure there's the odd drama and breakage and story happening around the joint. But I tell you, it's it's going to be hard to give out some of these awards, Mark. Let me tell you, thank you for Kenda Tyres for being the series sponsor. Thank you for Race Parts Melbourne for the Outlaw Radial prize money of 1,000 to win, 15 runner-up, 5 runner-up. Speedy Diffs, Jimmy from Sydney. Outlaw 275, 1,000 to win, the 500 to runner-up. Outlaw 235, thanks to Haltech. And there's a few Haltech Nexuses out there, the latest Haltech in some of these cars. In fact, one of the quickest radial cars in the world in the States there, Jason Lee, Noonan Hemi with a Haltech ECU on a Pro Charger. And that's gone into the low 50s in Outlaw Radial, in Radial versus the World in the States. So that's got a lot of Aussie in there, including, I think, the Nexus. Outlaw Mufflers, thank you, Outlaw Mufflers, for, and of course, the Outlaw Mufflers Dodge Avenger wheel stand before. OG 275, 1,000 the win and 500 runner-up. Simon O'Carroll Pools will be giving Radial Renegade winners and runners-up 1,000 and 500, and I think that's for A and B. All Over Group for Rumble as well, 1,000 and 500, and STS Speed Shop for Outlaw Radial Bikes, 1,000 and 500. So there's plenty just in the prize money for racing today. But again, it's not all about trying to race for the money. It's just, oh, that's handy. That's handy dough. It's handy dough.
We got minor awards as well.
Yeah,
And,
this is where this adds up, and I'm starting to form a few opinions on some of these.
Yeah.
If you ask me what the most outstanding Outlaw Radial car is, we can't judge that right now.
No, I agree with you.
We still think whatever happens in the next hour before the end of qualifying will help us firm in our decision by the end of tonight.
Racing will definitely help.
That's for all of the categories, actually. We like to see just who comes out, just one more hit, or they reckon that they've already got it ready, and then we see them come out. And to me, normally it's either two things. It's either consistently spectacular, and that makes it an outstanding car. It could be deadly consistent. That makes it outstanding. If it goes 3 from 3, that's truly outstanding. So if we can take a little bit of out, it's not the old wheel stand thing, height, hang and haul. You just want to take a bit of everything that really impresses you about the car.
It's all about quality.
And someone will be the outstanding Outlaw Radial, outstanding Outlaw 275 and 235.
Brought to us obviously by Coastline Building Company. Tuned by Dale and Castle Performance and Empire Performance for those outstanding awards.
The 6 Boost Hard Luck Award, I can certainly help the guys with the odd story that I've had floating around already. I just heard a bit of news actually from the pits where we might have a contender for Hard Luck. Warwick Paint and Panel Best Appearing. Normally we leave it up to the Benzies to choose one that's absolutely amazing. And again, how do you choose that? Honestly, it's even harder than it's almost as hard as Announcer's Choice. It's almost as hard as Announcer's Choice. Finance next for the most outstanding Radial Renegade car. Best reaction thanks to ProFab. We've got to keep tabs of that during racing.
Yep.
Bolt King outstanding Radial Rumble. Race Bolt's best engineered. Oh, how do you do that? Outstanding OG 275 from Trim Southeast, and then STS Speed Shop for outstanding boosted Outlaw bike and outstanding Aspo Outlaw bike. We've got to thank, of course, All Type Engineers, Total Venue Concepts, On Point Media, VP Racing, High Tech Oils, Apparel Production, Drag Photos, and Overtaking Lane. Without all of these guys, we just don't have magic days out at Kenda like this. All right, Harley Hamilton. Are we at that time of the day where stuff's going to start sticking, Mark Allen? And is this the last run in qualifying for Harley Hamilton?
I think this would be...
With an hour left.
I don't think you'd probably want to be coming out again with racing so close for these guys, because I think they're straight off the bat.
Well, the 412 was a soft 412 today.
It was. 195 mile an hour. Speed was massive. It was conservative off the start line. See what they've learned since this morning here. This will be close to round 1 of racing, except for the track will be getting prepped.
Just sat up.
Just instantaneous spin.
Just sat up there. Let me tell you, that's we're going out for a mob. Nothing really there to ride home about. But yeah, just when you thought that, well, we might have had a little bit of excitement to throw up in the afternoon session, is that we just we've been few and far between with superlatives.
It really has, but if you think about it, the Radial Right is running a lot hotter conditions than this.
So when we get to that time of the day when the sun's out of our hair, and it's still a little while away yet, but I know that we're going to get that cool change in. We know once that sun goes down, this track will be thanking the track for its temp. I'm sure we'll be thanking the track for its temp. I think we'll get to that stage where it's all going to be killer. All right. Be patient, my little beings. Be patient.
STS Speed Shop, Outlaw Radial Bike, Brandon Gosbell and Jack Roberts. Gosbell on the Hayabusa, Roberts on the Hayabusa as well. We'll say Gosbell's on the pink frame bike, and Jack Roberts on the white Hayabusa there.
I wonder what he weighs dripping wet, do you reckon, old Brandon?
Oh, about, what, 60 kilos?
Does he really?
I don't know. He's a small boy.
Oh, he spun the tyre hard, and you know what? This is what happens when you put the quick bikes out there, is they might just do the old radial trick and blow the tyres off.
543, 127 mile an hour for Jack Roberts. Backs up his earlier 543 pass as well, and Gosbell at 745, but we knew what happened there. Spin off the start line. He had a bit of a wheel stand as well, about half track, when the power got back underway. He's our number one qualified, but things like that can happen when you've got that sort of horsepower, trying to apply it to the racetrack. That is where the magic happens for these guys, tuning the bikes. Stephen Day on the Harley, taking on Shane Naylor, Chris.
Now, on paper, it's the GSXR 1000 extended swing arm bike that's quicker over the 660, but hey, a bunch of 620s from Stephen Day comes back for the gate job. You just see how far the Harley might get out here before that little 1000cc tries to peg him back. Oh, I love it. Serious stuff, boys.
Oh, Naylor.
Oh, geez, now he's got it. He might get himself a 5 here. He's got the bug of it. Oh, big time. What, did he turn a bottle on or something? 578.
624 for Stephen Day, consistent in that 620 zone. But Naylor, 0.3 of a second pickup there from his quickest pass earlier. So 578, big jump. Moving back into some of the Renegade and Rumble action brought to us by All Over Group and Simon & Carroll Swimming Pools. Dale Duffy in the Tirana taking on Nick Sartaglu. Sartaglu? Sartaglu.
I think Greek Sartaglu. There we are. Oh, there we go. On the bumper. On the bumper stickers. Now, on the bumper wheel stand club. Check that out.
Drag photos, think.
Oh, check it out. Dave just gets.
Are we looking for the on the bumper cars for you?
Oh, all right, on the bumper.
On the bumper.
We might give them out during presentations, I reckon. For on the bumper cars. All right, is Duffy on the bumper? No, he's across the ground. Now, is there something in the middle for Dale? Let's have a look. There we go. 58. Yeah, well, now we're talking. 58. 58. I think they can work with that. Trouble is, you lose that sun, and that thing will just fart another 150, 200 horsepower out. And you get that many cubes on board, and the air drops. Because that was good horsepower weather last night. What have we got on our drag race weather app right now, Mark Allen?
Let's have a squiz, mate. We'll refresh it.
At 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon.
75 degrees. So I think that's about 23 degrees. For us, let's just have a look here. 75. So 23 degrees Celsius. 30 inches barometric pressure, which is pretty killer. 1,500 feet of air, so it's gone up about 800 feet since
That's still not bad air.
Yeah,
that's pretty good air.
Water grains, 56 water grains, so that's good as well. The conditions-wise, atmospherically, when we talk about that, for making horsepower, great.
All right, here we go. Craig Williams, Michael Grillis. Now, look, 721, 721, 723, 643, 644. So this is going to be great in Rumble. Where's he go here? 46. He's ready. Marco's ready.
And a 727 for Craig Williams in beside him in the Mustang.
Yeah, he is ready to run. And that's his first Rumble too, was first time in Rumble, Mick Grillis. Of course, he's Jimmy's brother from Speedy Diffs. So got his own plumbing business in Sydney. So yeah, we got plenty to talk about. Yeah, yesterday I'm talking about plumbing and what my week was like, and he literally just said, "You just make me hate my job." Talking about plumbing didn't make him any more enthused for the job. In fact, what I was telling him sounded like an absolute effort, which it was. And he just shaking his head, going, "Mate, you make me hate my job." And I go, "Yeah, well, you know, I'm only sharing that so I don't hate it as much either."
Sharing the pain.
Sharing the pain until payday, and then all is forgotten.
All right, Michael Paternotis over there in the Holden, you taking on Grant Collins in the Tirana. So Paternotis, I think, is our quickest car so far in the Rumble class, running a 642. Collins, I think he's running in Renegade because he's run a best of a 6:19, so a little bit too quick for the Rumble class. Paternotis out with a 2:27 reaction time. He goes through, runs a 6:67, 106 mile an hour, and a 6:09 for Grant Collins, so he goes a little bit quicker. And Paternotis goes a little bit slower this time around.
Yeah, these things happen.
Gary Milgate now for Gazette Brothers.
Come on,
in the
Gary,
C
put it in.
forward.
Just got to keep it in the beams, Gary. That's all we've got to do.
Nathan Peters in the Valiant beside him. Milgate hasn't got a number on the screen here yet today.
No, he hasn't. He's had all sorts of issues trying to get the thing into
Oh, the
stage.
Valiant Peters jumps through as well this time.
Oh, isn't it amazing? There we go. He's having a crack anyway.
Sounded like
Oh,
someone was
wide that
feathering a little
small
bit.
block. Didn't
Yeah.
want to shift. 6:52.
Yeah, 6:52, 100 mile an hour. And Peters doesn't get a time this time around because he actually jumped through the beams.
Screaming.
Now, who we got? What do we got here? We've got the start line out there on the wagon side of the track for Bill McKee.
Oh,
Big
Bill's
hop-
here.
Yeah, Bill, that's his first pass of the day as well. So he's
Yeah.
been told to back up, so that's not a good start for him.
Not a good start to the day,
Must
Bill.
have had a bit of a sleep in.
Well, he might have been working today too. You
Might
know,
have been, yeah.
that's the other thing that you see sometimes.
Benny Dry, he's got the solo pass here in the Camaro in pre-stage. He can bump it in. I'm sure one of the officials will let him know that it's a solo pass. He's looking over. You can see him in the car looking over. You see, here we go. Brady's coming down. Solo pass. So we'll see the Camaro bump into full stage. All the lights will flash. Will up for Benny Dry.
Yes.
He's been running in the 640 zone. Goes through this time with another 646. That's his third 646 today. That is consistent right there for Benny Dryer. He'll be happy with that. 105 miles an hour out of the Camaro. He might even get another pass, yeah, because there's still a fair bit of time to qualify.
You can just about hot lap it around and get it all happening. Oh, yeah, let it rip. Here we go, it's Jeff Rice again.
In the Capri, he ran a 577, a 577 so far.
And this is good for a wheelie.
Daniel Fisher in the Holden Ute, so we didn't have his name earlier.
Yep, no, we've got him in there now. And let's see what he can do. Jeff Rice, nice big wheelie here, is it? Oh, no, spins him that time.
See what Fisher can do. This will be his first pass. Time pass anyway down the track. This time he gets down
Yeah,
569,
nice.
124 mile. Very nice.
Right in
Yeah.
Renegade there, right in that 550 zone, 569. Great run from him, and it did it relatively easily. Oh, there's a few wanting to come out for a crack now, I see. Word might be around that it's time to attack the track for another hour. Because I just wonder whether we taper off on the track temp, whether we are just on the way down yet. It's hard to think we've got any more intensity in the sun, but it's still a fair way up. But let me tell you, you better get your, I think we sell the Kenda hoodies. You want to get a Kenda hoodie, you better get down to Kenda Central if we've got them, because you're going to need them. We sell a lot of hoodies when it gets cold, and when I mean cold, below 14 degrees. So I think that's going to happen tonight. Paul Merry, Graham McKinnon, of course. Grumsy hasn't run a good run down in qualifying yet. Outlaw 235. No, spins the tyres. Sings that thing nicely. 534 with a pedal for Paul Merry. That's enough to get him a run into, I think he's in OG 275. 631 for Grumsy with the pedal. Not its happy self. Not just yet.
And he's usually really consistent as well. You don't really see that often from him.
We just need that little coat of sticky stuff, and I think a nice bit of attention to the track to bring it back up to killer. And I think it'll come round a little bit the next hour anyway. Doug Day, how's Dougie? 506 on a 235 with the street-driven VK Commodore. Of course, 9211 is Luke Cullen. Dougie trying to get the old boost up on the 308. Never late on a 308. Oh, he's decided that's not enough. Not enough for the VK this time.
And a 6:53 for Luke Cullen this time around. So he's been fairly consistent.
I see you've got your Kenda jumper, have you?
Yeah, man. I got
you get one, did you? An official Kenda jumper?
Would you believe?
I don't even have one of those.
I got that. Scotty gave that to me about 2 years ago, and it was way too small for me.
Now you're in it.
Yeah, I can fit in it now. So
there we go. Well, I haven't got one yet, but anyway, that's all right. I brought my high-vis drain care one. I'll be right. I'll be warm. Well, wearing this little white undershirt's kind of kept me pretty warm all day. All right, that's got to be Cinny. Big grunty, blown and injected 400 small block. Oh yes, and absolutely loving entrant 5247. Got the name there for him. That's Todd Marshall.
Todd Marshall. And Cinny. So Cinny's had one hit at the track today and wasn't happy at all. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes on this pass, if they've made some changes.
Just put that down there.
There we go, mate.
Todd Marshall. Put that on there. I work with a Troy Marshall. No relation.
No relation?
I don't think. All right, Cinny, that was so fat and grunty the last run. What's he going to do this time? No, just not clearing out the lungs, and trouble for the Cortina. Sent a massive wheel stand out of the Cortina a couple of pairs ago, or a couple of times ago when he ran, where it went for the wall as well, but not this time. So both guys not hitting the mark. And they're either preparing for round one now, or they're going to roll back around and have another crack. I do predict we might have a nice little traffic jam in the next 15 minutes, because remember, we're asking that the lanes sort of wrap up around 3:30.
Yeah, we'll run them out.
That's 18 minutes away, guys.
And
18 minutes away.
And we have extended the little break now between qualifying and racing to 5 o'clock. Just the boys want to give this track
all right,
a bit of elbow grease, bit of love.
Peter Papp, yes, guess what? It's time for Johnny Elfs to have another crack. Is the time right for the VT combo to connect? Did we have him in OG?
What's his name?
No, John Elfs, yeah, OG.
OG.
Johnny Elfs is in OG 275. Rowan Brown, it does say here Outlaw 235 for Rowan Brown. That very well could be it.
Yep.
Oh, Mitchell's in OG 275 there, I can see. So we've got a few in there. Brimble, Farrelly, Moit, Mitchell, Vlecken, Elfs, Cullen, Curtin. Haven't seen Curtin for a long time. All right, Rowan Brown did the big wheelie before. 2J LJ. Whoa, paddle bit of a wheel stand goes towards the centre line, Johnny Elfs. But it came out all right. It didn't make much of a fuss. It just got safely out of there. And then when the power came in, it wasn't quite straight.
132, 60 foot, 020 light. It looked all right.
No, it was very, very close. But geez, I've never seen that much power in it that it just wants to pull the wheels up on a VT. So that was just a little bit close to hitting the mark, and that was with a 1.3 60 foot. Like, that was literally just rolling the thing out of the line. The power got applied, and then the thing wanted to go for a killer wheelie towards the centre line. So all right, Moit's back. Daniel Moit in OG 275. Mick Arnold in there. All right, they're saying solo, all right. No, here he is. Michael Arnold in Outlaw 235. He got a 94 in there. He got a 494. Yeah. So Mick Arnold, I think, at the top of Outlaw 235 qualifying for now. so hard when the car's on the edge, you know. I mean, this car's always on the edge of the 235.
Actually, we haven't seen anyone like Ash Mason today.
No Ash Mason, no Joey Bridge.
No Joey Bridge as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen those boys. I think Joey's out trail bike riding with his kids at the moment. Oh, a bit of a pedal fest there. And Moit's going to run that one through for a 2.8, and he'll be ready for it. He'll be in OG 275. I think you've got to be ready for a gunfight tonight. All 3 rounds. I think all 3 rounds are going to be ready for a fair old gunfight in OG 275. Right, here's Colesy with the rotor. A few guys starting to roll up now. Remember the lanes, we want to close the lanes around 3:30. So you better be thinking about rolling in the next 5 minutes. We want to be wrapping it up on about 4 on the dot. So if you're thinking about coming for another run, now's the time to put that car in the lanes. That's right, put them in the beams, put them in the lanes, and we'll put them back out one more time. All right. Where does Brent go from here? He's 5, got into the low 590s there, 596.
Well, Hunt goes through with a 698 at 99 miles an hour. And Brent Coles goes 594, 116 miles an hour. Very consistent, the 590 region today.
Yes, that car's, now look, just for qualifying, he's obviously just not going to stuff people around and just get that thing into stage, get his ETs out there, but he knows when he goes into racing at the next round, he goes racing in the next round, that he's going to have to race for good. Barry says hello. Barry says, hey Barry, hello, hey Barry.
You got fans
hello.
down there? Or?
Yeah, that's Mrs. Benzie and the kids and Mrs. Arnold down there. All right, here's the 2 Rotary boys, Archie and Dwayne. Oh, spin, 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 pedal, pedal, pedal. Archie got that thing in the 5s last time. Here we go, 588, Dwayne 679. So a bit of wheel spin there for Wisby, but he'll be in that Rumble class. I'm glad he stayed in Rumble. 588 for Archie. He's ready for some Renegade. He's ready to try and chop the odd V8. That's what he's trying to do. And it's good to see. I can't remember the last time we saw 213B Turbo Jatco rotaries running together. So the guy's still using the 3N71B Jatco. And as Archie goes, he goes, I'm pretty close to the edge as far as the Jatco is concerned. And even talking to Rocky and George from PAC is that, you know, the Jatcos end up at, 500 odd, you'd be flat out after that, and they're pushing the limits of the power there. They go to a C4, or PAC normally goes to a turbo 400, I think now. Yep. Used to be the Jatcos. They used to build a pretty serious Jatco, but now they're all making more than 500 plus, and they're going towards the GM box. 674. Not the best for Phil Edwards today. Justin Squires, an 809's going to have to do it for now. And we're not going to say final call to the lanes. We're just letting you know. Just be mindful. We set 3:30 as a cutoff to shut the lanes off. So not that I think we use wheelie bins still, but that was a good way to stop cars coming past. Was a whole lot of wheelie bins. I don't think we'll put the bins out. Is that such an Australian thing? I don't know.
The wheelie bin.
You put the bins out. You know.
We got the officials up the back of lanes anyway. It's,
yeah, that should stop.
They're pretty good anyway.
Yes, we've got human wheelie bins there. That'll help us. All right, Wardy. One more go here. Daniel Ward. He had a 574 out of the Valiant. Now that's a 5.3 litre iron block LS. So that's the little sweet boost engine that a lot of people start with, and they brag about stock bottom end and all that sort of thing. So I think Mark Arblaster's got a very similar short motor in his thing. Colin Beaver's not having much luck. Oh, that looks better there for Daniel Ward. Yes, 563. Yeah, he's in Renegade. He's going to love. He can't wait to get to round 1.
Yeah, 126 mile an hour there for Daniel Ward. Colin Beavers goes a 790 past there. Not as quick as his earlier runs. Next up, we've got Joseph Predel in the HD taking on Daryl Beavis in the Tirana. Beavis he's already up at the stage, Beavis. Here comes Joseph Predel.
He's got a glove box full of ETs, but it's the 3 during racing that we need all competitors to look at and see how they go for most consistent, because that's where that award will come from. You can have them all from qualifying, and we won't count them. We'll count the ones from racing.
That's all we want, racing.
Hey, the HD's got the passenger window down there. Doesn't matter.
Nah, not at all.
Whoa, likes that.
That was nice.
Likes that. It keeps picking it up. It just keeps picking it up. And there we go, 640. Nice
Very
one.
tidy. Yeah, 110 mile an hour. Beavis goes at 677 at 104 miles an hour. His quickest pass of the day. Now, I would assume that... let's see what the temperature's actually doing now. It has been about half an hour since I looked, so we'll just see if it is going down.
Now, Dave, can you buy the drag photos
Yeah,
on the Bumper Wheel Stand Club? Can you buy those online? On the bumper, can you get them online yet? On the Bumper Wheel Stand Club through Drag Photos.
On Point Media Solutions.
And the On Point sticker guys, yes. And
Shirts,
the shirts.
Shirts, merch.
Puerto Rican shirts. All right, Mitchell, what's he going to do with an OG275? Oh, that likes it better there. 129 in the 60. This one will count. 555 with a 6. That's the best for him so far, and I did see him in the entry list here as OG275. So he's going to mix it up with the OGs today.
And Paul Allen beside him with a 677. Reese Carkeet now in the Gemini taking on Benny Dreyer in the 1967 Camaro. Big block, 505 cubes on board for Dreyer.
Yeah, it's a nice deal. It's a nice deal. I'm sure he solved his trailer issues. He wasn't looking too good coming in, but I know what it's like. You want to get to the track. Yes, one tyre was working on the trailer, but that was fine. But he's got it through now, Benny, and he's getting a bit of a streak on it. Mind you, 46 with a 9, 46 with an 8, 46 with a 1.
And that time he was a little bit slower, 679, and Reese Carkeet goes at 738.
I can just about guarantee this is Reese Carkeet's first ever Kenda, and it won't be his last. What a great car to creep up on.
Nice little car there,
Yeah,
Gemini.
mate, there's a lot of people out there that are just wanting to get into this action, and all we can tell you guys is you just turn up with something and have a go.
Well, you're one of those guys that want to do that.
Yeah, well, I don't have immediately don't have a Rumble B car, which is ultimately what you'd like as a stopgap. But yeah, when the Sierra, little Suzuki Sierra's finished, it'll be a Rumble car. It'll be the only manually shifted Rumble car probably, but then it also won't have a lot of horsepower, so I'll be happy in there. Then I buy a Liberty. We might try some Outlaw. We might spray an engine on 235s or something just to make up the numbers. All right, induction, anyone? That moves pretty well. Michael Todd, the 383 Tirana, 547. He's in Renegade. Oh, he's too fast for Renegade. 581 for Trappy. That earlier 555 was nice. The 47's too quick. He might take the 69 with him, Michael Todd, and make it work.
Tony Inglis now in the HG Ute on the grandstand side of the racetrack. The Speedfly lane taking on Derek Logan in the WB Ute. He's over on the mound side, the Rocket Industries lane here at Willowbank Raceway. The Kenda 660 Series, we are getting towards the end of qualifying. Getting through these Renegade and Rumble cars brought to us by All Over Group and Simon O'Carroll's Swimming Pools. There are a massive bunch of cars in that 550 zone in Renegade, and you've got heaps in the 640 zone in the Rumble class. Whoever wins tonight, mate, it's going to do some special driving to get there because there are so many cars. It's going to be so close.
And that's where that outstanding award they'll pop up as well, whether or not they end up as the winner and runner-up. A lot of the time we like to spread the love around, make sure everyone gets something. We don't like everyone scooping the pool. A lot of the times it never happens that way anyway. All right, how about a couple of Aussie Utes bumping in here? Big blocks on board. Pedal Fest. There's 1,064 cubes out there, Mark. 1,064 cubes.
643 at 116 for Tony Inglis, and Derek Logan goes at 672, 117 miles an hour. It's all about the cubes today, big cubes.
Look at the Nova lineup.
Easy horsepower.
Look at this one.
Oh, wow. That's...
Choose your poison. I myself,
there you go,
like the hood on the black car, but of course you can't go past the presentation of, and honestly, if I'm thinking about, and I mean I think he's an Outlaw 275 car, Brady Armstrong. So whether or not it's an outstanding 275 car or whether or not it's a Warwick paint and panel best appearing. Like, to me, this could win one of 2 awards here today, this car of Brett Armstrong. I just think because of its presentation, just because of its presentation, it could be outstanding, or it could be best presented.
It's definitely a different scoop, isn't it, on the car of Brett Armstrong's. He's backing up. They're not happy with the position on track that they're in. The Gazard Brothers car moving forward. 1941 in the other lane. Glenn Finnegan, the Novas. Couple Novas on track. Finnegan taking on Armstrong. Armstrong has run a best of 5.40 today at 131 miles an hour. Finnegan's best is a 5.84 today. Both these cars in that 5-second zone. If you like Novas, keep your eyes on the track. Out well was Finnegan. Here comes Brett Armstrong. 5.87 from Finnegan, 5.43 from Brett Armstrong, 129 miles an hour for the Joe Seeger Smash Repairs Nova, and a 5.87 for Glenn Finnegan here. 2 amazing Novas on track for the Kenda 660 Series. We are getting to the pointy end of qualifying. Ryan Holtz in the Tirana. Looks like he's about to come back out again for spot on performance. He's been running in that 490 zone. The conditions are getting better. It's starting to cool down. We might have to look at putting on our Kenda 660 hoodies soon. Of course, go check out the merchandise tent just behind the tower for the Kenda Series. Shirts, stubby coolers, you name it, we've got over there. Got the hats. Check it out. Get yourself some gear. Get yourself some merch. And beside Ryan Holtz, I think it's going to be the car of Daniel Sobolix. It's been pretty impressive today, but they're having a struggle getting the power down off the start line. It seems to be a common theme this afternoon with the sun out. These guys trying to do that, as we like to talk about, that power management. It's about taking the power away and then applying it as quick as you possibly can back into the car without overpowering the track. And that is where the crew chiefs get paid the big money to get these cars down the track. So Sobolic's backing up in the Pro Charge powered car. The only one I think we've got in Outlaw Radial today. It is the flavour of the month. The quickest radial cars in the world have got the Pro Chargers on there, running into the 350 zone in the United States of America recently. Sobolic's moving forward. Ryan Holtz in the Tirana. 4-second zone, 490s. Holtzy's, what's he in tonight? Not on our entry list. Is he in? I'm sure class he's racing with Ryan Holtz.
Ryan Holtz, no, I don't know either. He might be an Outlaw 275. Does it say there?
No, it's not in our list here. But we know Outlaw Radio we will see Daniel Sobolix in it.
Oh, sing again. Oh, there we go. Well, sing
Holtz
again as well. Righto. Well, we haven't quite hit the sweet spot there.
No, that's what I was just talking about as well, about trying, it's all about the power management right now. The crew chief's trying to get these cars off the start line as softly as possible and get that power back into it as quick as they can without blowing the tyres off. But it's proving to be quite difficult this afternoon.
Yeah, and you know what? I still wrote this down from this morning. 1 second flat to the 60 and 259 to 330 that car did when it went 391 and clicked it off early. So, I mean, remember, that track had never had a car down it that morning, and we saw 3 of the quickest passes in Australian radial history, and one of the quicker half passes we've ever seen. So I think we just can't wait until we give that the full fettle that we did this afternoon, and see how it all uncorks tonight. But I've written a few little notes down here for our awards.
Well, I might write some notes down in mine as well. See if they marry
just
up.
See what happens, eh?
Stephen Day and Mark Ashworth. The Harley for Day gets out. He's been consistent
He's on a destructive streak here.
Stephen Day goes 622, 108 miles an hour. Mark Ashworth goes 664 at 116 miles an hour. STS Speed Shop, Outlaw Radial bikes here on track. They've got a few passes in today.
They certainly did. And
hopefully it catches on with some of the other bike riders that aren't here. see the fun, the amount of laps they're getting. They've
Well,
got
I
a
mean,
crowd in front of them.
You've got to look at guys like, you know, the guys that are already running, Brandon and all those guys. They just need to probably spread the word a bit to say, well, you know, this is a form of racing that's completely open for you guys to come and turn up at. And you know what? Of course, with the STS team, they're happy to put the coin up to sort of, you know, support it as well. So it's a form of racing that I know we'd love to see a lot more densely populated. And on occasion, we will see, you know, 12, 16 turn up. You know. If we got all the quickest ones in the country together, we'd have a hell of a field. All right, he's going to give it a crack here anyway. Lots of concentration for Craig Edwards. No shortage of commitment on these things either. You don't think they're trying hard enough? Have a listen to this. Oh, second gearing. Yeah, there we go. Like it just didn't want to hook up. Didn't want to hook up.
No, it's 9-second pass there for Craig Edwards. They, you can see Blaze Hanson down there shook his head.
There's some crankiness. I can hear some crankiness somewhere.
What do you got? What do we got?
It's not in this lane. No, it is. Lanes are closed.
We will run out the cars that are in there to finish off qualifying.
Attention in the pits. The staging lanes are closed.
Grab a bite to eat. What's qualifying finish, mate?
That's a big 10-4. I'll be doing the same thing.
Starting to feel a bit peckish.
I haven't eaten all day.
Yeah, these lollies aren't doing it for me.
No, the adrenaline is important, and I'm up till now been full of adrenaline. But now I'll need to eat some food, and then there'll be a bowel movement between there and then. I just don't know how that's going to work out schedule-wise.
There we go.
John Haley, he's got one.
Hashtag #1 for us.
On the bumper. Bumper scraping wheel stand club. You can almost give one. I'd almost give a little one here, you know, to Daniel Ward from Sydney. I mean, since these stickers have been invented, he did a bumper in Sydney, so I'd give Daniel Ward one from Sydney. Posthumously, is that the word?
I think you're on the money there.
Yeah.
Posthumously.
All right, these boys need to hook up. Carsberg just wants one. Here it is. He's still struggling a little bit further out. Jamie Swift, 235, super soft, nothing going on there.
It's not happy there.
No, well, the lanes are closed. That's it. That was the last shot. The staging lanes are closed. Repeat. The staging lanes are closed. We said that about 2 minutes ago, and we stand by it. The staging lanes are closed. All right, Cindy's back. This thing needs a little bit of a stick up it, I think. Just holding up for down there as we're rolling. Jamie Swift is in no hurry to get down the bottom. He's just idling away. Jamie can move there. All right. Yeah, well, look, Rowan Brown got back around.
Yeah, I'm not too sure yet on City's five there, the Toronto. Clean as burnout. And Rowan Brown in the lane beside him with 25 points in the LJ Tirana. He's running a best of a 6:34 today, so he really hasn't had a clean pass yet either. So both these guys probably really want to. It's not going to happen for Cindy. He's been given the shutdown signal there on the start line.
Mitch is just telling Cindy about it.
Yeah, he's running. Cindy has got the runs on the board. We know he's running to the 4-second zone.
Brett's just having another look here to see what's going on up the front here. Just seeing what's going on the front. It's just saying, what have we got just dripping off that end?
There, yeah, you can
just they're frustrating. This is the stuff that really does and annoys you as a racer, because the adrenaline's there, and it's like, why won't you let me run? And everything inside your helmet is saying, just let me go. But then that last little bit of sensibility means, no, mate, you could end up binning it, you know. So, all right, we got word from Harris. Oh.
I've had it happen at the Winter Nationals, mate. I forgot to put my fuel cap on the dragster.
Yeah, well,
shut
that's
down on the start line. It was splashing around. Couldn't believe it.
and that's the stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyways, Rohan Brown, the LJ Tirana PFI performance, run into that 630s on. Well, we know this car can go a lot quicker than that.
554 with a 2. Up goes Rowan. Oh, zing, 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 Rowan. No more for him. There's the pedal. Legs it out the back door and still goes through for a
659.
A 659.
133 miles an hour.
I'm just trying to, and we'll just lock it up in a sec there, because I'm getting a couple of texts through from some of our racers to see how they qualified, and it's
tough to know.
It's a little harder to do
Especially
it now because we've got numbers up there. 554 with a 2. So Aris went 554 with a 2. So that about number 3, I think.
Possibly. But I wouldn't take our word for it for anyone that's
No.
messages
Well,
through, because
Aris said he qualified 554 with a 2. G'day, Pez. How are you, mate? Good to see you. Good old Pez is back. Good to see him. Yeah, so Aris, according to what I can see, your 554 with a 2 would put you behind 554 with a 1 from Russell Eckert, and of course in front of Russell's 552 with an 8 from Stephen Carkeek. Now look, that doesn't mean that some of these other guys, Gary,
Michael
Todd,
Duffy.
Dale did a
Duffy
50
did a
something,
50
well Duffy did a
as well,
50 something. So that means that we've got to still sift out what ETs they ran. Of course the CompuLink only puts in their quickest, so we'll have to pick out what's in there and process it. So the lanes are closed. The staging lanes are closed. We're going to run out the vehicles that are in there, and we will then be getting into prepping the track. That little Torrid, tough little car. Troy Stokes has got a good one here. This will be the best for him today. 580. Geez, you could
Very
just
nice.
about throw him into, well, he's in Renegade by the look of it. You'd almost throw him in OG 275 because it is a street registered car. It's a low 9, high 8 second street car. And it's finally got it, finally made it work on that run.
Trevor Owen goes a second pass 754 at 90 mile an hour. Next pairing up, we've got Jason Sang and Colin Beavis.
I'm pretty sure this is Sean Richardson's old utility.
It does look
Remember
like
he
it,
had
doesn't
the
it?
really tough gas Holden engine in it, and may have had to, Richo might have had to have moved it on to a new owner, and geez, it's good to see that they go into good hands and they're still used in Kenda too. So Colin Beavis, the best he's run today is a 741. It's 427 cubes, so we do think it's got plenty. Jason Seng 559, 561. With Kevy out the front there. What's Kev's dad's name? You've met him?
Mick.
Yep. I would have known.
Kevin's one of my best mates.
Yeah, would you know?
Yeah.
That when I lived at Brighton, when I was about 20, 21, up the road, Mick lived at Brighton there. So little Kevy would have been a child in the backyard under the hose, stark naked. I knew Mick.
Well, that doesn't surprise
me.
me,
That's when Mick had like a blowing 6-cylinder HK sort of, he used to run on the street meets. So I knew Mick way in the early days. So yeah, the Morton boys. There we go, 558 for Jason Sang. Better one for Colin Beavers, 733. But no, Kevy won't remember that. But when they lived at Brighton in the early days, I lived down the road from them.
Oh yeah, I think we should put a photo on it of the commentators on there for them.
Oh, well, that would be an invasion of privacy.
No,
but,
you can do the camera off the screen.
So,
yeah, we've got a mobile phone brought up here to us.
there's no point probably doing anything other than just trying to contact someone that might be able to
You want to take a
help
photo
us.
of the screen and send it to probably this messenger.
Yeah, I might. Well, I don't know who's. Let's just see if it's. Let's see if this is it.
All right, Grant Collins on the start line, taking on Justin Squires.
Send a message through. Does it come up here? Yes, it does. There we go. So that's the phone there. So
yeah, Collins goes 613. Squires goes an 813 at 85 miles an hour. So we've still got credit card up here. Now we've got a mobile phone, but you've already worked out who owns the mobile phone.
Anita Singh to the tower, please. Anita Singh to the tower, or anyone with a surname Singh to the tower, please. Wad. Anita Singh, Terry Singh, whoever, can you come to the tower? We're sure that think you'd be surely appreciative of what we have for you up here. So here we go, the two little smaller cars running in Rumble.
Yeah, Reese Carkey there gets out of the 165, but we've seen Luke Hauser, another one of those rocking in the stage. Triggered the red light early, 790 for him, 100 mile an hour, and 739 for Carkey. They're at 94 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's the way. So yeah, we need Terry or Anita Singh, or even one of the boys, Jaden or Caleb, to the tower, please. That would be really good, because we've got something of yours. No doubt it has. I just sent a message to it and it worked. All right, Gary Milgate. Thank goodness Gary got back in for another crack here, because
what's he done?
He's been underdone, Gary. Just too many times rolled through and didn't get himself an ET today, and that thing deserves an ET. It's one stout Tony O'Connor small block on board. 434 cubes, barely a small block, but it's a very stout car. Steve Carkeet, number one qualifying Renegade, I think, provisionally. So let's just see what happens here. Carkeet, let's see how the track's faring right now.
Milgate goes through the beam, but he's going to get a time this time.
He's going to get something here. He rolls through. There we go, 661 to a 622. It's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. So yeah, 662. He's got an ET in there. That's going to affect his seedings. He might all come good. He might all come good in the first round and carve them all up. But you know what? All we can say is what he did today wasn't deliberate. It was just unfortunate that he's had an issue or two staging. So there's been no deliberate sandbagging or qualifying for Gary. He's had some legit issues trying to get that thing to stage and get an ET out of the way. So Anita or Terry Singh, if they want to come to the tower, we've got your phone. Well, it was found in the ladies' toilet, so unless Terry's transitioning, I think it's actually Anita's. Yes. I think it's Mum's. Someone's sending a message here. I missed a call from Anita. Yes, so how did she make a call from it? Unless she's got Terry's and they're both together, I don't know how it goes, but we got it up here in the tower anyway. All right, Milford, one more shot at it. I really do think they had it super soft on the hit, and it's coming good. 556, 557, 562. Super soft.
A good pass there from the team. Let's go. We've got too many cars left here in qualifying for the Kenda 660 Series. On track, Bill McKee and Daniel Lake. McKee moving forward in that big Holden wagon. And the Calais. The VR Calais there of Daniel Lake moving forward for forced performance, just getting the guys, getting him to move where they want him to stage on track. McKee's already in full stage. He is keen and ready to go. Has run a, well, he ran before, so I'm not too sure why they haven't got a time here for McKee. But anyways, Daniel Lake has, no times here. He's been running today, so I'm not too sure why we haven't got their previous times up. Full stage for McKee, waiting on Lake now. He's coming forward. Pre-stage almost on. How do you get to McKee in the whole wagon?
Billy not picking the wheel up like we know that wagon does, but he's going to get an ET and we're away. 720 for him, 599 for Daniel Lake. So look, Dan's got one in there, nice one too, 599. So the lanes are closed. What we've got's what we've got. So if you're in there, we'll be running you. If you're towing around now, we won't be running you. So we are running up to that time, 16 minutes. So we're definitely not trying to make anyone's life hell. We have, as we said, you've had all day to come and get into the lanes. There was the odd occasion where we had zero waiting. So yeah, guys have got runs in. We've had obviously issues with just that off time of the day that we know that the heat plays a part. But here we go. Disco Dean Ferris back. He didn't get a good run in on the first hit, but now here he is on the second. He's clawing for qualifying. He's going to drive through it. That Barra-powered Escort panel van gets through the end nicely. 5.97. Yes, sir, Disco. That is enough. That's enough to get him in to the field. And he did say he was in Renegade, so a 97 will be enough to start with. That was Caleb Seng ringing up then. All right, Duff.
Here we go.
Can he right from the death of qualifying throw a 5? Now he needs a 5:52.7. Something quicker than a 5:52.7. I still think Carkeet's there at 52.8.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone quicker than that.
No,
I
so
can remember.
52.7. A 5:52.7 would get him number one. Unofficial.
Yeah.
Unofficial Chinese Rolex time.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's just see what comes up in that one.
And who's in the other lane beside Dale? There, Ali Farah.
Ali Farah, she's gone 687 and 686, so she's ready for some rumble tonight. Another nice car. I think is that Rob Fenwick's car? I think. I don't know, unless that's Ali's car. I know Rob's car looks very much like that. All right, Duff. Plenty there, 54.
Close.
54 with an 8, that'll do for him. 54 with an 8, he can work with that.
And Ali goes 687 at 101 mile. Her quickest pass, I think, no, that's 686 she's gone. So nice and consistent from Ali Farah in that 680 zone. But Dale Duffy tried hard there at the end. I think they'll probably put him in around second or third spot in qualifying, possibly. Got
right.
Greg Trapnell.
This could go anywhere. Trappy could run a 5.
Trapnell could do it as well.
He could run like a 520 here, Trappy. You just don't know with this thing.
He's gone to 55 today, so
it's 581 cubes of stack-injected big block.
With nitrous.
Yeah, and the Trappies love their big blocks. They love the stack injection, and they do love the nitrous oxide. All right. Greg doing the driving. Jeffrey behind. Trapnell family. Let's see what Greg Trapnell's got as a last hit here. Big zig. Runs it on through for a 6:30, so that 5:55 with a 5 will stick. So just reminding everyone, the lanes are closed. It was the 3:30 lane closure. We did say the staging lanes were closed. So the staging lanes are closed. From race control, the official word. It is T-minus 13 minutes before the end of the session, but the rules were from that. Don't forget, we've got the overtaking lane merchandise stall down beside the Kenda stall. So all of our overtaking lane merchandise is down there too, near Kenda Central. So there's some big shout outs to everyone online right around the world. Good to see you. Like and share and subscribe to Overtaking Lane, the Kenda 660 Drag Radial Series. Race day here the start of racing will be scheduled for 5 p.m. The session for that is going to be closed at 4, do some full prep, and then we'll be back on at 5. It gives us a chance to do the seating. There you are, Junior. So tell Mum that, I don't know, some good Samaritan must have found it and brought it up, so all good. And we didn't know her password, so we couldn't put any photos on it, which is sometimes, I
think if someone brings up a phone, we're putting photos of us there, giving them a thumbs up.
Yeah, well, that's always handy. I went to a high school reunion a couple of weeks ago, and I left my phone on the table. And when I come back from ordering my food, when I went to the photos later, it's like, geez, I've got a lot of people putting dodgy photos up there and everything. I thought I could trust these people. Then you realise you can't trust anyone. So here we are, a few more left in the lanes. I can see George Jezewski right at the back. So George Jezewski's one there. I think that's Paul Merry still there as well. I think I saw Tanya Thompson in there too. You guys need a shout out? We've got a shout out here.
Shout out?
Yes. We've got someone that needs a message across. What is it, mate? I do have a credit card up here. However, I will need to know some information in regards to the person. How do you spell your name? How do you spell your surname? What's the last 4 digits of your credit card?
And what's the PIN number?
Here's one that no one. Here's one that no one gets. Here's one that no one gets. What's your CVN number? Oh my God! You are the winner of a credit card. There's nothing left on it. I've maxed it out on Gumtree just before. Yeah.
Gumtree.
There'll be a drone here shortly with my delivery, I think. So no worries. There we are. There we go. So we hooked up the lost phone almost immediately, and it took about 4 hours, and then the credit card's gone.
I think I might add lost and found operators to our resume.
Imagine if a Nigerian prince turned up and got, "Where is my card?" And then, it'd be like, dude, finally, I've met a Nigerian prince. I haven't seen too many Nigerian drag radial races in Australia. You think with all of this money floating around from the Nigerian princes, we would have seen them in drag racing by now. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, one day if I win Lotto, mate, I'll be out there. I'm going to hire a full Nigerian crew, mate, just so we can create the impression we're a Nigerian prince. Just to create that. Imagine that. That'd be just fantastic.
All right. So I think that's the end of qualifying.
No, well, people have just got itchy bums and they're on their way for a walk there because they think they've seen everything, and that's probably true. You have, but you ain't seen the rest of it. So we haven't written the script for the rest of it because that script just won't write itself. We just got to seed them all, which we're looking like doing, and whether or not the Lexus in the lanes is either there early for round 1, and that's way early. If we're a 5 o'clock start, we are in there way too early for a 5 o'clock start. But by the looks of it now, the way the boys are scraping out there and doing a bit of work, I think that we might have pulled stumps on it yet. We're just waiting.
Yeah.
I don't know. We
Done.
are?
Yeah, we're done.
There we go. So the word is that what we had in there is done, and that's the end of our qualifying. So what we are doing is we are going into a track prep situation. We are seeding all of our fields. If you are a competitor and you are out, can you please go to the tower and let us know as we are seeding the fields. We're starting to seed the fields now. So if you are a competitor and you are out for the day, please come and notify us in the tower. Mark, we were obviously going to go and I might just take a small break, maybe 30, 40, 50 minutes. We might just take a small break, shall we?
I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm starved. I'm going to go and get something to eat. The lineup's already commenced, but we'll get in there. And you guys, make sure you're back with us here. We'll be putting some announcements over in the short term if we have to, but we are looking for a 5 o'clock start here for first round of racing for all of our categories here, the Kenda 660 Drag Racing Phenomenon. We'll see you guys soon.
Alright guys. So if I go to the right mic, we're about time for a bit of prep. So racing will be back at 5 o'clock. We're going to leave you with a few videos from our previous Kendas. So we're going to leave you with some previous Kenda videos for a little bit, and then we'll jump back on and have a chat before the racing comes out. And then from 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, we will be racing. I think it starts with the Outlaw Radial guys. There's two utes. Two utes getting around with with rotors as well, Marv. So at 5 p.m. we'll be getting out again. The stream won't go down. We'll keep the stream going. So we'll play some videos, play some advertisements from our sponsors. And then at 5 p.m, a little bit earlier, we'll be back on. But at 5 p.m, the racing will start, starting with the Outlaw Radial. So after a bit of prep, who knows what could happen. So you need to be here in your seat, ready to watch them go down. So we will chat to you very soon. Hope you've been enjoying it so far. Make sure to leave a like if you have. Consider subscribing, donating, or hitting the join button, becoming a member, supporting us in that way, or just hanging out and watching. You can continue to do that if you like as well. It's always going to be free. There's no charge for these live streams. Always free for the viewer. So I'll chuck it over to some videos and enjoy. We'll talk to you soon.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tyres is there for you. Kenda Tyres, designed for your journey.
Australian made and owned, High-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose High-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
Mate, here we are. Kenda, what do you reckon? Keen as?
Oh, it's awesome. Just been awesome. We've already seen the testing day.
We've seen the first testing day last night. We saw a little bit of the action. And I think while we were doing our live show last night, there was a 3-second pass.
Yeah, Australian record breaker.
Yeah.
394, I think it was.
Yeah, how good was that? We completely missed it. Like, we were doing our live show, we actually saw it and it didn't click, what we'd just seen. So until afterwards, and we're watching like, oh man, that was a 3-second pass.
Yeah.
So there should be heaps more action. We've got the grudge racing tonight. So this is the first day of racing with the grudge racing, right? We've got testing on now.
From 6 o'clock, the grudge racing starts. So.
Yeah, so we'll bring you a bit of the action and let's go and have a chat to some people out there and see what's going on at Kenda.
Yeah, let's do it.
So how you going? You've made the trip over from WA. You've got 2 cars over here for the team?
Yep, we've got the black GTO and now we've got this one. This one was maybe 6 weeks ago we decided to put this bad boy together. And so we've pushed it and we've made it happen. Everyone's just busted themselves, but everyone's put in the effort and we finally got here. We did all the rear end work. Eddie and Tony and everyone from Actives Automotives, they sorted out all the engine, gearbox, all that sort of thing. So we got all the chassis sorted, got it back to them. They put it all back together and then it was just a final push.
Yeah, right. And did you have a test last night?
So we managed to do one run that wasn't, it's that thing in drag racing, isn't it? Where if one thing falls, we've been trying to change a lot of things throughout the car just to make sure that we're from the start onto it.
Yep.
And in doing so, it's caused other things to unfold, but that's why you've got the couple of test days. We managed to do one in Perth, got a few little gremlins sorted, but we'll get there.
And the black one, how did it run?
It went okay, but we're in the same thing. We changed some fuel injectors and that's caused another Pandora's box and things. So what we're doing is we're bringing everything back to what we know and where we knew it worked. And from there, we're going to try and keep cruising on. But we've got flex plate issues at the moment, so we'll get this down the track and try and juggle between them.
And then go from there.
Yeah.
No worries. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on you all weekend.
Lovely.
Maybe touch base and see how you're going later in the weekend.
Too easy.
Thank
Thanks.
you. G'day Kurt, we're here from Overtaking Lane, mate, and I'd like to learn a little bit about what goes into the prep on this track, because you've come all the way from America,
Yeah.
and they've flown you out here, I believe, to do some prep on this track.
Yeah.
Mate, what goes into it, and what's different to a normal drag race, mate?
All right, that's probably let's start with what's different.
Yeah.
So obviously you got slicks and you got radials. So a slick tire has a lot of sidewall on it, real flexible. Radials do not. They have a very stiff sidewall. Slicks grow, radials don't.
Yeah.
So those are the two biggest differences in the tires. A slick tire wants to spin. You have to spin a slick. Even though your car's hooking up and you can feel it inside, a slick is spinning.
Yeah.
And you control that with wheelie bar, torque converter, clutch, timing, how much your spin is and how fast your spin goes to a full hookup. With radials, there is no spin. If a radial tire spins, it spins. There's very little saving it.
Right.
So to combat that, the rubber on a radial track is much, much thinner, probably a 32nd of an inch, and that especially in the daytime, because the main thing is we're putting so much glue on these things. Probably 4 or 5 times the amount of glue that you put on a slick track.
Right.
And I guess these guys probably spent $14,000 in glue this weekend.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't
Yeah.
it?
And so you'll also see us out there scraping it some to get, whenever you have glue and heat, it kind of creates slime, and you can't hook up on that. And so we need the glue, but we can't have the slime. So we'll go out and we'll scrape it every now and then. We'll just take the top layer off and keep it thin. That's also why you see them when they do their burnouts. You have your funny cars and top fuel cars, they'll do the big long burnouts.
Yeah.
We don't do that here. The rubber is so thin and there's so much glue on top of it. You do your burnout back here in the rear part of the lanes, get your tires clean, warm, and then you just roll out. You chop the throttle early.
You don't want to go over the start line at all with your burnout at all.
No,
That's
not
the
under
last thing.
power.
Yep.
But just roll through it and you'll see these tires leave a nice path of rubber.
Yep.
Back up on that rubber and let it go.
Yeah, okay.
And, so that's kind of the biggest difference. It takes a whole lot of rotating. They built a rotator here. We licensed a company, Aldridge,
Yep.
to build our equipment here.
And that's brand new, and then we've got a spray rig
Yeah,
as well.
and I mean, look at this spray rig. This thing is...
This is brand new?
Yeah, it's brand new. This is, and I'm not just saying it. Justin Simpson and Clint here built it. This is the nicest spray rig in the world, not the country, the world.
Because you've done some big events. Well, you do big, massive
Yeah,
events,
we do
don't
big
you?
ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm at pretty much all the big ones.
Yeah, right.
And this is nice. You guys, I'm not sure I'm not saying it like that, but I'm not sure you know what you got here, because these guys are wholehearted. They built a $30,000 rotator. This thing was probably, who knows how much. I think they had to call NASA to license it.
Yeah, right. Probably. And what do you think of this series out here in Australia? Have you enjoyed yourself so
Yeah,
far?
absolutely. I mean, there again, this is what I do for a living. I'm at races every weekend. I've got several crews. We're doing 3 races this weekend around the world. This is the most fun I've had doing radial racing in 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a kick. The Australian people are so nice, so friendly, and God, I can't wait to come back down here.
And what do you say to anyone thinking about getting out there and having a bit of a go on the track? Do they get out and have a crack at a radial?
Absolutely. I mean, radial racing to me is just kind of where it's at. It becomes a tuner's race. It's not just throw it at it and go. You got to finesse.
Yeah.
And so you got to use this up here more than that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of keyboard tuning, and it's just it's a chess game, and it's so fun. You'll see them out here today. There's guys that are going to struggle because we're warm. Radials and heat are very difficult.
Right.
Where a slick tire, it's no big deal to run in 150 degree track temperature. They like it. You know, you can get that controlled spin. Out here, you can't do that. You got to tiptoe.
Completely different game.
Yeah, like during the day, you probably won't see those. You know, we had quite a few 3-second runs last night. You're probably not going to see that during the day because they're going to have to go point A, point B, take it real nice and easy, get it down to the track and get a wind light.
Yeah.
And if you spin the tires, you're not going to get a wind light. So they're going to play smart. As we go into the evening, watch out.
When we cool down, it's
we're
all
going to go fast.
That's excellent. Yeah. And just one last thing, I guess. We talk about the prep on the track. There was a massive amount of prep on the track before we had anyone out here, wasn't there?
Sure.
You've scraped all the rubber off,
yes.
right?
Took it all off. We put it back on, and that helps it adhere to the concrete better. It's fresh, live rubber. They call this, I'm not being a smartass, they call this track prep for a reason because it's preparation.
Yeah.
You come out, you totally remove the track, put a new racetrack in. You do that almost every day.
Wow.
And so it takes a lot of preparation. It's not just come out and spray the track and go.
And you're watching really closely every run. You're looking at what's going on, if there's any damage to the track, minute, right?
Yeah, because we're so thin on the rubber. When a car spins the tires, it takes the rubber down to the concrete, and then you don't have any adhesion for the next car. So you'll see us out here jumping out and filling those with heat and rubber from back here. The track prep's gone to such a level now that I don't want to say it's difficult to watch because it's exciting, but we're out there working on the track a lot.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to catch you now because I know it's about to start and you're going to be full on for the next, 12 hours?
12 hours, and
if
then
not
we're done
more.
and we'll go drink some beer.
Sounds good. Mate, thank you.
Thanks for everything.
No worries.
Come
Thanks
over
for
to
being
Lights
out
Out.
here.
Let's have fun.
Done deal. Out here to have a run in your XB. We came over because we were impressed by your Chev tow car.
Yeah.
But
This all about shines the bee a little bit.
It does. But how are you going to go? Is this your first test hit today?
Yeah, first hit today. We're just running on unleaded fuel, so we're looking for a tune on unleaded.
Right.
We run last Kenda.
Yep.
We're about equal fifth, I think, in the points. So
right. Oh, good.
So we're at the top end, so we just need to be consistent and pull some good times. So yeah.
So you just be testing, tuning this afternoon?
Yeah, testing, tuning this afternoon, read the plugs, see how they're looking, see how it's working.
And then get ready for tomorrow.
Straight to the park tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. We'll keep an eye out. We'll watch you.
No, we'll have fun. We'll have the wheels up.
No worries. Thanks for having a chat.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Mate, twin turbo Hemi in this ute.
Yeah, mate.
It's pretty sick.
Got a bit of steam, yeah.
Yeah, but you've had a few problems. So.
Had a few issues. You broke the diff on Thursday, fixed it last night, put the diff back in the car this morning. Made one hit, didn't leave the start line, but we're here now. We're going to run with the drung and see what we can do.
You're still in with a chance for $5 grand,
That's it, mate. Yeah, 100%.
What do you think of this Kenda event?
I love the Kenda event. It's really good. Like radial racing has just taken off here in Australia. It's a really exciting form of racing. It's the type of racing that everyone can come and do.
Yep.
The thing I like about it is they still look like a car. You know, you get your funny card.
Give them a bit of a run. So.
And what do you think of this event? This
awesome,
racing?
Mate. Awesome, yeah. Used to really enjoy the lights out stuff
that
we used to run here. Hasn't been on for a while, so it's the first one back like this. So really enjoy it. I enjoy it more when my car's working better. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, good luck, mate. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
10 o'clock drivers briefing.
All the eyes are on you this weekend so far.
Apparently.
No pressure.
No. See how we go. Can only try.
And look, this is a great car. Look, just having a look at this thing. When you sort of see it from the stands and you have a look, like you look at the paint work that's been done on it, and it just looks like a normal old 57 Chev running out there with a bit of changes, but it's all airbrushed on. There's a bit of work going into it, eh?
Yeah, no, it works well, and I mean, we've had it on 10.5 tyre, big tyre, and now the radial, and yeah, it seems to be a pretty happy car all around, so...
Yeah, right. And
that's good.
You did a stint in the States with it as well a little while ago?
Yeah, so it's pretty much identical as we raced it over there, just obviously power management a bit different. So yeah, we went 379 over there, and over there. Yeah, hopefully the track comes around here and we can try and match it.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, Overtakers, how you going? We've got Ben Bray here with us. He's having a ball out here. What do you reckon?
Yeah, so far so good. What have we got? 3 runs left, so the 200 still available. Still got to try and catch Wagstaff's 82, which I don't think's possible.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm still here, I'm enjoying it, and I'm smiling.
And that last run, you weren't too far off the 200, were you?
No, 198. So, you know, we tricked it up a little bit. I put a little bit of wing on the back of it because it started to move a bit. I'm going to go for it, I won't lie, but if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. So there's, 20 cars here that can do it. So one of us is going to get it tonight, I can guarantee you that. Yeah. And I'd probably say this blue thing in the background, Sean Hale, he's probably got the best bet right now.
Yeah, righto. There you go.
He's only 5 mile an hour off.
There's the tip. So, what do you reckon, Kenda again next year? We're going to bring another door?
Probably bring 2 of them out.
Bring 2?
Dad reckons that he wants to have a crack. He was a bit nervous at the start, but he says that I've sort of sorted the car out enough that he feels comfortable to come and do it. So why not?
Mate, that was great. Look, it's a real crowd pleaser, and we appreciate you bringing it out here and showing everyone.
No, thanks for having me.
We've had a live feed going, and everyone's calling on the live feed wondering when you're coming out next. So
no, well, that's good. Thanks to all the fans. Enjoy it. Thanks to you guys for live feeding it so everyone can watch it, and hopefully next year we come back with something bigger, badder.
Perfect. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Guys, we've got Terry Sang here from all the way from Paramount Performance from Toowoomba. Yeah. Always down here at the track though, aren't you?
Yeah, I live here for most weekends.
Are you running 2 cars today?
I was trying to run my car as well as Kyle's, but we thrashed to get it done. We literally finished it last night, and we're having some dramas with some throttle bodies, so that's it for it today now. So
yeah, okay. Now, I saw you run 199 mile an hour.
Yeah.
You're pretty close.
Yeah.
We're trying to crack that 200, obviously.
I reckon it's here right now.
Temperature's dropping.
This is it, and there's 4 cars capable.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're the fourth car. The other three are in front of us. But
was there a big
so
tussle
we'll see what
who
happens.
could get up there first? Was there?
Oh, everyone was rushing around here. We got held up in the as we were towing around. There was a car loading, and we had to turn around and go back. And anyway, that's right. That's how it happens. But hey, you still got to do it.
Yeah.
It's still got to be done.
We've just got to wait and see. It could still be
Potential's
an
there.
offer.
It's right there now.
Nah,
for sure.
Well, there's a lot of people been on the live feed as well. You're well known.
Yeah.
Out there. So yeah, it's great to see you and great you to come along and have a chat to us.
Yeah.
So really
Nice.
appreciate it. Thanks, Terry.
Cheers.
We're back with him. He's just done it.
You know
Cracked
what?
it.
I'm sorry I lied. I did say Hale was going to do it, and I really wish he did. Them guys have worked very hard to do it. All these guys here have. But the credit to them all. They were all in the braking area. They all hugged me. They celebrated with me. It was really joyful. Mum and Dad are here. Everyone's crying. The kids, the wife, everyone's having a good time. And don't know if you can see it, but that's the time card there.
Check it out.
So 396, 201. That's the first 200. And I tell you now, Grubby gave me a pretty good drag race. He left me for dead on the start line and I had to drive around him. So what can I say? The Kenda, Justin and Scott for the event they've put on, man, it's ecstatic. All my sponsors have been a dream and here we are having a good time.
Good on you, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy it.
Talk to you soon. 2 seconds. Thanks to Justin and Scott. Awesome event, everybody involved in it. It's great. Thanks a lot for having me. I've had just an awesome weekend. Everybody that's helped me, it's been amazing. It's been great fun. My family, Dad for letting me cut the car up and have some fun in it. Outside of that, Willowbank, everyone, the girls for standing around all day, the wife for putting up with me, and hopefully next time I can make the final and do a bit better.
Love you, Benny Brown.
Kenda, what do you reckon?
What a weekend it was.
Hey guys, welcome back to Overtaking Lane. Here we are this week, mate, back into drag racing action. What do you reckon?
Oh, super excited. How good is this?
Mate, this is amazing. We're having a ball. We're at Kenda. It is a test and tune event for the Kenda Expression Session, COVID edition. No spectators. We're live streaming as well. We're going to try and do a video at the same time, but we hope you've already been on and enjoyed the live stream and you're a new subscriber. If you've just found us, what do you got to do?
Well, you got to hit subscribe, hit like, and then keep watching. Check out Facebook, Instagram, all the above.
Let's go get some action.
Yeah, let's do it. camera. I can't see the times.
Dave, good to see you out here, mate. You got the VK now. This is Skid Factory famous car these days, mate.
Yep, it's a bit popular.
There's something about cars that go through the Skid Factory. Cool blokes, right? But
Yeah, great. Alan Woody are great. So.
No, I mean the people that take cars there as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially if their name's Dave.
Absolutely. Dave's are great.
But no, all seriousness, mate. Is this his first run out?
First run out in the new setup, with the twin turbos and the all the new hot side and cold side. So.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little bit. I haven't been down the drag strip many times in my life, so 1,000 at the rear wheels is going to make it interesting.
How long have you had this car?
I've had it about 10 years, so it's kind of gone through change after change, and we've never really had much luck with it.
Yep.
So I just, kind of little fail after little fail, then followed by some big failures, and then...
was it always a drag car, though?
It was originally built as a street car, and it just kind of got out of hand. I ended up with a really, really big turbo, and then I'll throw a cage in it, and then, it spiraled out of control to what it is today.
Knowing you, I don't know you a lot, but knowing you, that sounds a lot like you, though, right?
Yeah.
You just keep going to take things to the next level.
Yeah. And even like we made 1,000 at the rears recently down at Cleveland Dyno and Cleveland tow bar and exhaust, and we've a couple more things that we can put some more power in as well. So it'll get the car working at 1,000 and then see where we go from there.
Yeah, and you've done Kenda events before.
Yeah, but Kenda seems to be my curse. So every time that we have a big failure, it seems to be at Kenda. So big rush to get ready for it, and then. One year we had off the trans brake, I had a tail shaft fail.
Yep.
Didn't realise we put a new tail shaft, new reed case glide in it. Came back the next year, came back for the next Kenda. Didn't realise the same accident had actually cracked the pinion. So next time, pinion cracked. Fell out, shot a uni into the car's window next to me, unfortunately. But there was an official very close, but it missed everyone. Thank God no one was hurt. It was quite scary. So there's now $1 million worth of driveline in there because I do not want another one of those failures.
Yeah, that is very scary, mate. Look, we're really keen to see this get out there because we obviously watched the build, as many people did, and it's all about seeing what it actually can do now.
Yeah.
But you've got to get traction, right?
Yeah, hoping so. The tyres are only about 5 or 6 years old, and look, today's more about just prove that it works, getting off the line, get myself. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with the car with the previous times I've been out. But we came out at 600 or 550 rear wheel horsepower. Now we're up to 1,000, so it's going to handle pretty differently. So. And
has it just been sitting since it got tuned?
Yeah, it has. So we've just been kind of finishing off the last couple of little bits and in the shed, and then getting it ready for today, and ignoring it half the time.
So we know you have had this car for 10 years. Yep. Mate, what was your first car?
So first car was a dirty old RA40 Celica, which we repainted and put a new engine in and stuff. And then I got the favourite car, which is a VHSLE. So second car, which is I think when I bought this, that's what I was kind of in my mind replacing. The car that I've always, if I find it, I'll buy it in a heartbeat. Yeah. But yeah, always
last of the chrome bumpers.
Last of the chrome bumpers, and geez, they've shot up in price. It's, you used to be able to get a silver and blue one for $6,000. Now they're 30 for a rough one.
And what started you off with your passion for cars?
Old man was into speedway, and we'd always around cars. Like I grew up in Canberra. Spent a couple of years in Canberra right at the beginning of Summer Nats. So always heaps of cars down there, and then speedway, and just always been around cars. So.
Brilliant, mate. Good luck today.
Thanks, man.
Get up at the start line and watch you get down the track.
Yeah. I'm not, if I can get under 550, it'll be great. But, I really just want to drive it back on the trailer. That's the real goal for today.
And there's plenty of seat time today too.
Yeah. We should maybe get 5 or 6 runs. We'll see how it's going and if it's all working. If it's working, we might, try and get a few laps in. If there's things to do, we'll, come back next time. We're not rushing it with this thing. So.
Brilliant, mate. We'll have fun.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, and cheers for the interview.
G'day, Perry. Good to see you out here, mate. There's never a radial event that you're not at, is there?
No, we try and get to as many as we can, and enjoy coming up here to Willowbank, and yeah, it's
Now,
great.
everyone recognises the truck, the car. You stand out in the crowd. It was the Snickers car, but we've got the Maltesers car
Yeah,
now.
it's new Corvette that we bought in from the US.
Yep.
Yeah, it's same power plant as the Camaro, and just a much more developed, newer, lighter, well-refined car.
Now, we started watching yesterday, and you had a couple of small issues in the morning, but then got some good time. So it was only just a couple of little tuning things that you had to play around with, or?
We'd been chasing a gremlin in the car, just a misfire that we probably had 4 passes where the car wasn't happy, but we finally worked the scenario out, and yeah, got it right.
And then started pulling the threes.
Yeah.
3 of them yesterday?
Three in a row there, yep.
Yep.
Today I don't know, the engine hasn't been real happy the whole weekend, so unfortunately there in the last pass it looks like we've broken a valve, and yeah, ended our weekend. So
Never good to have to pack up early, but that is racing, right?
yeah, look, it's unfortunate to come all this way. We're sort of 1,600 k's away. I don't know, it's not a race meet, so that's probably the way you look at it. We're here to practice and try stuff, so just lucky we're not at a meet. So.
It is a test and tune, yeah, that's right. So you were testing the car out. You've realised it's pretty consistent threes in it.
Yeah. Look, unfortunate it happens, but that's racing. So
yeah,
look, we'll get back, and we've got a couple of fresh engines. We'll get it sorted out and be back to the track as soon as we can.
Doesn't take long to turn them around for you guys?
No, we're a good team, mate, and we're here a skeleton crew this weekend for testing, but great guys at home, mate.
You can get across the border just saying because you're delivering Snickers. Is that?
Yeah, they just waved us through on the way up, so might have to drop my bag out on the way past, mate. So.
Good stuff, mate. Thank you for coming on and putting a show on for us anyway. We enjoy it.
No, it's great up here, Willowbank, and the Kenda guys put on a great event. The volunteers that are here helping out at a sport that we love doing, much appreciated.
Good stuff. Thank you. Joe, look, up until the last run, mate, you've had a brilliant weekend.
Yeah,
3 second passes now in one of the heaviest cars getting around here, isn't it? What?
Yeah, we're running it at the radial weight rules for IHRA. Yeah, so we're stoked. We've been over the moon with the whole weekend. The progress of the car's been great. We've had some help from Jamie Miller over in the US and Frankie at Andy Engines. All together we've sort of come up with a good game plan, and it's all paying off. So.
And this is a car you built about a year ago.
Yeah.
Down in Profab, right?
Yep, yeah, that's right. Me and my son.
Yeah.
Was under the car.
Yeah. And we've come out and we've done, is it 2 or 3 second passes now?
That was our third one, yeah.
Yeah,
That was our
third
third, yeah. So we went 398 first, and then 395. Sorry, it was 4. Yeah, we did 396 this morning, and then a 393 just then.
Now the 393 just then, bit of oil down.
Yeah, the converter looks like it's blown the converter seal out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right at the finish line.
But no major problems.
No,
Just
other
a
than
seal.
that, yeah, look, I mean,
Bit
we're,
of time.
we're happy with, what we've achieved over these last couple of days, and got some good data, and, like we've pretty much had enough for the weekend anyway now, so
yep.
We'll have a barbecue, have something
Enjoy
to
it.
eat, and
Watch a few others.
Yeah, watch some other races, so
Mate,
we're
tell
happy.
us, where did drag racing, when did it enter the blood for you, mate?
Oh, at a very young age, I think I was like 18 years old, and started off with a 250 Crossflow turbo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been turbocharged ever since. So
Ford man, all the way through?
Yeah, Ford man. This is the first Chev, I think.
Oh.
481X, if you can call it a Chev, but yeah.
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 Hiding in a Mustang.
Yeah, hiding in the Mustang. Yeah.
No, well done, mate. And you do all this with your son as well. So.
Yeah, me, my son, my brother, and good friend Enzo. It's like family. We're all big family crew. So
one thing that I've learned, throughout doing this channel and everything as well, is everything to do with the car scene.
Yeah.
It's always very family orientated.
Oh yeah, look, I mean, it's important to me that like my family support me, and they do, and and it's great having them here. Enjoying the weekend as well with us. So it's not all about me, but like I'd like to make sure that they're having a good time as well. So
and has everyone suffered a little bit by not having any drag racing for a while now?
Oh yeah, it's been hard. Like we've been itching, and even just to get away, like the weekends at the drag strip is always good fun. There's lots of good people around, and and it's
Fingers crossed we can get the spectators back again soon, eh?
Yeah, fingers crossed, and hopefully all this COVID stuff passes quickly, and we can get on to living our normal lives.
Back into it. That's it, mate. Thank you for having a chat
worries,
again
thank
on the
you.
channel for us. We always appreciate it. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, guys.
Hey guys, here we are at Warwick Dragway, but hang on. What's up, Overtakers? It's that time again. Drag racing. How good's that? Radial racing, even. Kenda. Time for Kenda. I love Kenda. Great time of year. Well, a few times a year. Yeah. But we love getting out to the Kenda events. The guys out there are amazing. The whole drag racing family are always very welcoming, and we just love it. Yeah. So we've got Radial Redemption. Yeah. Well, I reckon we just jump straight into it, mate. Let's get into some action. Yeah. Let's go. Andy, I grabbed you today, mate. You can't not come out here and see all the spot-on performance shirts and spot-on performance cars. Mate, there's obviously you guys have got a good coverage out here of cars. Mate, give us a bit of a rundown. How many we got out here?
I think today we should have about 6 or 7 cars racing across the fields.
Not a bad effort, mate.
Nah, pretty good, mate. We're very family orientated. So the whole idea here is, the blokes and the girls like to come racing, but bring your family along, mate. You have a look around, there's plenty of kids here, like, with all the spot-on shirts on.
I've been told you cook the best feeds as well.
Oh, that's Jamie, mate. He's over there now with the barbecue. He takes that. Keep people fed and hydrated and they have a good time,
Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's a good environment, and there's so many spot-on shirts running around. I think that's cool to see as well. So
yeah, again, we've been going 10 years now, and mate, it definitely wasn't like this when we first started. We had a single easy up, and we've built something into this, but we can't. Me and Danny don't do this alone. This is everybody that chucks in and helps and does their part, mate. And it's grown together,
And last night you had the spot-on performance $2,000 small tyre shootout. Now you were up there, but you got knocked out, mate.
Mate, that's racing too. Win or lose, it's fun, mate. And especially when it's close, tight racing. Like for the people at home watching on your live feed and here watch, like, mate, you never know who's going to take that win light, And I guess at the end of the day, that's why we keep saying more bums and seats adds to the atmosphere. So people at home that aren't racers, you got to get down, you got to get trackside and witness it, And so many people even last night said, Jesus, some like 470 cars battling it out, And mate, anyone can take the beams. Adrian made it to the final with a 5.0 car,
Yeah, and the pass for yourself between yourself and Sean.
Yeah.
Like, get the heart pumping for a spectator.
Mate, tell you, like, being in the car, watching him get out on me on the 60, and then I grabbed that scramble button and pulled him in a bit. But, mate, good racing, man, and good fun, We get down the bottom end and we shake hands and hug each other and say, fuck, that's good racing, So.
But you're pretty happy with how yours is running?
Oh, real happy, mate. It's one of those things where, like I keep saying all the time, we're never here to swing with the fences. We always just take baby steps and creep up on it. And like I said, at the end of the day, we want to cut laps, mate. That's what we're here for, to do laps and enjoy the race and not swing for the fence and hurt it or anything silly like that,
Well, I reckon at the end of the day, I'll be back past to share another beer with you tonight too.
Yeah, oh mate, don't worry. Tonight we'll have a few, that's for sure.
Good stuff, thanks, mate.
Keep up the good work with you too, mate.
Thanks. All right, guys, here with Mitchell now. I've been watching you. Well, this has been around a while, this car, obviously, but I've been watching you out at Warwick. You're already in a few of our videos, and now we're watching you here this weekend. This is pretty off its head.
Yeah,
mate. Tell us what's running in the Camaro.
LS 400 Cuba, 80mm turbos, Powerglide. Reed case and a sheet metal 9-inch 35 splice.
Mate, it looks like it's putting down a fair bit of power.
It is. We're just a new combo. We're just going on it slowly. Eventually, you want to run a 7-second pass with a 4,000-pound car.
Wow, that's impressive.
It's up there. We weighed it the other night, and it was 3,800. No fuel, no oil in the auto, no tail shaft, and no water in the tank for the air to water.
It's a big, heavy car.
Yeah.
And what's the best time so far?
We've gone an 840 with it, with this combo. But again, we're only on 17 pound boost. We can double that.
Yeah. Oh, and we just spoke to Andy. He said it's all about stepping it up, not
That's what we're doing. Yeah. And that was the idea when we spoke about building it. He asked me what you want to do. I said, well, to start off with, I'd like to top qualify at Kenda with a Class B run, 550, and then step it up slowly. And he goes, yep, no worries, we can do that. So, yeah.
All right, now, not to jump in too much of the controversy, but we did have transmission issues last night.
Yeah.
Do you think it's all right today?
Look, I've put through 20 litres of oil in 2 passes.
Yeah.
Just kept draining it. Drained it this morning, and it's a red colour, so hopefully it'll get us through today. After the qualifiers, I'll dump it again and put another new lot in.
And you'll have to pull it apart.
Box will come out. Brand new box, it'll have to come out and be rebuilt again.
$9,500 you just put into this?
Yeah. Oh, what, the gearbox?
The gearbox.
Oh, the gearbox, yeah, it was 10.
There was 10 grand in that alone.
Yeah.
Wow. So hopefully it's all good, mate. We'll keep fingers crossed for you.
No worries.
It smelt really bad yesterday.
Oh, yeah. When I drained it, it was smoking. It wasn't steam, it was smoking, and it was black.
Well, we'll be watching you today, mate, and you have a great day.
Hopefully we go all right.
Thank you. Thanks, Mitchell.
No worries. Thank you.
Steve, back out running the Gemini, mate. We haven't seen this one out on track for a little while.
Yeah, no, it's we haven't been out since about February. We did a little bit of damage in February and just taking our time. We haven't been able to get back out for a while and sort of, got it all repaired and a few little updates on the thing. So we'll see if we can go a little bit quicker.
Well, we can see what it was before when we've checked out this car before in one of our videos. We'll put a link up here somewhere on the screen. People can have a look at that. But there's a few changes since then.
Yeah, we've got an intercooler on the car now.
Yep.
So hopefully we can get colder intake charges. Previously the charges were out of control. So
yeah, right.
Colder intake charges should make a little bit more power and see if we can get down the track a bit faster.
And what are we running in today?
Outlaw 235. So it'll be interesting. 109 cubic inches up against some of the 570 cubic inches. So. But they were all on the same tyre, so that's the deciding factor there.
And this thing goes hard anyway, so we've seen it go down pretty quick before, so it's certainly going to hold its own. It's lightweight as well, right?
Yeah, it's pretty light, little Gemini. Quickest half track's 5:33, so but some of the 235 cars are getting in the high fours now, so it'll be a little bit challenging, but it'll be fun.
It's all about the run on the day. We've got the headwind, as you mentioned before. It's all a bit different today, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And you've got to get those little 235s to hook up. So those big cube cars with all their torque. Hopefully we might see a few of them come unstuck when they're beside us today.
No worries. The sponsored car as well. You want to give them a shout out?
Yeah, Penrite's been helping us out with the lubricants for this car. Flawless, great products. So great help. Check out their site. Penrite's for every car.
Thanks, Steve. We'll see you out on track.
Cool. Thanks.
Steve, we've come to have a look at a bike, mate. Now it's been a few years since I sold my Harley, but I reckon this one might be a little bit quicker.
It is rather quick. It's one of the quickest twin cams in the country. It is only 106 cubic inches, but it's a well-built engine. Makes over 160 horsepower and has run a quarter-mile best of 984,
wow.
which makes it the quickest competing twin cam in Australia.
Mate, that's impressive. Now you don't mind getting out on the 8th mile then?
No, I love the 8th mile. You can get like any racing is it started and won in the first half of the track. So 8th mile is good fun, and especially these Kenda guys, they put on a great track. So there's no issues with traction whatsoever.
So it's just twist that throttle and hang on at the start.
Balls to the wall, mate. And just send it.
Mate, you've got a few sponsors on here as well, mate.
Yeah, we've recently just signed Playfall as another major sponsor. Michael Cook, great company, and it's good to be working with him. We have Burley Bars.
It's pretty well known.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Good bunch of guys. Wrench Devil Cycles build my engine.
Right.
And Pro Cycle Dyno tune it.
Okay, and we could find links for all this on. Do you have a page for Day Family Racing?
Yes, we've got a Facebook page. We also have Instagram. We've taken this bike from basically a street bike to just full-on race bike.
Yeah.
We started racing it. It went 1180s, and yeah, we've just gone quicker and quicker.
Have you got something that you're aiming for today? Is there what would you like to hit today?
I would like to get a very low 6.0, 8th mile.
Yep.
If I can do it. If I can't, I'll just be happy to be out there competing.
Mate, that sounds impressive. It's good to see the bikes out here on all the radial bikes as well. And mate, this is not the only bike. You race a few different other classes as well, or on this bike?
On this bike, I usually race modified bike.
Yeah.
And yeah, just give it to all the Bussa boys and the Jixer boys. I usually put them off when this thing's on the two-step because it's quite loud, and yeah, they end up red lighting a lot of the time. But it's always good fun running against them. They always telling me how I should get a real bike, but you just can't beat the brute torque of a Harley.
Mate, I love it, and I reckon that's a good point for us now to cut to you on a two-step and show everyone how loud it is.
I think we can do that.
We'll see you out there. Thanks, Steve.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tyres is there for you. Kenda Tyres, designed for your journey.
With more than 200 years of total workforce experience in lubricants, Hi-Tech Oils is Australia's largest independent oil manufacturer, developing and producing oils, lubricants and additives. Hi-Tech engines need Hi-Tech Oils.
G'day, Overtakers.
Hey, back at you.
We shouldn't be too far away from racing now.
Yeah, we've got some cars back in the lanes, which is good to see. So the cars are background in the lanes. The prep has gone down. It's ready to go. The track is ready. So what they're doing now is they're just having a look at the sheets to see who they're up against, who their opponents are, because qualifying's done.
Yep, it certainly is.
And they've been up there, they've worked out all the times, and now it is about to start racing. So so that's what we're going to hear now is as they come around, they start up, it'll be all about the racing. So we'll see how we go and who takes out each of the categories tonight. So we've got...
Thanks, James.
There's our categories.
Almost back racing, John. Almost back.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone that has been here in the chat and watching us on live, and we do appreciate that. 260 people stuck with us, and I hope you just enjoyed some of the videos that we've done from previous Kendas. I think that's what you've been watching. Is that right, Tyler?
That is correct.
They've had a look at a couple of the other Kendas that we've been at, and just some of the recap of those events. So, and you would have probably noticed there's a few of those guys out here again today that we've chatted to in those videos as well.
Certainly is.
So, mate, what classes have we got going on once we...
Well, we have OG 275, which has to be street registered.
This is a
It's got to have full interior.
class that they've added this time round.
Yeah, it's got to have a full interior, and can it drive 50 k's on the road?
Yep.
Now, it's not. They don't have to drive 50 k's on the road for the event.
Yep.
But can it?
Yeah.
Could
yeah.
you street drive this
Because
car?
sometimes
basically?
street registered is not always just street registered. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like.
Well, yeah, well, not necessarily street driven. I think is what they were trying to go for.
Yeah. Yep.
Not
yep.
something that you could realistically drive to the event and back home.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
cars like Goran's Cortina is in that class because he drives that to the event and he drives it home.
Yep. Yep.
So
Perfect. So then under.
good stuff. Summer's in the grandstands.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Good to see you. We'll wave from down here. We're second level, not up the top bar. We're waving. So with the sun in our eyes there. Isn't the
Yeah.
sun bright out there if you're having a look down at the moment?
Yeah, the sun is rough. We have Outlaw 235.
Yep.
As well, so 235 tyre under those guys. Unlimited time. They can go as fast as they want on those tyres. And it's all heads-up racing from now on too. So
Yep.
this morning and yesterday and Thursday, you would have seen a lot of them. If they zing it on the line, they're just going to back out of it and roll through. Whereas tonight, they zing it on the line, they're going to be getting back on it because they want to get that win light. That's what tonight is all about, getting that win light.
Yes, definitely. And I think the other thing is they're not necessarily over the practice and the qualifying. They haven't been in their actual classes, right? It's just been you just roll around. They've done it in a little bit different format. They would normally previous years they have run them through classes the whole time.
And you have three qualifying passes normally,
Yeah.
whereas they've had an unlimited qualifier today.
Yep.
So if you wanted to do 10 passes or 15 passes, you could keep lapping it around if you wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And there was a few people that were pretty much hot lapping it in there as well.
Mhm.
So,
well, of course, with the 235 tyre, you've got to then have the Outlaw 275, slightly bigger tyre.
Yep.
A few familiar cars in that one, of course. You got Captain Rifsky, Ryan Holes.
Yes,
With
yep.
the 2J Tirana.
Which is now stroked.
Yep. Yeah, there's plenty of cars in there. Sean Muscat, Andrew Coles.
Sean
You've seen that
Muscat,
one?
he's got the Cortina, isn't it?
I think so.
Purple one. And then Andrew Coles, Andy Coles has got the VL, the blue
Yep.
VL. Yep.
Yep.
That's a damn nice car.
It is. And then, of course, the big guns, you got Outlaw Radial. I believe that's the first class that we have up.
So that's what we're going to see straight up. It looks like it. I think they're in the staging lanes, right?
Yes. We've got a pretty big list for Outlaw Radial. We've got Stuart Bennett, Perry Bulvin, Glenn Finnegan, Joe Gauci, Simon Graham, John Haley, Harley Hamilton, Dale Hellier, Clint Hepburn, George Josefsky, Andrew Milford, Marcus Page. I think Marcus Page is out, actually. That was the hot rod you guys would have seen around. I believe they're out. Something to do with crankshaft, I think. I heard. Bill Pekovsky, Terry Sang, Daniel Sabolics, Stephen Tatum, and Wade Wagstaff.
And there's some very big cars there.
Mhm.
So, and we should see some good times. The temperatures are now dropping down.
Yeah. It's not going to be too long, and the sun will be off the track.
Yeah, that it's going down very quickly, which is good because they're Huggy in the comments here and Summer are both sitting here in the stands, and that it is a killer. It is blinding out there at the moment, that sun, and I'm ducking down behind the screens here, the live screens.
Yes.
Live stream screens, so just to hide from the sun.
And then you've got Outlaw Radial Bike. There's about 6 bikes here. They're all doing really well. They will go heads up as well. They're going to do a bit of a round robin, though, I think.
Yeah.
And then we've got Radial Renegade.
We would have just seen an interview, I think, in one of the videos from one of the
with,
Harley.
With Stephen Day.
Yeah, Day Family Racing.
Yep. And then we've got Radial Renegade, which is the 550 index. You can run up to as close to 550 as you like. It's not like a dial your own. It is just a go, and don't run faster than 550. So the top qualifier for that, I believe, is Steve Carkeet. And he come in with a 5.528.
Yes, right. There you go. So that's the big HQ, orange HQ, with that monster scoop on the front of it.
Yeah, and I believe they're going to split those classes up into 2. So you'll have Radial Renegade A and Radial Renegade B.
Yep.
So they'll split it in half. The guys who've been running closest to 550 will be in one, and then anyone who's been running slower than a certain point or something, I don't know how they work it out, they'll put them in the next class down. And then we've got Radial Rumble, which is a 640. Can't go faster than the 640. Don't have that on the screen, so I can't tell you who exactly is the top qualifier for that one. But there is a lot of quick cars, and a few people are running very, very close to that 640. So, and that's a big class too, so they're going to split that one up as well into Radial Rumble A and Radial Rumble B.
Yes, okay. Come on, son. Just set a little bit further for us. I think I was looking.
It is a bit bright in that angle, right?
Yes. You can see on the picture there. For those that aren't in the stand, we can see it in the windows as well. The reflection off that's the corporate boxes at the back there.
Well, there's that one there. You can just see how much it's beating down on the track down there towards the end.
It's pretty crazy at the moment. We can't get the extra third camera going because once the sun goes down, we might be able to put that third camera back up again, because right now you're just going to get a reflection of the sun off the glass in here.
Yes.
So, but yeah, no, look, I'm pretty happy. Hopefully everyone's happy with how the stream's gone. It seems to have run pretty flawlessly. We haven't had too many technical issues.
We've had a couple of little dropouts here and there, but usually the internet has been what's dropping us out.
Yep. Stayed fairly strong. So, there's a question there. Hang on. I can't read it because I've been blinded by the sun.
Jason Hot Rod Carpenter said Willow amps switching hour after the tree.
Ask me about the light.
Willowbank switching
hour. Yeah, it looks like a fire. It does. Look, isn't it bright on that shot there? Yeah. Hard to see the cars. Trev zoomed out to give us a look at it. Must be getting close. I can see.
Now the stands are looking pretty full now too.
Yeah, it is good to see such a good crowd here. Now, we've been to a number of Kendas, of course, and the crowds, along with, I guess, most events, because of the recent times that we've gone through, have been down. But it's good to see that there is a resurgence, and people are coming out to watch some racing. And I always find that Kenda is great racing. I love getting out and watching, top fuel cars and all the big guys, but then I love watching Kenda. And I think it's just great for spectators. You can come out here and enjoy it without having to have a massive knowledge of the racing as well. But you can just come out and enjoy it because it's just good action. The cars are launching. The wheel stands and it's just eighth mile. It is really good to watch. It's a tuner's race.
It is, and not just in engine management, in suspension setups, tyre pressures, all sorts of things.
Stream has been excellent from Lynn.
Jason going racing says stream has been awesome. The money spent has been well worth it.
Come back in 20 minutes is dangerous. It can be that view down there, but it's nearly down. It's getting very close. So, look, I'm looking down here at the moment. I can see Scott Harker. He's standing in the lane and he's looking at the tree and he's seeing where the sun sits. So, that's what's holding them up right now. They're going to make sure that the sun is not in their eyes.
Yeah, because it's not safe, right? Let me start that again. It's not safe for these guys who are going to come out here and rock, 3-second passes, for them to be staring into the sun, not knowing where they're going.
Yes, it's and doing 200 mile an hour. Some of these cars in an eighth mile.
Yes,
like insane speed. Andrew, thank you, mate. Loves the live stream. Dodgy's not a fan of the eighth mile, but look, you come round after a few Kenda events. I guarantee you enjoy it. And All my racing's actually been on an 8th mile.
It has.
Yeah, I haven't even run a quarter mile yet, but everything I've done is 8th mile. You've done quarter mile.
Yeah, I spent 19 seconds on it.
It was a bit of a slower
Took
run.
the car out before I had a fast car.
Yeah, definitely. I can see it is about. I think in the scale of things, the sun is one finger off the horizon about now. We're up to 320 watching. I did look at the sun again, and now I've got green spots in my eyes again. But
make sure to smash the like button, guys. Get these cars back out here on the track. Smash the like button to help the sun go down. We're only 13 likes away from getting 150. I'm sure we can get it with this many people here.
Races, what is the next bit of new gear that we want to get for the streams? So I guess the camera view that you're looking at now, that's a wireless setup. So that's wirelessly feeding the signal back up to us here.
Yeah, ideally, I guess we'd like to get at least another one of those cameras.
Possibly 2.
Yeah, and another 2. At a minimum, we want to get at least 1, but the end goal is to get another 2.
Yep.
Because we want to have 3 all up, different camera angles. And the camera that's running off is excellent for what it is.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's really good with the zoom.
It's a good picture.
So,
it is a good picture. The second angle, we'd like to move the time board angle, which is
this one here.
That one there. We want to move that because that's currently just a camera sitting just in front of us up here in the box, shooting out the window. So we do want to move that one and get that out there and have the same picture as that one, but get it down on the track side, shooting down towards the time board, zoomed in. And then we want another one that'll be on the start line.
Yeah.
A bit closer to the burnouts. And possibly we'll make one of those that which we can with the one that's trackside at the moment. We can actually roam around with that. That is, but we might do that a bit if we have one that's on the start line. We'll use that as a roaming camera.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do need to get the funds up a little bit more for those. So they do cost us a couple of grand each. So yeah, that's why we originally started the live streaming a few Kendas ago, of course, but we were doing that off of a mobile phone, and then we changed that. As we started to get a few more donations and some people buying merch, we bought microphones and stuff for that, and put them into the mobile phones, so we could get better audio. Since then.
So I'm just going to interrupt you here.
Yeah.
Because I can see Terry Sang pulling up to the.
All right. We got it ready for
close
racing.
to the burnout box there. Let me just check that angle. That angle's looking a little bit better. Might have to change it again soon once it gets a bit darker again. But we are getting ready for racing. Let's get some sound from outside back going again. Looks like we might have Terry Sang. And is that Perry Bullivant pulling forward, or is he just letting someone else out? Oh no, we got Harley Hamilton up against Terry Sang first by the looks. So that's going to be our first heads-up race here. Terry Sang up against Harley Hamilton. Gary says a camera boom and cherry picker and a Fox Sports truck too.
Look, thank you, Ray.
Oh, Ray
Edwards.
That's the second one today, I think.
Oh, mate.
Ray, you're a legend.
I'm blown away by that, blown away by the support of everybody that we've had over the last couple of years. So we do thank everyone. We will always
No worries, James.
keep everything free as well. So it's only, we appreciate those that donate and help do this, but there is no requirement for that. It is a free live stream. And one of the things that we always said was we would keep everything free. So
here we go, guys.
Let's help Dave raise money for a new camera.
There you go. There won't be any pay-per-views on here. All right. Racing time.
It is. It is. We got a good heads up here. Terry Sang up against Harley Hamilton. Harley Hamilton had some very good runs early in the day. 4-1. I think this is Sean Hale's old car. Would have talked about that. We talked about that car with Ben Bray in a previous video from Kenda.
Yes. Yep.
Talked about Sean Hale's car. He thought that was going to be the first one to go in the 200 mile an hour. And then Ben Bray happened to be the first one to go in the 200. So here we go.
All right, people. Get on the edge
You
of
got
the
the
seat.
6 Boost Camaro up against the Fox body Mustang of Harley Hamilton here. Noonan Hemi versus Big Block. Oh, Terry's going wheels up. Terry takes the win line, 395
And a 394.
in the right lane, 198 mile an hour, and a 394, 197 from Harley Hamilton. Wow, side by side, 3-second passes straight after the break. How good is that? Doesn't
Harley
get much better than that.
Whoa!
I think that might be the first time they've taken that into the 3s since they've had the car. I'm not sure. But if it is, then congratulations, Harley Hamilton, because that was a wicked run. Side-by-side 3s, how good is that?
I told you to get on the edge of your seat, guys. I did. So, and I was definitely I was standing up here watching that. The sun is in a good spot now. We can see. Oh. Excellent stuff.
Wade Wagstaff and Perry Bullivant pulling up into the lanes now. The Candyman up against the Grinch. Candyman up against the Grinch.
Yeah, sponsored by Mars, isn't he? So, So, here we go. All the boost, James, all the boost. They used to run the Snickers car, Perry.
He did. We got the screw-driven blown car here up against the turbo car. 57 Chev versus Corvette.
Yeah, the Corvette was a new setup come out of the States.
Mm-hmm.
Maltese's car. Oh.
We've had a shutdown. Something's happened.
Yep. There's something on the track in front of Perry.
Mm.
And I'm not sure why they're pushing. Well, we've got someone on the track at the other end as well, in the deep end.
Maybe they need to do a bit of cleanup.
So, yeah, we'll have a look and see what happens. All right, we're trying to work out what's happening down here. Well, there is something on the other end of the track, on the deep end. So there's a bit of cleanup happening. We'll try and have a listen in.
As a driver, there is nothing sweeter than getting a win on a whole shot because it comes back to you as a driver. You've done your job there on the start.
There's nothing sweeter in the taste of victory when that happens.
And especially in the heat of a race. And this is the thing that we get too much drawn into. I mean, we see a lot of great things go down these racetracks in Australia, right? So we know everyone's swinging for the fences. But when you come to a Kenda and they ask you to bump in against an opponent in a full heat of battle like we are racing right now,
so much going on.
And all the BS stops. And then guys like Terry Seng come out on an 026 on a Pro Tree, you know, the very best. One of the very best door car drivers we've got. It just so happened he's not in a Pro Mod, he's not in a Top Fueler, he's in an Australian radial car with a lot of Aussie bits in it. And love to see that when two guys do that together.
I wonder how it feels inside the car.
Robbie says to put bourbon in a blower car.
Is it like a bucking bull strapped in the car? Because you feel everything. You feel all those vibrations through the chassis, through the seat.
Does that make it top alcohol?
Feels as a driver when they're doing that, because it's rocking around. I bet you it feels a lot worse in the car than what it visually looks like from the outside.
Minimum weight for a door slammer is 1,225 kgs. It's Chris.
But I'd like to know how many passes Terry's actually now done in that car.
Alcohol is just bourbon without the flavour, but not sure I would want to drink it. Now we can see stuff on this angle. How good was seeing side-by-side 3-second passes just then? I told you it was worth the wait for the prep. The track is good now. Track temp, not sure on track temp, but I can tell you the ambient temperature. The ambient temperature is still 22 at the moment, but it will drop off quite fast. There's no clouds out there, so it will likely drop off quite quickly. And it says 20 degrees at 6, 18 degrees at 7. So Call of Org. Cheers, blokes, for bringing this footage to us all. Just would be nice if more of the 372 viewers could hit the like button too. Definitely. They need to smash that like button. Thanks, Joe, for the follow.
Yeah, we would like that. Please subscribe. Please hit the like.
There you go. James is on the weather report. 22 degrees Celsius, 71 Fahrenheit. 6 kilometre winds. 53% humidity. We've got a few guys walking the track at the moment. Looks like the sweeper's making its way down the side of the track, along the side road. Oh, we got over 150 likes. Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Make sure we share it out. It's only going to get crazier from here. We've got heads up for the rest of the afternoon and then finals later on tonight. Definitely, James. Let's go for that 200. I reckon we can do it. We got the people here. They just need to hit the like button. Doesn't cost you anything. Help us out. Smash the like button. Chris the Bogan subbed and liked. Good stuff. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And if you followed the link over from Facebook, that could be the other issue. If you can't find, if it's not letting you hit the like button, if it's not letting you hit the like button for any reason, then it could be because you've followed the link over from Facebook and you're not actually in YouTube. So hit those 3 dots up top corner and where it says open in YouTube, go into there and that'll help you out. And then you can also see the live chat if you're having any issues in seeing the live chat. So helps you be able to comment and all the rest of it. What do they call that, 3 dots? There's a name for that, Tyler.
Oh, the 3 dots is a different one. You're talking about the hamburger menu.
Oh, that's different. That's
the hamburger
that's like
menu.
in your menu on the website.
That's the 3 lines.
Yeah. Okay, that one.
So Ray's onto it. Ray says if everyone gives $10, that's another camera. That is true. There's probably another 2 cameras if everyone gives $10. 380 viewers. 392 viewers now.
Be 2 cameras for the next one.
So they're just checking out the track down the bottom end, making sure everything's all good after that pass. Who has gone down so far? We've had 1 run in this afternoon since we're back on, and that was Terry Sang and Harley Hamilton. They did side-by-side 3-second passes, 3.94 and 3.95.
Sun's pretty much down now, though. We were just trying to jerry-rig up a 3rd camera view, but we had it running earlier.
Not there. Not popping up right now.
Not sure what we've done wrong there.
G'day, 4 picks. Jason Gone Racing. Another 100 likes should be easy. Just 1 click, people, definitely. Rick Welch. Got to say, guys, this coverage is top-notch. A real credit to all of you. Thank you. Credit to Trev and Brad as well for helping us out this weekend, and Mum, man in the stall, taking any merch orders that people want to buy some merch. Now, if you are here, we do have our merch tent still down there, along with the Kenda merch as well. So you can pick yourself up a hoodie for tonight. It's going to be cold.
Yeah.
The hoodies are warm. OTL hoodies are very warm.
Charles Wickham, howdy from Texas.
There you go, Charles.
Good to see you tuning in, mate. Good to see you. Thank you.
Just barely missed the side-by-side 3-second passes, but I'm sure
we are going to see another couple.
Yes.
I'm keen to see some more. We've got them looking like they might have just sort of finished off at the clean-up at the end of the track now. As you can see them now, they're just sort of looking like they're heading off. They're just doing a quick walk of the track.
Thanks, Brown's Garage.
Making sure everything's there. There's nothing else on the track, just doing that. So
Jamie Knight, how you going?
G'day, mate. G'day.
BRE Performance, just a thumbs up. Thank you.
195 likes.
We're only 5 away from 200. Jeez, we set that goal and nearly smashed it straight away.
196 likes.
Browns is here from California. Welcome.
We've had a massive following today out of the States, and we do really appreciate that.
Not only the States, we've had Poland, Argentina, plenty of overseas countries.
I don't know if Barn's there, but shout out to Barn who did share this on livedragracing.com as well. And if you want to see other live drag racing feeds, that's a good spot to go and have a look at what's on. He does show a lot of where to find them. All the links to where to find different live drag racing feeds from Motormania TV, Bang Shift video, all the different ones on there. So well worth having a look at.
Thanks, Nicholas. Nicholas says, great coverage. Been wanting this for years. Better than Diggle's commentary.
Well, I don't know about that. He's a much more knowledgeable man than us, but and we do not profess we do not profess to be commentators at all. But we do mind. We don't mind to jump on and have a bit of a ramble.
We cracked 200.
204. Well
James
done.
says the goal's now 250. I think he's right.
Can we get there? 388 watching. There's got to be a few that haven't done it, and they're sticking with us. We're nearly back to racing. We've got there's still there's still a mop on the other end.
Looks like they might be wandering back this way now, maybe. Just a couple of last-minute checks down there.
And then we're going to have Perry Bullerman and Wade Wagstaff run down.
Yeah, we're going to have Wade Wagstaff in the speed flow lane, left-hand side, and Perry Bullerman in the rocket lane, the right-hand lane.
207 likes, 207.
333 Butcher Boy says, legends, thank you. Deer with No Eyes says, thanks for the stream, boys. Saved me a 2-hour drive and a chance to have a drink while enjoying the racing. Good stuff.
Yeah, I know. Look, I would enjoy
it.
I enjoy watching the other live streams and stuff from the States and that I watch. And, and it is good, put it up on the big screen. If it's
Mm.
You can have a few drinks at home. Yeah, nice and easy. And
or maybe you're working on your own car in your shed.
You can put it up on. Yeah, you got a telly in the shed and a Chromecast or
giving the car a bit of a detail.
Yes.
And then you hear us going 3 second pass, and then you're going, what? Hang on, I missed it.
You were over home and we were in the shed watching Motor Mania.
Yeah.
Weren't we? We had the live stream going there, and you would have noticed that one. It was a bit like that, wasn't it? We get busy doing something and we miss half the racing.
Yeah. Call of Org, thank you. He's dropped $5. Legend.
Thank you, legend. Thank you, mate. Thank you. We appreciate that. Thanks to those that have bought merch throughout the weekend as well. A few people have popped over and grabbed a shirt.
401 in the chat. There we go.
Wow.
It's only going to get bigger and better from here, guys. So tell everyone. Let them all know. It's only going to get bigger and better from here. As the night goes on, the temps get cooler, the track's going to get better.
Crazy VN.
The boost is going to get higher. G'day, Crazy VN. Brown's Garage says, if you guys have some free time, check out our channel and see if we qualify for Aussie Skids. We'll have to check it out.
Yes.
Jack Sellers, welcome. He's become a member. Thank you.
You might have to
appreciate that.
Make a note of that, Tyler. So we have a look afterwards. Because otherwise we get to the end of these things and we've forgotten what we did. Pop a note in the phone, a reminder on that one, so we can go back and have a look. Jack Sellers, yes. An Overtaker. That's cool. Yeah, there's another way. We've got memberships. That's a YouTube thing, right?
Yeah, so you get perks with the memberships. For the lowest tier of $5.99, you get shown in the credits. Your name gets popped up in the credits, and you get access to some exclusive live streams through that, and also a Discord rank and all sorts of things.
There'll be
if you go into the higher tiers, you can get discount codes for membership, for merch and shipping and things like that. So
also, a lot of the footage we'll upload, a lot of the raw footage. So, but if you're watching the stream, you've seen it all anyway today. But we're going to we've got hard drives and hard drives of footage that we've shot over the last couple of years at some of these events where we haven't live streamed.
Right. Those who are subscribing now, and hitting the bell, they're going to get notified in a few weeks' time when this video goes up with 6 interviews that they haven't seen on the live stream.
Yes, that's exactly right. Today, throughout the day, I've popped around. Tyler's been up here controlling the camera angles. I've been around, had a chat to a few of the guys, and there's at least 6 people I went out and had a chat to and got on camera and had a bit of a chat about their day and their car. Lots of different things around that as well, just even more what got them into cars, what were their first cars, things I always
Call
ask.
of Org, legend.
Oh, man, thank you.
Welcome to the members. 4 picks, does Dave Reed get out of the camera?
Dave's a legend.
Mars just got back from shopping. Did I get donuts? Hell yeah. Oh, you just missed it too. You just missed the side-by-side 3 second pass, but I don't think there's going to be a shortage of them tonight. If that first pass that happened is anything...
Here's our starter. He's running back down now.
If that first pass that happened is anything to talk about, I don't think you're going to miss out on too much more tonight.
Is that Akka? Safe car park in the evening at this event?
Thanks, Beaver.
Well, you never can know, but yeah, never had any issues personally.
Here we go, the cars are on. Wade Wagstaff coming out in the speed flow lane, pulling through to do the burnout. Here we go. How good is that sound of the blown Noonan Hemi in that car? It's 12:40 in Cali. No worries, Browns. Cheers, Matt. Cheers, Matt.
What did you say it was in Cali, mate?
12:40.
Wow.
12:40 a.m. RevTech, legend, $5. Thank you.
Thanks, RevTech.
Appreciate that. Carolyn says, who ran the first side-by-side 3 second pass? This afternoon, it was Harley Hamilton and Terry Sang, the 6-boost Camaro. Ontario, Canada. It's 3:30 a.m. There you go, Darren.
Sally.
Darren's Mopar Express.
I can say Sally, she's down there at the store. We might have to get her out on the start line.
Jay Hadassi's, the sounds mint. All right, guys, coming into stage now is Wade Wagstaff in the left-hand lane here. Creeping up on the right, Perry Bullivant, the Candyman. The adrenaline's already pumping and they haven't even staged up yet. Oh, Craig O, $25, thank you. Legend. Here we go. Candyman pulling up to the beams. Here we go. Oh, Wade's off 105 in the 60. 3.8.
Coverage, boys. Wish I was
3.8
there.
over the 8th, 200 mile an hour. Takes the win.
Oh. That was an
4-2
awesome pass.
to Perry Bullivant. 147 mile an hour, obviously getting off of it early. Wow. How good is that?
I was just having a look down the back. Sally looks like she's running the Kenda merch tent there as well.
Yep.
I was going to go and
There is
make
a
her put
few
some
watching,
shoes on
Jay-Z.
and
There is a few.
Drag her up onto the start line for. We might have to do that in the next round as they come round. We'll get her on the start line for a couple of these big passes.
Mars, thanks for becoming a member. Here we go. We got Daniel Sabolix and Stuart Bennett. The Dandy Engines Firebird with a massive, massive Pro Charger on the front of that. And Stuart Bennett's Pontiac. Tuned by Dale from Castle Hill Performance. Carl says the sun's coming up and a beautiful clear sky. Where are you, Carl? Where are you from? Chris Bogan says, don't blink. Yeah, don't blink or you will miss it.
We just got to listen to these cars too, though. We can't talk too much, you know. We don't want to talk over.
The beautiful sound.
Have a listen.
This Pro Charged car, I'll let you listen to this one. This one is beautiful. It's very loud though. Another one in the threes, 188 mile an hour there for Daniel Sabolix. 102 in the 60. Stewie Bennett's just not having a good day today. He hasn't been able to get down a perfect pass today, so not sure. But Daniel Sabolix has got to be pretty happy with that one, taking the win light there on a 3.92. Carl's from the UK. Welcome from the UK. RevTech says, if you're not blown, you're not known. Definitely dodgy. I'm not sure, Gary. I wasn't fully watching there at the end of that one. Here we go. We've got John Haley up against Dale Hellier. The Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools Tirana against the Haltech Commodore with Castle Hill Performance. Bit of a blown thing going on here with this Tirana. It sounds wicked. You can hear the whine as he's just idling. Shout out to Domo's boy Caleb. There you go. Shout out Caleb. How you going?
G'day, Caleb. Glad you're here watching with us, and hope you're enjoying some of the racing at Kenda. So. Look, I am. I'm speechless with some of these
If you are
passes.
enjoying it, smash like.
226 likes. Here we go. Staging up.
Dale's bumping in. Is he going to bump in? Here we go.
Wheels up.
1-1 in the 60 for both.
He's in front. Oh, he's on that line.
Oh, just barely takes the win there.
He was
0.2
hugging that
the difference
center
there.
line too.
5-2-3 there for John Haley up against Dale Hellier's 5-5-7.
Wow. That was pretty impressive.
You definitely can't, Dodgy. You definitely can't.
Noonan Power to the front, RevTech.
Adams booked his flight for the Gold Coast. Good stuff.
Yeah, for those.
Great coverage, guys. Better than going to the cinema.
KTMR, thank you. He's dropped $20.
How goes that? Thank you. Adam Geary's a very happy man in chat. For those that are new, wouldn't know that he won a Maloo. You can go back and watch a video of a draw on our channel. That was only just a week ago, wasn't it?
It was.
And he won a Maloo.
Oh, here we go.
VF Maloo.
I love this car, this Lexus, the Icanu Racing Lexus.
Now, you've been raving about this car all weekend, haven't you?
Yes, it's got over 4,000 horsepower. It's ran 5 seconds over in Bahrain over the quarter. And then George Jasewski's got his hands on it now. The Lotus Caravan's Lexus.
Now, you thought that...
I thought
maybe
they put a different powertrain in it, but I found out it's got the same one.
I was down there having a chat to a couple of the guys on the start line last night, and I said, is this the car with over 4,000 horsepower? And he said, well, over 3,500. He said it does have over 3,500.
Yeah.
So they're just working it out.
Yes. Yeah, if they can get the power down, this thing is going to be a sight to behold, that's for sure. Andrew Milford in the left-hand lane, the Rowdy Race Industries Tirana. There we go. Oh, Jasewski's off. 1-1 in the 60. Runs a 4.2 at 186 mile an hour, taking the win in the right lane. Andrew Milford runs 5.4 at 131 mile an hour.
It is good. It's very impressive. Very impressive.
There's definitely no 2K barrier in that one. Cheers, James. Thank you. What engine is in the Lexus? It says a 481 here. I believe it's got a Proline Pro Charger on it. It's for some sort of Proline setup. If you look it up online, Icanu Racing Lexus, EKN00 Lexus. Here we go. Joe Gauci out in the Profab Mustang. They built this thing themselves down there. They started with a shell and they built the car. It's left-hand drive. It's not something imported from the States. They built it themselves. And it's family built. Oh, thank you. Galia Pulela has dropped us $20 as well. Legend, thank you. And we got Joe Gauci up against, I believe is that Casper in the opposite lane? Which would be Clint Hepburn.
Clint Hepburn, that's correct. I believe it used to be Nicky Hepburn's car. And they've taken it and put a new powertrain in it. And Joe ran a great pass this morning.
Yeah, he reset the turbo radial record, only to then be beaten
385
on the next pass by Terry Sang.
He had it for a few seconds. Nearly went as quick as the pass.
Here we go, bumping in, Bump City. Oh no, Joe's blown the tyres off it at the start. Clint Hepburn's got a good go, 1.1 at the 60, 4.3 over the 8th, 169 mile an hour, taking the win light there. Well done. Joe rolls through
Unfortunate
for a
for Joe
5.95
after such a great
123.
weekend, and yeah.
Well, I don't think he's out. I think he stays in, right? Is that correct, or is this an eliminator? I don't know.
Not sure.
We'll have to double check on that. Jemmy Dave says it's a Proline 481X. There you go. Thank you.
And we got Glenn Finnegan.
Shout out to Brown's Garage as well from Dom.
Glenn Finnegan in the Nova. And then Simon Graham over in the Tirana. Chevy powered Tirana.
Now, how awesome does that Nova look?
It is pretty tough, isn't it?
It's like fairly murdered out.
Yeah. Extremely tough looking.
Yeah, if you were pulling up next to this on the line, you'd probably be pretty afraid. Oh, I know I would be.
Yes.
Jace says, go Jack. So excited to see you race live. Love, Dad. Well, there we go. Here we go. Oh, the Nova's off. He's got a great start. 1-1 in the 60. Both 1-1s in the 60. But the Nova just shot straight out of the hole. Takes the win light with a 5.6 at 86 mile an hour. And Simon just sat there and didn't go. 5.0, 111 mile an hour. Definitely, guys, smash that like button. We can definitely crack 300 likes, I think. If everyone smashes that like button now, we can definitely crack the 300 likes. Now we're in the Outlaw 275. We've got Sean Muscat up against Anthony Webb. Now Webby's been going really well today. He's run a 4.4, a 4.4 and a 4.5. And Sean Muscat's slowly been getting it sorted out. He's got a 4.9, a 5.1 and a 6.7. Cortina versus Tirana. Holden versus Ford. Here we go, getting them lined up. What's up, Chris? How you going? Here we go. Outlaw 275, the first race of those. Oh, Anthony Webb's out to start. Takes the win. In the right-hand lane, 4.77 for Tony Webb at 158 mile an hour and 5.0, 148 for Sean Muscat. Both 1-2s in the 60, 3.3 at the 3.30 for Sean and 3.1 at the 3.30 for Anthony Webb. That is true, Rhonda. There is over 450 watching, so there should be over 450 likes. It's free to hit the like button, guys. Smash it. Show us how much you appreciate drag racing. Andy Walsh donated $30.99. You're a legend. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Up the Torrey. This is Jono, definitely. Go. We got Stu Henry in the right-hand lane with the Mustang. Coming in from Toowoomba. And Andrew Coles, Spot On Performance VL, Twin Turbo LS. Andy Coles pulling into stage, bumping in. Here we go. They're off. Oh, Stu Henry's just run away with it. He's hole shot him out. 4.2 for Stu Henry at 180 miles an hour and a 4.7 at 154 for Andy Coles. I can imagine he would have been Trying to grab that scramble button then to pull him back in, but not quite being able to do it. Cheers, Marv. Cheers, Marv. Definitely dodgy, definitely. We're getting there. Let's see, is that angle on? There we go. What do you guys think of that one?
A bit out of focus.
Think a little bit. Here we go. The RX3 up against Tirana. Terry Androutsis.
It took me a lot more than it should have to get that camera angle going, didn't it?
Terry Androutsis with the big block Mazda up against Ryan Holes in the Tirana with a 2J in it, which has now been stroked out.
Yep.
He's been running really well today.
Done out of spot on performance.
Running a few consistent 4s. And Terry finally got it sorted towards the end and ran a 4.5. So this one should also be a very close race. Captain Risky up against Terry.
A few videos on Terry's car, I think, on Haltech as
Yes.
well.
Here we go. Oh, Bump City. Terry's off. I think Terry's going to take it. Terry takes the win line, 4.45 at 153 mile an hour. Ryan Holes hitting a 5.005. 149 mile an hour.
Pass. Well done. Well done, guys. Great pass.
Now, is that the unicorn coming up there? Is that the unicorn there?
Yes.
Steve Smith.
The Mustang. And
up against a very, very beautifully painted car in the other lane.
Yeah, we got some good shots of this earlier today. Got some good shots of the paintwork on that today. And yeah, it is very nice.
I think it's a Nova.
It is a Nova, yeah.
Marv says it's the only V8 RX3 that doesn't make me cry sacrilege.
Yeah, Brett Armstrong's Nova. So, very well presented car.
Nova versus Mustang.
So, Steve Smith,
Ben
Mustang
says,
here. That's,
shout out to Ricky and Steve.
Tuned by Ricky, yep.
Shout out to Ricky and Steve in the Unicorn, yep.
Bit of a master.
I think it blew some lights in the dyno cell at Cleveland Exhaust.
Yeah,
Dynoing
Ricky
this car.
does a fair bit of tuning over there in that dyno.
Here we go. Bumped in. Oh, he's blown the tyres off it on the line.
Wheel spin.
Brett Armstrong's off with a really good pass.
Armstrong's
A 1-2 to the 60, 5-4 over the 8th, 129 mile an hour. Steve Smith running a 6-0 at 168 mile an hour. Good pass, good pass. We go. We got Doug Day in the Commodore and Rowan Brown, the other 2J Tirana. This is 235 now, 235 tyre. They definitely will, Robbie. Here we go. Doug Day's broken the first beam. See what they can do. Oh no! It's red lit. Something happened there. I think the whole timing software's gone. Yeah, but... Yeah, I think Rowan definitely was breaking the beam there. Broke out a bit early. Send it's correct. Hit the sub button too. Smash that as well while you're hitting the like button. Both free to do. Cheers, Aka Khan. Thank you. There we go. We've got Michael Arnold coming up in the left-hand lane. Bit of a master on the 235. Did trick us yesterday, though. Come out on a 275 at one point. Thought he was on the 235. And Jamie Swift in the right-hand lane in the Commodore. HT Ute in the left-hand lane of Mick Arnold. And Commodore of Jamie Swift in the right-hand lane. Here we go. Jamie Swift shot out of the hole. 1-3 in the 60. 3-6 to the 330. And 5-4 over the 8th, taking the win in the right-hand lane. 134 mile an hour. I got to adjust those camera settings. That one's a little bit dark. I'll leave you with Diggles and Mark for a moment while I do that.
I don't know what car it is. AVH770. If you can move that car, please. Wow, yeah, Mick came off real soft there. 203, 138. An upset.
Yeah.
An upset.
Now, the final pass is actually going to be two solos, but we're going to run them together.
Gotcha.
One Goodnick and Jess Beckham. It's going to be a win in both lanes.
Gotcha.
But for bragging rights, see what happens here.
We've got 459 people here on Overtaking Lane watching from around the world. 459. Pretty good for a Saturday night. Wherever you might be around the world. Where are you watching from? Give us a little bit of a shout out from where you're from. And if you want to do a shout out, just put it on Overtaking Lane for us. Like, share and subscribe, please. The Kenda 660 round 1 continues on. Haltech, the great Aussie ECU company. Geez, they're kicking some butt in the United States. They're on some pretty big cars in the States. And some of the quickest radial versus the world cars are there. Juan Kudnick, well, he's done it all himself, this car. This is, man's built it himself. He's from Palmwoods, just up here near at Ipswich. 400 cubic inches, blower, turbo and nitrous. Jess Beckham, the nitrous 430 cube LS. 235! Look at that. Two tough Aussie street cars on 235s. 528 to a 524. 524. Kudnick. 524.
Is that a PB?
I think it's close.
I think it could be.
That's the heaviest street car 235 car we've got, I think, in the country. Like
018 for Beckham too.
Oh,
Write that down.
what's that,
time.
Jess?
Jess Beckham, 018. That's the new best reaction time so far today as well.
Wow.
Because there is $500 on the line there from the guys over at ProFab Motorsport for the best reaction time. Jess Beckham.
018. 018. We ain't done yet. This looks like a bit of OG now. OG 275. Is that right? OG.
No, we should be. Oh no, that's right. We have that race is to be decided.
That's right.
Moving into OG 275, brought to us by the Outlaw Mufflers team.
Well done, Outlaw Mufflers. Righto, Todd Marshall, Shane Baker. Anyone's race. You can't predict this at all. Another street car. Both street cars. Amazing street cars. Here in OG 275, new class. Whoa, this is a good race, side by side. Reaction time's a little bit better to Bates. Oh, right there. 37 beats a 39. God, I love OG 275. 37 beats.
You can, Aka Khan, just head to our website, overtakinglane.com.au, and that'll allow you to do it.
See, because Outlaw 275s gets a bit crazy with big turbo, big block things. Basically, cars that are Outlaw radials that put a 275 on fight in 275. We thought we would get a new class because those street-based cars that run a 275 are slightly slower than the more purpose-built Outlaw cars.
Yep.
So OG basically meant there was five parameters that we asked the cars to have: registered, interior, blah blah blah, and could be driven on the street as it's still registered, blah blah blah. You could meet 3 of the 5 and you're in OG. So they're all, and there's been no arguments because a lot of them are all street cars, and they just happen to run 37 and a 39 beside each other. One bloke from Warwick, one bloke from I think from Brizzy here or something, with 2 completely different combos, and they're that close to each other. They both ran 130. They both went 350 to the 330.
And there was only 500 of a second win margin there. 2 Shane Baker got a slight
and they all
shot as well.
And remember, these guys have to still bring a tune up to that to race each other. So to bring your street car and race and try and be as competitive, that's parity with variety right there. We didn't have to measure anyone's turbocharger to see whether or not you're legal or not. It doesn't matter. That's the equaliser right there, and no one's walking away with it. The more we do it, like I call it, the Zapier complex, where someone walks away with it all the time, and we never get to that. We never have anyone walk away with it all the time. I don't think even once we go, well, here's old so-and-so, watch this, blows everyone away.
Except for maybe Hot Rod Williams.
Except Hot Rod Williams. But I love it when Hot Rod Williams does it. I love having the man in the black hat.
Yeah, Daniel Moit on the start line, taking on Luke Cullen. Moit's in the Capri for Moit's Racing. Luke Cullen over there in the Camaro. In pre-stage, these guys were number 11 and 12 qualifiers in OG 275.
Ooh, this is going to be tight as well.
It will be. Daniel Moit was just a little bit ahead of Cullen.
Heads up, Pro Tree. OG!
Well, none of them are going to get best reaction time off that.
No.
And a 5.64 has the whole shot from Daniel Moit. He gets the win, goes 5.53, and Cullen goes 6.54.
Right, so our quickest so far 37, our second winner 5.53. There's still a nice 10th or 2 there in performance. We're not slow.
And the good thing about the OG 275 class, one of the rules are that if you do run 460 or quicker, you get automatically moved up to.
Yeah, it's a little escape plan. If you have a good day, well, you just go in the faster class. If you've got something that's just a little bit slower and more consistent, you get to stay in here. And yeah, this could be where it gets. This I shouldn't say this is where you can get a walk away here, but this is one of Sydney's toughest real street cars, being John Elf's here. This is turbo LS VT, very very tough car. I think it went 480s, so it's near that danger zone where you might be a little bit too quick for it, but you got to hand it to him. And I'd like to know, I should have asked him, has it still got IRS in it? You'd have to see how it launches here to see whether or not it has or not. I don't think it has.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think it's had a solid diff put in it. And what about Chris Carlsberg? Well, you can't argue about that. Carlsberg, he drove that to Drag Challenge, ran the whole week in Victoria, ran every run through the pipes. Ran low 8s through the pipes. And that's a hell of a street car. Did the whole week himself. Queensland versus New South Wales, OG 275. Picks the wheel up. Nice run side by side. Carlsberg gets a good one. Yeah, look at that, 494. Johnny Elfs, 494, 076 on the tree, 127 in the 60. And Carlsberg did get one stuck there as well, but he was going to need a fair bit against that thing if it did hook up. That's the one thing about that car, though. It's got plenty of poke, but on occasions, as we saw with the marginal track conditions, too much heat, the thing wouldn't hook up. So
Elf's 148 mile an hour. That's huge.
In a VT.
494, yeah.
Yeah, it's.
She's got some power.
But it's such a sleeper. Like you look at it, it's a VT. No one thinks a VT could be quick. Yeah, well, that's an ultimate sleeper. Isn't it?
They usually put on 30 to 40 mile an hour in the back half. That's a serious.
Oh, what a giveaway! Yep. All right.
Next pairing up, we've got Tanya Thompson over there in the Commodore for EFI Parts Australia.
Yeah, and Goran Ivanovic. Now, Goran, you can't doubt Goran. He runs this at Roll Racing and wins. He went to Lakeside, and I think won at Lakeside in the 8th with this. He drove it here last night.
That's
full
incredible.
Street car, turbo Barra street car.
I can't remember what he ran in qualified, Ivanovic. It was quick though. Oh, they're neck and neck. So someone's off.
Whoa! Geez, they really evened up there. I think it was.
Yeah,
I think it was Goran. I think it was Goran. I think it was Goran on the shift or something, or he really legged that out in low and it popped. And I don't know. Maybe Tanya heard the pop. He thought it was her. Got off it. I don't know. Wow, that was a great little race. Tanya with the whole shot, and then that pop from Goran, and then she's rolled off the throttle. Goran's kept it legged. Hang on, you know what? I'm already predicting the future. I can see a Queensland VH wagon against the New South Wales VT somewhere in the future doing battle. But we still got to get past this round yet. You never know.
Our number one qualifier in OG 275, Benny Bleckton, taking on Trent Brimble.
All those Valiant owners out there want to talk to you in a sec. All right. Bump City, baby. Oh, nice wheelie from the wagon. Watch out. Here comes the VL, but just Benny at the end. 5 flat, 500 to a 518. Geez, we've had some good races. 5 flat to a 518. So he's within a cooee of Elf's run there, Benny Blecken, and he can run in the 490s with that car. And that's another car that he drives everywhere. Drove it for the whole week in Victoria. Drove it for Drag Challenge up here. Oh, City just about to do a burnout. Now, the owner of a bronze Valiant Charger. So this isn't just any car that's blocking the pits. It's a VH Charger, AVH 770. Could you move your beautiful rolling piece of superannuation, please? It's blocking your pit. Your superannuation is blocking someone's pit. The owner of a bronze Valiant Charger, AVH 770. The bronze Charger. If you'd like to keep the Charger, could you please move it, please? Someone's got their eye on it purely because it's blocking their pit area. So, bronze Valiant Charger, AVH 770. Can you please move the thing before the text I get a little bit more abusive from the person that's blocked? Sydney's thing sounds fat as here. Paul Merry, turbo small block, PSI Prem, OG 275. Oh, there's barely anything going on there for City. That sounds a lot like a hairy dog from here. 548 at 140 mile an hour. But that is not a happy little chappy there. But he hit the line in the hope that he was going to get some result. And look, pipped on the way down. Not a bad run for Paul Merry. And that is a huge percentage run for Merry, because that thing can go into the 4s as well. But it's also, because all leaf spring and everything, like it can also go for some big wheelies when it's pushed. That's had more air than Michael Jordan, that thing. And for those people that remember Michael Jordan, yeah, I suppose that was a fair amount of air. Everyone knows who he is still, don't they?
They do, Michael Jordan. Yeah. Great documentary on Netflix about him recently.
Yeah, did you watch that?
Thanks for the dono, Perry, at $20. And Brow Pro, thanks for the $50. Legend.
Ready to shuffle the pages?
Yeah, I've got it here, mate.
Do you want me to have a page there as well?
No, that's all good, mate. Sing and Daniel Fisher.
Daniel Fisher. You don't have to come in all the way like that just there, mate. That's the way. We can't time anyone out at the moment for that, and it's only when we get into both got the first light on.
You need 3 lights on to call the
now. Is this Renegade? This is a Renegade A run, right?
This is Renegade.
So this is a 560 run against a 550 in qualifying. So the 550 index, there it is on the readout boards. That's what Renegade A is all about. Renegade B is the same, but no one's as close to the 550 as these guys are going to be. Heads up Pro Tree, Nitrous LS. Tirana for Jason Seng. I think we're Turbo LS Utility here. The New South Wales car of Daniel Fisher. Oh, Daniel.
Daniel's still in reverse.
There you go. Well, sometimes you just need an attention getter. Stop right there. Yeah, well, as we say, some things just happen, and Jason Seng didn't need an invite. 555 puts away Fisher in round 1. 555. They all get to come around 3 times, but that was... He'll learn.
Yeah.
But thank goodness he just did that and realised he was. Can you imagine if he somehow got in both bulbs and then just not tromps it and he's gone backwards? All right, real street cars in here too, let me tell you. Not only in OG 275, but also in Renegade. And check this out, Daniel Ward, the Turbo LS Valiant, 560s against 580s. Troy Stokes, Bump City, baby. Oh, look at it come out on the leaf spread. Nice run, the Valiant's going to spank him. Watch out for the 550. Oh, 65 to a 74. When you see a bit of a whole shot on there, watch out. Don't go 549.
Well, Sang was that far ahead. I thought he might button it off early, but he took through the back door with the 5:55.
Yeah,
that's when you got confidence in your car and your setup, knowing that it's not going to go.
Dougie Day's come up to get some word from the officials about no one. Both guys not launching on the tree.
Smash
so
the like button, guys. Get us to 300.
I'll go in there soon.
456 watching.
I don't stay in here. It's fun in here. Yeah, over there, I can't stand any drama.
I just want to fill out my form, my paperwork here.
Oh yeah, well mate, you've got to be flicking. Let me tell you, you've got this one, Russell Eckert and Michael Todd. Michael Todd's been on the wrong side of 550, so that Tirana's going to be making more power right about now because of the air. So he's got to be careful. He's got to go for a hole shot and try and play the back nine. But how a 554 for Russell Eckert, he's not going to allow him to do it. This is going to keep you honest right here. If you're a little bit too quick here, you could be schooled right through here. Renegade, Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, Nitrous versus Blower. Saturday night here in Queensland, the Radial State. Oh, heads up, Pro Tree. Little bit better for Eckert. Here's the performance for the Tirana. They hit the stride. Oh, it's a 51 beats a 55 beats a 51. A 55 beats a 51 on a hole shot. We knew we were going to either see a squeezy breakout or him go real close. A 51, I love a hole shot win. I don't get people go, oh, I'm into no time drag. Far out, mate. No time.
You need some time.
You need to see, you want to see when the bloke did a good job. No time just means, oh, this bloke won. So what? No, that's why we need times. Exactly that. We want the information.
I'm with you right there.
And that was a great hole shot win there. We knew it was going to be a squeeze, especially if someone's been too quick and they have to pull back. The temptation is, yeah, I'll rev around here a bit. I reckon I run right on it, bang. 38, so you know. All right, one of my favourite cars, well actually both favourite cars of mine, Mitchell Bean, Turbo LS here on E85, went 555, but it's Gary Hunt. He comes up and he goes, what have I got to be right on the mark, Diggs? You need to be 550, Gaz. He went 548. This is 440 cubic, 1,000 horsepower Aspo LS. Made 1,000 on the dyno, this thing. Aspo versus Turbo. Mitchie's in. Nice race, reaction time, a little bit better to Mitch. It's side by side. It's 550. 550, Gary Hunt. 561 for Mitch Beat. Now, folks, that's a drag race. 97 thousandths of a second at the end.
That is
nice
incredible.
race. 550 with a 2 and the wheel stand and the sparks. Yeah, mate, bit of super stock. Sounds like
it's interesting. We got Dale Duffy on sale, and he was our #1 qualifier.
Did he?
Yeah.
All right, well, there we go. We put him up with Car Keith. It's like 1 and 2 then, isn't it? Wow, what a great race between those two.
That was incredible, yeah.
And Mitch on the hole shot just couldn't get the 60. He needed like a 57 there, 56 to try and get past that 550. Wow, here we go. 552, Steve Car Keith, Dale Duffy, 554. Yeah, well, I don't know, but anyway, there they are. They're both together.
Anyways,
Nitrous Big Rocks. What are we here? We're about 1,100 cubes combined there. And bottles. Yeah, we got bottles. Yep, we got bottles everywhere. Rumble to the lanes, please. Rumble, radial rumble, round 1. Radial rumble, rumble, radial rumble, round 1. To the lanes, please. Rumble to the lanes, please. Bikes, you can go to the lanes, one. Bikes to the lanes, one. Rumble to the lanes, please. But bikes, we'll let you know you'll be after rumble. Heads up! Oh, pedal! Dale, watch out, here comes the 50. No, he needs a 58, nice and safe. Loved it over a little bit of toe there, only 114, so yeah, he's off.
Yeah.
So the reaction time though, yeah, not an O. There's percentage and then there's percentage. Geez, this is a tight class. You can see why guys get a little bit hooked in this class. Because again, look at every single combo we've seen, it's not like we've seen two of the same at all. And look at this, Aris Cantolian, he was a super stock racer for years. He ended up with a full tube hardtop Falcon with a 500 cube Steve Schmidt Malenko in A gas. And then he retired and left the sport. Had a street Camaro, came and tried a Kenda, broke some stuff, came back, addicted, then goes and buys a Copo Camaro for the States and goes, let's go Renegade. So Aris is in it both feet. That's a genuine Copo Camaro. So they're a supercharged LS standard. And he's been trying to get that thing right on the 550. 554 with the 2 twice today. So watch out, heads up Pro Tree, Aris. Trappy's beside you. Oh, Trappy 047. Must have broken something. Watch out, Aris. Too fast, Aris. Oh, 53. 53 for the win. Oh, 047 for Trappy. And then he must have broken something. Wow. That would have been a great race between them because Trappy was in the 550s there as well. So we were going to go right to the stripe. And Aris, just that little bit of luck by Trappy. Well, the big Chev's broken something. I don't know, front or back. It kind of went towards the line and was pretty ungainly after that. I know those big Chevs probably a bit boatish anyway. You've got a big block Chev in the front of them and moving around. So we are just checking him out. A few people taking a quick breath. Geez, it's been pretty high stakes stuff the last 10-15 minutes since the beginning of round one. So a few people needing to duck off for the smoke break and a drink break. We're just going to be trying to rescue 3,500 pounds of Impala off the track, and we should be right. We're just going to first of all make sure that there's nothing leaking on the track, and I don't think the boys have identified anything on the track here as yet as to a reason to start picking up anything, and they've just got him down there now, about 400 feet out, 500 feet out, and be plotting on what they can do with it and what it's done. And I don't think you can drive the thing off, but I wonder if you could tow the thing off. I also want to make sure that where it is, that nothing is coming down onto the track. So we are just making sure that that can be moved without putting any more oil on the track, because we've been nailing them pretty good here in Renegade so far. Every single pass, it almost seems like this is what we get every time we turn up with these classes, and Renegade especially, is that we really start bashing right on that 550. And before the end of round 3, there'll be plenty of races in there where there'll be the 40, there'll be the 49 somewhere in there. That's how tight they go. And I just wish we could jackpot some of that stuff. Imagine if both guys ran a 40 in the final and you go, no one wins anything, or jackpot, or you split it, one of the two. But normally if you run under something like that, there's no way you win anything. Well, you can't. Well, you can and you can't. You're not supposed to. But talking about delay boxes, or what they call your throttle stop is what the old super gas thing used to be, where you got to run a 990, but these things can go run 990 at 190 mile an hour. They're off the throttle for 5 seconds of the run, and then they come home with this huge burst. Well, in 550, there's not enough room to get off the throttle. There's not enough time. It's like, well, no, there's 550. We better get there. You can't be 5 seconds off the throttle and run a 550, can you? So it's a fine art, and it's like any fixed index form of racing. You get right there at the sharp end, and then you all race at the sharp end, and it's.
G'day, Fraser, Chris's son. G'day.
The scenario would be in the final, if they both went under the 550, whoever went under the least would be, I think, declared normally the winner. Especially, just say it was super gas, someone's got to win. So a guy an 89 beats a guy that runs an 87. So that's probably how we could.
Shirley says there's a hole in your Chevy. Dear Gregory. 284 likes, guys. Smash that like button. Get us up to 300. We're so close.
Yes, Greg Trapnell, unfortunately. I'd say it might be something with the could be that rear end. He's not quite happy with the rear end in this running on radials. So no issues on the slicks, but trying to get it to work on radials, he's had it's been a bit of a mission.
Yeah. Aka Khan says, oi, 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 Aussie. Dodgy Brothers says, weren't the Coppo Camaro built in the factory to your spec? I thought the only very last ones were sold just as rolling bodies. They were. It is a factory spec drag car. Comes out of the factory like that. Robbie says, hi from Australia. You get to say mate now.
Yep, use that wisely.
G'day Esther as well. Aka Khan says, tell your dad to make you a Milo.
I'm here. Oh, no, not your dad.
No, he's talking to Chris.
Oh. We got Dean Ferris coming up next.
In the Pano.
In the Escort panel van. Now, that's one of the guys that I had a chat to today, and that'll be in our post video.
Yes.
So he's had that for quite a number of years now, but Barra powered.
Mhm.
I think it was a GT42. You have to watch the interview to learn that one. But just never had an issue with it. So it's been a very reliable car. But then today, they had an issue.
Wow.
Check out the interviews when that one comes out. So make sure you do subscribe.
Mhm.
And we're about 288 likes. So 288 on the thumbs up.
Only 12 more to get to 300, guys, and there's 464 people here. Surely there's some of you that haven't hit the like button yet.
Yep. So, and it's good to see some people have retracted their dislikes. We had 3 dislikes earlier. We're down to 1.
Oh, there you go. It's good stuff. Thank you. Butcher Boys says Malachi Brothers. Hopefully I didn't butcher that. Malachi or Malaki Brothers says Racing says hello.
G'day, guys. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in and watching along
Jeff
with us.
Dobell, g'day from wet Melbourne.
Wet down there at the moment.
Dodgy says, really? Raining in Melbourne? That never happens.
It's been raining a lot up north of late. Fair bit of rain up around Cairns. But the car's off the track, obviously.
Mm-hmm. And then in the right lane as well, coming up, we've got Ross Costello.
Yeah, Dean Disco Ferris against Ross Costello.
And they're mad. Is it an EH, I think?
How's that?
It's a Ute.
There's Yep, they're starting up. They're good to go. How's that extra camera angle working, Tyler?
That one right there.
Does it do the job? Need to be.
Oh, listen to that big
EJ.
block.
Is it EJ?
Maybe it's EJ. I don't know. I don't know my old Holdens very well. The Escort Pano.
Now, if they got this in and running good again, we can expect.
Aka says fat fingers cause the dislike buttons.
Maybe. Nobody really dislikes drag racing, do they?
Well, while they like the stream, they can fat finger the subscribe button as well.
6 more likes hits us to 300. But here we go. Watch this pass. Don't click out yet.
Don't blink.
Ross Costello only licensed in this yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Dean Disco Ferris straight off with the whole shot. 563.
Oh, you'll be happy with that.
The win.
And Roscoe's red lighted.
No.
Yeah.
Very good.
So win goes to Dean. He'll be very happy with that run. So they had some issues, and he's been running his injectors at 130% duty cycle for quite some time. And he said, maybe it's time to put some, because he wanted to put some more boost into it, but when your injector's already at 130% duty cycle, you're no good putting any more boost in.
Yeah.
So yeah, he did put some bigger ones in, and then was having some issue with the idle and a couple of bits and pieces. So
got the Mitzi in the right-hand lane of Craig Scottney. The KV Springworks Mitzi.
Yeah, Mitsubishi Scorpion. So another one of the guys I went and had a chat to today, and I had to have a chat to Buff. So I met Buff today, Mitsubishi Scorpion. I had a chat to him because I haven't seen one of these things since a mate of mine had one for his first car when we, I think when we first left school. So shout out to me mate Butch. You had a Mitsubishi Scorpion back in the day. It didn't quite look like this one, and it didn't have a massive big block engine shoved into the engine bay. This is a pretty impressive bit of gear.
And then a small block Chev Holden in the left-hand lane. Here we go. Oh, the small block Chev's out early. I think the Mitzi might have him pulling him back though. Left-hand lane keeps it, takes the win off the whole shot.
There you go. There you go, the Tirana.
5.69 over the 8th, 121 mile an hour there, and 5.776, 123 for the Mitzi.
That was really good. They got a good run out of the Mitzi. Didn't get the win there, but had a good run after a few mishaps today when He picked up the jerry can that his young fellow had filled up, unfortunately with diesel, and put diesel into the car. So he did gave it a good clean out, and was able to bring it back and get a few runs in it. So.
We've got Brad Lynch up against Tony Inglis here. Oh, Brad Lynch picks up the wheels. And the HQ pulls it through for the win at a 5.61 at 122 mile an hour. Tony Inglis rolls it through for a 5.8 at 117. Here's your rotaries.
Yes, nice as you. The Archie Bajowski in
Fieschi,
the
I think.
Oh yeah, in the Mazfix. That's a Toowoomba car. So
Yep.
Mazfix Performance.
And spot on performance, Brent Coles, Andy Coles' brother, in the RX-7.
Well, actually, it says Underwoods. Mazfix being Toowoomba. A lot of tough rotaries out of there.
Listen to those revs. .586 for Archie there, 120 mile an hour, taking the win. Brent going at 6.1, 112 mile an hour.
300 likes.
Good stuff, everyone. Smashing that like button, thank you. Joseph Prettle in the right-hand lane.
Do a shout out there, Drone Junkie FBB. Sorry, Tyler. Shout out there to him.
Shout out Drone Junkie. In the right-hand lane, Joseph Prettle with the HD, and Capri in the left-hand lane of Jeff Rice. Stage it in. Oh, he's lifted up the wheels there on the launch. The Capri's just gone. The Capri takes the win.
Oh, flame shooting out of the HD holders.
6.23 for Joseph Prettle, 5.8 for the Capri of Jeff Rice.
Shout out to Kyle Wills. Well, a couple of shout outs there. Kyle Wills, g'day mate.
Sean Helson in the left-hand lane with the Ford 451, and Derek Logan in the right-hand lane with the WB Ute. A 509, it says. There was many angry RPMs coming out of that rotary Ute, Charles.
Drone Junkie's coming to us from Netherlands.
There you go.
There you
Welcome from Netherlands.
I've seen him maybe over on Ice Bike's channel as well.
Here we go. Oh, the Ford is out of it. Sean Helson in the left-hand lane, 5.799 over the 8th. Something may be wrong in the WB because he had a .05 reaction time up against Sean's 2.72. Rolls it through for a 10-second pass.
40 McForty, g'day, coming to us from the Gladstone area. Another Gladstone watcher.
Daniel Lake, the Force Performance Calais up against Brody Olsen.
Yeah, Michael, probably slightly different, I guess. No offence taken.
G'day, Jay and Darren. Stacey.
Running a Pro Tree here too, I believe.
Yep, that's correct. It is a Pro Tree.
So, takes away that worry about the top bulb, bottom bulb.
Wayne Pratts, hello, from lockdown in WA. Here we go. Brody Olsen's shot out of the hole. Oh, the VL got a bit loose there. Backs out of it. Brody Olsen going to take the win there with a 5.97 at 115 mile an hour.
He's pulling it over too. Something's broke there, so he's pulling it over. So Pro Tree, and just to explain what the Pro Tree is for those that don't know. So it doesn't start with the orange bulbs working down to 1, 2, 3. It's just one flash of the orange straight to green. So.
Dominic Salis says, shout out to Angelo up in Toowoomba. Great stuff. Shout out Angelo. How you going?
Angelo?
Rod says, AU go hard. Love your work. Thanks, Rod.
Dominic, tell me, did Angelo have a Tirana? I think I might know Angelo. Might have been a Toowoomba boy back in the day. I did worked at a place called Simon's Timber and Hardware. I did know an Angelo there that had a very nice Tirana.
They're standing out on the track at the moment, so there may be something on the track.
Dirty Mule Racing, g'day.
G'day. Lockdown in Perth, Wayne.
Have they locked down?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't heard the news. Not that we want to get onto that subject, but there you go. I'll get sidetracked onto anything and chat away, but they're heading down with the glue, the clean up, so we'll see how this goes. But I think Harley will be back out. Harley, damn good pass before.
Love the hard work, everyone at Overtaking Lane. Okay, hand medium light skin tone.
Good work, computer.
Tim Dudkowski, donated $7.99 through Super Chat.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
308 likes as well. Well done on everyone on that.
Smashing that like button.
Yeah, you've done well. It took us a long way to get the likes up throughout the day. We did some call-outs and we didn't really get there, but it's great to see that tonight that you guys are all over it. You know, we're not that far off, so big. You know, we weren't even halfway the amount of people watching the likes earlier. Now we're pretty close. You know, 467 to 309. We're not too far off. Now that's the majority of people here have hit that thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
That's excellent to see.
Charles Wickham says, of course there's something on the track. There's people on it.
Yeah, yes. Get them off. There's a sweeper ready to go. There's Brad down in the middle. Getting some footage for us.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit dark on that one at the moment.
It is, isn't it? Can we ramp that up, you reckon?
Not really.
No?
Not much further than it already is.
Oh, okay. I got this one set at about 3,000 ISO on the other one.
That one's set at 3,000.
That's at 3,000. It's still pretty dark just because it's a long shot down that end of the track. Fine.
Jake and Friends says, can we get those two tractors to run a pass side by side like some halftime show?
Well, I can tell you if we're when we get to Warwick, they can tell us the times on all the equipment out there. The guys out at Warwick, I think they've made a pass with everything.
Yeah,
everything's been timed. The tractors, the
ATV,
yep, the fire truck,
the spray ute.
Yep, it's all been timed. They know what everything runs. They're good fun out there. We might have to have a quick look at a
couple of advertisements.
Yep,
from the sponsors of the show. Supporting us, helping us be out here, paying for the data.
And supporting Kenda.
Yep.
So, but Kenda Tyres have, certainly helped us out in support to payout data. It uses a few gigabytes on the old mobile, and we haven't burnt through that completely yet. So, which is a good thing. So we'll show a couple of ads, just for you to have a look at and know who to support.
All right.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tyres is there for you. Kenda Tyres, designed for your journey.
Australian made and owned, Hi-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose Hi-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
And we're back.
But we're not back racing yet.
No. Let me just put the old little message on the screen. Fluid down. Clean up. Racing again soon.
There we go. Black Hawk down. Won't be too far off. Play some tunes in the background.
That is true, Dodgy. It does feel like we have about 9 months of summer and a few months of bearable. It's probably more like 11 months of summer and 1 month of bearable temperatures.
Yeah, I think
sometimes.
Look, what's it? Last night it got a bit cool here.
It did.
In the weather, and I guess it's probably good hoodie weather at the moment. If you want to, we've got overtaking lane hoodies as well.
Yep.
If anyone does want to get themselves one of those.
I haven't checked out the radar, no, Aka.
But I haven't put the hoodie on yet, but it's 19 degrees here right now. So that's 19 degrees Celsius.
Gavin says, loving the coverage, hearing proper accents again over breakfast here in England. Mars wants a hamburger with the lot.
How these Aussie accents come across all right then, obviously. So it's what you get from here. But Tyler's taking phone calls. Here we go. Who's hamburger with a lot? Might have to order one of those. Get something up. Good time to grab yourself a drink and get settled again. Grab a quick bite to eat. Don't have to kill the live stream. Let that run in the background while you have a quick break yourself, or we wait for this bit of a clean-up. I'd love to know what cars we've got out there in the chat. What are you running out there? Tell us about your car. Watching from Emerald, Adrian Pilley. We've just been up at Rocky, just of recent. So slightly that way. Making everyone hungry with this chat of hamburgers. What's the chance of us covering the Winter Nationals? Look, if they give us the call up, we'll come and do it, definitely. And yeah, we'll see what happens there. I guess this is a fairly new setup for us. So it is only just starting, kicking off with a setup like this with the multi-cameras. So I guess we've got to, show what we can do, and then maybe we'll get the call out to do a few more of these events.
Mm-hmm.
Racetrack in the Tweed area, is that used much for power crews or anything like that? Not at Tweed. So the track at Tweed, I believe, is it's an airstrip, isn't it, down that way?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Casino. No, that's casino. So
I'm not sure.
So Power Cruise is
held
up
at
here is
QR.
at QR, Queensland Raceway, and that's just over the back, not far. So it's just down past the actual the finish mark here.
Yeah, so down past those boards a little bit further.
Yep. So and when Power Cruise is on and racing's here, you can see the smoke clouds at the end of the straight.
Mm-hmm.
And we're heading out to Power Cruise soon. Power Play. Oh, getting told we might be double booked. They gave us a shout out us to come out and have a look at Power Play just recently.
Mm-hmm.
We went and had a look at one not long ago as well, didn't we?
Yes,
there's
we
a
did.
video on our channel of that.
There certainly is.
The day at Power Play, went out and had a run in a few of the cars from Nugget Garage. And another Aussie channel that you should be watching if you're not already.
Yeah.
Go over there and have a look at that one, Nugget Garage, the boys. The other one you should probably watch is Drag Videos.
Yes.
So
Yeah, Dave down on the track there.
So you would have seen Dave Reed down doing some photos throughout the day today, and his team from dragphotos.com.au. Well, Drag Videos also has a YouTube channel, and you can jump over on there and see some of the mashups. So there's a mashup from last night, a lot of the runs on there.
Yep.
And he'll be filming them throughout tonight as well, and possibly have a mashup after a few hours from here. He pretty much just dumps it all straight down and puts it out.
Yeah.
So you can go back and watch those runs.
So Dominic says Angelo did have a Tirana back in the day. Got it back. Sadly worse for wear these days. Currently building another one. Keep your eyes peeled.
Awesome. It was a very nice car, that one. I do remember it.
Drone Junkies out. Got a dirt bike track now for a fly.
Well, mate, have a
There you
great
go.
day.
Have fun.
Certainly keen. Great to get some FPV shots.
Hmm.
One of these events, wouldn't it? I wonder how we could hook that up into a live stream through some sort of RTMP setup, maybe. I don't know. You're the IT man, Tyler.
Maybe.
So I asked before some of the cars about who's got what. So there's a few in here, mate. Let's have a look.
Mm-hmm.
Go down. Where are we at? So we got the Nissan X-Trail from Scaraju.
Jay-Z Life's got an 89 Hilux. That makes like over 700 horsepower and is awesome.
Scaraju also got a Mitsubishi Express van. John O'Beno's got a VR SS stroke to 355 with a 2300 Harrop supercharged on it. Nice.
Good stuff. Chris Young's got a Ford Transit and a clapped-out Vauxhall Tigra.
Yep.
Jason Gorn Racing's got a turbo Volvo 6 and a Daihatsu Feroza.
Yeah, how cool's that? We've seen the pictures of that. Any others there? Oh, someone's calling on the UHF. Viewer of Corn-Fed Boost channel, Chris the Bogan. Yes, we are too. So he's he would have done a live feed last night. Having a drink. He did. I'm being told we did miss it because we were here.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't miss
Butcher
it Friday
Boy
night.
loves the Nugget Boys. They do some good stuff over there.
Great guys.
G'day, Ruland the Unison.
Oh, g'day, Ruland. Seen Ruland over on Ice Bike as well.
Illicit.
From way overseas as well, I believe.
Illicit has got a 2014 Craptiva NA running 20s. Heck yeah.
Chris, nitro cars. Well, RC nitro cars, I think you've got to add in there. We're going to have a look one day. Actually, we've got an invite to come out and have a look at remote control drag racing.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't been out there to check that out yet.
Not yet.
So, but we'll have to have a look at that. Shoot a little video on that.
Jason Hot Rod Carpenter has got a 1932 Chev pickup with LS1 carby.
Excellent. Very nice. What else
Mars says I can't bring all the boys to the yard, but I am trying.
Thanks, Mars. We appreciate that. 437 people waiting to see this racing kick back off. Hopefully it won't be too long. This is our view up here, so...
Mm-hmm. Cheers, George. It has been a good day.
This is the vantage point from where we're sitting.
Mm-hmm. Charles says California weather is great. Everything else about it sucks. Here you go. Scarage's put the call out. Is anyone from South Florida?
We've had a few people in here from Florida.
I don't know where St. Augustine is in Florida, but Ratfink's from St. Augustine.
Is he here with us tonight?
Not sure yet. I don't think I've seen him in yet. Huggy says hi, Sally. Thanks for the merch.
Sally's heading off. She's got a big day of work tomorrow. She's going to start work at 4:30 a.m. Get up for work then.
Jemmy Dave's got a 76 TX Gemini. There you go. 40 McForties. Got a 1983 ZK Fairlane turboed by Mike Fine in the early 2000s. Last registered in 07. 250 injected built motor C4, 3-inch exhaust, slowly fixing it up. Really want a 351 it though. David, this is awesome coverage, guys. Tell us about your show and how you guys got started. Well, how did we get started? First of all, me and a few mates started the channel years ago, probably 5 years ago now. Bought a camera and had high hopes of making an awesome YouTube channel showing cars, and then we all sort of lost interest in doing it, and I was the only one really putting in to do it. And then I bought him out of the camera. The camera sat there because I didn't end up having much interest in doing it by myself. And then Dad picked up the camera and started taking photos.
Yeah, I guess that's probably the mention. The channel's run by father and son, us. So. But yeah, that's right. I started getting out to the car shows because I'm taking my cars out, and I saw your camera gear sitting there, quite a few dollars worth of camera gear. So
yeah.
I grabbed a hold of that and started taking some photos at some of the car shows I was going to.
Yep.
And come time where you were about to move out of home.
Yes.
And you said, "Give me my camera back, Dad."
Yeah. And I said, I might get back into the YouTube stuff at some point. And then you said, I'll get a camera and we'll do it together. And then that's how the channel started. We thought up a name. It was called RLT Drive back then, but it's now called Overtaking Lane,
there you go.
as you know. And then, yeah, since then, it's probably 2 years ago now, maybe a little bit longer.
Yeah, we've been basically hanging out every weekend shooting videos.
Since.
Yeah, and then we started doing some videos for Kenda, and I think one of the Kendas, he said,
You did the first video by yourself in the stands because I wasn't
did.
here.
Yep.
It was you and Mum.
Scotty gave me a call and said, "Yeah, why don't you come out and do the next one?" And then we talked about the live video. And I said, I'm sure we could work something out. It wouldn't be too hard to do.
Yeah.
And we started doing live feeds on a mobile phone. And the thing was, we just keep it running, right? We thought it'd be good to keep the live feed running rather than have multiple live feeds throughout the day. We'll just keep it going. So we have oil down. This happens. You know, this is part of racing. We'll keep it going. You don't have to go and try and find a new feed.
Yeah.
In half an hour when it starts up again, you just leave it on. It'll come back. You know, you can grab a beer, do whatever in the meantime. But
Thanks for the follow, Daniel Watson.
So that was the main idea of that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where it went. Rick Yield says, shout out to his wife. He needs an ice block in the bedroom. Pinched a nerve in his neck. Help him out, please. Please, Mrs. Yields.
Scaraju says, let me scroll up because I saw the message. I'm Aussie. My car's a stash there in South Florida. It's got a 1974 Mazda Repu with a small block, prepped for drag week.
Right. Ready to go. Love to get over and see
G'day,
drag
Paul
week.
Simons. How you going? Paul Simons has got a VT R8 Club Sport and a Chimera mocked up as a mini VL BT1.
Yeah, but no, we still do weekly videos. So every Tuesday night you'll find a video. It's an edited video, so not a live stream.
Yeah.
But every Tuesday night there's an edited video on our channel of a car event that we've been to recently.
Yeah, there is.
Now we're a couple of weeks behind. We've actually got a few in the works in the edit at the moment, haven't we, Tyler?
Yes, from one event, from Rocky Nats.
Yeah, so it was a big event for us. We were up there for a week.
Yep.
And so you can see the lead up to that, the car
travel
transporter we took, the travel up, where we stayed, and then Tuesday night will be day one of Rocky Nats, right?
Yes. Grinding Gears, Mavo, how you going? Says, hey boys, great job on the feed, best yet. Thank you. Thank you. Craig Davies says, first heard of you guys on Skid Factory.
Well, yeah, so that was the Orange HJ.
Mm-hmm.
Dave's HJ. Sal's giving me the stink eye. Sal's HJ. Went up to the Skid Factory and the boys put a LS. We ripped
Thanks
the
for the follow,
308.
Stephen.
Thanks, mate. We ripped the 308 out and put the LS in it up there. So, and that's what we took up to Rocky Nat. So we just did the cruising and stuff around up there and did all the filming while we were up there.
Mars has got an 09 VE HSV Club Sport R8 Tourer Silver, 03 VYSS Ute Hothouse Green 383 Stroker, and an SS Tirana with Palais White.
And Scaraju says, watched where I was learning to drag. So that would be in the Ute, I imagine.
Yep.
Or was it
was that the clutch destruction in the red Ute?
Yeah, that might have been me killing the clutch on my first attempt out. It was a pretty good video, that one, so I did enjoy that. It was out at Warwick Dragway, got the Ute out there. We had a good go at it. I think around about an 880 on the 8th, something like that from memory.
Yeah.
And absolutely fried the clutch. But then Greg McMahon, great bloke, threw the keys to his turbo
Australian made and owned, High-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia. Supplying an extensive range of oils, batteries, and businesses and
Hey guys, Overtaking Lane, just Dave here bringing you some action. This weekend, Tyler's up at the sunny coast, having a bit of a weekend off, but I'm out here at Willowbank at the Kenda 660 Drag Radial Series. So let's go and have a look at some cars, have a see what's heading down the strip, and bring you some action.
I'm about to ride just how I want it. Standing waiting by the field. I better bring up the gun. I better bring up the thunder. Start firing.
All right, here we go. Now our sound's back. You should be able to hear us again.
Yeah, hopefully sound's back on. So I just restarted the board here. Hopefully got live sound back again. Let us know if we're coming through clearly now. Looks like we're coming through loud.
Just turn that down.
You need to change those. Like,
oh, right. Yeah, just restarted it.
Fixed. There you go. So now, what were we up to? So someone said about the Skyline. Did we?
Yes.
That was the conversation.
Yeah, so it makes 420 horsepower at the hubs, tuned by Cleveland Exhaust, the Hoff in there.
Yep.
And yeah, it runs awesome. Plenty of upgrades in the plans for that one. But what video did you come across from for that one? There, Chris.
Now there is some plans. You could probably you've just scored something recently.
Yeah, I just bought an RB30.
Yep.
Bought a block with a complete rotating assembly.
And so that means you're ready to start the build.
Mm-hmm.
That's the plan. RB30 bottom end.
Yeah.
26 top or 25? 25 top?
Maybe 25.
RB30, 25.
Instead of spending the money to get a 26 head, we'll spend the money on doing cams and all sorts of stuff there.
Yep. Excellent. Excellent. I like that idea.
Chris the Bogan's got 2x R33 GTSTs, a VQ Capri, a WHLS1 Capri, VYSS Hothouse Green.
That's a nice collection.
VSS Ute Factory 5-speed, and a Hyundai Excel drag car and a few parts cars.
That is a nice collection.
Got a bit going on there.
Well done. Protective Security. Shout out to the guys at Protective Security. Thank you. Just dropped us a 20. So,
Great job, guys. Appreciate all the effort.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. It'll be good to see where we end up with the Skyline, but and then the Ute we'll work out what we're doing with that. That'll head back up to Armstrong Automotive at some point. We'll throw some sort of power adder at it, and we changed it after that initial run and put the turbo 400 in there, and that dropped about a second off the 8th, and we're down around a 770 at the moment. It's probably got a bit more that we can run. I think I can do a bit better than what I've currently done in it. But we do need to then step it up. But we'll have some more learning to drag race videos soon, because I know Sally's pretty keen to run Road Trip.
Yep.
Coming up in November. So up here in Queensland, a slightly different drag challenge. So it's Road Trip Drag Challenge, not Street Machine Drag Challenge. It is different. It's pretty relaxed sort of drag challenge, but they still do the driving between the tracks. You can have support vehicles and stuff tag along, but you can't tow your vehicle. You do have to drive between tracks, and Sally's going to have a go at that one. We've got to work out what car we're going to run in it yet. Might be the HJ.
Gadio says, like to say howdy all from the Hollers in Kentucky. G'day, g'day.
Excellent. We really hope that we can get it at the Stakes.
And I believe
Monday.
it is Aka Khan. Believe it is to answer that one. Chris the Bogan came across from the dyno video. There we go.
Oh, nice.
He says, Speed on Tweed. Have we been to Speed on Tweed? We haven't.
No.
All Charles has is Chevy trucks. Chevy trucks are cool, though.
Yeah, you'd like a C10, wouldn't you?
I would. Would be very cool.
Yeah.
So rat rod style. 40 McForty says, ZK Fairlane 77 XC Ute, 78 XC V8 4-speed sedan, BA XR6 factory 5-speed, BA Ute Daily, 007 Territory, BA Fairmont parts car.
Nice job.
Aka Khan says, how many kilometres do you cover at Drag Week? I'm not sure on Drag Week. For Road Trip Drag Challenge, it's to each track. So for here, it's just the distance from Willowbank to Warwick, then back to Willowbank.
Yep.
For the Street Machine Drag Challenge,
there's usually
a
250
a set course. Kilometre routes.
Yep. They plot out a course and put a bit of a challenge to that, obviously.
Yeah. And then you've also got Street Machine
hills
Drag
and ranges and all sorts of stuff.
Street Machine Drag Challenge, which is the Drag Challenge week.
Yep.
And that one also is very similar as they plot out a course to each track. And I think it's 5 different tracks.
Yes.
And that's sold out in 6 hours.
Yeah, very keen everyone to get out and do that. So it'll be a heck of an event. We'll check that out. Google Speed on Tweed, mate. All vintage race cars. We love the nostalgia drags as well. That is an event that we do like to get to as well, the nostalgia drags. And we filmed quite a few of those. We haven't live streamed the nostalgia drags before. Maybe that'll be something we get to do. We also went out to, where did we go recently for the drags, Tyler? That was Corralbin.
Yes, Caralbin. They changed the name for that.
Yeah, so
that specific event.
Yeah, so Coralbin drags 1/8 mile out there. Now that's a vintage event. That's a pretty cool event as well. We couldn't live stream that one because there's just no coverage out there. There's no service. So we couldn't get that one. But it looks like we've got the tractors still doing a pass. They may have to do a run with the glue spray as well, hey?
Yeah.
So it could be a late night tonight.
Charles Wickham has 2 C10s.
Quite a number of cars ready to get around here. 434. Keen to see these actual finals, the nitty gritty happen.
Well, we're still way away from the finals. We've still got another 2 rounds to happen.
That's right. 438. They're all tuning in now. They want to see. They want to see this action. Hit the like button. It won't be far off. 330 likes there, which is great. Thank you very much. Well done.
Charles Wickham lives 13 minutes from Little River Dragway in Texas. They have a few nostalgic drag events during the year. Oh, it's good. The nostalgia drags is awesome over here. It's very, very cool. Charles is doing Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0 in the fall. There you go. That'll be good fun.
Rocky Mountain Race Week, that's a pretty awesome event. I was watching that on Cletus's channel. Watching them do that. Oh, yeah, that was good. I really enjoyed those videos. Definitely.
Now, Andy Worth says you guys need to come out into my world of drifting. If you want to make the plunge, hit me up. Definitely send us a message on Facebook. We did Matsuri, but I'd love to look more into drifting.
Yeah, Andy. Yeah, definitely.
Kyle says every time I join, they are doing track work.
Sorry, mate. Sorry. It's yeah, we've had a bit of an issue down the other end.
Is the tractor parked up? A car's starting.
I can hear some stuff happening. You might have just tuned in at the right time. The work may have finished. Here we go. Let's see what's happening. Yep, we're ready to go.
Putting water down.
Hot Rod
Here we
Williams
go.
is in the staging lane. Looks like he's ready to come out.
Rick Yeld says, will you blokes be at Auto Spectacular next week? I'm not sure yet. Not sure what we have on the cards. We did have Roma, but that's been postponed for now. So
The plan was for Roma. Roma won 8th Mile Drags, but that's didn't get the numbers, so it's been postponed. Hot Rod Williams coming out in the rocket lane.
Rapid Transit. G'day, g'day.
Oh, is he? We got one. This is going to be a solo pass, actually.
Phil Edwards in the Chevy Ute.
Yeah, I think we've got a solo pass from Phil.
Here we go. We're back on. Doesn't that sound tough? 540 and that one 618 over the 8th, 114 mile an hour.
We'll throw you back to the commentary team for a bit as we pass through these.
Yep.
Just give us a yell if you want to hear from us again, but we'll throw you back to Diggles and Mark up there in the commentary box.
Enjoy.
Hot Rod Williams. Who's he scheduled to run in round 1?
All right, mate. I'm just going over to Rumble A. So all over group, we are looking at Williams was meant to race number 1 qualifier actually off the bat, which is Peters.
Wow.
Thanks, Rapid
Peters.
Transit,
There's
and
an all six-cylinder battle
cheers,
here.
Steve.
This
Cruising
is an
our country,
outstanding
Steve Phillips. Thank you.
rumble car, let me tell you.
No
Nathan
worries, it's not a
Peters.
problem at all.
The 4-litre Barra. Like, this is a beautiful car. He did this with his dad, and this is a amazing car. Turbo Barra powered VC Valiant. It kind of grew from being a really nice street car, then the parachute's gone on, then the bug bit, and it's like, well, what a great Kenda car it's become in no time flat, and yet right in the pointy end of Rumble. Hot Rod Williams, this thing's notorious around Dolby as the thing to be beaten on the street. There's a little bit of Street Outlaws goes around in the old Dolby, and this Hot Rod's one of the quickest street rods around. Street registered, this car. Blown and injected. Hot Rod Williams, first round, going to be a tough one. Blower versus Turbo. 6 bangers both sides. Oh no! Phantom Amber! Phantom Amber! Nathan Peters sold it to Hot Rod. Hot Rod said, well, if you're going, I'm going. Oh, heebie-jeebies! Getting in the head.
Well, it looked like
I told you Rumble. I even told you in Rumble. I said, watch out, here comes Rumble. People getting in people's heads.
It looked like
You see the stress?
Yeah, Nathan Peters looked like he left first that time.
Ooh, you know what? Maybe if they just quickly snuck around and went to the end of this, they might get it in again. You know, that's the way that's regional track thinking. So that's what I'd be doing. Just quickly back around, boys. No one run. I'm sure they both saw nothing up there.
This is quick, mate. We've got Ben Ramsey and Troy Hutton on the line. They're pretty taken off.
Yes, here we go. Watch that 640 index. I was found a bit. 91 beats an 86 on a hole shot. There we go. This is what Rumble's all about. These are these little mini hole shots that get you through. I knew it. We get it all the time. Phantom Ambers pop up everywhere. Are you ready? I'm ready. Bump, nothing. Gone. It happens. It's happened more than once. Shane Locke and Nick Sartoglu. The VK against the Chevy Love. One of 3 Chevy Loves here today. Heads up, Pro Tree. Come on, Nico. Bump it in, baby. Oh, he got there a little bit of wheel spin, but he's recovering. Here comes Shane Locke. He winds it out a little bit more with the Chevy Love. They hit the strike. It is the Love. Oh, 48. Geez, where did that come from? A 48 for Shane Locke. Right Wrong time to be smashing a rumble. Was that an A or B? Is he on the A or B page there? Oh, okay, so that's right. So it's you sense some unlucky sandbagging when you start running 40s when you're seated in B, but no, he's in the right side of the field to run that number. Next pairing, Darren Lowe and Paul Allen, the Camaro, 632 cubes. Darren Lowe beside him, that beautiful Falcon GT. The Falcon's got it all to do here. He's doing it good, but here comes the cubes. Both guys widened it out. I think it's all Falcon here. He's found the mojo too. 695 beats the 726. Yes, sir. Yeah, 400 and still those four. We keep that 450 people. We're keeping them. They're still on there. Waiting to see how it all ends up. All right. Dwayne Wisby and Damien Morris. Oh, Dwayne. No offence to be made, Dwayne. Dwayne couldn't have picked the harder bloke to race in round one. Damien, I want to beat Hot Rod Williams Morris, who did like 8 runs testing last night between 646 and 642 to try and get on the 640.
646 and 642.
Yeah. So he did a lot of runs to try and get in there. And Dwayne Wisby, well, he's just fresh had this thing off the dyno. And 13B, Jack Coe on board. He hasn't had the perfect sort of bump in practice though. That's the thing. Damien Morris has staged this car thousands of times.
Yeah, well, Dwayne Wisby was seated in the number 2 position, Morris number 6.
Oh, so they're taking it off the top of the page again. That's what they did.
Yeah, so Wisby, we know, ran into the... He went too quick under the 640. So this Radial Rumble class, for anyone listening at home or watching in the grandstand, it is a 640 heads-up class. You can't run quicker than the 6.40 seconds, so basically get to the finish line first. Don't go quicker than 640, and you are the winner. It's as easy as that, okay?
Well,
now that I've explained it...
Oh, Dwayne's gone straight in.
He's straight in. Morris can take his time. The timer does not start until he brings on that pre-stage light.
I'll be lighting that thing up now, Wiz, because he's going to go right in on you here, and you don't have the wick up. Oh, wow! Oh, wow! Oh, what's happened there? Got in his own head. Wisby's going to go 661 from 1, and he takes out the bloke in round 1. That's going to make it hard for Damien Morris to come back from that.
Long tree.
Yes.
Long
yes.
Tree. Wow.
Wow, how was that? Bang, it's over. That's the gunfight right there. Great, Wiz did all right to get in there and light that thing up. It does take a second or two to light it up.
It was a long tree, and when you're sitting in that car on the button with the revs up, and you're expecting those lights to come down a lot sooner than what they were.
And you know what, mate?
And it's random as well. It's not the same every time.
Dwayne didn't want to be in that situation where he had to put the second bulb on under duress. He wanted to be in there, and once he saw him get the first bulb, try and light it up. So. Again, you've got to fight to the. You've got to play with the strengths that you've got and the weaknesses of others. So if you're weak on maybe in full battle wanting to stuff up your staging procedure, stage first. Give yourself time. You're already in. You just got to stay there.
It's a good tactic.
All right, here we go. Benny Dreyer and Michael Pananotis. Now he went 40 something as well. It's the pointy end stuff. Oh, whole shot to the ute. Benny Dryer's got plenty of horsepower. He might have too much here, Benny. Might have too much. Oh, 44. 44 beats the 61. 75 thousandths of a second, the split at the end. Yep. Oh, okay. Gotcha. There we go. Hot Rod gets the 1 from 1. No rerun required. Hot Rod gets the call. Hot Rod. There we go. Look at the little boosted small donks here. The turbo Buick powered Corolla of Luke Hauser. Jason Gerstgrasser, the 2-litre Nissan Datto 1200. Check this baby out. Tow bar on it. So I think there's some drag challenge scheduled for this thing. Or he goes to the dump in a moment. Whoa, baby. Red. No, that's just what happens. You only have to go through the bulbs once. And that's all in Lukey's favour. 661. Yeah, wow. Just to see what happens. Just
a lot of drivers
focus.
On edge, mate. Yeah.
Bit of focus. First round jitters. Everyone's so far.
The butterflies.
Even in Rumble. Yeah. It's not Outlaw Radial, it's Rumble. They're crapping themselves. We need bikes to the lanes, please. Bikes to the lanes, please. I would hazard a guess that we would be looking for Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. I'm calling it before he asked me. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Start rolling anyway. Outlaw
like it, mate.
275 and 235 to the lanes too. You might as well. We're into Rumble now. Harold Joss and Nicholas Smith. Nice Torrey. Heads up. Road tree, careful. Oh, he did get the whole shot. That's going to be a little bit too much for Harold Joss to try and peel back here in round one. A safe 653 takes out the 679. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Entrance 6710. Entrance 6710 to the lanes, please. That is Simon Graham. Simon Graham to the lanes, please. Simon Graham to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial round 2 to the lanes, please. All right. I think this guy won his Rumble the year before, Michael Harper, with the 427.56 Chev. Not to be messed with, can go right on the 40. So can Michael Grillis. He went 38 last night, Mick Grillis, with this car from Sydney. Oh, whole shot. Welcome to Kenda. Welcome to Rumble. You've been gated on the pro tree, and a 50's going to make you pay with a 47. So the 47 can't cover the 50. Yes, what a great drag race. 147 and 148 in the 60. Nearly identical to 330 as well, and just goes to prove the importance of the whole shot.
They get through quickly, mate. I'm struggling to keep writing everything down.
So first shot for the Sydney sider to ever go at Rumble, and he meets the local hot shot here in Queensland and gets schooled in round one.
So we've got Phil Andronicus now taking on John Payne. Andronicus in the HT Holden, Payne in the HQ Ute.
Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please.
Andronicus straight into full stage.
So John Payne, this is John Payne, a replica of his own HQ from service. Outlaw 235 and 275 to the lanes, please. 235 to the lanes. Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. Oh, Payne, he's in the tyres again. He's got plenty at 640 cubes, John Payne, just a bit slaying around. And loses round one, 652 to a 748, but we know Payne, they could run right at 640 and more. Yeah, so, yeah, that's training. That's the man. He's in here racing. Yeah, with the blown Corvette. Yeah, we had a few bits laying around at home to piece together a 640 cube big block. Trevor Owen now and Ian Primble. Primble, got the six banger here, goes 690s. Nice whole shot.
Yeah, Owen goes 081 to a 392, so he's got 3/10 of advantage up the sleeve and takes the win, goes a 695 over a 683. A whole shot win for Trevor Owen. 695.4.
We've had a phone handed in, and you know what? Isn't it amazing that when we get phones handed in, sometimes you just know already whose phone it is. This is the second phone today, almost from the same crew. And I'm just going to send this person a text just to see if it comes up. Oh, look, it does.
How do you know everyone's phones?
No, well, I saw the cover photo. She's got a cover photo.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Naomi Vandertop to the tower, please. Naomi Vandertop to the tower. Oh, another great race here.
Look at the whole 5 thou in the reaction times. They are neck and neck. Ali Farah
gets
the win.
75 beats a 78.
0.03 of a second win margin there for Ali Farah. Good race. Very good race.
Naomi Vandertop to the tower, please. Naomi Vandertop to the tower, please.
Well, that is a conclusion to Rumble A.
Wow.
So we're on to Rumble B. Of course, thank you to the guys over at All Over Group for supporting the Rumble class here. The 640 heads-up class. We're now moving into the other half of the Rumble, guys, Rumble B.
And you know what? The prize money's no less. Still some good coin with your street car. You can run in the low 8s or high 7s and still be a feature. Now, this will be interesting. Ian Dusha and Matt Britwell. So, unknown quantities after qualifying. Let's have a look. Heads up, Pro Tree. Who moves first? Well, it's the Chevy Love. He's going to try and make him pay for it. He's heaping him to the stripe. Here he comes at the stripe. Oh, 717 beats a 695.
That's a big
yeah,
whole shot,
they'll love it. 55 thousandths the margin at the stripe.
We love it. We love the whole shot.
It's the only way to get them sometimes, and it's good to win a couple of races just like that. Oh, here we go. Even the replicas have got to be worth a bit of money, I reckon. Old Paul Kelsall and Rod Archer.
Kelsall already into full stage, waiting on Rod Archer for Archer's smash repairs. Of course, those guys sponsor the Street Series here at Willowbank Raceway.
Oh, hold shot, Rod Archer's going to try and make the Daytona pay here. The Daytona's just not 100% happy, and a 769 easily handles Kelsall in round number 1 of Rumble B. A nice 769. Let's see where all the cards lie after 3 rounds of these guys meeting up.
See you, Chris.
Rod Archer, 1 from 1. All right, Terry Mansfield French and Craig Williams. All right, round number 1. Let's just see how these guys go. Williams was very consistent from memory, but I just can't remember exactly what digits he was running. Oh, he gets out of the hole. It was a little bit better reaction time, not much.
A 7th hour hole shot with a 4:29 to a 4:36.
He's going to make it pay here.
Yeah, he gets the win, Craig Williams.
Yeah, 7:14 easily covers the 7:79.
Darryl Freeman to take on Colin Beavers. Freeman in the Centura.
It's got such a great mix of different engine combos, doesn't it? They got the old little 6-banger wants to fight in there as well. And he's in Rumble B from Lagley. The 265 cubes of Hemi Chrysler 6-banger. Heads up, Pro Tree! Gets in there, got to be careful. He's got enough, but oh, here comes plenty of power, you big bully. Colin Beavers, 686 to a 762. Use all your 427 cubes or whatever. Darryl Freeman put a big gate job on you anyway.
You know, one of my funniest stories I've ever heard at the drag strip is from Darryl Freeman. He's walking past the pits one morning. He's like, I just went 000. I'm like, oh, nice work on the perfect light. No, on the breathalyzer.
Yeah, you were thinking of one thing. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
All right, Dave Hutchison. Can Reece Carkeet get his first scalp? I don't know how old Reece Carkeet is, but I think it's the new generation of the Carkeets. Right to the stripe, though. He kept him on. A 705 was enough to cover the 747. So there will be a few little walkaways here, but it all equals out every round. Here's the lineup. Justin Squires, the LS1 Kingswood, Mark Livingston, the Chevelle 540 cubes. Nice car, Livingston's. Beautiful big Chevelle. Vinyl roof. Heads up, Pro Tree. A little bit better there for Livingston. Performance-wise, as we see him get the 330 foot, yeah, there's a good few tenths in the Chevelle, and the 743 covers the 92. All fun and games. Yeah, this is a freak of a combo. The 3.8 Mitsubishi V6, Trent Bianco driving, and I still think Rob Barak owns the cars from Tyre City. I think because Rob did the mid-engine Mirage as well, so he's done some freak stuff. And I know that Jeffrey Hackett had the V6 Mirage Super Streeter for sale for cheap, $4,000, around 11s with gas, and I think Trent got that. Great combo, 685. I'd love to drive that little thing. That'd be fun. That'd be like horse and cart. Horses running away. That's a cranky little V6 Mitzi. I think that's the most success Mitsubishi's ever had with that V6 right then and there. I think that was it. No, Mitsubishi never thought much of it. We need a car to beat Commodore and Falcon. You built the 380. Try again. Bad luck. But they're still there. Holden's not, is it?
No,
Mitzi's still around. It goes to prove you can still build a car that they didn't warm to and still stay around, and then still build one of the most popular cars on Australian roads and still be irrelevant. All right. Oh, he yanks her up. Bill McKee, stop picking on Beth Mansfield French and just take your time slip and go back, please. 673 for him. He's found the mojo. That thing does that every run when it's all good. A little bit of spray on the small block.
Well, that's the last car in Rumble B. Thank you to the guys at All Over Group for the Radio Rumble
round
support.
1.
And now we've got one last bracket to go for the first round of racing, which is STS Speed Shop Outlaw Radial Bikes.
Just hit 500 on the overtaking lane, so we're up to 500 on Saturday night. Yeah, I've just got to. I don't think that he's gone on there anymore. Colby, Christian
Brandon Gosbell now on the Outlaw Radial bike moving forward. Our number one qualifier ran a 4:65 at 162 mile an hour. Brandon Gosbell, he's on the Hayabusa with the pink frame closest to the grandstand side of the racetrack. Mark Ashworth on the Suzuki ran a 6:11 in qualifying on that 1000cc Suzuki. I'll tell you what, this is a tough race for Ashworth. Obviously the horsepower is in Brandon Gosbell's lane, but he has to apply that horsepower without spinning. If he does that, Ashworth will have a chance. Not going to happen this fast.
No, could have been a red light, but still 4:69, 1:64 and a nice 6:38 there for Mark Ashworth. But we had seen Brandon spin the tyre, the Savo, and I don't know, can you pop those things out of gear by accident too? So you could do all sorts of things that could turn the win around. But you know what, you just got to keep fronting up and having a crack. All right, Shane Naylor and Jack Roberts.
Well, these guys are actually scheduled for solo passes, so they're just being put together. They're both going to get a win here.
Right.
Just to make it a little bit more confusing for you.
You'd ride that thing, Paulie, wouldn't you? Ride that little thing? Yeah, right. Nice little, Jigs 1000. All right, heads up Pro Tree. There's about 3/10 difference in performance between the 1340 Hayabusa and the 1000. So a little bit of power to weight there.
Both are running in the mid 5 second zone.
Oh, hold shot, a little bit of a hold shot. Gonna make you pay for it. Nice ETs both sides, thanks. 5:44 to a 6:03. Yeah, there's a lot to get those little engines off the line, isn't it? You need a lot of big revs to get it out, yeah. So 1340cc sometimes helps you a lot more. All right, Stephen Day, and he's Craig Edwards. Same deal here. Yes. Beautiful setup. Craig Edwards, he's got, there's Blaze getting it in gear. Yeah, well, I don't know. When will we ever see Blaze on the funny bike again?
Well, sitting there, mate, I think he wants to go all billet and do a few things
to
it.
Of course,
strengthen it up.
It's Australia. Yeah, it needs a power glide in it. So. Yeah, billet everything. Billet the world. All right.
Yeah.
Time to get serious. Oh, there we go. Watch out. Gear change. Oh.
Have a listen to this. 0.002 of a second win margin there to Craig Edwards. 0.002 of a second win margin.
Oh, what a thrill. That's got to be a hell of a thrill.
Oh.
Where is he? Give me a gear. Where is it? Where's me lever? Where's me foot? Is there a button there? Where is it? Yeah, well, how about that? And that was a crazy way to finish round one of everything, folks. Boy, take a breather. Don't touch the set. Don't touch the dial. Don't go anywhere. We're spraying both sides. And Outlaw Radial back for round two shortly.
G'day guys. So how was that? Round one, all done there. The big cars are coming round soon again. The Outlaw Radio guys are coming around again. Sorry, my volume may be a bit loud. There we go. The Outlaw Radio cars are coming around again, and then we're going to go through all the classes once more, and then another one again. Make sure we're all smashing like. We may just play a couple of quick adverts for the sponsors of Kenda and also this live stream. So I hope you guys have been enjoying the feed, and we'll be back very, very shortly after a little bit of prep.
Australian made and owned, High-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose High-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tyres is there for you. Kenda Tyres, designed for your journey.
guys, Overtaking Lane. Just Dave here, bringing you some action this weekend. Tyler's up at the sunny coast, having a bit of a weekend off. But I'm out here at Willowbank at the Kenda 660 Drag Radial Series. So let's go and have a look at some cars, have a see what's heading down the strip, and bring you some action.
I'm about to ride just how I want it. Standing waiting by the field. I better bring up the gun. I better bring up the thunder. Stop firing.
G'day guys, welcome to Overtaking Lane, mate. I've spotted this Benz up there before. Now, don't see too many Mercedes out here on the strip.
No, not at all. That's the whole point. That's why I like it. It's unusual, people remember it.
Yeah, definitely, and that caught my eye. So, what are you running?
It's a 540 cube full deck big block Chev with a 1471 on EFI with a Link ECU.
Wow, and how hard was it to get it in there?
It's had a few combos over the years. The big block was definitely more of a struggle than most. I had a blown small block in it for a lot of years, and I just stepped up to the big block about a year and a half ago.
Wow, and what sort of times do you get?
It's gone high fours, 499 over the 8 so far. I haven't run over the 40 yet.
Okay, that's certainly still quick, isn't it? So,
yeah, it's getting there.
And a little bit of a disappointment today. We didn't get action.
We smashed the universal joint last qualifier. It's put an end to our day, unfortunately, but we'll get it patched up. We'll be back for the next round of Kenda in September, I believe.
Excellent. Look, it was a big bang. We've got the crowd wondering what happened, that's for sure.
Definitely got my attention in the driver's seat. Yeah, I felt like tail shaft was going to come through the floor. It's put a little hole in the floor, but nothing we can't fix.
Yeah, bit of a heart starter.
Definitely, yeah, definitely.
Thanks for having a chat to us, and really appreciate having a look at your car as well.
No problems at all. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
G'day guys, just here having a look at your Land Cruiser. It's absolute crowd pleaser, this thing. Wheel standing all over the place tonight. The crowd were going nuts. What's it running?
Yeah, mate. She's still running the standard motor that comes out in them. So we've gone forged rods and what else we done? Firing, but that's about it.
Yeah,
So yeah,
perimeter
she's still-
ring. So yeah, Robbie from Abbott Engines did the motor for it. So
wow,
went from a standard cruiser motor to it didn't really bend any rods on the last motor.
No,
and we
it's
never
just,
blew a head gasket at 80 psi, but
So
we
it's
thought
running
we'd-
80 psi. What's the size of that turbo that's on there?
That's an 88.
88. Yeah, okay. Lots of boost.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, plenty of air and bulk fuel, but yeah, so relatively standard, I would say. Yeah, motor-wise,
a lot of nitrous.
And so when you can get it down the track on 4 wheels, what sort of times can you get?
It's gone a couple runs at 890s, so
890s.
but it hasn't had a full hit, so we haven't had a good enough track like tonight to get it down. But tonight's 8th racing, so the best 8th we've done is a 560.
It's not bad, not bad for a cruiser.
Yeah.
So I think everyone's pretty shocked when it comes out there.
Oh yeah, mate. I was just stoked just to hear the crowd loving it. So makes it worth it.
Yeah, we went down to Sydney a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yep. So
broke
pretty
a
much,
lot of gear.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Tore everything out from motor back, split the gearbox in half, and ruined a tail shaft and did a whole heap of damage. But tonight was a bit of a win, really. You know, getting hooked up and.
Just having a good night.
Get some cool footage, man. That's about it.
We'll be back for Jamboree as well.
Oh,
we might go. We've got another diesel car that we're building. That's Scotty's car.
Yeah.
So it's a 4-banger. So the same motor that you run in a D-Max.
Yeah, right.
A 4JJ1. So and it's in a little Chevy Love. So
okay, that's going to be
set it up
impressive.
for that. Yeah, no, it'll be cool.
Might head down for that with it. So. But yeah, same sort of setup, like cooler wires and nitrous wires and everything like that. So.
Well, and those wheel stands anyway, keep them coming because I think everyone's saying they're going viral. So.
Oh yeah, no, we pretty much we had a bit of a bad run in the practice, so we were like, oh bugger it, we'll just turn it right up and let it eat. And she lifted the fronts pretty well, and you pedalled it, and then we thought
Dave did a good job at the track, so
so we thought we
really good
might as well leave it and get a cool video. So we did, and it went up a little bit higher than we thought it was going to be.
And you knew you had no one in the next lane.
Well, I did a wheel stand the first run that we turned it up, and he was up me like stay in it.
So don't pedal it, you girl. Get into it.
You did
so
well.
I stayed into it, and went a little too high.
Very impressive. Look, thanks for having a chat to us, and we look forward to seeing it around and seeing the love truck as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. Thanks,
No,
guys.
Not a drama at all, mate. Cheers.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
But he also had a solenoid to start everything, so he'd hit
Here we
the
go,
tree
guys. We're back. Outlaw
and
Radio.
drop the clutch, and he had it on the button, so he could release the clutch pressure off the thumb. So he didn't have to do the clutch. He'd already dropped the clutch. The solenoid held all the slave cylinder pressure, and then he's just hit that, and it bleeds the whole thing out. So he was doing that bit. So there's the odd little tweak around trying to be a bit better on the tree. Now, I shouldn't say the two quickest. One of the 3 quickest turbo outlaw radial cars in the country. I can't say the first 2 quickest because Perry was the quickest until the end of Thursday night. And then, so Kyle was the quickest at the beginning of Thursday night. 2 minutes later, Perry became the quickest. And then this morning, first run, Joe became the quickest. And then in very quick succession, Terry became quicker.
Yep,
So
that's
Perry,
right. It was
Perry's still
3:83.
so Perry's now the 3rd quickest.
Yep.
Poor old Perry, eh? Been the top dog, and before you knew it, he's been kicked right down to 4th or 5th place, Perry. And look at that, in one foul swoop in 2 runs this morning, he went from being quickest to 2nd, quickest to 3rd quickest. But here they are match racing each other right now for a win. Terry Seng 1 from 1, Perry Bullivant none from 1.
Yep.
I have a funny feeling he'll be cracking out another 1,000,000 Coronas tonight, Perry Bullivant. It thinks he's not a good... Doesn't take losing too well, Perry, so there'll be pranks and Coronas overpouring. Sometimes also he just throws his toys out of the cot and goes to bed early. We're not going to let the Candyman go to bed early tonight. Let's just see if he can fight his way back here and make it equal between him and Terry Singh.
Oh, 007, a light from heaven there for Perry Boulevard.
007 for Perry and a 94 the win. Oh, Perry. What did he go? 007.
That is not going to get beaten tonight.
007 Moneypenny. Wow, how about that? You can't tell me the Candyman didn't make a statement right there. He came back to race, let the button go at the right time, and all we saw was the Camaro come out of the hole, and already it was starting to zing. And Perry soft with a 110 in the 60.
And the mile
Yes.
was down a little bit as well, only
on
182.
on 6 cylinders again, maybe, by the look of that. 394 at 182 mile an hour, but still gets the win down. Wow, he's back, level pegging. So Terry and Perry. Terry didn't go 2 from 2. That's 1 from 2. That's Perry 1 from 2. So that's
Things get a little bit interesting here in round 2 for Outlaw Radial.
That has levelled the field immensely in one pairing. 007 off the button, Perry Boulevard. Hats off. Must admit, when he bumped that second time, there was a fair bump in there, that second bump.
Yeah.
That was a fairly deep bump. So the 007 half Luke, he'll take it.
Race past Melbourne.
Wow.
Outlaw Radial.
Wow.
First pairing up. Now we've got on track Joe Gauchi
yes.
and Harley Hamilton.
Yes, well, here we go. Now, I know that Frank used to have a lot of involvement in the tuning of the Harley Hamilton car, during the Sean Hale era and everything like that. Now, look, I think Harley might be indulging the Brooders a bit more from the States in regards to the car that they used to own. So I think there's a bit of tuning going across to the US at the moment, helping Harley and his crew get their former car down the track. So Frank, of course, is helping Joe Gauchi get this car down the track. Now, I think we're pro lines both sides here.
No matter what happens here in this pass, someone's going to go none from 2, and the other driver's going to go 1 from 1, joining the likes of Terry St. Perry Boulevard with 1 win, 1 loss.
Is that right?
So we're going to have 3
So there you
drivers
go.
on 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 with no wins
Already.
after this pass.
Oh, here we go. We can't write this script. This is the best mini-series you'll ever watch. 3 rounds of Outlaw Radial power. 2 of some of our best cars in the country. Harley Hamilton went 394 to be third qualified. Joe Gauchi could not buy a run this afternoon. Here we go. Let's see if he can redeem himself. That's where Perry went down the track. Bump City, baby. Oh, Joe 061. Oh, Harley Hamilton sinks the tyres. It's Gauchi. 90, 390, 200 mile an hour. No slouch on the lights either. 061, 102 in the 60. Playing for keeps.
Oh.
Playing for keeps.
109 for Harley Hamilton as well. That was moving.
That was almost helping. That was a great light by both guys. And yeah, don't you love it when they can bring those things in, 8,000 horsepower combined and then be able to let the button go and everything worked. So there we go, Joe, 1 from 2. Harley, is that Harley 1 from 2? Everyone's 1 from 2 after that.
Yeah, so 3 drivers now 1 from 2, and Harley Hamilton goes none from 2.
Oh, none from 2
Yeah.
for Harley. Okay, so not the best night for Harley. What's going to happen next? I love this because you know what happens no matter what happens the rest of this round, round 3, all of that comes back and we see the last pairing.
Well, I can tell you right now with this pairing,
Oh.
we're going to have our first driver with 2 wins.
Well, guess what? I hope the crew know that Johnny Haley in the first round, I'd say he played a game. He played within the rules. He did kind of go in
It was
early.
smart. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was
it's
good.
a smart move. Yeah, it's
When you're down on performance like that, what can you do to throw the other driver off within the rules?
yeah, and if that means put both bulbs on a turbo car, that's then got to somehow hurry itself up there. Remember, no timeout starts until at least 3 bulbs are on.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So there's no timeouts until the 3rd bulb is on. Oh, they're both coming up here. They're not mucking around. Johnny Haley got a round 1 win, didn't he? All right.
See what he does here. Do you think he'll, well, both cars are in pre-stage.
He's not going to hold him out, you wouldn't think. Here we go. Look at the wastegate underneath the car. 428, 187 there for Jezewski. Great run from him. And look, Johnny Haley, 532 there. He kind of put as much pressure as he could, but George lets go at 079 on the tree. So those guys were ready. So there's some statements being made here, but look what the boys did. Just we want to play percentage. They summed up their opposition. They thought, yeah, we've got a few tenths on this performance-wise. If we can just not trip up and make the mistake, this is where the tuning really comes in. It's a tactic now.
Yeah,
it's a
you don't wanna
tactic
beat
to play your opposition. And who has he got next round? Let's have a look at the rounds.
Ski has. Oh,
Oh,
hell
hell
yeah.
yeah.
That's a good race.
So let's just see what happens with Dale on this round if he's back around. But I love it. Love this little tail and twists. Everyone has a good night or not, and so far no one's playing it. No one's playing it 2 from 2. I love it. That just means it's going to be a shit fight in round 3.
Josefsky goes 2 from 2 with that race.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh God, no pressure for round 3. Oh, look at this.
And we'll have another driver with 2 wins from 2 starts after this pairing as well.
Talked about these 2 cars and the way that one's all sloppy and all its fuel's getting thrown into the port. It's like this one's just dry and crisp and clear and not carrying on at all. And actually, I'd like to know, how much fuel, how much methanol do you start with at the beginning of a run and how much do you use by the end of the run? I'd say Wade's is way more inefficient while it's idling and everything.
I'd say they'd probably be doing about 15 litres, I think.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Yeah. That's a whole run as well.
I
like
just think
15,
the Year
20
5
litres,
Pro
yeah.
Charge cars are they're not using a lot at any other time other than when it's under full power. This thing just seems to cackle away. All right, get ya. Hold on to something solid, folks. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. This could set the stage for round 3 being an absolute unmissable corker of a round because round 2 is pretty intense. Bump City, baby. Yes, Wade Wagstaff, 380. Shows Symbolics the door. 105 in the 60, 257. They came to play. They came to play. 257.5 and a 105 60 foot there. Yeah, Dan, they came out and that power just couldn't get it down straight off the hit. Well played, Luke Marsden. Well played Wade Wagstaff. 162 to a 219 light. And yes, the Grinch. Yeah, so what happened in round 1 with Wade? That's right.
He got the win.
Yeah, he got the winner, 380.
Then a 380, so he's pretty consistent. 2,000 spread.
3,808 in round 1, 3,806 in round 2.
2,000 spread.
That's outstanding.
That is,
No matter what else happens, that's pretty outstanding. And you wait till round 3. If it goes 380 3 times, that could even be most consistent. Oh, geez, these matchups don't get any harder to pick. Not.
Clint Hepburn
1
and
from 1.
Stewie Bennett. So
None from 1.
Yeah, Hepburn got a win and Bennett got a loss.
I think Hepburn beat Joe. Joe couldn't hook it back up.
No, that's
yeah,
right.
that's right. That was the upset of the round. I don't know what the upset of the round is here yet because so far there's no set script here. On paper, yes, the really swoopy Pontiac Grand Am with the twin turbo LS should be a 3-second car. He's got to get the thing to hook up. Are they going to play percentage here or swing for it? Clint Hepburn, well, he's barely got a handful of runs in this car since coming back and putting Casper back in the winning circle in round 1 over Joe Gauchi. That thing's only going to get quicker as they wind that big block Chevy up a little bit more. So he might just be the little white ghost in the ointment yet. The little Gemini that could. Stewie Bennett, they might play the percentage here to get a win. Let's see what happens. Oh, he did it! Oh, how about that? Clint Hepburn, 2 from 2. 2 from 2, you just got to keep showing up. Wow, nearly a Phantom Amber again. Half a Phantom Amber there for Stewie Bennett. And just not the best night. Not the best night for Stewie. He's got one more run to throw something spectacular at us. But on paper, that car, I mean, being, I reckon, the lightest outlaw radial car we've got, being full tube car and LS, it's a weapon. They just need the right set of circumstances, and that thing will spit out, 390s, no doubt about it. But not today, Zerg. That is 2 for Hepburn. Who's 2 from 2?
At the moment, Wade Wagstaff is 2 from 2. Clint Hepburn is 2 from 2, and Josefsky
Renegade
is 2 from 2.
Renegade to the lanes, please. Renegade to the lanes, please. Renegade, please to the lanes. Rumble, get ready, don't roll. Rumble, get ready, don't roll. Radial, Renegade. Renegade to the lanes, please. Renegade to the lanes. All Renegade to the lanes for round 2. Right. Dale, the Castle Hill boys, no one's quite hit the straps yet. They had a golden run on their home track in Sydney about 6 weeks ago when they came out with the quickest 275 run in Aussie history with the 415. And Dale with, of course, the Castle Hill flagship. I've got old Zoom magazines from 15 years ago when this thing was a SSAA and it sat up on a normal standard Commodore suspension. And look what it's evolved into now. A pretty awesome Aussie radial weapon using the Heltec Nexus R5, the latest Heltec ECU. Billet Big Block Chev. He's got to get past the rookie, Glenn Finnegan. It's not an easy task. No, not an easy task. Not an easy task at all. Glenn Finnegan. 5:31 at 1:35. Dale's, he may have lost power there. We're just checking. He's just trying to gather himself in the Commodore. Yeah, before we went to the billet big block and the weight reduction he's done on the car, that thing was already in the 420s and a pretty competitive car. And
it was.
And is actually close to our IHRA Pro Radial legal weights. So the cars are actually, need to carry a bit of weight in that frame. And that's why Joe's fits right in, because this is one of the heavier Mustangs around. And Dale's was similar, but Dale's is sort of halfway between being that weight and the weight you can be here, which is obviously a good couple £100, because the weights they're asking you to carry in IHRA Pro Radial, some of these cars are 500 light. Terry Seng's 500 light to be in that class. So, and I even remember when Kyle had actually approached IHRA to say, I want to come and run. I'm 500 pound light, but I want to run. But any win I get, just discount it, give it to the opponent. They still wouldn't let him run. So you got to put your 500 pounds in. He said, not doing it. So there we go. I'm hearing a little bit of crankiness out there. Now this is one where we've just got to see what happens. On paper, Simon Graham's gone 5:09 and Andrew Milford's cracked out of 5:46, but that's not where it finishes there. Simon has to light the wick on this turbo setup, and he hasn't been able to get it, bump it in and race. He's had to get it in, then get it ready. So it'll be interesting to see here. Again, another one of these pretty tough small blocks, 420 cubes with the nitrous on board. Milford can pretty well put that thing in there and hit it. So don't think the quicker car's got the advantage here. Outlaw Radial brought to us by none other than Race Parts Melbourne, round 2. It's going to have a crack here. Oh, zing, zing, zing. Trying to get it down there. Don't listen to that thing zing out with the gas. 5:46 at 129. A great win there for Milford. Simon Graham, not the best night for him. And he gets a bit cranky, Simon. I used to call it roid rage, and then I realised that he hadn't been on the roids for about 10 minutes, and then he's pretty good. No, joking. Simon's a good mate of mine. I think he is. He's... I remember the first time I ever met Simon Graham, we were doing the Nostalgia Drags, and I knew that he was driving the Camaro, and they said, I asked Simon whether he wants something to knock on his hotel room door, and out comes this massive, big, solid-looking tattoo bloke, and I crapped myself. And I found out he was a big son. Did you hear that thing go? You hear that thing giving us the big bass drop? Nothing to do with Paulie wriggling on there at all.
It's all right, mate. I was just having a look at the end of Outlaw Radial Race Past Melbourne. We have 4 drivers with 2 wins from 2 starts.
4 drivers out of that field.
Yeah, Wagstaff, Hepburn, Finnegan, Josefsky.
Right, okay. Well, Wade, I'm not going to put the kiss of death on anyone other than, Wade's playing a pretty good game at the moment. That car is doing everything right so far.
All right, Outlaw 275 brought to us by Speedy Diffs. First pairing up, we have got Tony Webb to take on Andrew Coles.
Yes, Webby with the 442s before Coles. He went 468. And this car sees plenty of street miles. It essentially is one of our quickest OG 275 cars, except he's too quick for OG. And we've got to put him in Outlaw Radial. Outlaw 275 rather. Webby's not bad on the tree. Oh, the streetcar's going to give it to Webby here. Oh, Colsey gets the upset. 67 to a 78. Yes, it goes to prove you've got to drive these things around. How's this on the streetcar? 117 for the Commodore, 309 to a 308 at 330 foot with the pedal. And a 67 beats a 78. Great win, just goes to prove you've just got to be there ready to fight, and Colsey's doing it. Rack one up for Colsey and Outlaw 275, just giving Webby no perfect record for now. They're both 1 from 2.
Yeah.
Both 1 from 2. So rumble to the lanes. I'm going to call it rumble to the lanes, please. Rumble to the lanes. I just said he's going to tell me just to say it. Rumble to the lanes, please. Renegade to the lanes, please. Might as well.
Just get him
60
there.
cars, just get him in. You'd rather him in here early than late, so Renegade should be in the lanes. Renegade round 2. Renegade round 2 to the lanes, please. Rumble, radial rumble to the lanes, please. All right.
Stu Henry.
Now again, we saw how the fortunes didn't favour Smithy last round. This thing blazed the tyres on the hit and on Stu's run against Colsey. It went straight down Broadway. We see what happens when the tables get turned sometimes. Sometimes it's only one pairing away from not hitting the mark at the right time, and that's still got to take in the pressure of trying to stage the car. So this is the pointy no-nonsense end of the day. Qualifying's gone. We have plenty of time to do it. Now it's racing. We are on a schedule all the way to the end when we reward our winners and runners up. All right, Stu Henry, Vortec blowing big block. Oh, just walks away, Stewie Henry, another 21. 421 with an 8, 421 with a 6. Drop the base. 611 for Smithy. It came out a little bit better, but then had some issues on the way down with the horsepower. And Stewie Henry, 072. Look at that, 066 for Smithy. So great pair of lights there. And then, yeah, that Vortec car is just starting to streak ahead. He's on a pretty good run at the moment.
Yeah,
so that's pretty
Henry
impressive.
Goes 2 from 2.
Yeah, 2 from 2. That's an anonymous sign there. Then we've got this run, and I can't fault these two cars either. You know, you want to talk about immaculate builds to the last nut and bolt, and I've seen this car as a bare shell at Spot On when they had that project started. That was basically the bare shell. It was the Tirana, the LJ there of LC, I think it is LC of Ryan's. It is the LC, and getting the 2J put in it, and and I mean a killer 2J to start with. I mean the thing's gone into the 7s at over 180 mile an hour. Then last Monday night came around 192 mile an hour in the quarter with that 2J. 494, 496, 579 for Ryan Holtz. Brett Armstrong, 540, 543, 549. But Brett Armstrong, his strong point has never been ET. His strong point's been that the car's quite a consistent car and can bite you if you put it on the back bumper or zing the tyres.
For him, he got the win in the first round because Smith zinged the tyres.
Hole shot, a bit of a double pedal for wheels down there for Ryan Holtz. And percentage-wise, Mr. Consistent, 554, Brett Armstrong. Is that 2 from 2 for Armstrong?
He's gone 2 from 2, Armstrong.
Wow, and what about Ryan? Did he get round 1? No.
No, he had a loss in round 1.
Yeah, none from 2.
Goes 2 from 2.
Final call, OG275 to the lanes, please. Final call, OG275 to the lanes, please. Renegade and Rumble to the lanes, please. You right? I don't know where you left. Where would you have left it, do you think? Yeah, it's stressful, isn't it? Because drop the base. Anita's phone's already been handed too. Yeah. So I've had a ball here today. I'm just waiting for Peter Hock's phone to turn up, and that'll be three Toowoomba girls that have dropped their phone today. I know the air's a bit thicker down here, but that's all right. Just focus. Yeah, there's rotaries. Yeah, those Sedecs. Yeah. No worries, Gnomes. All good. Don't do it again. All right, Terry Andrutsos and Sean Muscat. Oh, look, two of the Castle Hill team guys together. So these guys pit with each other. So I don't know. They both decide, shall we just play conservative and go for the winner? It's like, no, mate, I'm going to send it. What about you? I'm going to send it.
Well,
same tuner. Dale from Castle Hill's tuning both of them. So I think they're. I don't know whether Sean's on a Heltec Nexus. I think Andrutsos, they've gone to that in the car. So it's doesn't show the cubes, but I think last time was about 580 in the RX3. 580 cubes.
Andrutsos got a win in round 1.
Right.
Musket did not.
All right, so Andrutsos, they might be playing the end game here, just trying to get the Enigma back into a groove. He's going to need everything against Stu Henry if he ever meets him in a final. Whoa, they're both sending it. Oh, they're both sending it. The Castle Hill boys. 4:45. He's back on track. 4:91 for Sean Muscat. So that's the best for him so far today. In fact, for Terry, that's the best for him.
Andrutsos to the Thou identical ETs round 1.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Are they both 4:45s with the 9?
Yep.
How many runs have we seen even in our heads-up category, our pro categories, our outlaw categories that are that close ET-wise? Wade Wagstaff is in there.
Yeah, that's...
And now that's running identical ETs round and round.
No,
Stop it. Do it one more time. Prove it.
Three
one
drivers,
more time.
3 drivers at the end of Speedy Divs. Outlaw 275 with 2 wins. Henry, Andrutsos, and Armstrong.
Wow.
And Henry and Andrutsos meet each other in round 3.
OG 275, final call to the lanes, please. Renegade to the lanes, please. Rumble to the lanes, please.
So now we're moving into Outlaw 235, brought to us by Haltech. Straight up, Juan Kudnik and Michael Arnold.
Wow, here we go. We've got enough turbos and a blower and some nitrous out there. But then 235's Juan Kudnik earlier run 5:23 he ran on the previous run.
24, yeah.
Yeah, so Mick Arnold better be careful. Those little 235s, he knocks those off against this car of Juan Kudnik. It could be a different result. Oh, red light for Mick Arnold. Juan Kudnik. Is that two for 1?
It is.
5:24 with an 8 to a 5:24 with a 1. So these guys have got it on a string tonight. Mick goes minus 006 trying to get one.
Now, yeah.
Wow, 1 up 2 from 2. Wow. Yep, trying the tree and everything. And it almost stuck too for Mick. It went 474 last night. Like, it's a quick car on the 235s that used. It's one of our quickest 235 cars in the country. This will be one of our quickest nitrous 235 cars in the country. Jess Beckham. Mr. Jess Beckham, we thought, Jess, you were great at an 018. We thought, oh, Jess is the gun on the tree. And then Perry Bullivant's 007 just says, oh, Jess, 018's all right. It's cute. So let's see what he does here.
It's going to be tough to beat.
Now, Rowan Brown. Rowan, just remember, if you ain't first, you're last. Just remember that. Don't jump the tree again. He did it, didn't he?
He did. No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. And again, it's the nitrous boys. The advantage goes back to the nitrous boys. The thing's idle. All you got to do is pull that trans brake and tromp it, and the nitrous and your controllers, and you're all away. The turbo guys, you got to load all your power up before you get into the tree. And you heard it. You need 5,000, 6,000 RPM on these 2Js to light them up. And then what's that like at 6,000 RPM trying to bump a car in? You can bump a car in on idle, but the nitrous boys, and you've got all your power ready. Oh, what a great Haltech Outlaw 235 round 2 battle. Oh, whoa, a little bit of a pop and a backfire for Jess. Oh, I talked the nitrous up. And the 2J made him pay. 5:29 for Rowan, 1 from 2. Jess, 1 from 2. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. 878 for Jess back in there.
Well, that's just a big big bag of marbles again, isn't it?
It is. Here we go. So, Juan Kudnik, the only driver so far with
right?
2 wins.
2 from 2 in the street car.
We've still got Day and Swift to come now.
Well, okay, and I think he got handed round 1, didn't he? Dougie Day.
Both of these drivers actually won in round 1.
Oh, okay. So someone's going to go 2 from 2 as well.
Yeah,
that'll happen. And then round 3, we see all the other little dreams get shattered as everyone thinks, oh, I'm right here, just need one more win. And then we've got all these people at 2 from 3. We've got to wind it. Remember, the 2 quickest, if we've got identical win amounts, it's the quickest 2 in the last round. Dougie, watch out, Dougie! Here comes Jamie Swift! Right back around you, buddy, and look what's happened. Reaction time for Jamie. He sat there half the day and he still won the race. Wow, Dougie had a little bit more loaded in there and it did not like it one little bit. And again, we throw them all up in the air and they come down God knows how.
Yeah,
Wow.
well, Swift goes 2 wins from 2 starts.
Right.
Day has 1 win. So
this is where we start.
in round 3, Swift will have 3 wins because he's actually got the solo pass
Is that
in round 3.
right? So he better run pretty quick in round 3.
Yep.
Mind you, we still don't know who the next guy will be. I mean, Juan's got to play the percentage game, but who's Juan got in round 3? He's just got Dougie that just ran then.
He does.
And Dougie has gone
overpowered
5-0.
Yeah.
Juan's gone 5-20s. Wow, what a way to finish Haltech Outlaw 235 for round 2. 275 sharpening up that RX3, 2 identical ETs from round 1 to round 2.
Yeah, 445 with a 9.
Wade Wagstaff, nearly identical ETs in Outlaw Radial round 1 to round 2. Mr. Bullivant, 007 so far, might have $500 from Profab in his Skyrocket, help pay for the beer bill, pay for the diesel back to Albury. Yeah, light of the night, 007 so far. You're making the call already, Mark Allen, that we won't see better than 007. You've made the call.
I want someone to prove me wrong.
Oh, 100%, I do too.
Yeah, prove me wrong, but I'm thinking 007 won't be beaten, but...
I love it when people are proved wrong. I love it when
Thanks
people
for
prove me wrong.
350 likes, guys. Legends.
Okay, first pairing up in OG 275, thanks to
Every
Outlaw
day.
Mufflers.
Every day.
Outlaw Mufflers bringing us OG 275. We've got Ben Blecken to take on Tanya Thompson on the start line. Blecken won in the first round. He was our number 1 qualifier here in OG 275.
Now, nobody make any unexpected loud noises, or Tanya might just crap herself again. That's what I reckon happened in that first round. The huge pop from Goran. OG 275. I just love Outlaw Mufflers OG 275. These guys and girls get plenty of hits on the street, drive the cars all the time to the shops. Oh, Tanya, a little bit of a wheelie there. She's still back into it, trying to get it. Looking for the gear, Can't get it. It's Benny Blecken, 504. 504. Tanya, 536, looking for second. And even a 536 there, not too bad at all. That would have been in for a bit more of a tighter fight if she'd... Well, first of all, she's reacted quite well. Tanya's fully into CrossFit. Like, she's just this weapon of a weightlifting, jumping up onto a box machine. So she's got really good reflexes. See her grab that pedal quite quickly there, recovered. Then it's looking for the gear. Where's the gear? There was another gear in there somewhere. So it just goes to prove there's a big human element in the way that these cars, race. Oh, this would be a great one. Trent Bimble's been getting better. Look at this, 5-1s. I think he got into the 5-0s here testing. John Elfs from New South Wales, of course, the CV performance. That 494. What did he do in round 1? I think did he go on 80 something in round 1?
No, he went 494.
Oh, there we go. There's the 94. Gotcha. Here we go.
In round 1.
Can't take the VL lightly here, and mind you, there's always that idea in the back of your head that you just got enough power to be on the pointy end. Sometimes that pointy end, there's the other side of that. There's 2 sides to the blade of the knife. Oh, they threw the tree, they both reacted. 055, 107. We got ourselves a drag race. Whoa, 488 to a 511. 107, yeah, Johnny Elf's 055. But geez, did in the VL, it went better to the 60 foot. The VL got better to the 60 foot, 126 to a 128. And then, yeah, Elf just had to pull that power out down the end to get in front. And that's a great win there. Great fight. Don't you love a fight like that? And even then I saw the bottom light flicker off and on and they threw the tree at the same time. That can throw reds that way sometimes when that happens, when that bottom light flickers like that. That's amazing that we got the start thrown in the middle of all that and not get a red out of it. So that was a great... We see that so many times though, don't we? In the heat of battle when we're bumping and we've got lights flickering here and there, and here we go. So that was a Queensland versus New South Wales OG 275 battle. Here's another one right now. Warwick's own Shane Baker with the 352 cubic inch Holden VH Commodore. Daniel Moit's Racing from Sydney, the Capri. They love a bit of gas. I don't know what engine they got in. It could be a very stout small block four with some NOS. Who knows? Well, we know there's not too much difference between them. Heads up, Pro Tree. No one's moving. No one. Pedal. Oh, pedal. Jeez, he just rolled it off the line. How do you win with a 1:24.60, you just do.
How does it happen? A 1,000th spread of reaction time, the difference?
Yeah, you couldn't split it.
1.248 to a 1.249 on the reaction
split
time.
them. You just couldn't split
What
them.
is going on
Neck
there?
and neck. I mean, nowhere near neck and neck, but oh wow, really just blew the tyres off at that time, did Daniel Moit. So Shane Baker can't do that next round. There's no way you can expect to perform like that in the next round. You will not get anywhere with a 1:24 rather reaction time anymore tonight. You just will not. It will not get you through from now on. I'll tell you that right now. It's amazing you got away with it then. It's amazing you got away with it then. So we should have Renegade and Rumble in the lanes. Renegade and Rumble round 2 in the lanes. God, that's mouth-watering. Isn't it mouth-watering, some of these matchups in OG? It's sharpening itself up there.
Round 3 is going to be really interesting. Already we've got 3 drivers that have gone through with 2 wins from 2 starts.
Ah, right. You know who might not be a front in this round, because I know it was definitely not running well in round 1. Sini might not be there in the blown hatchback. I just can't hear it or see it at the moment. And you know, when it's like that, you either find the magic fix between rounds if you've got time, or you just say, well, not today. We won't risk it anymore. Who knows? Might just put it in the beams and see what happens. But he's due to race Chris Carlsberg this round. OG 275 brought to us by Outlaw Mufflers. We've got Paul Merry and Goran in the water ready to go. Now Goran, he was up against Tanya in round 1 and I think got the win. Yeah, Goran did get the win against Tanya in round 1. Round 3, Goran's racing Chris Carlsberg in round 3, but here he is in round number 2. That Horsepower Solutions tuned Barra-powered Cortina. Just an amazing package. When you look under the bonnet of these cars and you see the Barra 6-cylinder in it, it's just looks like factory. I mean, really, it's the same DNA. It's the Crossflow DNA, and here it is, the Barra, and it's still quite tight in there, very tight in there. Yeah, that's right. No push rods. I don't know where to put the coin on this one, mate. The performance difference. It's actually Goran. The 6 cylinders actually was a 10th quicker than Paul Merry in the previous round.
They both won round 1 as well.
All right, so this means something right now. OG 275. Oh, Phantom Amber. No one got nothing. No one got nothing. And I can tell you right now that if we're going to go off the eyes, it was Goran. If we're going to go off it, it's like, well, one, because we technically can't prove first or worse, other than it was bloody obvious that Goran disappeared somewhere. Again, Phantom Amber syndrome, getting in the head, in the mind, the little twitch. Yeah. Oh no. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's what we've got down as well. So we can confirm that Mary will get the win in that race.
You always think to yourself, no, we can't see another brain explosion. Can't possibly. Then another brain explosion. It's really good. I really like the unpredictability of it all. Upset nearly every round's an upset.
You've called it, mate. So Carlsberg was stated to race against Spiker,
right?
And now he's up against Marshall, which tells me Cullen must be out as well.
Cullen in the Camaro. So no Cullen. So that means this is a win for both guys. They're just paired solos. Here we go. So it'll be a nice race anyway. OG 275, I'm loving it. Oh, yes indeed. Ford and Holden. LS is both sides though. 529 to a 542. Wow, Todd Marshall picks up another 10th. 529 to a 542. Carlsberg pretty consistent the last 2 runs. But both guys will get a win. And that is a great run. I think those guys are in good check for a great round 3 matchup. Because it does put the cat amongst the pigeons. It puts the fly in the ointment. The guys that are going to rock into round 3 with 2 from 2, they're going to meet these people that are just, making things work now. It's the people that find their way. They might lose round 1, but they find their way in the last 2 rounds. Someone that was doing really well in the first 2 rounds loses their way in round 3, and that's how we just jumble the whole thing up. It just happens. We can't. We've tried, haven't we? We keep saying, what's the formula? We don't know. We don't know what we're doing. We just put all the ingredients out there, and they do it. They give us the recipe for success. And that is just pure unpredictability.
Simon O'Carroll,
Here we
Swimming
go.
Pool now moving into Radial Renegade, the A-Class. Disco Dean Ferris on start line.
Oh, not again!
Fisher's gone through. Win light will go to
Wow.
Dean Ferris.
Yeah, you learn. You either go away going, I don't want to do this Pro Tree stuff anymore, and or you go, no, I just want to stage the car and get a run, you know, and they'll come back and have a crack at it. But if you don't have that practice, it's hard. Mind you, we did have 6 hours of it and tested yesterday, so it's like we've been doing it for a couple of days.
Racing,
so yeah.
Right.
And you know what, I'm not going to
replicating
bag
racing.
them because
Yeah.
I haven't been bumping it in on a Pro Tree myself, so you know, what would I know? But we do see the odd little issue like that where it's like you just need to. It's like, right, well, let me just practice. Grab, bump, like trans brake, grab. Instead of this nail that didn't quite, you know what I mean? There's that little bit of maybe uncoordination there where it was like the little bit of throttle came on, you hadn't quite grabbed and the thing just rolls forward. Sometimes the solenoid can fail just then.
Michael Todd to take on Stephen Carkeet here in round 2. Todd had a lost first round. He had a lost first round, so both these drivers looking for their first
Carkeet
W.
blew the tyres off.
Yeah.
And this went 51, I think, squeezed to the wire and still couldn't win. So it could happen again here now. Renegade, thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. There's pointy A-Class, and look at these in the 47 on a 50 index, 52 right beside there. Steve Carkeet, Nitrous Big Block HQ. Blowing small block Tirana, check that thing out. That's a wild bit again. That was for sale as a turnkey car. It was actually quite well priced. It was a bit of a weapon. It turned into a great radial car. So you got that on a bit of a angle stage there to put a bit of preload in it.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, zing, oh, can he get it back on? Watch out if that Tirana goes quicker than a 50. Oh, 563. Yes, gets through. So what's that, Michael Todd, 1 from 2, Carkeet none from 2?
That would be correct.
Righto. Oh, the Mitzi's back out, up against Troy Stokes. Craig Scottney out there from Pyalba. 393 cubes, KB Springworks. 576, 579, 579 in qualifying. 580, the best for Troy Stokes. So there we go. Look how close they were in performance. Two completely different combinations. You know, it's like we're pretty stout Aspo. I don't know whether that's a full chassis. Could be just a back half Scorpion. Maybe formerly a super sedan. But here we are, round 2 of Renegade 550. Bump City, baby. Oh, better reaction time to Troy Stokes. Might just be out there in front. The Mitsubishi's trying. 66 beats a 78. That's an improvement for Troy. I think Troy Stokes has done this before, I remember. And again, it's been no fault of Troy's. He might have done it at Jamboree, actually. Qualified poorly, zinged the tyres every run. And then when we went racing, the car actually came good and started to go quicker. And he ended up in the final. Don't know whether it was a Kenda when that happened, but it's happening again, getting the combo up. And some guys don't hit that combo until they get into racing, and sometimes they are seeded a little bit differently on their qualifying performance, and they find a couple of tenths. Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of that around here. We'll have to check the old weather wall shortly, Mark, where we're at, the drag racing weather. Yeah. Aris Contolian's got to be careful. Look at that, 554 with a 2 twice. 554 with a 2 twice, 554 with a 1 for Russell Eckert. You can't tell me that we can split these guys, because we really can't.
Both of them won in round 1 as
well.
well.
Right, so both 1 from 1. Very important race. Oh, Aris left on the line. Aris left on the line. He's going to try and peg him in, trying to get him. Eckert too fast. Eckert too fast. 47. Oh, Aris. Whoa.
That is a get out of jail.
Yeah, that's a
free
get
card
out of
right
jail
there.
right there. Nowhere in the script was that twist. Nice twist. Nice twist in the story. Well, it looks like he's went too fast. We knew we were going to have this little issue later on. If you do go under that 550, you better have a bloody good reason, i.e. that your opponent's under there as well. You just got to make sure you're closer to 550 than him.
So both of these drivers, yet again, win in round 1.
Jason Sang over in the Rocket Industries lane in the LJ Tirana. Lucas Jackson in the speed flow lane.
Looks like the start line crew will be picking up a few more shattered dreams very shortly. 1 from 1, going good. Got my racing bloke that's 1 from 1. Someone's going to get hurt, aren't they?
Yeah,
Someone's going to get hurt.
Sangi was 5:55 in round 1. Jackson was 5:69.
All right, so not much difference here. So tree means everything. Look at these guys go. Remember, no phantom amber. Concentrate, boys. It's an adrenaline rush. It is a rush. Doesn't matter what class it's in. It's a rush. Oh, 128 to 102. A little bit better there to the hatchback, but Sangi's got enough. Watch out for the 50. 52 to a 66. Yes. Great drag race. 52 to a 66. Pro stock for the working man.
Yeah, Sangi goes 2 from 2.
Oh, watch out.
Jackson.
Watch out. Look at this one.
What do we got, mate?
Gary Hunt and Dale Duffy. The 550 merchant. Didn't Gary go rumble to the lanes, please? Rumble to the lanes, please.
Hunt was 5:50 in round 1.
Gary went 5-5. Yeah, so that'd make me feel real confident here that if you've gone smack on 5:50 in round 1 and we're better air already, Gary, watch out. Again.
Well, Duffy can be pushed as well.
Well, Duffy's got not only 565 cubes, he's got a kit on it. At least with Gary Hunt, it's all engine. He's only making a smaller amount of horsepower, but than Dale could possibly make. You know, it's like, what can you do with the nitrous? How do you slow that car down other than try and do a little final lift at the end here, just to try and wash a little bit off if you think you got it.
Lower your launch RPM, I guess.
I can't watch. It's a little bit stressful. I'm going for both guys. Yes, don't go the Phantom Amber. This is a race with meaning. Geez, they've all been races with meaning. They've all meant something already. Top bowl, baby. Oh boy, baby. Oh, better one there to Dale, 099 or 138. Dale out there, Gary Hunt right beside him. Right to the stride, 47, squeezed out, 51 for Dale. 41 thousandths the split. 41 thousandths the split at the end. 47 with a 9. Yeah, that was 12 more horsepower for Gary because of the better air, and from a 550 to a 47 with a 9. So that 2 from 2 for Dale.
Yeah, 2 from 2 for Dale, and Hunt will go 1 from 2.
Oh, here we go. Big race up here. James Costello, Daniel Ward, 550. Big block versus Turbo LS. Oh, Phantom Amber! Phantom Amber again in the win there for Wardy. 864. Geez, he's been consistent. 563, then a 564. And yeah, James Costello, the whole rigmarole, must stage, must see both my lights, must see one more amber. Then you can go. This the quick and the dead, isn't it? The quick and the dead. Did you see the list as you went through there? Did you see those numbers? Did you see how close they were? Oh, Mitch solo in round 2. Was that scheduled?
Trapnell, obviously we knew Trapnell.
Yeah, well, Trappy broke, so we know Trappy will be out. I wrote down there in Rumble about Ryan Zell too. He broke an axle, so I wrote him out of the deal. Awesome.
Mitchell being here on the solo pass. This will be his first win because he actually was in round 1.
Give it a crack, Mitch. Oh, just held on to it. 133 in the 60 would be a nice run for him. Let's check it out. Yeah, 559 with a 0. 559 with a 0 to close out, and I think Renegade A. Still got plenty on.
All right, we're about to move into Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools Renegade Class B. And we had 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 of these guys in Renegade B about to come forward. But actually, just having a recap quickly on round 2 there at Renegade A, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers finish that round with 2 wins from 2 starts. Obviously, the finalists are picked in round 3. It's obviously if you got 3 wins from 3 starts, you go through to the final. If there's more than 2 people with 3 wins, it goes back to whoever had the quickest ETs in round 3. So we might have a few of those guys in round 3.
All right, first up here in Renegade B class, we have got Archie Kajeski to take on Jeff Rice. Kajeski in the Little Masfix Performance Ute. Jeff Rice in the Capri.
All right, well, Archie will be 1 from 1, I think. Both
of them are 1 from 1.
Yeah, so did Archie run in round 1? Was it Colsey or does it was
Colsey,
Colsey in round 1? All right, hang on, we're just checking with Archie. What happened with Archie? Just checking. We all good?
Yeah, I think the parachute head was still in on Archie's.
I don't know what to say. 7:01 the win for Jeff Rice. He kept it off the walls, didn't he?
He did.
He didn't keep it off the track. Hopefully everything's A-okay under that thing. But who said you can't get some excitement out of Renegade, eh? It's been begging to do that all day. It started to do that already today, and now that he's making just a little bit more horsepower, that's what it looks like. And what a way to win. And again, Archie's got in. It was more about getting in and not holding up Jeff too much. So Archie couldn't do his normal light the converter and bring it in. He just sort of had to get it all happening and drove it off the line. So Jeff Rice get a round 1.
Yeah, so he's gone 2 wins from 2 starts. Kajeski obviously 1 win and 1 loss so far. Hopefully there's nothing on the racing surface there from when Jeff Rice came back crashing to earth.
I think the boys.
We might throw him on the drag photos on the bumper.
He'd be in that. So yeah, we've got to give him a drag photos on the bumper wheel stand club. So that's Jeff Rice. Right. So number three on the bumper club. Johnny Haley on the bumper. Daniel Ward on the. Well, I'm giving him that from Sydney because he did it. He ruined some stuff in Sydney, and these stickers are only that new. Jeff Rice tonight. Hopefully they all stay for trophies. We can dish those out to those guys. If not, they can come and get them in the tower early. So John Haley, Daniel Ward, or Jeff Rice, got those stickers here for you. Oh, okay. So again, I'm keeping on the HD. Dangle. No win for him. 589 the win. 69 for Lynch and a 575 for Joseph. But I think Joseph's just happy to try and get the thing. Some successful runs and not red light, and there's nothing worse than leaving before the ambers because then you've got no time slip. So he's getting a whole glove box full of time slips.
Good speed, 125 mile an hour for Predel as well. So
that's a tough car. That's a beautiful car.
All right, next pairing up, Sean Helson taking on Tony Inglis. Helson in the Ford, Inglis in the HG Ute.
All right, Sean Helson. No Tony Inglis, no Bricky. All right, nothing, no match up here for Sean Helson. Another run. Let's have a listen to this thing sing. It's nice little short shift there. He used to leg that thing right out in low gear. Nice little short shift. 579 with an 8, 579 with a 9.
That's
those
nice.
two.
Yeah, very nice. Helson goes 2 from 2.
Oh, there we go. 579 with an 8, 579 with a 9. All right. I'm still looking at this list of $500 of cash that we've got to pay, and it's not getting any easier, mate. I just keep looking and there's too much taking our attention everywhere here. It's hard to focus. I think round 3 we'll focus and we'll go through the list.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's in the back of my mind.
007 still haven't seen anything better than 007. That's looking pretty good. Most consistent's going to be crazy.
Oh,
when you have a look at these most consistents here, we are hundreds between rounds here. Hundreds between rounds.
There's been identical ETs as well, and thousands of a second. It really will come down to round 3 of racing. It's hard to follow everyone, but that's why we always ask you guys to bring your time cards up here to the commentary box at the conclusion of round 3.
All right.
Finals, if you make the finals.
Derek Logan, I think he got a round 1 win. I think Colsey raced Archie. You think Archie got him?
Logan lost in round 1. Colsey lost in round 1 as well.
Right. So this really just to start racking up some wins here. You can still end up with 2 from 3 if you get from here. Yeah, and you get to the final. We've seen comes from behind. Oh, Derek's Zing the tyres. Colsey got out in front. That big block trying to catch him. Can't catch him. 6:21. A bit of the upset there. I mean, Derek hasn't really shown us performance-wise, but we knew that it would be and could be, you know, a thorn in the side of the rotary. And Colsey just had that thing wound up. He just waited. You know what? He had to choose, didn't he? Do I leave and cut a good light and I'm not quite on boost and the thing's not quite... He loves to just hit that two-step a little hard before he lets it go, and he just wanted to get that first before he left, and he took the time to do it. You take that risk. I want a good number here, and just so that Derek zings the tyres, he had a real chance to outdrive him even if he wanted to pedal. Oh, Brody Olsen on a solo.
Was meant to be against Millgate.
Oh, no Gary Millgate. All right, 593 for Brody. Gorgeous car, Renegade. Rack him up.
Olsen goes 2 from 2 as well.
All right, I think we're getting ourselves... we were in Renegade. We would have been in Nelly and Renegade B, Nelly, or are we into there now? Here they go for the next pairing, round 2. Roll him over. We had Brody there. Now we might be finishing her up. We might be in the Rumbles. And geez, the CompuLink hasn't come over. Now it has. It is Rumble. All over Group Radio Rumble, round 2. Let's have a look at this. A little bit better action time in the Tower Lane for Darren Lowe. Does the win light go the other way, though? An 86 beats a 701.
Primble gets the win.
Yes, Ian Primble. Earlier 683. There's a 686. Bikes to the lanes, please. Bikes to the lanes, please. Just calling that preemptive. If we've got Rumble in the lanes, I suppose we can get the bikes to the lanes. You know what happens after this, after we get the bikes out in round 2, is we do that last little prep and then we call them all over for round 3. And then that's when we start to see, you know, the last few tales to be told. And sometimes it's just never over. It's just never over. The drama's never over until all of those things are filled out on all those pages to the 3rd round. And even then we do notes on the side. We start going 3 from 3, you know, with whatever the last ET was to try and work it out. And you know what we normally do here, I think we called CompuLink out a few times, haven't we? Doing it this way, because you know when you talk about seated like paired solos, CompuLink gets called out on paired solos. We don't get called out on paired solos. We just make sure we put the right marks around. All right, Daryl Beavis and Troy Hutton. Performance-wise, again, under 2 tenths between these two guys. I don't know how they went in round 1, but here they are, round 2 of All Over Group Radial Rumble.
Hutton got a win, Beavis did not.
Oh, he's gone the red light. Troy Hutton had a crack. Minus 129, had a crack at the tree. Look at that, 685 and a 686, side by side. That would have been a cracker of a race if he had just kept it together for another 371 thousandths of a second. Phil Andronicus now and Nick Sartoglu.
Andronicus got a win.
We got all
Sartoglu got a loss.
We've got all the syllables here.
We do. I love these names. Andronicus is all right.
No wonder why you think it feels like Superstock.
It does.
We've got all the Greeks, we've got a lot of Greeks racing in here. All the Greeks out there. Yasu! All right, there we go. Clean greens, not much in the reaction time, not much in the performance. We got ourselves a drag race. A 52 beats a 59.
Andronicus gets the win.
Wow. Needed a little bit of reaction time there, but not much. Yeah, 59, can't cover the 52. That's got to feel good. There's the guy right there, and you're right there, and you're right there. And of course, the best thing about running over the 660s, you get to see your ETs if you've got a chance, and your win lights.
I wonder if the quicker guys are seeing it.
Oh, it'd be hard. It'd be a flash, wouldn't it?
There was still 200 metres from there to the scoreboard.
Well, let's work out how quick they go at 200 mile an hour from 660 to 1320. Yeah, well, I suppose they might have a good chance to look up, and a lot of these
probably
guys...
about just over 2 seconds.
About 2 seconds, yeah.
About 2 seconds.
Well, a lot of depends.
I'm sure they're seeing the wind light.
Yeah. Oh, you'd be at least seeing the wind light, and you'd probably be on the radio. A lot of the guys have got the radios there. What did it go? What did it go? I still like not knowing. You'd rather just get down the end and chill out for a bit. They come down. What did it go? Oh, you know. Or they're coming down high-fiving each other. So this is where we're at so far with the All Over Group Radial Rumble Round 2. Paul Allen and Ali Farah ready to line up. How did Ali go in round 1? I think she got one, so she's in there, 675.
And Alan was a loss as well, so Alan looking for his first win. Ali looking to go 2 from 2. Ali, she ran let's have a look, a 675 in round 1. Alan went a 726.
Bit of a wandering around at the 660 mark here in the far lane. Just going for a little bit of a wee wonder. So we are just going for a little bit of an inspection here and see what is happening. Another call, final call for rumble to the lanes, please. Bikes, I'll call the bikes to the lanes. If you can get the bikes to the lanes, please. No one's racing on a tractor or a ute here, but we are just going for a little bit of a look there at half track. Sometimes things might come off a car that someone spots or there's word of, but we do have the ute in motion here. No, it's the is it the tractor, is it? We might just go.
I'll have to find out for us, mate.
Go and have a look there. Race control. So as Mark goes and checks that out, we are just waited with bated breath as to what has happened from the 660 onwards. So just bear with us. We're in the middle of Kenda 660's Radial Rumble round 2. And we're just waiting to call the bikes up. And obviously, any of our Outlaw Radial cars ready for round 3. Well, you know we're going to have a bit of a prep time after the bikes anyway. So right at this moment, we are just evaluating. And what do we do have out there? We do have the tractor from here. It's hard to see from here. You must have better eyesight than me, eh? 2020. It just looks like a blur. There we go. So yeah, just a little bit of sled rub there. So that mightn't take too long here at all. So Mark's just checking it out in race control. I'll have to start pondering this myself. You know, do I have an outstanding Outlaw Radial car that I would like to pick? And the answer is I've narrowed it down to about 12. So we've still got to work that one out. Tuned by Dale, Castle Hill, outstanding Outlaw 275 car. Yep, still too hard to deal with. Empire Performance, Outlaw 235. I'm firming. It's a small field, but I'm firming. Hard Luck Award, I've got one in mind. Best Appearing, I've got one in mind. Announcer's Choice. Oh God, I've got to pick something. Announcer's Choice. Yeah, I am liking it. I am liking it. Yes, I am. I'll talk to Mark about that. I'll put it down as a little question mark here. Yeah. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. But again, I've had 129 others to pick from too. So let's test their mettle in round 3. I won't tolerate a 3-second reaction time in round 3. News from race control. Bikes. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. There we are, round 3. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Outstanding Radial Rumble car. Outstanding Renegade car. Oh, God. We're going to have... I'll wait till round 3. We'll pen that in there. Yeah, best reaction was still at 007. No one's done better than Perry on the reaction time, 007. Best engineered, I've got an idea for best engineered myself. That could be a factor. Outstanding OG 275. That's a hard one. We've got so many in there. I'm going to just pencil something in there, but it's like anything. If the ones you start to think might be your most outstanding ends up winning it, it's like, well, if you win it, you pick another car that's just as outstanding, and we share the love around. It's if someone might win it and take a K home, but there'd be 500 there that we should really reward everyone else for the commitment. So
smash the likes, guys. Only 34 to get to 400. Hit the like button. It's free.
To the guys when they bring us up the time slips, and of course, STS Speed Shop. Those guys are going to have to decide themselves which are the most outstanding boosted and ASPO bikes. And I'm glad I don't have to pick out of those ones, because at the moment we haven't seen enough of them to. Let's see what they are after round 2 and see who stands out from that. But whatever attention we've had to give that down in that lane, we're just pursuing that down and seeing how far that is into the bottom of the loop. But sometimes if it's normally a sled and they're giving that a run there, that can tell you maybe be a coolant thing or something. If it's something that's just like water, they try and just sort of rub that out. So the friction the friction of the rubber will just sort of evaporate the rest of the water out from there, and normally it just needs a little fettle and that's gone. So, and it doesn't surprise me when you consider that these style of cars where we're at is truly all street-based cars, and they get a little bit hot under the collar. You get that little bit of coolant. You've got to empty your catch can normally every run. Of course, our rules are, all these cars have got to have it, is the catch can of a capacity of over 600 mil. And the ability to drain that thing, you would think you want to drain that regularly, run after run. That might have just been a little bit of overflow that's come out. Whatever's happened, it's been detected, and that comes back to what Mark talks about. It comes around the bottom loop, and if it's got just something dripping as it drives past, check the lane. Which lane was he from? Far lane, let's check it. Have a look, and we found it. You've got to be very vigilant when it comes to keeping this track as dry as we can. And we don't make any apologies for sometimes the attention we pay to it. If that means that we hold everyone up for a little bit, so be it. No, well, that's right. You're going to go to we're just about to send out the radial down for round 3 at 200 plus, but normally what we'll probably do between then and there is we'll probably give that a spray and a little rub before they come out for round 3 like we normally do. And I wouldn't be surprised before finals, there's a little light fettle before the finals for everything. But we've still got to work out who the finalists are yet. Is that right? 5 to 10. There you go, folks. 5 to 10. You know what? I've been looking for a little reason to duck off to the bathroom. There's the reason. See you in 10.
Break. So, overtaking my Dave and Tyler back here with you.
G'day. We've got a bit of something spilt down the bottom of the track down there where you can see that light. So they're just cleaning that up. They said about 5 to 10 minutes.
Well, I'm not
Maybe.
sure what that light is. It must be off the track, that light. That must be the finish line
maybe.
light, the quarter-mile light, is it?
Well, they said 5 to 10, but it looks like we might be racing here. So
Yeah. I think that's not someone down there. That's all good. So
well, there was something down there at the bottom end of the track.
Yeah.
But the tractor has obviously cleaned that up, and we got racing underway again.
All right.
We got Paul Allen in the left lane and Ali Farah in the right-hand lane. Ali Farah, whole shot, straight out. There we go. 6.7 pulls it up over a 6.98. At 104 mile an hour for left lane.
Win goes to Farah.
Yep.
The big Monaro in the speed flow left lane up against the Holden 1-tonner.
Yep.
In the rocket lane.
Coupe versus Utility. Damien Morris versus Michael Paternotis. .383 Monaro versus 427 1-tonner. Oh, Monaro's out.
Launch, hasn't he?
He does, but I think the tonner might be pulling him back. No, the Monaro holds him the whole way. 645 beats the 660.
0.12 reaction against the 0.105.
We got Lukey Hauser here in the right-hand lane.
The Buick V6.
Yep, 3.8.
The big turbo, bit of NOS.
Gumdale demolition car. In the left-hand lane, speed flow lane, Nicholas Smith with the SS Holden, the 412.
So I edge him up. Put him in the stage.
First beam broken there for Luke.
Nick slowly creeping it in. Bit more to go yet. Luke's got to bring this up on boost.
He'll bump it in here. Big flames on the two-step. There we go. Lukey Hauser's out. Oh, I think the SS might have him.
This is a close race.
It's very
Luke's
close.
just in front.
Oh, Lukey's pulled him. There's 656, beats a 661. Nicely done there by Luke.
Yeah, we've got Nathan Peters in the quick 66.
Yeah.
Valiant
with the
Barra powered.
Barra.
Yep.
And Michael Grillis for 5 litre Commodore.
Pretty picture perfect, this Valiant as well. It's a really good example of a car. It's just a very, very neat build. They've done a tremendous job on it. We had a bit of a chat to him earlier. Bit of an interview for a later video. And yeah, it's a heck of a car.
Here we go.
He had it up pretty high on back wheels earlier, so watch for a wheel stand out of the Valiant.
Bumped in. Just a little wheel stand there. Oh, Valiant goes a 1.3 in the 60, takes the win with a 6.30 over a 6.68.
Nathan will be happy, very happy with that run. Did I hear he's too quick?
He is. It is a 640 index. So
yeah, 640.
Michael Grillis takes the win there.
There we go. Yep.
John Payne with the HQ Ute at the 640. Big block. And Harold Joss in the right-hand lane with the 348. There you go, staged up.
And
John
out.
Payne's on a good start. Almost equal. This is a drag race. Oh, it doesn't get much closer than that. 6.735 beats a 6.776. Here we go. Hot Rod Williams in the right-hand lane. And Dwayne in the left-hand lane with the rotary.
We've got a couple of cars, Hot Rod Williams, the Williams family
Dwayne Wisby.
racing.
Oh, stage it up so quick. Here we go. Hot Rod Williams is off. He's on a mission. 6.480.
It's a 250 crossflow motor with a, I think a 471 blower on it.
The 6.480 on the 640, they can't go faster then, so very good there by Hot Rod Williams. Beats out Dwayne Wisby's 6.67. Trevor Owen and the LC Tirana, the left-hand lane, up against Ben Ramsey and the Chevy Love. Stage up, let's go. 1.5 in the 60 by Trevor, he's ahead, keeping the lead. Trevor takes the win, a 6.921 over a 6.935. Close again. Ben Ramsey was pulling him back in the top end there.
Is it Acca? What happened tomorrow if it rains? No racing tomorrow. This is the finals of tonight, so we're going right through to the finals tonight. This is the third day of racing here already. Glenn Lee joining us from Perth. G'day, mate. He's got the
G'day, Glenn.
Perth has the trans brake locked on, so
Michael Harper and Benny Dreyer going. Very equal 60s there. Oh, Michael Harper keeps it up and takes the win early there.
Rhonda, glad you're able to join us and watch. A lot of people at home and got people here racing.
Cheers
and
for the
it's
sub,
great for
Nick.
those guys. I'm sure it's even handy for the guys in the back, out the back in the pits, to be able to keep an eye on it.
Here we got Shane Locke. Is this a solo run or is that car pulling forward?
Sean Lynch Racing just subscribed as well. Did you see that one come through?
And
Excellent,
Deer with
thank
No
you.
Eyes, thank you. I think you may be catching up on some notifications.
Shane
Locke with the solo run here. He will, of course, take the win and run it through for a 6.510, 105 mile an hour.
Straight jacket, Chevy Love truck.
The Archer Smash repairs. Camaro
Can't miss that one, can you? No?
No. Big supporter, of course, of the Street Series out here at Willowbank.
Yeah, great die-around competition, that one.
Mm-hmm. So Rod Archer up against Justin Squires and Kingswood. Here we go. Slowly edging in. And they're off. Kamara's out in front. I think he may hold him there. Kamara takes the win with a 6.510 against the Kingswood, getting a 8.0.
Acker, I believe he also races an altered Hot Rod Williams, so that's probably even scarier.
Terry Mansfield French in the left-hand lane here with the Fairlane wagon. Big block, 557. And the Gemini of Reese Carkeet in the right-hand lane, the 383.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good weekend, I think, Reese.
Mhm.
I reckon he's definitely enjoying himself out here.
Definitely.
First run at the Kenda events.
Definitely big thanks to Trev for the camera duties on the live and to Brad for the camera work for the videos.
Terry's a big fan of Kenda. I don't think he's missed too many of these at all. He loves getting out to the Kenda events.
He does.
Travels from just over the border to come up to these.
There you go.
Terry and his wife Beth.
And they're off. Reese is out in front. Can Terry pull him back? Whoa, 744 on it.
Just
beats a 747 there.
Just missed out Terry on the line there. Went to Reese. Right-hand lane.
The Long Roof versus the Daytona. Bill McKee up against Paul Kelsall.
That's the first time I've actually been up here to see Bill run today.
Yeah.
This thing usually launches up.
The front left wheel.
Yeah, yeah. They're pretty known for doing it, the old Kiwis.
Yeah, we'll pick up that front left wheel and run the track with it, that's for sure. Not in massive wind, Acker.
This RT, how good does that look?
Oh, there you go. Front left wheel's off the ground. I don't think Paul's going to pull that one back. Bill takes the win with a 674 over an 826. Here we go. The 3.8 front wheel drive in the Mitsubishi.
Have we tested the camera in severe wind?
I think our camera's about to die.
Oh, this one? Yeah, I can fix that one up.
Trent Bianco in the left-hand lane. The Tyre City Lancer with the 3.8. And Ian Dutcher in the Love Ute, the 350. Camping Queen's here to see Webby. He'll be out again very soon. We'll have a bit of prep in a moment after the bikes have run. And then back out with the radial. Oh, it's close. Still close. Oh, wrong camera. 690 to a 7.2. And yeah, Webby will be back out soon. We got the bikes after these guys. And then the Outlaw Radial, and then Outlaw 275.
Webby was another one of our interviews from today that we had a chat to, so they'll be in an upcoming video as well, so make sure you keep an eye on it.
Subscribe, hit the bell, that way you get notified when that one comes up. Colin Beavis and Mark Linderson. Mark's out in front. Colin might be pulling him back. I think he is. Colin takes the win there with a 709. Beats a 764 of Mark. There we go. We got Darryl Freeman in the left-hand lane. And Beth Mansfield French in the right-hand lane there.
Wife of Terry that was out before.
Yep.
And Daryl Freeman,
is the
volunteer
out of Warwick.
Warwick Dragway, yeah.
Yep. The Centura with a 265, six-cylinder.
Always there to
up
help
against
everyone.
the Capri. Daryl's off. The old nitrous doesn't let him down in that.
There was plenty of nitrous coming out.
763.
Well,
and Beth rolls over for a 10.9.
Yeah, Beth was off it there. She looks like she powered in at the end, but was definitely off throttle there for a bit.
Matt Britnell up against Craig Williams here. Ford versus Ford. Falcon versus Mustang. The Mustang's off. Craig is out. I don't think Matt may bring this back, maybe. No. Too much of a lead on the whole shoot there by Craig Williams with the 7-1. 7-1-7-5, taking the win over a 6-9-3. Bit of smoke down the end there. Hopefully he's all right.
Okay. Shut
It's
it
not
down.
good.
Shut it down for a sec.
Hopefully he didn't hit the wall down there.
Yeah, we've
The
got the
Utes
car
going
out.
straight out. G'day, Johnny Quest.
We're going to have a swap over, have a listen in, see if we can hear what's happening up. They can see a bit higher from us here.
That's borne any fluid onto the track there. It definitely had a bunch of smoke. When I looked over there, I didn't know where the smoke was from, whether or not they drove through some old, when you used to have the old rice ash, you'd go over the dust and it'd just be the dust. But what we saw there was a fair amount of smoke, and then a set of tail lights just turned up out of all that. It's like, well, as they say, there's been a fair bit of oil there, so I thought it might have been something like a lockup. That's a lot of smoke, though. So we are just investigating. We can only assume it's the Mustang. Drama aplenty. Just as we were plucking our way through the end of round 2 of all over group radial rumble, we have a bit of high drama. Mark Allen, good time to go out and check out what's going on. And let's just have a look what's going on here. We'll see if we can get some word from race control. You bear with us, folks. We are still in the middle of round 2. We've had Outlaw Radial called to the lanes. I would assume we can call Outlaw 275 to the lanes as well, and 235, but right at this moment, we've got delays there from the finish line onwards, well, from the 660 onwards. May appear all right, but we are sort of standing a little bit past the 660 there, maybe with some oil identified. So let's just see what this takes to pick up. We'll give you a bit of an ETA shortly.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tyres is there for you. Kenda Tyres, designed for your journey.
Mate, here we are. Kenda, what do you reckon?
Keen as? Oh, it's awesome. Just been awesome. We've already seen the testing day.
We've seen the first testing day last night. We saw a little bit of the action. And I think while we were doing our live show last night, there was a 3-second pass.
Yeah, Australian record breaker.
Yeah.
394, I think it was.
Yeah, how good was that? We completely missed it. Like, we were doing our live show, we actually saw it and it didn't click, what we just seen. So until afterwards, and we're watching like, oh man, that was a 3-second pass.
Yeah.
So there should be heaps more action. We've got the grudge racing tonight. So this is the first day of racing with the grudge racing, right? We've got testing on now.
From 6 o'clock, the grudge racing starts. So.
Yeah, so we'll bring you a bit of the action and let's go and have a chat to some people out there and see what's going on at Kenda.
Yeah, let's do it.
So how you going? You've made the trip over from WA. You've got 2 cars over here for the team?
Yep, we've got the black GTO and now we've got this one. This one was maybe 6 weeks ago we decided to put this bad boy together. And so we've pushed it and we've made it happen. Everyone's just busted themselves, but everyone's put in the effort and we finally got here. We did all the rear end work. Eddie and Tony and everyone from Actives Automotives, they sorted out all the engine, gearbox, all that sort of thing. So we got all the chassis sorted, got it back to them. They put it all back together and then it was just a final push.
Yeah, right. And did you have a test last night?
So we managed to do one run that wasn't, it's that thing in drag racing, isn't it? Where if one thing falls, we've been trying to change a lot of things throughout the car just to make sure that we're from the start onto it.
Yep.
And in doing so, it's caused other things to unfold, but that's why you've got the couple of test days. We managed to do one in Perth, got a few little gremlins sorted, but we'll get there.
And the black one, how did it run?
It went okay, but we're in the same thing. We changed some fuel injectors and that's caused another Pandora's box and things. So what we're doing is we're bringing everything back to what we know and where we knew it worked. And from there, we're going to try and keep cruising on, but we've got flex plate issues at the moment. So we'll get this down the track and try and juggle between them.
And then go from there.
Yeah.
No worries. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on you all weekend.
Lovely.
Maybe touch base and see how you're going later in the weekend.
Too easy.
Thank you.
Okay, Kurt, we're here from Overtaking Lane, mate, and I'd like to learn a little bit about what goes into the prep on this track, because you've come all the way from America.
Yeah.
And they've flown you out here, I believe, to do some prep on this track.
Yeah.
Mate, what goes into it, and what's different to a normal drag race, mate?
All right, that's probably let's start with what's different.
Yeah.
So obviously you got slicks and you got radials. So a slick tire has a lot of sidewall on it, real flexible. Radials do not. They have a very stiff sidewall. Slicks grow, radials don't.
Yeah.
So those are the two biggest differences in the tires. A slick tire wants to spin. You have to spin a slick. Even though your car's hooking up and you can feel it inside, a slick is spinning.
Yeah.
And you control that with wheelie bar, torque converter, clutch, timing, how much your spin is and how fast your spin goes to a full hookup. With radials, there is no spin. If a radial tire spins, it spins. There's very little saving it.
Right.
So, to combat that, the rubber on a radial track is much, much thinner, probably 1/32 of an inch, and that, especially in the daytime, because the main thing is we're putting so much glue on these things. Probably 4 or 5 times the amount of glue that you put on a slick track.
Right.
And I guess these guys probably spent $14,000 in glue this weekend.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't
yeah.
it?
And so you'll also see us out there scraping it some to get, whenever you have glue and heat, kind of creates slime, and you can't hook up on that.
Right.
And so we need the glue, but we can't have the slime. So we'll go out and we'll scrape it every now and then. We'll just take the top layer off and keep it thin. That's also why you see them when they do their burnouts. You have your funny cars and top fuel cars, they'll do the big long burnouts.
Yeah.
We don't do that here. The rubber is so thin and there's so much glue on top of it. You do your burnout back here in the rear part of the lanes, get your tires clean, warm, and then you just roll out. You chop the throttle early.
You don't want to go over the start line at all with your burnout at all.
No,
That's
not
the
under
last thing.
power.
Yep.
But just roll through it and you'll see these tires leave a nice path of rubber.
Yep.
Back up on that rubber and let it go.
Yeah, okay.
And, so that's kind of the biggest difference. It takes a whole lot of rotating. They built a rotator here. We licensed a company, Aldridge,
Yep.
to build our equipment here.
And that's brand new, and then we've got a spray rig
Yeah,
as well.
I mean, look at this spray rig. This thing is...
This is brand new?
Yeah, it's brand new. This is, and I'm not just saying it. Justin Simpson and Clint here built it. This is the nicest spray rig in the world, not the country, the world.
Because you've done some big events. Well, you do big, massive
yeah,
events,
we do
don't you?
big ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm at pretty much all the big ones.
Yeah, right.
And this is nice. You guys, I'm not sure I'm not saying it like that, but I'm not sure you know what you got here, because these guys are wholehearted. They built a $30,000 rotator. This thing was probably, who knows how much. I think they had to call NASA to license it.
Yeah, right. Probably. And what do you think of this series out here in Australia? Have you enjoyed yourself so far?
Absolutely. I mean, there again, this is what I do for a living. I'm at races every weekend. I've got several crews. We're doing 3 races this weekend around the world. This is the most fun I've had doing radial racing in 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a kick. The Australian people are so nice, so friendly, and God, I can't wait to come back down here.
And what do you say to anyone thinking about getting out there and having a bit of a go on the track? Do they get out and have a crack at a radial?
Absolutely. I mean, radial racing to me is just kind of where it's at. It becomes a tuner's race. It's not just throw it at it and go. You got to finesse.
Yeah.
And so you got to use this up here more than that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of keyboard tuning, and it's just it's a chess game, and it's so fun. You'll see them out here today. There's guys that are going to struggle because we're warm. Radials and heat are very difficult.
Right.
Where a slick tire, it's no big deal to run in 150-degree track temperature. They like it. You can get that controlled spin. Out here, you can't do that. You got to tiptoe.
Completely different game.
Yeah, like during the day, you probably won't see those. We had quite a few 3-second runs last night. You're probably not going to see that during the day because they're going to have to go point A, point B, take it real nice and easy, get it down to the track, and get a wind light.
Yeah.
And if you spin the tires, you're not going to get a wind light. So they're going to play smart. As we go into the evening, watch out.
When we cool down, it's
we're
all
going to go fast.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
And just one last thing, I guess. We talk about the prep on the track. There was a massive amount of prep on the track before we had anyone out here, wasn't there?
Sure.
You've scraped all the rubber off,
yes.
right?
Took it all off. We put it back on. and that helps it adhere to the concrete better. It's fresh, live rubber. They call this, I'm not being a smartass, they call this track prep for a reason, because it's preparation.
Yeah.
You come out, you totally remove the track, put a new racetrack in. You do that almost every day.
Wow.
And so it takes a lot of preparation. It's not just come out and spray the track and go.
And you're watching really closely every run. You're looking at what's going on, if there's any damage to the track, minute, right?
Yeah, because we're so thin on the rubber. When a car spins the tires, it takes the rubber down to the concrete, and then you don't have any adhesion for the next car. So you'll see us out here jumping out and filling those with heat and rubber from back here. The track prep's gone to such a level now that I don't want to say it's difficult to watch because it's exciting, but we're out there working on the track a lot.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to catch you now, because I know it's about to start and you're going to be full on for the next, 12 hours?
12 hours, and
if
then
not
we're
more.
done and we'll go drink some beer.
Sounds good. Mate, thank you.
Thanks for everything.
No worries.
Come
Thanks
over
for
to
being
Lights
out here.
Let's have fun.
Done deal. So you're out here to have a run in your XB. We came over because we were impressed by your Chef
My
tow
tow
car.
Yeah.
But
This all about shines the bee a little bit.
it does. But how are you going to go? Is this your first test hit today? Or
Yeah, first hit today. We're just running on unleaded fuel, so we're looking for a tune on unleaded.
Right.
We run last Kenda.
Yep.
We're about equal fifth, I think, in the points. So
right. Oh, good.
So we're at the top end. So we just need to be consistent and pull some good times. So yeah.
So you just be testing, tuning this afternoon.
Testing, tuning this afternoon. Read the plugs, see how they're looking, see how it's working,
And then get ready for tomorrow.
Straight to the park tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. We'll keep an eye out. We'll watch
Yeah,
you.
no, we'll have fun. We'll have the wheels up.
No worries. Thanks for having a chat.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Mate, twin turbo Hemi in this ute.
Yeah, mate.
It's pretty sick.
Got a bit of steam, yeah.
Yeah, but you've had a few problems. So.
Had a few issues. We broke the diff on Thursday, fixed it last night, put the diff back in the car this morning. Made one hit, didn't leave the start line, but we're here now. We're going to run what we've rung and see what we can do.
You're still in with a chance of $5 grand,
That's it, mate. Yeah, 100%.
What do you think of this Kenda event?
I love the Kenda event. It's really good. Like radial racing is just taken off here in Australia. It's a really exciting form of racing. It's the type of racing that everyone can come and do.
Yep.
The thing I love about it is they still look like a car. You know, you get your funny cars, you get all that sort of stuff. You know, they just don't look like a car. You got a lot of street-looking cars here, so it's a good time.
It's a pretty cool event.
Yeah,
and,
really
late
cool.
night, after last night.
Yeah, definitely. So see what we can do, roll out and have a good time. That's what we're here for.
No worries. Well, good luck tonight.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
You're out here in the Mustang?
Yep.
Yeah, so, and you've, who have you drawn tonight?
We've got Wade Wagstaff, so Wade just went 390 last run, so yeah, we'll see if we can give him a run this run.
And how did you feel with the testing today? How'd it go?
Still a new combo, only 7-8 passes in, so we're still learning a few things and making adjustments on the run, and we're backed around from the last run within 30 minutes, so we haven't had a chance to change too much, but a few little adjustments, so hopefully we can stick it and give him a bit of a run. So.
And what do you think of this event, this
awesome,
road racing?
Awesome, yeah. Used to really enjoy the lights out stuff
that
we used to run here. Hasn't been on for a while, so it's the first one back like this, so really enjoy it. I enjoy it more when my car's working better. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, good luck, mate. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
So, 10 o'clock
drivers, people.
All the eyes are on you this weekend so far.
Apparently.
No pressure.
No. See how we go. Can only try.
Mate, and look, this is a great car. Look, just having a look at this thing. When you sort of see it from the stands and you have a look, like you look at the paint work that's been done on it, it just looks like a normal old 57 Chev running out there with a bit of changes, but it's all airbrushed on. There's a bit of work going into it, eh?
Yeah, no, it works well, and I mean, we've had it on 10.5 tyre, big tyre, and now the radial, and yeah, it seems to be a pretty happy car all around, so...
Yeah, right. And
that's good.
You did a stint in the States with it as well a little while ago?
Yeah, so it's pretty much identical as we raced it over there, just obviously power management a bit different. So yeah, we went 379 over there. Yeah, hopefully the track comes around here and we can try and match it.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Overtakers, how you going? We've got Ben Bray here with us. He's having a ball out here. What do you reckon?
Yeah, so far so good. What have we got? 3 runs left, so the 200 still available. Still got to try and catch Wagstaff's 82, which I don't think's possible.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm still here. I'm enjoying it, and I'm smiling.
And that last run, you weren't too far off the 200, were you?
No, 198. So you know we tricked it up a little bit. I put a little bit of wing on the back of it because it started to move a bit. I'm going to go for it, I won't lie, but if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. So there's like 20 cars here that can do it. So one of us is going to get it tonight, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
And I'd probably say this blue thing in the background, Sean Hale, he's probably got the best bet right now.
Yeah, righto. There you go.
He's
There's
only
the tip.
5 mile an hour off.
There's the tip. So, what do you reckon, Kenda again next year? We're going to bring another door?
Probably bring 2 of them out.
Bring 2.
Dad reckons that he wants to have a crack. He was a bit nervous at the start, but he says that I've sort of sorted the car out enough that he feels comfortable to come and do it. So why not?
Mate, that was great. Look, real crowd pleaser, and we appreciate you bringing it out here and showing everyone.
No, thanks for having me.
We've had a live feed going, and everyone's calling on the live feed, wondering when you're coming out next. So
no, well, that's good. Thanks to all the fans. Enjoy it. Thanks to you guys for live feeding it, so everyone can watch it, and hopefully next year we come back with something bigger, badder.
Perfect. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Guys, we've got Terry Sang here from all the way from Paramount Performance from Toowoomba. Always down here at the track though, aren't you?
Yeah, I live here for most weekends.
Are you running 2 cars today?
I was trying to run my car as well as Kyle's, but we thrashed to get it done. We literally finished it last night, and we're having some dramas with some throttle bodies, so that's it for it today now. So
yeah, okay. Now, I saw you run 199 mile an hour.
Yeah.
You're pretty close.
Yeah.
We're trying to crack that 200, obviously.
I reckon it's here right now.
Temperature's dropping.
This is it, and there's 4 cars capable.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're the fourth car. The other three are in front of us. But
Was there a big
so
tussle
we'll see
and
what
who could
happens.
get up there first, was there?
Oh, everyone was rushing around here. And we got held up in the, as we were towing around, there was a car loading and we had to turn around and go back. And anyway, that's right. That's how it happens. But hey, you still got to do it.
Yeah.
It's still got to be done.
We've just got to wait and see. It could still be
Potential's
an
there.
offer.
It's right there now.
No,
for sure.
Well, there's a lot of people been on the live feed as well. You're well known out there. So, yeah, it's great to see you and great you come along and have a chat to us.
Yeah.
So, really
No
appreciate
worries.
it. Thanks, Terry.
Cheers.
Here we are. We're back with him. He's just done it.
You know
Cracked
what?
it.
I'm sorry I lied. I did say Hale was going to do it, and I really wish he did. Them guys have worked very hard to do it. All these guys here have. But the credit to them all, they were all in the braking area. They all hugged me. They celebrated with me. It was really joyful. Mum and Dad are here. Everyone's crying. The kids, the wife, everyone's having a good time. And don't know if you can see it, but that's the time card there.
Check it out.
So 396, 201. That's the first 200. And I tell you now, Grubby gave me a pretty good drag race. He left me for dead on the start line and I had to drive around him. So what can I say? The Kenda, Justin and Scott for the event they've put on, man, it's ecstatic. All my sponsors have been a dream and here we are having a good time.
Good on you, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy it.
Talk to you soon. seconds. Thanks to Justin and Scott. Awesome event. Everybody involved in it. It's great. Thanks a lot for having me. I've had just an awesome weekend. Everybody that's helped me, it's been amazing. It's been great fun. My family, Dad, for letting me cut the car up and have some fun in it. Outside of that, Willowbank, everyone, the girls for standing around all day, the wife for putting up with me, and hopefully next time I can make the final and do a bit better.
On your Benny Brown.
Hey guys, welcome back to Overtaking Lane. Here we are this week, mate, back into drag racing action. What do you reckon?
Oh, super excited. How good is this?
Mate, this is amazing. We're having a ball. We're at Kenda. It is a test and tune event for the Kenda Expression session, COVID edition. No spectators. We're live streaming as well. We're going to try and do a video at the same time, but we hope you've already been on and enjoyed the live stream and you're a new subscriber. If you've just found us, what do you got to do?
Well, you got to hit subscribe, hit like, and then keep watching. Check out Facebook, Instagram, all the above.
Let's go get some action.
Yeah, let's do it.
How we going out there, Overtakers? This is a bit of a big oil down. So a bit of chat there going on before about the YouTube doesn't save the footage if we go over 12 hours on the stream. So looks like we may have to restart the stream. But to do that, we're going to have to get everybody watching to help us out and reshare that link out. We're gonna just create a new link for a new stream now because we want to save this data. We don't want to lose all the racing from today. We want to keep it there, and so people can go back and see their runs and watch them later. They might want to find a bit of the stuff that they've had throughout the day. So that means that we're going to have to create a new stream. We're going to post a link to the new stream in the chat and in the description. So. And then again up on our page on Facebook. So of course, even if you just go back to the main page of our channel, you will find it there as well. But it will be coming along very shortly. So, but we need you guys to help us with this and get all over this. We don't lose too many of you. People are dropping off anyway. I think we've gone from about 500 down to 380 since this oil down. And there's a few lights starting to come off. We've still got the tractor on, but I think we're probably 5 minutes or so, 5 to 10 minutes off racing again, and we were getting very close to the finals. So there you go. You can't miss the new link. Tyler's just smashed it in there. So you can click on that now, I think, and go over there and be in the waiting for the new link to start up. So jump on that now, guys. Hopefully you're watching. There's a new stream.
It'll be up in just a moment. I'll
hang on.
I'll kill this stream in a minute.
But if they click on it now, it'll take them to the waiting room for that?
It certainly will, yes.
Yep,
if
so
you click on that now.
chatting in the comments and stuff in there already.
And we'll be there in just a moment.
So, Mad Cow Mark, he's still here. Click on the new link, mate. Click on that new link. Head over there. We're about to restart it over onto that one. Tyler's working feverishly in the background here. Okay, so here we go. We're heading over to the new link. Please. We're back on. We're back on.
We should be live on the new link now.
So we've lost everyone, but hopefully we've got it. Hopefully you're still there and you're coming in now. I think we've got a few people. Oh, who was first? I'll jump over here myself. Get the new chat up on my... that took me to there. That's not where I wanted.
Yeah, everyone smash the like button on this new one. We got to catch up now on the likes.
Taking me to the... is that because I'm logged in? No?
Might be.
There we go. So we're just going to bear with us as we share it out. So hopefully you're back with us. We are live on the new link, 282. Is that the new one come across? No, it's still giving me the old one.
Hang on, let me fix this. We may still be stuck on the old one.